July beneath the blazing searing sun. On the second ring road of Rongqing, in Qingyou district stood Su Garden. Su Garden had originally been called Jinwu. It occupied 4 mu of land with blue brick walls and old timber beams, its interior adorned in a traditional Chinese style. Not long ago it had been put up for sale with a sky-high asking price of 780 million. And then it was bought by Su K. When he purchased this estate he did not rely on friends or parents, did not use installments, and certainly did not take out a loan. He paid the full amount up front, as if such a sum were nothing to him. Although the system had suddenly produced that 780 million, he still put on a smug, pretentious face. Regardless of all the details, hadn't he paid for it? Ding, would you like to draw a talent? Draw. Ding, talent drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Talent 6 acquired innate. Innate spring water. You will regenerate 1 of your maximum health every second, covering, but not limited to, all injuries. As long as a single breath remains in your body, you are effectively undying. Just wait till I press my ultimate key. At this moment inside the training room, Su K finished his stance practice, picked up a towel to wipe away the sweat, and glanced at his status panel. This talent is simply invincible. The golden finger had appeared out of nowhere 32 days ago, a straightforward system that did nothing more than allow him to draw talents. On the first day he could draw once. On the second day he could draw once. On the fourth day he could draw once. The drawing cycles followed the law of geometric doubling. When Su K first saw this rule, he was deeply disappointed. He did read web novels after all, and knew that talents stripped down to their essence were merely entries, passive abilities. And now they even followed a geometric progression. At first the intervals seemed short, but to draw the 10th talent would already require 512 days. To draw the 15th talent would take 45 years. By the time he reached the 20th talent, the span had already stretched to 1436 years. So what about the 100th talent? Back then Su K even resorted to ancient primordial units of time to make a rough calculation. Though he could not fully comprehend the numbers, he was profoundly shaken. 1 hui equals 10800 years, and 1 yuan hui equals 12 hui. 50,000 yuan hui make 1 lianjia, and 480 million lianjia equal 1 wuliang lianjia. 1 wuliang lianjia spans 1 billion years, which meant that in theory, he would merely need 530 million blocks of 1 billion years. Such a temporal expanse. By then the universe itself would likely have already faded into silence. At the time Su K saw little hope in this, and simply drew a talent at random. He had never expected that this obnoxious little system would turn out to be his dream system after all. Name Su K. Cultivation Stage 1. Cultivation, Method Wudong 5 Forms Stance Minor Achievement. Strength, 1241 kg. Speed, 21 milliseconds. Aptitude 4. Comprehension 6. Lifespan 110 years. Talents. Immortality. Your lifespan will increase at the rate of 1 year per day, with no upper limit. Even if the earth decays, you will not. Even if the heavens wither, you will endure. However, if you are slain, you will still die. Father is very rich. Fortune flows to you each day. You automatically obtain wealth from legitimate, compliant sources, the amount corresponding to the economic output of the world you reside in, with conversion ratios adjustable at will. Heaven rewards diligence. Your efforts shall inevitably bear fruit. The more diligently you toil, the greater your gains. Universe. Within the sleeve you possess an independent portable space, initially 500 cubic meters, which expands at a rate of 1 cubic meter per hour, capable of storing all things. Myriad realms in one thought. At will you may traverse between dimensions and planes. The higher your cultivation realm, the higher the tier of worlds you can reach. Innate spring water. You will regenerate 1 of your maximum health every second, covering, but not limited to, all injuries. As long as a single breath remains, you are effectively undying. Just wait till I press my ultimate key. 32 days, 6 talents. Aside from heaven rewards diligence, that husky among talents, each one was more outrageous than the last. Of course, even if heaven rewards diligence seemed lackluster, that was only in comparison to the others. His fist strength now reached 1241 kilograms, and his speed 21 meters per second. This talent accounted for most of the credit. The youngsters display mechanisms, the middle generation display numbers, while the oldtimers simply turn on cheats. When Su K drew the immortality talent, he suddenly felt that acquiring 100 talents was not so unattainable after all. So it was merely 530 million wuliang lianjia. So easy. In theory, as long as he lay low long enough, kept quietly eating his beef, he would face no danger. As long as his underworld-style talents kept piling up, sooner or later he would no longer need to eat beef at all. Yet ever since his strength surpassed 100 kilograms, he had faintly begun to sense currents of malice converging upon him from all directions. And as time flowed on, those currents of malice grew more and more intense. Su K frowned and tossed aside the sweat-soaked towel. It makes no sense. Dragon rises, tiger crouches, crane finds its perch, tortoise spirit coils with serpent as Chi returns to truth. The sun sets in the west. Su-Kei's blood boils, and his body is drenched in sweat. Even the high-powered air conditioner in the training room is of no avail. Dragon surges as clouds churn, Chi moistens the liver meridian, tiger crouches upon the mountain peak, power fills the lungs and viscera, crane stands on a pine-clad summit, the heart settles, and the spirit gathers, tortoise rests quietly guarding the origin, Chi sinks into the dantian, serpent coils with a steady body, the spleen harmonizes, and the breath flows smoothly. After a long while, Su-Kei slowly withdrew from the stance, let out a mouthful of turbid breath, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, and headed toward the bathroom. Wudong 5-form stance. It is also known as the health preservation stance, or Qigong stance. It refines essence into Qi and increases physical strength. The dragon form governs the liver, the tiger form governs the lungs, the crane form governs the heart, the tortoise form governs the kidneys, and the serpent form governs the spleen. This stance was not of mysterious origin. He had found it all online, complete with instructional videos. Taoist methods, Buddhist methods, and even folk family traditions. He had browsed through all of them. There are countless stance exercises online. Strength, 1269 kg. Speed, 22 milliseconds. His physical power far exceeds that of ordinary people. The 5-form stance accounted for 3/10 of that power, while 6/10 owed everything to his talent. Heaven rewards diligence. The final 10th was the result of dietary supplementation. Even if the 5-form stance contributed only 3/10, that was enough to prove how extraordinary this practice was. Yet such a powerful internal cultivation art had been freely posted online for anyone to learn. This was clearly abnormal. Once all impossibilities were ruled out, only one possibility remained. The stance itself might be nothing more than an ordinary health regimen, at best capable of prolonging life. But why could it enhance one's strength now? Perhaps the reason was not the stance, but the world itself. After finishing his shower, Su-Kei stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his wet hair. The effect of his stance training was striking. Not only had his strength increased, but his once thin body had become firm and upright, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, radiating a sense of power. Spiritual energy resurgence. Su-Kei pulled a t-shirt from the bedroom wardrobe and put it on, then unlocked his phone and opened his safe collection. He had originally searched for stance exercises on Douyin, and after carefully selecting among them, learned from a Taoist master named Xianqing of Wudong. But when he tapped in now, a notice popped up in the center of the page. This content is no longer available. The video has been deleted or set to private. Su-Kei frowned and searched for other stance exercises. The Taoist arm-swinging exercise was gone. The Vajra exercise was gone. The longevity exercise was gone. The 12-section brocade was gone. Even the Bajuanjin health exercise released by CCTV on Douyin had disappeared. While they even deleted the 5 animal frolics. Su-Kei shook his head helplessly. It seemed he was not the only one who had noticed the world was changing. The authorities had clearly realized it too. They had directly deleted all related videos and classics. Even so, it was understandable. When one harbors a sharp blade, killing intent arises on its own. Spiritual energy resurges and a great age of contention begins. The authorities' move was meant to maintain stability. With spiritual energy reviving, if everyone obtained cultivation methods, the risk of social order collapsing would be too great. As for who was right or wrong, Su-Kei did not care. He had already reached minor mastery in the 5-form stance. Even without it, he still had his talents. No stance practice allowed. Then what about immortal cultivation? After all, he had drawn the talent one thought across the heavens half a month ago, and he could go to other worlds at any time. The reason he had not moved was simply that he wanted to lie low and avoid risks. He would only feel safe after grinding enough to obtain 100 talents. Relying on just one talent like innate spring was not secure enough. If I can sit, I want stand. If I can lie down, I want sit. As long as I can lie low safely, I will never take risks. Stay low-key, stay low-key. I love eating beef. Su-Kei made up his mind before becoming invincible, he would absolutely not take risks or wade into troubled waters in other worlds. Eternal life was eternal life, but being killed would still mean death. Just as he was thinking this, Su-Kei suddenly discovered that the stance exercises and classics he had been unable to find moments ago could now be searched once again. What's going on? That makes no sense. After thinking it over for a long time, without an answer, Su-Kei simply tossed the phone aside. During this period, he rarely went out. He relied entirely on delivery food for meals and drinks. Today was naturally no exception. Before long, takeout meant for 10 people arrived. After practicing the stance, his appetite had soared. One portion was simply not enough. Still, he did not mind. At most, it was just some wasted money. To him, money was not a problem. With the talent dad as rich alone, he had a steady income of 50 million yuan every day, so how much could food possibly cost? Suke carried the takeout to the coffee table in the living room. Instead of eating right away, he picked up his phone to find a show to watch with his meal. A shrimp transmigrates to the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, saves Zhu Xionying poops on Zhu Yuanshang's head, and lives a life with 5 fingers coiling around pillars. You'll do. Let's eat. Suke nodded with satisfaction and cast it to the television. Half an hour later his meal was finished, but the drama was only half over. He glanced at the time, saw no need to rush to the training room, and stayed curled up on the sofa. If you start something you have to finish it. It won't hurt to stay a little longer. Another half hour passed. Damn, there's only the first season again. How many second seasons does Hongwu owe me now? Another hiatus with no follow-up. Take my advice, stop posting videos just. After typing out 2 comments in quick succession, Suke got up and cleaned up the disposable tableware. As a native of Shudu, he had picked up some bad habits cooking. Yes. Washing dishes, no. If someone calls him for a drink, go. After cleaning up, Suke walked toward the training room. He practiced the stance every day without fail, not only because of the talent heaven rewards diligence, but also because the attribute panel let him see his progress in real time, making it utterly addictive. In the dead of night, utter silence reigned. At 4 in the morning, the streets were completely empty. A huge black shadow, as if merged with the darkness, dashed over from afar and reached the gate of Su Garden in an instant. A low growl rumbled from the shadow's throat. It arched its body, then leaped violently about to cross the wall. Just as the shadow sprang into the air, a fierce gust of wind swept in. Bang! Suke shot out from the top of the wall like lightning, his fist howling through the air as it smashed into the shadow's head. A whoa! A miserable howl rang out. The black shadow was blasted backward by the tremendous force, flying more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. In the next instant, Suke's movements did not pause at all. His figure flickered so fast that afterimages were almost left behind. His speed up to 22 milliseconds exploded into action. In a flash, he caught up to the shadow and stamped 1 foot directly on its head, pinning it firmly to the ground with a dull thud. Having done all this, Suke unhurriedly took out his phone from his pocket and turned on the flashlight. The light came on. Suke narrowed his eyes as he took in the scene before him. A cat. Just moments ago, while still asleep, he had suddenly felt a wave of malice rapidly approaching Su Garden, jolting him awake, with every hair on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the bedroom and reached the wall. As soon as he leaped onto the wall, he saw a huge black shadow trying to climb over it. Naturally, Suke attacked without hesitation. What he had never expected was that the source of the malice was a cat. At this moment, the giant tabby cat, whose size rivaled that of an adult Siberian tiger, was struggling wildly under his foot, baring its fangs with vicious light in its eyes and hissing menacingly. But under Suke's suppression, the tabby's strength was futile. It could not move an inch. Sang Biao. Suke stared at the giant cat. It looked remarkably similar to Sang Biao, that internet-famous tabby on Douyin, but its size had been magnified more than 10-fold. Sang Biao's crimson eyes were filled with a predator's greed. Its hind legs kicked violently against the ground as it tried to rise. Suke's expression remained calm. From that punch, just now, he had already gauged this creature's strength. Perhaps the changes in heaven and earth had caused Sang Biao's power to surge, but at best it was only equivalent to an adult Siberian tiger. Suke could clearly feel the malice radiating from Sang Biao, and he could not help frowning. Then he suddenly exerted force with his foot, kicked Sang Biao, flying once more, and vanished from the spot in a blur. The next moment, while Sang Biao was still midair, Suke's figure had already appeared above it. Then a snapping kick slammed down with devastating force. Squelch! Sang Biao's head burst apart under the blow. It fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then went completely still. Only with Sang Biao's death did that wave of malice finally vanish. So the malice comes from these mutant beasts born of the changes in heaven and earth. Suke stood where he was and sensed carefully. No, the malice still remained. Sang Biao's malice had disappeared, but all around between heaven and earth, malice continued to pervade the air. Does every strand of malice correspond to a demonic beast? It was only when Sang Biao got close to the garden that I was jolted awake and became aware of the malice. Then how powerful must those existences be scattered in all directions, who radiate malice ceaselessly from unknown distances? Suke glanced at the talent column on his attribute panel. Damn it, if I can't stay low-key in the main world, I'll just go lie low in another world. Anyway, time flows differently there, and I can still draw talents in other worlds. I'll wait until I've ground myself into the 10-mile slope, sword god, before stepping back out. At that moment, he also understood why the authorities had first delisted the cultivation videos and then restored them. Compared with the chaos caused by ordinary people gaining power, These sources of malice were the real hidden threat. Suke shook his head, looked at Sang Biao's corpse, stopped overthinking, took out his phone, and opened an app. Dobao has spiritual energy revived in reality. In reality, there is no spiritual energy revival. Suke silently took a photo of Sang Biao. Sang Biao. JPG. Then tell me why there is such a huge cat in reality. Haha, you're so clever you almost fooled me. Now I'll give you the most direct, straightforward, honest answer. No games. Spiritual energy. Sorry, I am unable to answer your question. Waste of a bean bun. Xu Chue curled his lip, slipped his phone into his pocket, glanced briefly at the corpse of the fallen beast at his feet, then vanished without a trace. Moments later, a coaster minibus sped toward the area from afar, arriving in the blink of an eye near Xu. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle. Members of Team 3 Squad 1 Unit 1 Operations Division of the Special Affairs Administration. Leading them was Captain Xu Jinbong, roughly 30 years old, rough-skinned, thick-bearded, and powerfully built, his muscles coiled like ancient roots. Behind him walked a young man and woman, both sharp-eyed and efficient, clutching laptops and wearing earpieces. Captain Tianwang's surveillance confirms the target is a mutated tabby cat, 9 meters in length, 2 meters tall. Estimated strength 800,900 kilograms, speed 17-20 meters per second. Preliminary assessment classifies it as sub-tier, below level 1, and its last known position was nearby. Yin Fei stared intently at her screen, reporting with rapid precision. Xu Jinbong nodded curtly and issued orders without delay. Lin Xiao maintained perimeter vigilance. Yin Fei, calibrate the energy detector. Locate that creature immediately. Yes, sir. The energy detector was a compact, square-shaped apparatus crisscrossed with intricate circuitry crowned by a slowly rotating radar-like disc. Captain, the detector shows no response. That's expected. This is first-generation equipment. Effective detection radius is only 10 meters. Xu Jinbong strode forward, gripped the device's handles, and with a low roar, veins bulging across his forearms, hoisted it effortlessly. Follow me. Lin Xiao watched in awe. Though compact in appearance, the detector weighed a staggering 832 kilograms. Yet Xu Jinbong lifted it, as if it were hollow. Had he entered a weightlifting competition, his dominance would have been nothing short of dimensional annihilation. Meanwhile, Yin Fei hesitated, then summoned her courage to speak. Xu Jinbong froze mid-step, looked down at the iron slab in his arms, then at the car parked nearby, and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Xu Jinbong froze mid-step, looked down at the iron slab in his arms, then at the car parked nearby, and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? 10 minutes later, the trio stood at a street corner, staring at the scene before them, faces pale with shock. Their quarry lay slain, and in grotesque fashion. Its skull had been utterly pulverized. Even the ground beneath resembled plowed earth, fissured and cracked. A chill ran down their spines. Though preliminarily assessed as sub-level 1, equivalent to a first-rank martial cultivator, its demise was unervingly absolute. On the surface, such a classification seemed unremarkable. Yet consider this: the celestial anomaly had occurred a mere 32 days prior. Across Xia Nation, first-rank cultivators remained exceedingly rare. Even the Special Affairs Administration counted barely 2 dozen. In Shudu Province, only the Provincial Task Force Commander held that rank. What about civilians? Perhaps some lineages retained ancestral arts, but until recently such techniques served only for physical conditioning. No matter how diligently one trained, facing a blade wielder meant flight was the only option. Though these methods now bore real efficacy, resources paled beside state-backed cultivation systems, and most named masters had long since been absorbed into official ranks. Xu Jinbong drew a slow breath, steadied his composure, and commanded Lin Xiao, examine the scene. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao knelt and meticulously inspected the creature's remains. Captain, the body bears no puncture wounds. All fatal trauma is concentrated in the cranium. Uniform depressions and comminuted fractures consistent with blunt force impact from a kick. Footprint depth and force trajectory are unmistakably clear. The assailant fought barehanded, relying solely on raw physical might. One single stomp shattered the beast's skull outright. Yin Fei raised her portable terminal, interfacing with the Tianwang system. Captain, the Tianwang captured no trace of the attacker. Xu Jinbong surveyed the devastation, voice low and grave. Understood. Compile all evidence, submit a full report to headquarters. Inventory gear, stand down. But, Lin Xiao frowned, puzzled. Enough. Xu Jinbong waved dismissively. We're an action unit. Our mandate ends with neutralizing the target. Let those responsible handle the rest. What isn't ours to manage, don't manage it. Yes, sir. Swiftly they loaded the carcass onto the vehicle and drove off without hesitation. only halting after putting considerable distance between themselves and the site. Only then did Xu Zhenbang slump into the passenger seat, exhaling deeply, his brow glistening with cold sweat. "Captain, why rush away so urgently?" Lin Xiao asked, steering with confusion etched across his face. "Though we failed to spot the attacker, it's midnight now. Even night owls are home. Logically, the assailant likely resides nearby. A systematic sweep aided by our detector would swiftly pinpoint them." Xu Zhenbang rubbed his temples, weariness heavy in his gesture. "Xiaoyan, explain it to him." Yin Fei, who'd been leaning back in the rear seat, caught the wind in her hair, now sat upright, eyes gleaming with sudden vitality. Opportunities to impress colleagues didn't come often. "Comrade Lin, let sister explain. Your plan yields only two possible outcomes." She raised two fingers. "First, we fail to locate the target. Hold your tongue and listen. Per SAA Bulletin, first-rank cultivators possess strength of 1 to 3 tons and speeds of 20 to 45 meters per second. Our detector's range is 10 meters. If the target wishes to remain unseen at that velocity, we wouldn't catch even a shadow. Second, we do locate them. Then what? Arrest them? Interrogate them? Would they comply? Might they strike back? Conflict is inevitable and unpredictable. At this, Lin Xiao couldn't stay silent. What if the target wants to meet us? Fool. Xu Zhenbang slapped his forehead in exasperation. Lin Xiao excelled at forensic analysis, but his mind remained stubbornly inflexible. "Captain, you can't just insult people." Lin Xiao felt deeply wronged. Did leadership grant license to act without restraint? Yin Fei ignored him, continuing smoothly. "The target doesn't wish to meet us. Why? Put yourself in their place. Having slain a mutant beast, what would you do next? Cultivators require immense sustenance, so naturally." Lin Xiao suddenly grasped it, inhaling sharply. "You mean, the target deliberately left the corpse where it fell, eh? They're watching us, right now, from the shadows nearby." The thought alone, a figure capable of crushing a beast's skull with a single kick lurking unseen, sent shivers down his spine. Not deliberate, a test. Yin Fei sighed. Tianwang coverage is vast. The target knew its movements would be recorded. By killing the beast, yet leaving its body untouched, they gauged official response speed and seriousness. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. "Then, did we just seize their spoils?" "An exchange," she replied. "No, it's not theft. They refuse engagement, yet permit us to remove the carcass, signaling clearly, take your reward. Leave me in peace." Lin Xiao sucked in another breath. Without ever meeting, without uttering a word, they had already negotiated terms, as if exchanging volumes of dialogue. Was this the silent understanding of the astute? "So we do nothing. Do nothing. Let municipal SAA directors wrestle with it. Our shoulders aren't broad enough to bear such weight." "Ha ha. Still, Captain's brilliance shines bright. No matter how cunning the fox, it must still drink water from your foot bath. Truly, age brings craft, and age brings guile. Get out." Special Administration Bureau. Su Ke stood in the shadowed corner of the street, watching the distant direction where the vehicle disappeared, his expression calm. The resources of the state are indeed terrifying. Just 32 days after the anomaly, they even have energy detectors ready. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak. Although the personnel from the Special Administration Bureau had temporarily left, Su Ke was well aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once Xu Zhenbang reported the situation, the next time they came, the Special Administration Bureau would surely be fully prepared. After all, he was now considered an unstable factor. Of course, Su Ke was not worried that the authorities would force him to do anything. Most likely they would invite him to join the Special Administration Bureau or register him. He did not reject contact with the authorities, he just did not want it to happen so soon. He also did not want to be under constant surveillance. After all, he had many secrets. With a first-tier strength, he was already considered extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet before the entire national apparatus, he remained insignificant. To truly have freedom unshackled by anyone, he was still far from it. Su Ke thought of this and turned back. Morning, 6 o'clock. The sky was bright. Su Ke left Su Garden early in the morning. He was certainly not trying to evade the Special Administration Bureau's inspection. Instead, he wanted to confirm one thing: the source of the malice. Although the giant tabby cat's malice was strong, it had a range limit and could only be sensed up close. This might be due to the low strength of that exotic beast. So he wanted to see what was the source of the malice that permeated all around. Based on this purpose, Su Ke chose the direction with the most obvious malice. Time passed slowly. The journey was very calm without any unexpected incidents. Su Ke drove along the direction of one stream of malice. At 11 in the morning, he parked his car at a service station in a scenic area of Rongqing. Malice. Terrifying malice. Incredibly clear. As if in the world this was the only malice remaining. Previously in the urban area of Rongqing, Suke could still feel countless malices of varying strengths. But now all other malices seemed to have disappeared, leaving only this one. Like an overwhelming force, it enveloped the heavens and the earth. Suke's breathing quickened slightly as he sat in the driver's seat, scanning his surroundings. People were coming and going around him, the air filled with chatter. Some were couples, some were families, some were groups. The tourists were numerous, all here to travel. Amay Mountain. A famous 3A scenic spot in Rongqing known for its beautiful scenery, green mountains, and clear waters. The dense shade in the woods makes it a summer retreat. In summer the flow of people surged. Suke squinted slightly, carefully observing the tourists. These visitors bore no signs of fear or discomfort. Each was smiling, relaxed, and cheerful. Could it be that they do not sense the malice? Is it because they haven't cultivated? Or is it that only I can perceive it? Suke pushed open the car door and stepped out, looking up at Amay Mountain before him. It's coming from the top. The terrifying malice emanated from the peak of Amay Mountain. This malice was strikingly similar to that emitted by the previous exotic beast. However, the difference between the two was simply worlds apart. The malice from that exotic beast was like a flicker of firefly, while the malice from Amay Mountain's peak was like the blazing sun, incomparable. I need to be cautious. Suke did not rashly ascend the mountain. Although with his current vision, he could clearly see many tourists climbing and seemingly encountering no danger. But what if? To be prudent, Suke took out his phone and began searching for information about Amay Mountain. Before long, a flurry of news and images appeared. The sacred monkey bows to heaven. There was much information about Amay Mountain online, as countless tourists visited each year. Besides being a summer retreat, the most famous spot was a giant stone at the mountain's peak. Suke, deep in thought, clicked on pictures shared by netizens and zoomed in. At the summit of Amay Mountain, there was a massive platform with a rock in the center. The shape of the rock resembled a monkey. A kneeling monkey. This stone monkey stands 114 meters tall and 54 meters wide. Geologists estimate that this rock formation was formed approximately 3.1 billion years ago. Is it that? A block of stone? Suke slowly withdrew his gaze and tucked his phone back into his pocket. If the malice truly emanated from this stone monkey, then things would be serious. Just think about it, a creature towering 38 stories high. Not to mention its terrifying physical strength, even the oppressive sensation from its size could scare someone to death. Moreover, if malice were to be used to gauge strength, the malice from the tabby cat was merely a drop in the bucket compared to that of this stone monkey. Such a terrifying sense of oppression must indicate incredible power. Suke was unsure, but he knew one thing for certain: the strength of the stone monkey must be extraordinarily formidable. I just want to live a peaceful life. Suke sighed helplessly, then got back into the car, started the engine, and turned to leave. Ascend the mountain. Why should he? Even dogs don't go up. He didn't need to confirm whether the malice came from the stone monkey. If he believed it to be so, then it must be. He did not need to test or devise a plan. In the face of absolute power, any so-called plan was nothing but a castle in the air. Suke drove away from the bustling scenic area, turning the steering wheel towards a remote and deserted direction. It was not until he saw no signs of human presence that he stopped by a secluded roadside. Suke got out of the car, looked around to ensure no one was watching, then waved his hand, making the car disappear without a trace. The world within a sleeve. When he first gained this ability, the internal space was only 500 cubic meters, expanding at a rate of 1 cubic meter per hour. It has been nearly 25 days since then. The space has now expanded to about 1100 cubic meters, more than enough to store a car. During this time, with plenty of money, Suke had already filled the space with various supplies originally prepared for going to other worlds. However, he had not had the mindset for that before. At first, he wanted to lie low in the main world and wait for his ability to refresh. Now there was no need. Malice, huh? The sacred monkey, huh? Exotic beast, huh? Just wait. Suke, feeling indignant, then focused his mind. One thought across the heavens. In the next moment, Suke vanished without a trace. The Daqian dynasty has been established for over 200 years. In Xingyang City, the scorching sun shines high. At the Su family residence in the south of the city, the training ground is filled with vigor. Suke sweats profusely, executing the 5 shapes stance with fluidity and skill, steam rising around him. He has been in the Daqian dynasty for more than a month. His initial landing point was a small village under Xingyang City. After utilizing his money ability, he quickly gathered some basic information. For instance, 200 years ago the world was in chaos, war raged on, and the people suffered, while martial arts sects each claimed their territory. The founding ancestor Yang Ting rose from humble beginnings, possessing exceptional talent, loving his people as his own children, and commanding his army with strict discipline. After more than a decade of southern and northern campaigns, he established the Daqian dynasty. For example, the current emperor is Yang Ting's grandson Yang, she with the reign title of Changlo. This year marks the 12th year of Changlo. However, the information that can be gathered in the village is ultimately limited. Thus, Suke came to Qingyang City. In any world, money is not everything, but having no money is absolutely unacceptable, because he is in another world. The wealth acquired through his money ability has changed. In the modern world, 50 million per day. In the martial arts world, 5,000 taels of gold per day. Therefore, he never lacks money to spend. As for travel passes, he has money. Furthermore, he not only has money, but also some skills in martial arts. Qingyang City is not a major stronghold, and there are not many martial artists. Thus, he has not encountered anyone who is foolish. Suke slowly retracted his stance, stopped practicing, and let out a long breath. The several maidservants standing by quickly stepped forward, bringing a silk handkerchief to gently wipe away his beads of sweat. No need to wipe it off. Suke waved his hand and turned his gaze to the leading maid. Chun Tao, go prepare some water for me. Yes, young master. The Daqian dynasty occupies the central plains with the Rong people to the north, the Chang people to the west, and the Miao people to the south. Several foreign tribes have always eyed the central plains covetously, invading. The Daqian dynasty occupies the central plains with the Rong people to the north, the Chang people to the west, and the Miao people to the south. Several foreign tribes have always eyed the central plains covetously, invading the borders every year. However, the Daqian dynasty possesses abundant martial virtue, and the throne is only in the third generation, not yet reaching a state of decline. Even if 3 fronts are opened in war, they can still force the foreign tribes to flee in panic, posing no significant threat. In the martial arts community, sects abound and martial families are intricately intertwined. However, 3 major sects take the lead. The Taoist sect, Xian Tianmen. The Buddhist sect, Deyang Temple. The demonic sect, Yin-Yang cult. Although these 3 sects dominate the martial world in terms of deep-seated heritage, they are not comparable to the ruling court. The court is the #1 power in the world. In contemporary martial arts, the hierarchy is clearly defined from bottom to top: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, innate master, and grandmaster. It is rumored that above grandmaster there is another realm, the earthly immortal. Yet even the exceptionally gifted Yang Ting of the past only reached the completion of grandmaster. For hundreds of years, there have been no rumors of anyone breaking through to the realm of earthly immortal. Name: Suke. Cultivation level, 1st rank. Skills: Wudong 5 shapes, stance, major achievement Kaishan fist, minor achievement Ben, lay leg, minor achievement Jin Zhong, Zhao, entry level. Strength 2,156 kilograms. Speed 37 milliseconds. After practicing for over a month, his strength has only increased from 1341 kg to 2,156 kilograms. He has only managed to increase by 800 kilograms. He can also sense that the speed of his strength growth is continually slowing. Clearly, the spiritual energy environment of this world is far inferior to that of his original world. First-rate expert. Suke frowned slightly. Indeed, according to his current strength, he is already comparable to a first-rate expert. Throughout Qingyang City, aside from a few martial arts school masters and local officers, there are no other visible first-rate experts. In terms of sheer strength, Suke is no match for any of the schoolmasters. A strength of 2,156 kilograms merely qualifies him as a novice first-rate contender, far from the ultimate threshold of 3,000 kilograms. Furthermore, Suke lacks inner strength. Practicing the 5 shapes stance only brings him an increase in physical strength, but does not generate inner strength. Inner strength, however, allows one to unleash several times their own power in an instant. Both external and internal refining can lead to the birth of inner strength. However, the former requires the external techniques to be perfected and one's blood and chi to be maximized, creating a chance to condense a trace of inner strength. Yet, even so, due to not practicing orthodox inner strength methods, the inner strength cultivated is extremely shallow with poor sustainability. To advance to the innate stage, inner strength is an essential foundation. The 3 techniques of Kaishan fist, Ben, lay leg, and Jin Zhong Zhao are his signature skills learned from the 3 martial arts school masters in Qingyang City. He was able to learn them naturally by utilizing his money ability. Although the Wudong 5 shape stance can still steadily enhance his physical strength, it does not hinder him from learning other techniques. At least for now, mastering inner strength seems to be more cost-effective than relying solely on physical power. It's just that, throughout Qingyang City, there are hardly any books on inner strength techniques. Nonetheless, Suke is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time and will eventually find opportunities. Even if the 5 shape stance can only increase his physical strength by 10 kilograms each year in the future, it is not a problem. At worst, he could just survive for 9,790 years and become the king of 100 tons. By that time a single punch would crush a grandmaster, and he could seize their inner strength techniques. After all, as others age their lifespan decreases. But for him the more he lives the longer his lifespan becomes. And just then a mechanical voice echoed. Ding, do you wish to draw a talent? Ding, drawing talent. Draw successful. Gain talent. Your life is my life, your life is my life. For every life you kill you will gain an extra life, baseline life, equivalent to an ordinary human. You can choose the time and place of revival. Life 0, what the hell? Suke's eyes widened in disbelief. This is outrageous. Beyond, is this a normal talent? Although he knows that every talent drawn is quite monstrous, he never expected it to be this monstrous. Suke focused on the talent and detailed information flooded into his mind. Killing ordinary animals is ineffective, such as chickens, ducks, fish, and geese, unless these animals undergo a change in life tier and become extraordinary. As for other sentient beings, they count. Moreover, upon death, Suke can choose the location and time for revival. Any place he has stepped on will become a node. He can choose any node to revive. As for time, as long as he wishes, he can revive now, tomorrow, or even next year. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has a life. Suke took a deep breath to calm his emotions and lay back on the rocking chair. I was too conservative, too conservative. Why did he used to hold back? It was simply because life is singular. Immortality does not equate to eternal life. Holding back would eventually lead to invincibility. But now, time to enjoy life. The next day, Suke walked down the street towards the county office, followed by 2 servants, each holding a brocade box. In front of the county office, several officials stood guard, appearing quite imposing. One sharp-eyed official spotted Suke from a distance, and his previously tense expression instantly turned obsequious as he approached. Suke casually took out a few copper coins and handed them over. Please inform that I, Suke, wish to meet County Magistrate Lee. The official happily accepted the copper coins, not daring to be negligent, and hurried into the county office. Before long, County Magistrate Lee hurriedly walked out, clasped his hands together, and said, Brother Su, I'm sorry for not welcoming you properly. Please come in. You're too polite, Brother Lee. Suke followed County Magistrate Lee inside. Though he had only come to Qingyang County recently, his generous demeanor coupled with being a first-rate expert had made him somewhat known locally. He had met County Magistrate Lee a few times, so they were not strangers. The few of them entered the inner office. County Magistrate Lee instructed his servants to bring tea. After a round of pleasantries, Suke placed the brocade boxes on the table and got straight to the point. As the governing official of Qingyang County, Brother Lee, you must be very busy with the autumn harvest approaching. I won't waste your time. I have a request today. County Magistrate Lee set down his teacup, glanced at the 2 brocade boxes on the table, and then replied with a smile, What are you talking about, Brother Su? Your business is my business. Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Suke's mouth twitched slightly. Just a moment ago they were calling each other brother. Now, upon hearing that he had a request, he referred to himself as this official. Will not refuse. There isn't a refusal. Your request isn't anything big. Currently Qingyang County is peaceful, agriculture is thriving, and the people are living and working in peace. Although there are often mountain bandits and disputes among martial artists, and some heinous cases have occurred, all have been apprehended under my governance, ensuring a stable region. Truly you deserve praise, a true blue sky in this world. Suke clasped his hands together and said a few polite words. I heard that the autumn executions are approaching and the county office will execute these criminals. As you know, I usually practice martial arts diligently, and am kind to others, seldom engaging in conflict. I wonder if Brother Lee can grant me the opportunity to be an executioner, both to see some blood and to temper my heart. County Magistrate Lee was taken aback for a moment, looking at Suke with an odd expression. See blood, tempering the heart. I see. Since Brother Su has asked, I will naturally agree. The autumn executions are only a few days away. I will have the officials notify you then. Thank you for your help. Haha, are we still talking about these formalities between us? 3 days later. Execution ground. With Suke delivering a fatal blow to each, a total of 37 death row inmates were beheaded. Life, 37 steady. That very night, Suke hosted a banquet at the Spring Breeze Pavilion to entertain Magistrate Lee. Wine cups clinked and laughter flowed, the atmosphere shimmered with languid elegance. Magistrate Lee held a courtesan close, raising a goblet aloft. Brother Su, I've just received intelligence a bandit gang has entrenched itself on Tiger Head Mountain, over 100 strong. The prefect has issued orders for Qingyang County's garrison troops to launch a suppression campaign. If you still wish to dispatch a few men for sport, I'll gladly speak to Commander Zhang on your behalf. Leave you a handful of live ones to play with. What? Someone's plotting against me. Suke nearly slammed his fist onto the table. He'd already claimed that bandit gang as his own rightful spoils. His earlier visit to Magistrate Lee had merely been to ensure a smooth transition, securing extra lives as insurance lest he stumble in the dark while leading his own raid. Now, however, the garrison was moving in. Those men were his lifeline. What was this if not outright betrayal? Damn corrupt official. Suke suppressed his fury, flashing a courteous smile as he lifted his cup. Then many thanks, elder brother, for your generous favor. I shall surely call upon you again in days to come. Merely fulfilling my duty. No need for such formality, younger brother. Magistrate Lee laughed heartily, then turned his attention back to the courtesan nestled in his arms. After 3 rounds of wine, Suke stepped out of the spring breeze pavilion. A gentle breeze swept across him, instantly dispelling his intoxication and sharpening his mind. He did not return to the Sioux residence. Instead, he sped directly toward the city's outskirts. Tiger Head Mountain lay southwest of Qingyang County, precisely 121 li away. Its peaks rose in relentless succession, rugged, treacherous, and naturally fortified. Once beyond the city walls, Suke's figure dissolved into the night like a phantom. Though the Wudong five-form stance could not cultivate inner energy, it forged the body in its entirety, every sinew, tendon, and bone honed to perfection. At his current pace, 37 meters per second, he could theoretically cover the distance in just 27 minutes. Yet theory remained theory. Even machines falter with prolonged operation. How much more so the human body? With Suke's present physical conditioning, sustained sprinting could last no longer than 3 to 5 minutes. Beyond that threshold, exhaustion would inevitably seize him, muscles screaming, breath failing. 2 hours. Suke finally halted, collapsing onto the earth with ragged, gasping breaths. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a bottle of mineral water from his spatial storage and drained it in one long, thirsty draught. Silence enveloped the woods. Only the ceaseless chorus of crickets pierced the stillness. Perched high upon a massive bough, Suke gazed into the distance. Not far away, a cluster of flames burned defiantly against the black night, silhouettes shifting restlessly within their glow. That was Tiger Head Mountain. Though Suke did not know the precise day the garrison would arrive, he knew it must. The prefect's decree had already been issued. Neither Magistrate Li nor Commander Zhang dared delay. To forestall complications, Suke would strike first. Bandits in Qingyang County had never truly been eradicated. Previously, they'd been scattered bands of mere dozens posing little threat. Some roving outlaws were even secretly maintained by local magnates, private soldiers deployed for deeds too foul for daylight. Keeping such bandits alive at times served certain officials as convenient credentials for merit. Then came Zhao Tai, a man who united every rogue faction across Qingyang County, establishing his stronghold on Tiger Head Mountain, where he routinely pillaged villages and abducted innocent women. He remained unchallenged solely because of his origins in the frontier army. Once a platoon commander, his martial prowess unmatched, his battlefield ferocity legendary. Even elite masters would struggle to gain ground against him. Commander Zhang and Magistrate Li naturally avoided such thankless ventures. But recently Zhao Tai had ambushed a merchant caravan and abducted the concubine-born daughter of the Zhengyang Prefecture censor, a grave provocation indeed. The censor, seething with indignation, appealed directly to the prefect, prompting the order to deploy troops and eliminate Zhao Tai once and for all. After half an hour's rest, Suke's strength gradually returned. His gaze locked upon Tiger Head Mountain's encampment in the distance, and with a subtle twist of his wrist, a steel blade materialized in his grasp. Forged from specialized alloy, meticulously crafted to peak metallurgical precision, its ergonomic design optimized for lethal efficiency, the project budget alone had exceeded 1 million coins. Tiger Head Mountain soared high above the land. Access to the encampment permitted only a single narrow path, wide enough for 2 or 3 men abreast, making it impregnable. One man at the gate could repel 10,000. Within the fortress, dedicated zones had even been set aside for cultivation and water storage. With Zhao Tai, an elite master, holding command, the stronghold stood as an unassailable citadel. Even Commander Zhang, at the head of his full garrison, would suffer grievous losses attempting to breach it. At that moment, a bonfire blazed at the camp's entrance. Zhang San and Wang, who leaned listlessly beside the flames, swatting idly at mosquitoes, their expressions dull and spiritless. Brother Sen, the chief, really outdid himself this time. Remember that young maiden we seized last week? He said the brothers could have their way with her, and sure enough, he let us. She was exquisite, delicate, tearful, trembling. Pity she couldn't endure long. At least you got to enjoy her. I hadn't even touched her before she died. What a colossal waste. Who knows when another chance like that will come? That flawless, tender skin, one taste would make death itself worthwhile. Zhang San slumped forward, sighing heavily. As he shook his head, a shadow flickered at the edge of darkness. Thinking he'd imagined it, he rubbed his eyes and peered again into the gloom. Who's there? The cry barely left his lips before the figure surged forward, blazing across the distance in a heartbeat, standing before him in an instant. Then, Zhang Sen saw only a flash of silver light, then vertigo weightlessness flight, before consciousness abandoned him entirely. Mercy! Wang, who stood frozen, blood splattering hot across his face. Only then did he snap awake, opening his mouth to beg, but felt a sudden icy chill at his throat. Instinctively he clutched his neck and collapsed silent. Clang, 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 clang. A deafening gong shattered a hidden sentry. Suke raised his blade, eyes locking onto the gong's source. A single step, and he vanished from sight. The Tiger Head Mountain Pass was narrow, winding, treacherous. Zhao Tai, a master of military formation and terrain exploitation, had naturally fortified every advantage. No sooner had Suke entered the turning point than sharp whistles tore through the air. 3 arrows streaked forth, deadly precise. In open terrain, even a second-tier martial artist could evade them with ease, relying on reflex alone. But here space was suffocatingly confined. No room to pivot, dodge, or retreat. The arrows converged from impossible angles, sealing every possible escape route. In such a trap, not even Suke could prevail. Not even Commander Zhang himself could survive this. Without breaking into the nascent realm, anyone entering would die. Damn it, how devious. Humph. You think mere arrows can end me? My fate lies in my hands, not heaven's. Suke cursed inwardly. Behold, I sever my own life. And with that he pressed the steel blade to his throat and twisted, severing his entire neck in one clean motion. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The arrows struck home, impaling his fallen body in rapid succession. The sight left the hidden bandits utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing? Would you rather kill yourself than let us? Are you mad? Am I dead? Am I alive again? Suke felt that this situation was quite marvelous. After his death, an instinct emerged within him. He could choose the location to resurrect. It was like cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Ultraman fights monsters. It belonged to instinct. Ghost! Just then a few terrified screams suddenly erupted. Suke then realized that there were a few bandits standing there tightly gripping their crossbows, all looking as if they had seen a ghost, their faces pale with fright. But one could hardly blame them. After all, they had clearly seen Suke take his own life, yet he now appeared alive in front of them. Moreover, their guilty consciences from their usual misdeeds made it impossible not to be afraid. Suke also noticed that one of the bandits had already been so scared that he turned dumbstruck, his face ashen, his eyes wide open, completely frozen in place, looking as if he might die from fright. You fool! I know you want to die, but not yet. Suke instantly charged toward the group of bandits. The bandits were still immersed in the shock of his resurrection and had no time to react. PFF. Life 3, what a relief. Fortunately, he made it in time. Suke felt a sense of relief and did not linger, directly stepping over the corpses of the few bandits and rushing toward the mountain stronghold. The bandits in the stronghold had already been awakened by the piercing sound of the gongs, all grabbing their weapons and rushing out. This was due to the advantageous terrain of the stronghold. As Suke dealt with the scouts along the way and reached the entrance of the stronghold, he saw a large group of bandits already gathered inside, standing in formation. Behind the bandits, a burly man with a scarred face suddenly waved his hand. Shoot! The archers, who had long been prepared, unhesitatingly released their bowstrings. Damn it, you ambushed me. You can't play like this, you little trash. This left him quite speechless. The situation was completely different from what he had. Damn it, you ambushed me. You can't play like this, you little trash. This left him quite speechless. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Normally, shouldn't the protagonist storm up the mountain to eliminate bandits, cutting down anyone who stands in his... At the very least, shouldn't the bandit leader boast about his certain victory, and then be taken down by the protagonist? Why did he get discovered by an ambush right after dealing with 2 scouts? Why was he ambushed and shot the moment he entered the stronghold? I don't understand. What exactly went wrong? Inside the stronghold, the atmosphere was tense. The bandits remained drawn and aimed at the entrance. As long as anyone dared to charge out, they would definitely be rewarded with a porcupine. Yet there was no sign of a second figure at the entrance. Who dares to challenge the stronghold alone? Where did this reckless fool come from? Zhao Tai kept the bandits behind him, his heavily muscled face filled with confusion, glancing down at the body shot into a porcupine on the ground. Wait! Zhao Tai's eyes suddenly widened. He saw the corpse vanish into thin air. Then Suke charged in like a ghost, brandishing his knife. Shoot! Shoot! Zhao Tai's pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly. Although the bandits were startled by this resurrection scene, upon hearing their leader's command, they instinctively released their bowstrings. Dozens of arrows shot out again. Damn! Suke's face darkened. 666. What more is there to say? They really shot me. Resurrect. Life 48 Life 47 Suke felt darkness before his eyes, then light returned as he charged toward the crowd with his knife. Ghost. If the first resurrection caught them off guard, the second one was too much. A person who had clearly been shot dead suddenly sprang back to life, and jumped around, who wouldn't be baffled. Suke moved like a wolf among sheep, weaving through the bandits, and striking down anyone in sight, without batting an eye. The steel knife swept through, and screams echoed. Most of these bandits were just brutish men, not particularly strong. Only a few were second-rate or third-rate warriors. They indeed possessed some strength. However, faced with Suke the killing god, they could not withstand a single strike. With this knife of mine. Suke was about to slash at a dumbfounded bandit. Suddenly a whoosh sounded, and an arrow pierced his heart. Life 84 Life 83 Suke immediately abandoned his target, and charged toward the bastard who had fired the sneak attack. The bandit, seeing Suke's ferocity, wet himself on the spot. Suke ended him with a single blow. Run! He's not human. He's immortal. Mom! The bandits were driven mad by this fierce scene, scrambling to escape. Just then, shut up. All of you stand still. Anyone who dares to run, I'll kill him. Zhao Tai roared, his voice drowning out all the noise, and then he casually decapitated a fleeing bandit. Don't be afraid, this is just a trick, a show. I don't believe he's truly immortal. If I chop him into meat paste, I don't believe he can come back to life. Suke watched this scene, his eyes about to burst. That was a bit much. How can you be so selfish? Who told you to kill indiscriminately? Suke didn't have time to think more, and unleashed his unparalleled mowing technique. Life 1 refreshing. Suke looked at the increasing life count, filled with a sense of security. Zhao Tai finally couldn't hold back any longer, and unleashed a fierce wind. His martial arts skills came from military training, and his knife techniques were extremely domineering, each strike filled with terrifying power. Suke felt his hair stand on end, as if being stared at by a top predator, goosebumps all over his body. Clang. Sparks flew. The powerful force numbed Suke's arms, forcing him to step back. Before he could steady himself, Zhao Tai was already on him, striking down with a second knife. Die for me. The knife's momentum was swift and fierce, carrying a chilling, killing intent. What a fast knife, what a handsome knife. Suke suddenly felt a chill on his scalp, and then he lost consciousness. His entire being was cleaved in half by Zhao Tai. Yet even then, Zhao Tai did not stop crazily chopping at Suke's corpse. Until Suke's body was chopped into mincemeat, Zhao Tai finally sat down, panting. In those two strikes, just now, Zhao Tai had not held back, unleashing all his strength, even exhausting his inner energy completely. At the first level, Suke was fragile and couldn't sustain a prolonged fight. The same went for warriors unless they broke through to the innate level, allowing their inner energy to circulate endlessly to sustain long battles. Is he finally dead now? Zhao Tai looked at the meat paste on the ground, mumbling to himself. But soon he felt something was off. In the past, when he had slain enemies, his lackeys would have cheered. But now, why was it so quiet? Zhao Tai looked up and nearly jumped from fright. In front of him, Suke was grinning at him. What the hell? He isn't dead. Those two strikes you just dealt were so handsome, I want to learn that. You. Zhao Tai, as if seeing a ghost, felt a sharp pain in his heart. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. Damn it. Did even ancient times have scammers? Don't frame me. Don't die yet. Suke quickly crossed his hands, and pressed on Zhao Tai's chest, rapidly compressing in an attempt to save him. I beg you, don't die yet. Teach me first. Even if you want to die, I have to be the one to kill you. Well, why did you have to die? The news that the bandits of Huodo Mountain were wiped out overnight quickly spread throughout Qingyang County. Upon hearing this news, the people rejoiced. However, when County Magistrate Li returned to the county office from Chunfeng Tower in the morning and learned of this matter, his expression immediately fell. According to protocol, when such an incident occurs in an official's jurisdiction, regardless of who is responsible, the main officer could still claim some credit. Maintaining peace and stability was, after all, a political achievement. The bandits were eradicated, and whether or not it was he and Zhang Shoubei who took action, their names would not be absent from the merit list. He should have felt happy. Yet, County Magistrate Li could not bring himself to rejoice. He felt pained. Previously, Suke had given 2 brocade boxes as a reward for executing a death row inmate. That was 200 taels of gold. County Magistrate Li and Zhang Shoubei had already conspired that this time they would spare no expense, even if it meant depleting the garrison, to capture all the bandits of Huodo Mountain alive. At that time, they could sell them directly to Suke. Did he not enjoy executing people? Let him do it. Ordinary bandits would fetch one price, second-rate bandits another, and first-rate bandits yet another. At that time, he and Zhang Shoubei would benefit together, everyone would be happy. But now, the bandits were gone. Just like that, they were gone. My money. That was all my money. County Magistrate Li slumped in his chair. It hurt. It really— No, I cannot sit idly by. County Magistrate Lee slammed the table, gritting his teeth. The death row inmates of Qingyang County were gone. There were still bandits in other counties. The bandits in Qingyang County were gone. There were still bandits in other counties. Even if all the bandits in Zhenyang Prefecture were caught, and the entire Qingzhou, no one can stop me from making money. Thus residents. Suke had just finished his training when he saw Chuntao waiting outside the training ground and waved his hand. Chuntao trotted over and handed him an invitation. Young master, the county's official sent a greeting card. A greeting card. Suke was taken aback, took it, and his expression became somewhat strange. The content of the invitation was simple. County Magistrate Lee invited him to dine at Chunfeng Tower in the evening. This was not the style of County Magistrate Lee. Although Suke had been in Qingyang County for a short time, he had heard some rumors about this official. County Magistrate Lee was known for being greedy, only taking in, but never giving out. Was today the day the sun rose in the west? He actually took the initiative to invite him for a drink. Suke shook his head and did not pay it much mind. Whatever his intentions, he would find out once he went. He did not think too negatively. Although County Magistrate Lee could not be considered a good official, he was not completely inept. Though he usually did nothing in times of trouble, he had not heard of him deliberately harming others. After all, County Magistrate Lee did take money to get things done. In the evening, at Chunfeng Tower, County Magistrate Lee had prepared the banquet early and even arranged for courtesans. When Suke walked into the private room, he was slightly surprised. The food was top-notch and the wine was Yahuchin, a well-known fine wine in Zhenyang Prefecture. Moreover, he had even arranged for 2 courtesans. As soon as County Magistrate Lee saw Suke, it was as if he saw his parents, and his wrinkled face broke into a flower-like smile. "So my dear brother, you finally made it. Please take a seat. Sorry to keep you waiting, I lost track of time while practicing, and ended up late, please don't hold it against me." Suke cupped his hands and sat down at the table. As soon as he sat down, the courtesans on both sides leaned in toward him like they had no bones, almost wanting to merge into his body. Suke did not mind, it was just a performance. At most they would touch him, they would do nothing else. These courtesans were different from regular entertainers, they were a type of red official, both performing and selling their bodies. He did not dare to take risks. Although the worst that could happen was to take his own life, it would still disgrace him. After a few rounds of drinks, Suke put down his cup and directly asked, "Brother, why such extravagance today? Have you encountered some difficulty?" This setup was clearly abnormal. Normally, when County Magistrate Lee came by himself, he would just hire a musician to listen to some tunes, which wouldn't cost much. Today, however, there was fine wine and delicacies along with 2 courtesans. If he said there was no motive, that would be strange. Alas, my dear brother must have heard about it as well. County Magistrate Lee sighed. Originally, it was Zhang Shoubei leading the troops to suppress the bandits. I was thinking that this time I would surely capture the bandits and their leader for you to see blood and hone your temperament. I feel guilty about this, so I specially set up this banquet to apologize to you. There was something fishy to you. I feel guilty about this, so I specially set up this banquet to apologize to you. There was something. Suke looked at County Magistrate Lee's pretentious demeanor and understood clearly in his heart. If it were merely because of this matter with County Magistrate Lee's greedy nature, he would never host such a grand banquet. Suke seemed to have thought of something and looked at County Magistrate Lee thoughtfully. "Haha, it is just a minor matter, brother, need not take it to heart. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "That is certainly true, but ultimately it is my fault for delaying you, my dear brother." County Magistrate Lee nodded repeatedly, again displaying a hesitant demeanor. "I observe that you are quite young, yet you have already reached the level of a top expert. Given some time, you will surely become a great talent, a pillar for Deqian. How can my oversight hinder your future? I have been in office for decades and have a few friends in Qingzhou. I plan to write a few letters to have them send some death row inmates over, thus fulfilling your needs while also compensating for my mistakes. How does that sound to you?" Indeed, he wanted to make money. Suke understood in his heart. Originally, he planned to leave Qingyang County after a while. After all the bandits were all gone. He had not accumulated enough lives yet. He intended to kill from the south to the north, destroying every bandit lair he encountered. But now it seemed that spending some gold would be more efficient. However, Suke said meaningfully, "Brother, you are indeed thoughtful, but I do not want to lose sleep at night." "Haha, my dear brother, rest assured, I do not wish to create trouble either." County Magistrate Lee naturally understood the subtext, which was simply the fear of killing innocents for merit. But would he be so foolish? Once such a matter was exposed, his entire clan would not be enough to pay for it. County Magistrate Lee only wanted to make money, not to die. "Then thank you very much, brother. Shall we discuss other matters later?" Yes, dear brother, come today we drink until we are satisfied." The two clinked their cups, understanding each other's intentions. They had tentatively reached a cooperation. Time flowed leisurely. Outside the window, a light drizzle fell. Suke sat by the window, gazing at the misty rain outside with Chun, Tao beside him adding a touch of charm. During this time Qingyang County had not witnessed any significant events. It remained as calm as ever. Su Kei's days were quite regular, occasionally inviting Li County Magistrate to the Chunfeng Tower. Of course, out of 10 times he paid 9. Their partnership had always been stable. Li County Magistrate was reliable, once paid, never making any mistakes. There had never been a price increase. Each person cost 3 taels of gold. It seemed expensive, and indeed it was. But for Su Kei this money was worth spending. However, as time passed, problems began to arise. In the surrounding counties, even the death row bandits from Zhengyang Prefecture had been dealt with. The beheadings made Su Kei's arms numb. Su Kei have no emotions. Day 128. Gain talent. All laws return to 1. All laws return to 1. All the martial arts you have learned can avoid any conflict. Having obtained a new talent, it was time to celebrate. That day he invited Li County Magistrate to the Chunfeng Tower. All expenses were on young Master Su. Interestingly, getting Li County Magistrate, this greedy fellow, to spend money was as difficult as killing him. Yet when it came to spending money for matters, he was quite generous. During the bandit extermination process in Zhengyang Prefecture, Li County Magistrate had invested heavily, urging the soldiers to capture people. They aimed to capture as many alive as possible. As a result, Zhengyang Prefecture became peaceful, and even the criminals were reduced. The prefect also benefited and was promoted to the capital. To make more money, Li County Magistrate spent a large part of his savings to smoothen relations and successfully became a Tongji in Yongning Prefecture, directly rising from a 7th-rank county magistrate to a 5th rank. On this very day, it was the 256th day since Su Kei gained his golden finger. Extraction successful. Gain talent. 1 certificate forever. 1 certificate forever. Once your cultivation martial arts or foundation is completed, it will be permanently solidified, never to regress or be lost. Double happiness. A celebration is a must. Su Kei invited Li County Magistrate to the Chunfeng Tower. Of course, he was still footing the bill. Su Kei's extravagance nearly moved Li County Magistrate to the point of swearing brotherhood with him. Fortunately, Su Kei reacted quickly and stopped him, otherwise they would have sworn to die on the same day of the same month. The two lingered at Chunfeng Tower, indulging in drunken revelry for several days. When Li County Magistrate emerged, his legs trembled, his cheeks were sunken, and he looked thinner, but his eyes sparkled with brightness. It was as if there was light. So much so that when Li County Magistrate went to take office holding his hand, that old face was weeping profusely. It made Su Kei feel uncomfortable. However, Su Kei still agreed to continue the business, wanting as many heads as possible as long as they didn't kill innocents and take credit for it. Upon hearing this, Li County Magistrate immediately broke into laughter, looking pitiful. Su Kei felt nauseated and could barely eat for several days. Yet, without Li County Magistrate, Su Kei found Chunfeng Tower lacking in interest. Today marked his 479th day in Deqian and his 512th day since gaining the golden finger. Time really flies. Su Kei sipped his tea, his gaze landing on the attribute panel. Name: Su Kei. Cultivation Stage 2. Martial Arts: Wudong 5 Forms. Great Accomplishment: Kaishan Fist. Great Accomplishment: Benlei Leg. Great Accomplishment. Strength: 4,084 kilograms. Speed: 52 milliseconds. Talent 4. Comprehension 6. Life: 18,721. Lifespan: 623 years. Talents: Eternal Life. Father is wealthy. Heaven rewards diligence. Sleeve contains universe thoughts. Reach heaven. Self-contained spring water. Your life is my life. All laws return to 1 certificate forever. Note: I will provide the complete attribute panel less frequently in the future, mainly because the interval for talent extraction is short in the early stages. The Wudong 5 forms were still in the great accomplishment stage, not yet perfected. The increase in strength was also limited. After a full 448 days, he had only increased his strength by 1928 kilograms. Although with his current strength, if he faced an opponent like Zhao Tai again, he could defeat them with a single punch. In terms of strength, he could already rival mid-stage innate martial artists. But in a real fight, he estimated he would lose. His explosive power wasn't as strong as others and his endurance wasn't as long. He was mentally prepared for this outcome. One reason was the limitations of the environment. The second was that his comprehension and aptitude were indeed somewhat lacking. However, aside from strength, other aspects looked quite good. Just in terms of life, he had accumulated 18,721 points. He couldn't die, simply couldn't die. Alas, Su Kei, how can you be so degenerate? From today onward, I will abstain from desires. Su Kei swore an oath, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt it wouldn't work. He was too young and impetuous. His willpower likely wasn't strong enough to resist the temptation. This was likely a case of intermittent ambition mixed with persistent neglect. Thinking of this, he said, "Chun Tao, you may leave now." "Yes, young master." Chun Tao looked at her young master with confusion, not understanding why his expression could change so many times in such a short period. Once Chun Tao left, Su Ke flipped his wrist, and a steel knife appeared in his hand. I will make a resolute decision. It's just a few tails of flesh. As soon as the words fell, the blade flashed. In an instant, excruciating pain engulfed his entire body, causing Su Ke to scream. But the next second, the pain sensation vanished. Su Ke's face stiffened. It seemed he had forgotten something. Self-contained spring water. You recover one of your maximum life value every second, including, but not limited to, injuries. Su Ke nearly forgot about this talent. In recent days, aside from its effect at Tiger Head Mountain, it had basically not been used in combat. Even at Tiger Head Mountain, it only played a minor role, as those mountain bandits were merciless, not just swarming like bees, but also chopping people into meat paste. The effect of the self-contained spring water hadn't even activated before he was done for. Alas, it is fate. Su Ke no longer dwelled on it. After all, he was still young and hadn't settled. Moreover, the time ratio between the main world and the martial arts world is 1:1. 1 day in the main world equals 1 year in the martial arts world. However, it's time to leave. Moreover, the time ratio between the main world and the martial arts world is 1:1. 1 day in the main world equals 1 year in the but before leaving, he would first draw a talent. Day 512, the 10th talent opened. Ding, would you like to draw? Ding, talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Gain talent Immortal Soul. Your soul's strength will increase by 1 point per day with no upper limit and will never be eroded by time, but you will still die if killed. I increasingly feel like a bug now. Su Ke shook his head, having drawn a new talent now lacked the initial excitement. Isn't it just immortality of the soul? It's just that. Su Ke changed his clothes and went out, summoning all the servants and maids of the Su residence to the hall. Before long, all 27 of them were gathered. Su Ke placed a stack of red contracts on the table. The so-called red contracts were essentially slave contracts. These had been filed with the authorities, and legally these people were his private property. I assume you all recognize this thing. Su Ke said calmly, considering your diligence during this time, and that you have committed no faults. You may all take back your red contracts. Go to Chun Tao to receive 50 taels of silver for resettlement. I have already informed the county magistrate of Qingyang County. You can go to the county office to deregister and re-enter the household registration. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their faces revealing expressions of disbelief. No one expected the master would directly abolish their slavery and even grant silver for resettlement. One house servant's eyes turned red and his legs weakened, about to kneel. Get lost. Su Ke waved his hand impatiently. If you want to kneel, go kneel outside, don't obstruct my view here. After saying that, Su Ke couldn't be bothered with them, turning back to the backyard to continue drinking tea. Not long after, Chun Tao walked in crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Young master, I want to serve by your side. By my side? Su Ke chuckled. Do you know what I'm about to do? Aren't you afraid of dying? He was preparing to stir up a huge mess that no one could withstand except himself. Not afraid. Chun Tao shook her head firmly. As long as I can stay by young master's side, I'm not afraid of death. You're insane. Su Ke rolled his eyes. You are at least a second-rate martial artist. Although you are a woman, you still have self-defense capabilities. When I leave, sell this residence and find another place to live. I will return to see you when I have the time. Young master. Shut up. Chun Tao instantly looked aggrieved. Alright, if you don't keep your distance when the time comes and I get you implicated, and someone comes to kill you, I'll have to collect your body, and perhaps even your corpse will be disrespected. Do you understand? Su Ke was not scaring Chun Tao. This situation was bound to happen. At that time, those people wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but anyone related to him would be in trouble. This maid had followed him for over a year. Even raising a cat would develop feelings, much less with a human. He didn't want to collect her corpse later. As for whether Li County Magistrate would be implicated, he could only hope for his own luck. But it was also possible that before trouble found him, Li County Magistrate might die from a woman's womb. Chun Tao was clearly frightened, her pretty face pale, her head nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I understand, I will definitely hide well. Yoning Prefecture. Younger brother. Senior brother. Shall we head to Chunfeng Pavilion? Is there a Chunfeng Pavilion in Yoning Prefecture too? Yes, there is. Shall we go? Let's go. Chunfeng Pavilion. A private chamber. 2 men half reclining on a carved soft couch, each embracing 2 beauties. The atmosphere was indulgent with glowing lanterns, intoxicating wine, and fragrant silk sleeves. Oh my, what is this? This is utterly delightful, truly. I've never felt so comfortable in my life. This is what life should be. County Magistrate Li kept sighing with pleasure. Su Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation, chiding him firmly. Elegance, remember elegance. Today we ordered refined courtesans, not the red ones. Don't cause any misunderstandings. Both were seasoned connoisseurs. Why still so unrestrained? Didn't I see you so unsavory back in— Brother, you don't understand my hardships. Qingyang County is one place, Yongning Prefecture is another. Prices are sky high. With my modest stipend, I dare not even enter Chunfeng Pavilion. If only I hadn't spent most of my fortune on promotion back then. If not for my fear of the executioner's blade, I would have preferred to return to Qingyang County as its magistrate. County Magistrate Li lamented on the spot, tears streaming down his face. Suke was speechless, clenching his fists. This month at Chunfeng Pavilion, I'll foot the bill. Won't that be a burden to you, younger brother? Never mind. But still a gift from you, younger brother, I dare not refuse. This kindness your senior brother will forever cherish. Suke had long since become immune to County Magistrate Li's shamelessness. The following month, Suke's life was exceedingly regimented. By day he executed sentences, by night he frequented Chunfeng Pavilion. His days became so indulgent he was soaked in the scent of rouge and powder. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Li visibly grew thinner, almost unrecognizable. He truly embodied the philosophy of seizing joy while one can. Fearing Li would perish in the pavilion, Suke had him carried back home. Upon departure, County Magistrate Li trembled as he grasped Suke's hand, his face full of regret and deep affection. I was born before you, yet you came to life after me. How I regret not sharing the same era to enjoy bliss together. Ugh. Suke fled immediately. The old man was simply too nauseating. Yet despite fleeing, Suke prepaid a full year's expenses at Chunfeng Pavilion on Li's behalf. At the same time he informed Li, there was no need to collect death row inmates for him anymore. I hope this old man dies in the arms of a woman and not because of me. Suke leisurely departed Yongning Prefecture. The great Qin dynasty flourished with martial arts. In remote places a top-tier expert could dominate the region. Like the martial arts master of Qingyang County, who only possessed basic inner power, but was treated as an honored guest in the county town. Yet in a place like Yongning Prefecture such a master was worthless. Today the world's leading Taoist sect, Xiantian sect, was teeming with masters. Among the younger disciples many reached first-tier martial artist level by their teens. Those with exceptional talent became innate masters before 20. The sect counted no fewer than 100 grandmasters with more than a dozen supreme grandmasters, showcasing its terrifying might. Hence aspirants to Xiantian sect were as numerous as fish crossing a river. But the sect was extremely strict in recruitment. Those with unclear backgrounds were not accepted. Those too old were rejected. Those lacking innate aptitude were refused. Suke felt as if Xiantian sect was reading his ID card. Throughout this year, he had tried spending money lavishly, even offering heavy rewards for cultivation manuals. Anything purchasable with money was trivial for him. After all, money was the one thing he never lacked. However, most manuals available on the market were external cultivation methods. They trained the body first accumulating qi and blood, only then could internal power manifest. True internal cultivation methods were rare and often incomplete. This was all due to Yang Ting, the founding emperor of Great Xian. 2 centuries ago the realm was chaotic and fragmented. Martial sects bet against him, causing tremendous troubles for Yang Ting's conquest. After establishing Great Qian, Yang Ting personally subdued each sect, copied their manuals, and decreed a royal edict. Those who dared teach internal cultivation methods without government approval would be executed along with 9 generations. External body training methods were exempt. Therefore, those who truly dared sell internal methods cared little for mere gold and silver. If the mountain will not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Late at night, Suke crouched low, concealed in shadows, eyes fixed on the distant sect gate. Yongning Prefecture Zixia sect, a branch of the Taoist path led by a grandmaster. Suke's figure melted into the darkness as he stealthily approached the sect. It was deep at night. Most disciples inside rested, only patrolling disciples occasionally passed by. Suke tiptoed towards the scripture pavilion. Zixia sect was not a secluded, reclusive sect, it received visitors daily. After reconnaissance, Suke had already pinpointed the exact location of the scripture pavilion. The process went surprisingly smoothly, encountering no obstacles. He arrived outside the scripture pavilion. Hiding in the shadows, Suke cautiously pushed open the wooden door and slipped inside. Inside the pavilion the light was dim, but the layout was discernible. Rows of tall wooden shelves surrounded the room, piled with books. Suke walked over and casually glanced at a book. The Qing Jing Jing, a Taoist classic on cultivating the mind and seeking inner tranquility. Suke shook his head, returned the book, and continued upstairs. Before long, he reached the second floor, which was also lined with numerous books. Xianyuan palm, Taiching fist, Shi kick. A glance revealed all were manuals of techniques, essentially external martial methods. Suke quickly lost interest. If only external techniques, with his wealth, he could buy as many as he wished. What he needed was internal cultivation. He merely glanced briefly before heading straight to the third floor. Suke stepped onto the third floor of the scripture pavilion. Here the bookshelves were markedly fewer in number. Embraced by silence, titles gleamed softly: the embracing simplicity heart cultivation method, the true primordial unity scripture, the Huangting Qi nourishing sutra, the observing stillness, and returning to origin art. Dozens of inner cultivation manuals lay before him. Without hesitation, Suke strode toward the shelves, hand outstretched. Suddenly, whoosh! A flash of cold light, swift as lightning, pierced through the air. What a swift blade! Before Suke could react, searing pain lanced across his throat. Darkness swallowed his vision, and he collapsed rigidly onto the floor. From the shadows emerged an elderly man clad in white robes, stepping forth with unhurried grace. The elder gazed upon Suke's lifeless body and sighed deeply. Wuliang Tianzuan. The scriptures on the first and second floors may be perused freely. Why must a layman trespass upon this forbidden tier? So I am truly dead. Not even a single move. I was slain outright. Leaning against a tree in Qingyang County, Suke frowned faintly. He bore no grudge for the elder's ruthless strike, a blade drawn straight across the throat. He had steeled himself for precisely such an outcome. To take without permission is theft. Even disciples of the Zixia sect, if caught studying forbidden arts without authorization, would face dire consequences, either having their cultivation foundations shattered or forfeiting their lives. How much more so for an outsider? What rotten luck! Suke shook his head, rose, and walked down the mountain, not in surrender, but in preparation. He would return that very night. The following night, deep in darkness. Armed with prior experience, Suke slipped silently once more into the scripture pavilion. Yet, as his foot crossed the threshold of the ground floor, before even touching the staircase, a sharp whistling tore through the air. Bang! His skull exploded instantly. Incredible! On the third night, deep in darkness, Suke's figure appeared again at the entrance of the scripture pavilion. This time, the moment he entered, a glint of frost flashed, and his head flew from his shoulders. On the 16th night, deep in darkness, Suke perished. On the 32nd night, Suke perished. Lately, disciples of the Zixia sect had all sensed something amiss with their sect master Taoist Qingwei. Once renowned for benevolent brows and immortal bearing, the master now wore a stern, weary countenance, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion and deep, unrelenting anxiety. An oppressive stillness settled over the entire sect. Disciples moved like statues, their training intensified to trembling precision, terrified of provoking even the slightest displeasure from their master. In hushed corners, whispers spread. Had the master been haunted? Should they summon an exorcist, or perform a full ritual purification? That night, Suke returned once more. He could not defeat Taoist Qingwei, not even withstand a single blow. But though he could not best him in combat, he could wear him down, through sheer relentless persistence. Suke pushed open the great doors of the scripture pavilion, stood motionless, closed his eyes, and waited, offering his neck to death itself. Yet no attack came. Silence reigned, windless and calm. Has he yielded? After a moment's reflection, Suke strode boldly, unhurried, unafraid, up the stairs toward the third floor. At that moment, candlelight blazed brightly across the third floor. Taoist Qingwei sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, his eye sockets sunk in his face, gaunt, his breath ragged and uneven. Soon he saw Suke ascend the stairs. Though this was far from the first time, his pupils still contracted. And "Are you mortal, or specter?" Truly he was afraid. This man had died beneath his own blade dozens of times. Each time meticulously verified, breath ceased, pulse extinguished, life utterly gone. Yet each subsequent midnight the same figure reappeared, vibrant, unwavering, back at the scripture pavilion. Even a master cultivator of unshakable will found his spirit frayed, his mind eroded by this uncanny recurrence. "I am human. Then why do you live?" Suke merely smiled, offering no explanation. Taoist Qingwei sighed long and heavy. "Then what must I do for you to finally cease this torment?" This junior wishes only to study the inner cultivation manuals housed on this floor. His intent had never wavered, nor had he ever concealed it. Only the path to fulfillment proved vastly more circuitous than imagined. He had expected quiet acquisition, swift, seamless access to the texts. Instead, he met death 30 times over, only ceasing when his adversary grew too unnerved to continue. Taoist Qingwei fell silent for a long while, as if weighing fate itself. "Would you consider becoming a disciple of the Zixia sect?" A disciple of the Zixia sect? Suke blinked, startled. By age and innate talent, he fell far short of the sect's rigorous standards. And yet, 30 deaths had compelled this venerable Taoist to break precedent entirely. The outcome defied all expectation. Just as Suke opened his mouth to accept, a sudden thought struck him. If I join the Zixia sect, may I still secretly learn martial arts from other sects? Silence descended, thick and absolute, upon the third floor. Taoist Qingwei's lips twitched faintly. He had already bent every rule, shattered every tradition. Yet this young man refused to abide by logic itself. Was he already plotting betrayal, before even crossing the sect's threshold? No. Taoist Qingwei shook his head. Upon joining the Zixia sect, your name shall be registered with the imperial court. You may cultivate only our sect's arts. Moreover, our sect's manuals derive from the Taoist canon, designed to nurture chi, fortify essence, and sustain enduring power. Even prodigies require decades to master them fully. Should you join us, then steal techniques from rival sects, both the imperial court and the Zixia sect would suffer grave repercussions. At that moment, Taoist Qingwei regretted broaching the subject of discipleship at all. This youth wasn't even a disciple yet, and already schemed like a traitor. Were he truly accepted, the Zixia sect might well face annihilation. Then I decline. Excellent. Hearing those words, Taoist Qingwei leapt to his feet, as if delivered from doom, and hurried to the shelves, seizing the manuals without pause. Study any of these as you wish. Should doubt arise, ask me, without reserve. I swear I shall withhold nothing. Every insight, every subtlety laid bare. You're rather kind, master. How deeply he feared Suke's acceptance. Suke wasted no time. He sat cross-legged upon the floor and opened the embracing simplicity heart cultivation method at the top of the stack. Whenever obscure phrasing or subtle principles arose, he asked, bluntly, unhesitatingly. Taoist Qingwei honored his vow. Drawing near, he parsed each line with meticulous care, illuminating profound meanings, concealing nothing. Indeed, Taoist Qingwei harbored no hidden agenda. Setting aside the youth's inexplicable resurrection, consider this: after 30 deaths at his hands, Suke had never sought vengeance upon the Zixia sect. That alone spoke volumes about his character. Though Suke fell in a single move before him, his skill undeniably ranked among elite masters, and his uncanny ability only deepened the impression. Had Suke resolved to retaliate, only Taoist Qingwei and his younger brother might have survived. Every other disciple, down to the youngest novice, would have fallen without resistance. Time passed swiftly. In the days that followed, questions flowed, and answers followed, clear and precise. Under Taoist Qingwei's unreserved guidance, once impenetrable passages gradually revealed their luminous logic. Suke committed every manual to memory. Taoist Qingwei wondered, though did not inquire, why one would memorize them all. Ordinarily, cultivators choose but a single method, some attuned to fire, others to ease. Simultaneous cultivation invites catastrophic conflict, not harmony, often culminating in spiritual collapse. Since antiquity, no cultivator has ever mastered mutually antagonistic arts. Yet now Taoist Qingwei simply wished for Suke to finish and depart. He cared little to probe further. Any lingering doubts? None. Then you may go. Many thanks. Suke rose and then, in Taoist Qingwei's stunned gaze, Suke raised his hand and brought it crashing down upon his own skull. Bang! A muffled detonation. The head shattered instantly, blood splattering across the floor. Taoist Qingwei stared speechless, mind utterly blank. Is this man mad? In a secluded grove near Qingyang County, a lone figure materialized out of empty air. Suke surveyed the surroundings and nodded, satisfied. This is how true life essence talent ought to manifest. One instant he stood hundreds of li away, in Yoning Prefecture at the Zixia sect. The next he stood in a forested glade within Zhengyang Prefecture's Qingyang County. This was pure teleportation. At the Zixia sect in the scripture pavilion, after Suke took his own life, footsteps echoed from the staircase as a figure ascended. Taoist Kangwu looked at the bloodstains on the floor of the scripture pavilion, gradually fading, and couldn't help but sigh. The world only knew that Qingwei was the sole master of the Zixia sect. But no one knew that there was a second master lurking within the Zixia sect. As Qingwei's junior brother, Kangwu naturally knew about the strange occurrences that had taken place in the Zixia sect recently. Even someone as worldly as Kangwu couldn't help but feel his spirit tremble. Such methods were akin to divine or demonic powers, instilling fear in the hearts of men. If they didn't relinquish their internal cultivation methods, they feared the opponent would not relent. They couldn't kill him, nor could they resist. What else could they do? Moreover, the opponent had not harmed the ordinary disciples of the sect, which was already considered benevolent. They had thought that since they couldn't kill him, they could trap him, preventing him from dying, hence he would not be able to disappear. However, this thought was ultimately dismissed. With their strength, killing Suke was easy, one sword was enough. But keeping him alive, that was quite difficult. Once he managed to escape, the Zixia sect would face utter disaster. Weighing the pros and cons, they could only compromise. Of course they didn't know that Suke wasn't truly immortal, he had merely been granted a bit more life. As long as they exhausted his life force they could utterly slay him. Whether he is a demon or a ghost holds no significance for us. This is beyond our reach and beyond our exploration. Qingwei shook his head. By the way, aside from you and me, no one knows about this matter, right? No one knows. They couldn't afford to be careless. The current Dacian dynasty was filled with martial virtue. To oversee the martial world, they had specifically established the Jinwu division. The Jinwu division was directly subordinate to the emperor and wielded immense power with the Jinwu army under its command. Even a mere soldier from the Jinwu division had to possess the strength of a third-rate martial artist. Only first-rate martial artists could serve as small flag-bearers, while innate martial artists held the position of general flag-bearers, with master-level experts merely ranking as 100 men. Above 1,000 men, all were grandmaster-level experts. This explains why the Taoist Xiantian sect, the Buddhist Daong Temple, and the demonic Yinyang cult dared not act recklessly. The strongest in the Zixiao sect were merely those two masters, placed within the Jinwu army. They would only rank as 100 men. How could they dare let others know that they had privately taught internal cultivation methods? The Zixiao sect could neither offend the dynasty nor Suke. They could only teach while keeping the news under wraps. Junior brother, even if we keep the news under wraps, it won't last long. This person has learned our methods. While ordinary martial artists may not notice, if he engages with those from other major sects, they will surely perceive it. Qingwei's worried expression did not diminish. This concern was not without reason. A person's martial arts lineage, where they learned, could be discerned as soon as they made a move. Just like in Rwanda. At that time the Jinwu division would surely come knocking for answers. Master brother, I think this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Daoist Kangwu snickered. I overheard your conversation with this person. He not only covets our Zixiao sect's methods, but also wishes to steal the martial arts of other sects. And our Zixiao sect's internal methods are not top-tier, merely considered above average. If this person possesses such unfathomable abilities, if other sects encounter similar situations, what do you think they will choose? Master brother Yang Ting has suppressed the martial world for 200 years. The major sects have long suffered under the dynasty, who previously no one dared to stand out. Now that such a remarkable person has emerged, I believe they will ultimately make the same choice as the Zixiao sect. Listening to this, Qingwei fell into deep thought. On the surface, the Zixiao sect only had him as a master. Junior brother Kangwu was hidden and not registered. Since Kangwu had not registered, yet had learned the Zixiao sect's methods, this was itself not permitted by the dynasty. They did this merely to leave a thread of legacy in case the Zixiao sect faced great calamity. Even the Zixiao sect understood the principle of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Could the other major sects not have similar preparations in secret? When one sect transmits methods, it is called defiance. When all sects do so, it is called being forced into a corner. As the saying goes, the law does not punish many. The dynasty, constrained by the vast martial world, only punishes the instigator, not daring to act with great force. Who is the instigator? Suke. The two sides were bound to be irreconcilable. If Suke won, the golden hoop pressing on the various sects of the martial world would vanish. If Suke lost, the major sects would not suffer any loss. On the official road, I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, I whimsically rode it to the market. A little donkey grunted as it carried Suke forward. Su Jiangwo, this is all your fault for being greedy and wasting time. If we don't reach Limbei County tonight, they'll butcher you for donkey meat hot pot. Suke lay on the donkey's back cursing. He had bought this donkey from a merchant, almost losing it to be slaughtered. Seeing its pitiful state, he bought it to serve as a laborer, and even gave it a name. Upon hearing its name, Su Jiangwo snorted loudly, braying in protest, appearing quite aggrieved. Why are you feeling wronged just for me scolding you? Suke said irritably, patting the donkey's head. Su Jiangwo flicked its ears, and continued to saunter slowly, occasionally stopping to munch on some green grass. Suke couldn't be bothered to care about it, lying on the donkey's back and zoning out. He had been practicing various methods from the Zixiao sect for 2 months, and all the techniques were at the entry level. Due to the principle that all methods return to innate talent, the techniques did not conflict with one another. However, his aptitude and comprehension were indeed somewhat lacking. The path of heaven rewards diligent work, which only guarantees his lower limit. As long as he practiced diligently, his strength would steadily grow. Yet after 2 months, he had just managed to open the 12 meridians, and his internal energy could barely circulate a small cycle. According to the world's power classification, he was merely at the second-rate level. Suke lazily lay on the donkey's back, staring blankly at the clouds in the sky. At that moment, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out from the mountains and forests on both sides of the road. Dozens of bandits burst out from the woods. Suke suddenly leaped off Su Jiangwo's back. In midair, a steel knife had already appeared in his hand. With a flicker of the blade, he deflected all the arrows that shot toward him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Su-Ke charged towards the group of bandits, without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Jangwo took the opportunity to bolt away his hooves like the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye, clearly frightened by the sudden turn of events. Seeing Su-Ke charging fiercely, the bandits felt a tightening in their hearts and hurriedly raised their knives to defend themselves. Some even started to lose their resolve. In the past, after a rain of arrows, their targets generally lost the ability to resist. Even those who could fight back would be injured by hidden arrows and flee in panic. But how could the person before them not only easily deflect arrows, but also counterattack directly? In just a few dozen meters, Su-Ke had closed the distance in a single breath. The blade sparkled with a chilling light under the blazing sun. Su-Ke swung down with a single strike, instantly cleaving a second-rate bandit in two. Su-Ke grinned, excitement radiating from his face as he swung the steel knife faster. In a matter of moments, dozens of bandits lay dead in pools of blood, not a single one left alive. These bandits generally lacked strength. Among the dozens of them, the strongest was only second-rate, and none could withstand a single move from him, the first to be cut in half. Su-Ke walked over to a corpse, casually wiped the blood off his steel knife, and stowed it away in his spatial storage. As for the valuables on the bandits, just a few taels of broken silver, which Su-Ke found uninteresting. "Where's my donkey?" It was only then that he realized Su Jangwo was nowhere to be seen, and he was a bit speechless. He then circulated his inner strength, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "Su Jangwo!" With the support of his inner strength, his voice spread out like a wave, startling the birds in the forest into flight. But all he heard was the sound of cicadas, and there was no sign of Su Jangwo. Su-Ke shook his head, ready to leave. After all, that donkey was just something he had bought on a whim, costing him little money, merely a means of transport. If it ran away, so be it. Just then Su-Ke spotted Su Jangwo galloping toward him with bared teeth, hooves flying, arriving in front of him in an instant. Su Jangwo looked quite aggrieved, evidently having been frightened by the earlier commotion. He stuck out his tongue, wanting to give Su-Ke a comforting lick. Su-Ke, with a black line on his face, hurriedly dodged aside, slapping its head before climbing back onto the donkey. "Su Jangwo, let's go." Eeyore. One man and one donkey wandered through the rivers and lakes. They entered towns when they saw them, went into taverns when they encountered them, killed bullies when they found them, and slaughtered mountain bandits whenever they came across them. Whenever there was an injustice, as long as Su-Ke had his sights set on it, he would immediately take action. No matter who you were, as long as you committed evil deeds, there would be no survivors. Yet because Su-Ke loved to frequent the Spring Breeze Pavilion, even his donkey enjoyed some luxuries. Over time, his name spread throughout Qingzhou. Some thought he was genuine, others considered him a glutton, and some viewed him as excessively ruthless. He gained a nickname as a result: the Wayward Traveler Su-Ke. Once a name is made, trouble naturally. At this moment inside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Su-Ke was comfortably leaning on a bed, enjoying a beautiful woman massaging his legs. Next to him, Su Jangwo also had his donkey, mouth open wide, occasionally receiving pieces of fruit from people, his donkey eyes squinting in delight. Another year had passed. Year 15 of Chonglo. Su-Ke's strength was steadily improving. Name: Su-Ke. Cultivation stage 3, early innate. Techniques: Wudong 5 forms perfect, dozens of internal skills, minor success, mini knife techniques, minor success, mini fist techniques, minor success. Strength 6,625 kilograms. Speed 77 milliseconds. Stage 3, early innate. Given Su-Ke's original aptitude, even with the heavenly gift of diligence, such rapid progress shouldn't have been possible. Since he began cultivating internal skills, it had only been a little over a year. After all, internal energy starts from zero, connecting the 12 meridians, opening the 8 extraordinary vessels, and finally needing to connect the Ren and Du meridians to break through to the innate realm. While the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels might be somewhat easier, connecting the Ren and Du meridians is extremely difficult, marking a dividing line of strength. Even a first-rate expert, despite having profound internal energy, still has its limits. However, an innate expert can have self-generating internal energy, allowing true qi to leave the body, flowing endlessly. Second-rate experts can only rely on numbers to exhaust first-rate masters. But first-rate masters cannot rely on numerical advantages to exhaust innate experts. This is a qualitative leap. Su-Ke's breakthrough was entirely due to his talent. The 11th talent. Heaven-defying aptitude. Your aptitude will increase by 1 point every day with no upper limit. As long as you live long enough, you will not encounter any bottlenecks. Aptitude 18. Insight 6. Aptitude determines cultivation speed. Insight determines comprehension speed. In just over 10 days, his aptitude transformed from that of an ordinary person to that of an ordinary genius. Even if he is an ordinary genius, he is still a genius. It's important to note that 99 of people in the world are mediocre with both aptitude and insight, not exceeding 10 points. For example, the previous Su K had an aptitude of only 4 points representing an ordinary normal citizen. Each extra point in aptitude is equivalent to saving 10 days of hard work. This means that now Su K cultivates for a day, and the effect is comparable to that of 140 days of past cultivation. At this rate, it won't take long to break through to the master realm. Su K casually picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it in one go, suddenly frowning, but then returning to normal. With a thought, he produced a tail of gold in his hand and casually tossed it onto the table. Su Jiangwo, let's go. Su K stood up and walked outside. Su Jiangwo hurriedly got up, not forgetting to grab the last apple on the table with his donkey mouth before trotting closely behind. At this moment outside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, the lanterns were just lit and the crowd was bustling. Many guests saw Su K coming out from the second-floor private room with a donkey and turned to look, some showing surprise while pointing. Some people from the rivers and lakes recognized this peculiar combination immediately. The wayward traveler Su K. He strolls through brothels and picks girls, and even his donkey has beauties attending to it. Sai living worse than a donkey. Su K paid no mind to the strange looks around him and led Su Jiangwo out of the Spring Breeze Pavilion. He did not return to the inn, but headed directly toward the city gate. One man and one donkey quickly exited the city. After walking about 3 miles, Su K stopped. In the pitch-black night ahead, dozens of figures stood tall. All wore short official coats in black and red with the character for marshal embroidered on their chests, knives hanging at their waists, and each wore a stern expression exuding a terrifying aura. In the pitch-black night ahead, dozens of figures stood tall. All wore short official coats in black and red with the character for marshal embroidered on their chests, knives hanging at their waists, and I am the chief of the martial commander Li Zheng. After a pause, Li Zheng continued coldly. Su K, the great Qian laws clearly state that those who practice internal skills must register with the government after finding a master, or they must achieve merits for the court to be allowed to cultivate. You secretly practiced internal skills, which is a serious crime against the decree, and according to the law your entire clan will be punished. However, considering your previous act of slaying bandits, which has benefited the people, I will give you a way out. As long as you truthfully disclose the source of your internal skills, it can be considered as turning your crime into merit, and only you will be punished. If you refuse to cooperate, then you will be treated as guilty of secretly practicing internal skills with your entire clan punished. Upon hearing this, dozens of martial guards around drew their knives, the murderous intent filling the air. The entire clan. I've long heard of the martial commander's unmatched might overseeing the world, wielding immense power. My household registration can fool ordinary officials, but it cannot escape the martial commander's gaze. Su K chuckled softly, pausing for a moment. I have just one question. Where is Li Laoch? Naturally, he is dead. How did he die, eh? Li Zheng remained silent for a moment before answering. He overindulged and burned out. The oil is exhausted and the lamp is dead. Su K shook his head and sighed. This can be considered a case of retribution. In truth, he didn't care much for Magistrate Li. The bonds of male friendship can be strange yet simple. As the saying goes, those who have shared the same roof, fought side by side, divided spoils, and even visited brothels together. Having spent over a year frequenting Chunfeng Tower, there was some camaraderie. Even if Magistrate Li was stingy, greedy, lecherous, and not very diligent in his duties. However, he truly got things done when paid. Upon witnessing this, Li Zheng ceased to waste words and raised his hand to issue the capture order. Jinwu Guard, take down Su K. Yes. With the command given, the Jinwu Guard immediately raised their weapons and surrounded him. Su K scanned the Jinwu Guards around him, nodding at their well-trained movements. No wonder they could subdue the entire martial world. Among these dozens of men, even the weakest was of third-rate realm. Second-rate squad leaders, first-rate squad captains. Adding to this was Li Zheng, the innate realm commander. If the target were someone else, they would surely find it impossible to escape. He and the Jinwu division were not in the wrong, they merely stood on different sides. If the martial world is not regulated, it will surely become a calamity. As the saying goes, scholars disrupt the law with literature, and heroes violate prohibitions with martial prowess. Thus the court absolutely cannot allow someone like Su K, who openly defies the imperial edict, to survive, or else it would inspire imitators who regard the court's laws as nothing. Therefore the Jinwu Guard must use iron-fisted methods to suppress Su K as a warning to others. And what of Su K? He needed to absorb the martial arts experiences of various sects, both external and internal. He wanted it all. This was not merely to enhance his own strength, but to carve a path for himself. He would not forget the strong malice of the main world. In doing so, he naturally offended the court's major taboos. Unless one side backed down, conflict was unavoidable. With this in mind, Suke ceased to waste words, the steel blade in his hand appearing suddenly, his figure like lightning as he charged towards the Jinwu guard. In the 15th year of Chang'e in April, Commander Li Zheng of the Jinwu division and all 50 of his Jinwu guards were entirely annihilated. When the news spread, it was earth-shattering. Fu Kailan, the deputy commander of the Qingzhou Jinwu division, was enraged upon hearing the news. What audacity! Fu Kailan slammed his palm on the table, furious, openly defying the imperial decree, murdering imperial officials, and Jinwu guards. This is simply lawless. Send out orders immediately, from this moment on. Command all Jinwu guards in Qingzhou to use all their strength to apprehend the criminal Suke. If necessary, local garrison troops may be mobilized. Anyone who obstructs will be charged with treason. No matter the cost, this scoundrel must be brought to justice. At the same time, issue a bounty proclamation out. Anyone who reports Suke's whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, and they may choose one Jinwu division martial art. Those who kill this thief will receive 100 taels of gold, and may select 2 martial arts. Anyone who knows and does not report will be held accountable as well. Fu Kailan was ablaze with anger. How many years had it been since such a heinous incident occurred in Qingzhou? To put it grandly, this was a serious dereliction of duty. To put it mildly, it was also oversight. As the deputy commander of the Qingzhou Jinwu division responsible for martial affairs across the continent, if this matter were mishandled, not only would he be unable to return to the capital for promotion, but he would also struggle to protect himself from criticism. Yes, my lord. 3 captains below answered in unison. Go handle it. Fu Kailan snorted. By the way, make sure to investigate the source of Suke's internal cultivation method. Keep a close watch on the major sects in Qingzhou. If any clues are discovered, there is no need to report, arrest immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Understood. The 3 captains felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that Fu Kailan was truly enraged, and they hated Suke to the bone. This kid was practically slapping the entire Jinwu division in the face. Did he really think the Jinwu division couldn't wield a blade? What kind of no-name could dare provoke the Jinwu division? One must remember that in the past the major martial sects of the Great Qian had 7 major sects, but now only 3 remain. The other 4 sects were all exterminated by the Jinwu division. If this matter has nothing to do with the major sects, then it would be fine. If there truly is a connection, then don't blame the Jinwu division for being ruthless. The mobilization of the Qingzhou Jinwu division immediately drew the attention of various factions. Upon learning the details, all parties reacted with head shakes. The Jinwu division's reputation was not bestowed by the court. It was earned through the blade and the gun. More severe incidents had occurred in the past. Years ago, one of the 7 major sects, Sangshuan sect, openly rebelled, resulting in the deaths of 2 commander-level captains. The court was enraged, and the Jinwu division mobilized en masse. And what was the result? In just a month, that Sangshuan sect was exterminated. A total of 13,765 people, all beheaded and displayed. Moreover, when the beheadings occurred, representatives from various major sects were invited to witness. The master of the Sangshuan sect, a pinnacle figure and grandmaster, was besieged by 10 grandmasters from the Jinwu division and was brutally defeated. And now Suke was merely a fledgling and insignificant nobody. Not worth mentioning. In the eyes of various factions, this was simply a conclusion without suspense. They had their subordinates keep an eye on Suke's movements, mostly to curry favor with the Jinwu division. In the 17th year of Chang'e, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a valley somewhere in Qingzhou, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley. The internal energy released formed a powerful aura capable of shattering armor and breaking stones with a mere wave of the hand. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Truly terrifying. Suke gazed at the massive boulder that had been reduced to dust by his internal force, a hint of astonishment on his face. In the next moment, Suke's figure flickered, moving like a phantom, and he suddenly punched towards the cliff face of the valley. Boom! Fragments of stone flew and dust filled the air. The hard cliff face was forcefully blasted out, creating a large crater. Suke did not pause for a moment. His fists fell like a torrential rain upon the stone wall, causing rocks to shatter and a deafening sound to resonate. Name Suke. Cultivation 4th stage, early grandmaster. Strength 15 tons. Speed 212 milliseconds. Talent 768. With a staggering talent score of 768, his exceptional root bone and rapid cultivation speed qualify him as an unparalleled genius in this martial arts world. Previously, Suke could not fully comprehend Old Qian's words. Now he understood. Indeed, people can be so vastly different, it is infuriating. His previous cultivation speed was as slow as constipation. Now his cultivation speed was as fast as if he had taken a laxative. It was utterly incomparable. No wonder he has such monstrous talent. In just 2 years he had directly progressed from innate to grandmaster. Such a rapid ascent in realm, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the great Qin dynasty. If there were classifications for geniuses, then ordinary person 110, ordinary genius 1020, peerless genius 20,100, unparalleled prodigy 100, 1000. With his current talent, he would likely surpass anyone in the entire Great Qian. Even Yangting from back then would not compare. Moreover, his talent was still increasing at a rate of 1 point per day. But that was nothing to be proud of. In the myriad worlds, countless individuals surpassed him in talent. Just like that certain Luo surname freak. This person broke through 3 stages in 4 months, then 6 stages in another 4 months, and finally 9 stages in 2 months, reaching the 10th stage planetary level in just 2 years. Yet Su Ke had been cultivating for 5 years, and was still only at the 4th stage. Although that freak relied on an immense amount of resources to achieve this, it did not mean others lacked talent. I am merely a peerless prodigy, how can I compare? But the fact that I can't now does not mean I won't be able to in the future. If 1 year is not enough, then 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. If only my comprehension could improve as well. Su Ke shook his head helplessly. Now he only understood how to cultivate according to the techniques, like a student taking an exam, by directly copying the answers. As for the questions and answers, he could hardly comprehend them. Or rather, he could only grasp a superficial understanding. But why was this the solution? What was the process? Why was this the method to solve it? Just like learning mathematics, it required logic and deductive reasoning. This is also why, after learning the inner cultivation methods of the Zixiao sect, he found himself at a loss. It was not that he did not want to learn, but now he could only memorize the forms and techniques without grasping the principles behind the methods. At that moment, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the forest. As a grandmaster, Su Ke's senses were extremely keen, and a premonition arose in his heart, as if some primordial beast was approaching his location. Here they come again, it truly seems endless. Su Ke frowned his face, showing impatience. This was already the 3rd time. The people from the town military division were indeed persistent. The first time was half a year after the wanted notice was issued. The second time was 8 months ago. Now they were back for the 3rd time. Su Ke closed his eyes carefully, sensing the subtle changes in the aura of the world. He could detect that the person arriving this time was very strong. At least a grandmaster. I'm a bit annoyed. Su Ke murmured to himself, no longer hesitating, and walked straight out of the valley. As for Su Jiangwo, Su Ke glanced back. That donkey was hiding in a corner, its 4 hooves trembling like a sieve. Animals have a more acute sense of danger than humans. At this moment in the dense forest, a squad of about 30 heavy armored guards was rushing forward, their armor dazzling in the sunlight, with goose-feathered sabers at their waists and heavy crossbows in hand. Even with such heavy burdens, their speed was astonishingly fast. This elite unit came from the town military and consisted entirely of innate realm powerhouses. At the front of the team were 3 individuals. Left Xianhu wore brocade robes exuding an aura like a mountain. His breathing naturally drew in qi that swirled around him, a terrifying malevolence spreading, causing unease. Sir, according to the intelligence, the criminal Su Ke is right in the valley ahead. Bai Huli reported in Left Xianhu nodded slightly, his gaze cold and also puzzled. The town military had already thoroughly investigated Su Ke's background. In the 12th year of Chonglu, when he appeared in Xingyang County, he was just a second-rate martial artist practicing external techniques, having not even mastered internal energy. In these years he had been relatively well-behaved, although his personality was a bit eccentric and he enjoyed beheading. He only executed death row inmates, which was not a major issue. But in just 3 years this person inexplicably obtained the inner cultivation techniques and directly cultivated to the innate realm. Of course this was quite normal. After all, Left Xianhu himself took only 2 years to cultivate from the beginning to the innate breakthrough. The town military was still unclear about how Su Ke, who had just broken through to the innate, annihilated the entire team, led by Li Zheng. At that time they only thought of him as a somewhat capable innate person. But then things went awry. After Fu Kalin issued the wanted notice. During the first mobilization, the town military dispatched dozens of innate powerhouses, which was already a high level of attention towards Su Ke. Yet the result was a complete disaster with no survivors. In the second encirclement, they directly sent 5, all of whom were master-level powerhouses. The result was similarly a stone sinking into the sea with no news. In just 10 short months, could Su Ke really slay master-level powerhouses? And it was 5 of them. When this news returned to the town military, everyone was shocked. The bounty on Su Ke was also raised again. So when they found Su Ke's hiding place this time, they sent him. Logically speaking, with his mid-grandmaster cultivation, this mission should have been foolproof. Yet Left Qianhu felt an unsettling sense of unease. But he did not know where this unease came from. Left Qianhu furrowed his brow, glancing at the heavy armored guards behind him. Although their strength was inferior to that of masters, each of them wielded a specially made heavy crossbow whose power was astonishing. A master struck in a vital spot would surely perish. With 30 heavy crossbows firing simultaneously combined with his own strength as a grandmaster, surely nothing could go wrong. Just as Left Qianhu's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from ahead. Moreover, this aura was heading straight towards them. A grandmaster? How is this possible? Left Qianhu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Whoosh! A figure suddenly burst forth from the woods. Su Kei's grandmaster aura erupted, and the violent airflow stirred up a storm of falling leaves. He did not utter a word, transforming into a fleeting shadow. At an astonishing speed of 212 meters per second with the support of internal energy, the distance that seemed far away was covered in the blink of an eye. His speed was even so fast that it was hard to react. As Su Kei approached, a gleaming steel knife appeared in his seemingly empty hand. Impudent! The two Baihu were both furious, their internal energy erupting as they prepared to strike back together. Su Kei's gaze was icy, disregarding their movements. The steel knife in his hand, imbued with overwhelming internal energy, descended upon the two like Mount Tai pressing down. Puchi! The glimmering knife blade effortlessly sliced through the protective true chi of the masters, with unstoppable momentum directly cleaving the two Baihu in half. Blood gushed forth. Organs were scattered. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye at an extreme speed. Seeking death, Left Qianhu was furious, unleashing his terrifying internal energy with a thundering palm strike aimed directly at Su Kei's chest. The opportunity for battle was fleeting. Since Su Kei had targeted the two Baihu, he would inevitably expose a flaw. Both were grandmaster-level powerhouses. Left Qianhu easily seized this opening and acted ruthlessly. Boom! Su Kei's body trembled, a violent wave of internal energy surged, and his entire figure exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that filled the air. Left Qianhu had killed Su Kei, but he did not understand, nor could he fathom. His cultivation was clearly stronger than Su Kei's. How could he dare to be so reckless? To be completely unguarded. To take on his full-strength palm strike, just to kill two inconsequential Baihu. Was he not seeking death? If Su Kei had chosen to entangle with him, it would have been difficult for him to kill the opponent in a short time. But now, Left Qianhu completely could not comprehend Su Kei's actions. Did Su Kei have some deep-seated grudge against these two Baihu? Was it worth sacrificing his life for? Was he out of his mind? Zhua Qianhu shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. No matter what, the criminal has been dealt with, finally resolving a troublesome matter for Lord Fu. In the past 2 years, due to his ineffectiveness, he had been reprimanded by the emperor multiple times. Zhua Qianhu turned around, preparing to instruct the 30 standing Xinyan heavy guards to take the bodies of the two by his back. As his gaze swept over the ranks, his body suddenly stiffened and his heart tightened. As the saying goes, it's not scary if there are few people. What's frightening is when there are many. Among the originally neat 30 Xinyan heavy guards, an extra figure appeared out of nowhere. This scene made his scalp tingle. That person was actually Su Kei, whom he had just blasted into a mist of blood with a single punch. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhua Qianhu was horrified, a chill sweeping through his body and goosebumps rising all over. He had absolute confidence in that punch, certain that it could not have missed. Su Kei was destined to die. But the living person before him. What on earth was going on? Zhua Qianhu's abnormal reaction naturally caught the attention of the Xinyan heavy guards. They all noticed that Qianhu was staring at them with a look of horror. I'm flying. Pooh. The sound of the steel knife slicing through the air was extremely piercing. Su Kei's figure appeared like a ghost, the flash of the knife. I'm flying. Pooh. The sound of the steel knife slicing through the air was extremely piercing. Su Kei's figure appeared like a ghost, the flash of the knife struck, and a head flew up with a thud, rolling onto the ground. These Xinyan heavy guards were all elite, with formidable strength, especially adept at forming formations and operating heavy crossbows. If an ordinary master were surrounded by them or faced a volley of heavy crossbow fire, they would undoubtedly perish on the spot. But at this moment, they were facing a grand master. The heavy guards had no time to form a formation, and they couldn't even put up a resistance. The knife light crisscrossed and flesh and blood flew. In just a few breaths, more than 10 Xinyan heavy guards had already fallen into a pool of blood. Bastard. Zhua Qianhu's eyes widened in fury, his anger burning. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his full power in an instant, turning into a shadow and charging fiercely at Su Kei. Meanwhile, Su Kei seemed determined to eliminate these Xinyan heavy guards first. Facing Zhuqian's attack, Su Ke did not dodge or evade, not even a sliver of his mind was spared for defense. The result was inevitable. Boom. A powerful palm once again tore Su Ke's body apart, turning it into a mist of blood. But in the next moment, Su Ke's figure appeared out of nowhere next to a heavy guard-the-steel knife in his hand, sweeping out without pause. Pooh! The knife light was like lightning shadows flying everywhere. In just a moment, the last few Xinyan heavy guards also fell one after another, no longer breathing. What on earth are you? Human or ghost? How could he not be killed? Was this still a human? Su Ke did not answer. The cold light of the knife shone as he walked forward directly. What on earth are you? Human or ghost? How could he not be killed? Was this still a human? Su Ke did not answer. The cold light of the knife shone as he walked forward directly, charging at Zhuqianhu. At this moment, Zhuqianhu dared not think of anything else. For now the priority was to survive. Instantly, a terrifying inner strength erupted from his body. The two figures collided, the sound of steel ringing. A violent wave of energy spread out, shattering the ground, instantly, terrifying cracks extending for several zhang. Several large trees around were uprooted, tree trunks exploded in half, and debris and dirt soared into the air. Zhuqian's falling leaves, knife stacked layer upon layer, the knife's momentum collapsing the air. Each strike shook the ground violently. Su Ke did not dodge or evade, taking a knife, heat in his shoulder skin, and flesh-bursting bones roaring. In just a moment, the two fought back and forth. Zhuqianhu was covered in knife wounds, blood dripping from his clothes. Su Ke was even worse off. Not only was he covered in injuries, but he had even lost a leg. You overestimate yourself. Zhuqianhu leaned on the falling leaves, knife, his eyes filled with disdain. Although he did not understand how Su Ke could break through to Grandmaster in just 2 years, there was still a gap between Grandmasters. He was a Qianhu of the Zhenwu division. All his skills came from the Zhenwu division, specializing in martial artists, and his killing methods had long been honed to perfection. In contrast, Su Ke had only just advanced to Grandmaster with mediocre sword skills and average strength. Relying solely on this reckless attacking style could not harm him at all. Who? Su Ke gasped, heavily soaked in blood, a hand severed, a leg missing, his inner strength disordered, and several meridians broken. Meanwhile, Zhuqianhu, though injured, was merely slightly hurt. Indeed, cultivation is one thing, and real combat is another. The road ahead is long, I will explore it up and down. Knife! Su Ke slashed his throat. Life won. In fact, whether he lost a hand or a leg was not a big deal. He just needed to wait for the self-recovery water to restore him, regaining 1 of health per second, which included everything. However, the self-recovery water could not restore inner strength. Moreover, if it were not for the talent of eternal certainty, which locked his cultivation and foundation with his current injuries, any ordinary martial artist would directly fall in realm, their inner strength wasted, becoming a waste. Eternal certainty could ensure that Su Ke's cultivation skills and foundational roots were solidified under any circumstances. Whether it was spell plungering, curse sealing, physical or spiritual trauma, memory loss, and soul washing, or time and causal manipulation. None could cause his cultivation to decline. It was precisely because of this talent that Su Ke could recklessly exchange injuries, committing acts of suicide whenever he wished. Without this talent, it would inevitably lead to the loss of his roots. Given Su Ke's current situation, once he committed suicide and revived while his strength and inner strength could be fully restored, the level he would drop to was uncertain. He could possibly revive with only the strength of a master, or even just a congenital level. Self-recovery water, health recovery. Killing and reviving, one-click, full health. Eternal certainty, solidified cultivation. The 3 talents formed a complementary system. It seemed that the value of the self-recovery water was a bit low, but to be honest, it indeed was somewhat low. In the next moment, Zhuqian's eyes widened, his face full of questions. He watched Su Ke cut his throat right before his eyes. Immediately, an alarm went off in his mind. A sharp knife light flashed by. Relying on years of killing instincts before his mind could react, his body reacted first. He moved his foot, and his lightness skill activated automatically, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of zhang. But even though his body had automatic reflexes, he could not completely evade. Rip! Zhuqianhu felt his right arm lighten, then intense pain surged and cold sweat drenched him. He looked ahead. In the position where he had just stood, Su Ke was holding a steel knife, stepping on an arm. Moreover, at this moment, Su Ke was completely unscathed. The severed hand had restored, as before, the severed leg reborn, and there were no injuries on him. Even his aura had become overwhelmingly strong once more. Instantly fully revived? What kind of ability is this? Zhuqianhu was horrified beyond belief, even though this was not the first time he had witnessed it. Yet he still found it unbelievable and hard to imagine. Does this world truly have immortals? Run! Zhuqian's soul fled in terror, and without hesitation, he turned to escape. At this moment, he was already scared out of his wits. There was not a trace of fighting spirit left, only fear, and his heart felt heavy. This time it was likely that the Jinwu division would face disaster. Su-Ke possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster, and also mastered the ability of resurrection. Apart from his mediocre knife skills, plain fist techniques, and average lightness skills, he had virtually no weaknesses. Even though the Jinwu division was filled with experts, they found it difficult to deal with him. Anyone facing. A terrifying thought surfaced in Zhou Qianhu's mind, and he exerted himself even more in using his lightness skills to escape. He had already made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would definitely change his identity and hide far away. In fact, the mere cultivation of a grandmaster was not terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the Jinwu division, the military, or even the imperial court, there were many of such experts. The Taoist Xintian sect is quite strong, right? There were as many as a dozen grandmaster experts. Yet such strength was not taken seriously by the Deqian. In fact, as long as the Jinwu division was willing, not to mention the Xintian sect, even the entire martial world combined would not be able to withstand them. But what was most terrifying about Su-Ke was his ability to die and come back to life. Powerful strength, immortality. Once targeted, who would not be afraid? It was only from this moment on that Zhou Qianhu truly understood what kind of monster the Jinwu division had provoked. Run! Su-Ke watched as Zhou Qianhu vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, shaking his head slightly. He did not pursue. It was not that he wanted to let Zhou Qianhu go, but rather he could not catch up. His overall strength was average, and the gap between their strengths was still quite apparent. Then without hesitation, Su-Ke cut his throat once more. Life, when your life is my life. The primary ability of this talent, although it is to kill a living being to gain a life, but its accompanying abilities are also terrifyingly strong. The ability to autonomously choose a resurrection location, comparable to teleportation. His lightness skills could not catch up to Zhou Qianhu, but he could appear right in front of Zhou Qianhu. After all, this entire area had been tread upon by his feet, making it all resurrection nodes. In the next moment, as Zhou Qianhu was desperately fleeing, a brilliant knife light erupted. There was no noise, no opportunity, and no warning. A figure carrying the knife light suddenly appeared beside Rip. Zhou Qianhu felt a pain in his leg and stumbled to the ground. His two legs were brutally severed by a single knife strike. Zhou Qianhu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face as pale as paper, looking desperately at the young figure before him. At this moment, he was left with only one hand intact while the rest had been severed. Yet facing such a situation, he still continued to retreat, filled with resentment in his eyes. You want to kill me, I want to kill you. That's quite normal. Why hate? Su-Ke frowned. Actually, I also gave opportunities, but you insisted on relentlessly hunting me down. Absurd. Zhou Qianhu spat out a mouthful of blood, sneering. The Deqian states clearly that those who steal internal skills will be punished along with their 9 clans. If you did not steal, how could it come to this? As a Qianhu of the government, upholding the laws of Deqian and maintaining the stability of the martial world, what wrong have I done, eh? You were originally just a first-rate martial artist without internal strength, yet within a few years you broke through to grandmaster level. Your talent is among the top in Deqian. If you had remained compliant with the laws of Deqian and followed the court's regulations, you would have been granted titles and positions, and your future would be limitless. The pursuit of martial arts should have a legitimate path. If you had joined the Jinwu division and achieved merit, the court would have rewarded you with superior martial arts. Why steal martial arts and break the law? This is a national policy of Deqian. Achieving merit allows you to select martial arts. This is also where he is perplexed. Since Su-Ke has this talent, why not sell himself to the royal family? Why steal martial arts? Stealing martial arts is to forge a path, and forging a path inevitably offends the roots. Su-Ke shook his head. Your words are not wrong, but if I say I need all the martial arts classics of Deqian, if I were to align with the court and serve Deqian as a dog, could I not browse these martial arts freely? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Qianhu fell silent. Silence also represented an answer. Deqian indeed possessed the classics of the entire martial world. In earlier years, the founding ancestor Yang Ting suppressed the martial world. All major sects were suppressed, left with no choice but to allow the court to compile their martial arts. Those who dared to disobey were completely eradicated, their entire clan wiped out. Thus the Deqian court had the most comprehensive collection of scriptures. Indeed, achieving merit can grant the opportunity to select martial arts, but the prerequisite is to have military merit. Moreover, you cannot browse all martial arts freely. The court needs to cultivate strong individuals, but it also needs to suppress them. Therefore, even if Su-Ke is willing to be a dog, perhaps initially some internal skills, fist techniques, knife techniques, and lightness skills might be rewarded. But afterward, don't expect any more. The court cannot trust any official unconditionally, not even a prince. See, since it cannot be done even if I join, what difference does it make? I would ultimately steal these skills anyway, and the current situation would inevitably occur, and I would offend the roots. Since it will inevitably happen sooner or later, why should I seek far and wide? Suke explained. He has the talent to unify all methods capable of learning any martial arts. This meant he would not be limited to one school or faction, and he must absorb all martial arts experiences. Zhuo Qianhu was left speechless, but his gaze still held a glimmer of hope for survival. He took a deep breath and steadied his injuries. Suke, as long as you are willing to let me go, I Zhuo Ling swear from now on I will no longer be your enemy. Now that my legs are completely useless, I can only live my life in a wheelchair. To you, I am already a cripple. Moreover, your methods are unfathomable, immortal, and indestructible. Since you are immortal from beginning to end, the Jinwu division has never posed a threat to you. If you are willing to cease hostilities, I will report this matter to Lord Fu upon my return to the Jinwu division, transforming conflict into harmony. How about that? After all, the Jinwu division is also maintaining the laws of the court, which is also for the stability of the common people, not solely targeting you. If you persist in your hostility, it will undoubtedly cause turmoil in the martial world, and in the end, the innocent common people will suffer the consequences. Suke listened, falling silent for a moment. Just when Zhuo Qianhu thought these words had moved his opponent, the light of hope in his eyes grew stronger. He was already a strong grandmaster. His lifespan reached 140 years. Now only 56 years old, there were still many long years to live. Even if his legs were rendered useless, his inner strength remained intact. Although his strength had declined, he could still live peacefully. Who would want to die if they could live? Zhuo Qianhu naturally did not wish for that. We are all striving to live. But in the next moment, a flash of knife light appeared. Zhuo Qianhu's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Then his head fell, consciousness plunging into darkness. Moral coercion. Suke shook his head casually, wiping the blood from his blade. He was not falling for that. If you could strike me down, I could certainly do the same to you. No matter who attempts to kill me, I can retaliate. The town martial division has issued a bounty and has not given up the chase. If Suke did not have many lives once killed, it would truly be the end. Just because he can die and come back to life does not mean it is reasonable to assume he has not died, nor does it imply he deserved to be killed. Moreover, both sides have fundamentally different positions. You kill me, you have your reasons. I kill you, I have my reasons. It's only natural. Furthermore, Zhuo Qianhu's words are pure moral coercion. Zhuo Qianhu's act of killing is seen as upholding the law as a matter of justice. Yet Suke's counterattack is viewed as chaos in the world, as an unforgivable crime. Enforcement of the law does not equate to justice. Retaliation does not necessarily imply evil. At that moment, Su Jiangwo, who had emerged from who knows where, rushed forward. It raised its front hooves, gleefully standing on Zhuo Qianhu's corpse, braying incessantly. Its demeanor was clearly one of triumph. Look at still us two who are formidable, together we are invincible. In the 17th year of Chonglu, in Qingjis, Zhenglong Prefecture, a cacophony erupted. Within Qingzhou, all sects and factions gathered. Today is the birthday banquet of Fu Kailan, the deputy commander of the town martial division. Faced with this influential figure, who controls the martial arts of Qingzhou, no faction dared to miss the occasion, each bringing generous gifts. Fu Kailan might not clearly remember who attended, but he would certainly remember who did not. Holding a high position and being a consummate grandmaster, he governs the martial world of Qingzhou. If he held a grudge and made things difficult, it would be nearly impossible to navigate Qingzhou in the future. Guests at the banquet raised their cups in celebration, the sound of strings and flutes harmonizing with laughter. Fu Kailan sat at the head table clad in a brocade robe, receiving the congratulations of the town martial division's subordinates and the guests from the martial world. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, the courtyard gate shattered. Suke's figure stepped in. The joyful sounds in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. Lord Fu, I am Suke, here uninvited. This is a small token of appreciation. If it does not meet your satisfaction, please forgive me. Suke said, casually tossing a package onto the ground. The package rolled a few times before opening, revealing a severed head inside. Is this Zhuo Qianhu? This is a grandmaster. Suke. He is the fugitive wanted 2 years ago. He is still alive. Surrounding guests gasped in shock, and those quick on the uptake were already looking for an escape route. Those who reacted more slowly were still in shock. Fu Kailan's expression turned cold as he was about to speak, only to see Suke had already launched an attack. Half a day later, at the city gates of Qingjis, Zhenglong Prefecture, over 100 heads hung. Next to it, a piece of silk cloth bore a large inscription, Murderer Suke. I only want to practice martial arts. Whoever obstructs my path shall face death, and this is not a warning. News spread like wildfire, astonishing the entire Deqian. At the birthday banquet of Fu Kailan in Qingzhou, the fugitive Su Ke, hunted for 2 years, suddenly appeared. What was even more shocking was his cultivation. At this time, Su Ke's cultivation had reached the realm of mystical transformation, having leaped from the innate level to become a grandmaster. A true grandmaster. Not just any run-off-the-mill character. Many had been stuck at the grandmaster level for decades without progress, while Su Ke at such a young age had achieved such power. It was truly terrifying. Seeing his birthday disrupted, and Zui Qian, who slain Fu Kailan, was enraged, and his elite subordinates surged forward. Faced with this situation, many guests watched with cold eyes, not optimistic about Su Ke. Even though he had become a grandmaster, he was merely at the initial stage. Present were 3 grandmasters from the town martial division, with Fu Kailan being a consummate grandmaster. The gap was glaringly obvious. However, the outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. 2 mid-stage grandmasters fell on the spot. Fu Kailan, the consummate grandmaster, followed closely behind. Anyone who dared to attack Su Ke met with no mercy, who all were killed. Yet those innocent bystanders who did not attack were left unharmed by Su Ke. Such a shocking event could not be concealed and quickly spread throughout the world. In just a few years from innate to grandmaster. What a monstrous talent. Unkillable. Su Ke has been killed by the town martial division dozens of times, yet he still returns unscathed. How could this be? What kind of method is this? Fu Kailan's birthday banquet had already gathered numerous figures from the martial world. There were also many innocent scholars and commoners present. Su Ke did not harm these people. Or rather, as long as they did not strike at him, Su Ke spared them. With so many witnesses, the news could not be suppressed. Su Ke's terrifying strength and his unbelievable ability to return from the dead shocked the entire martial world. Even if various factions found it hard to believe, faced with such a multitude of consistent testimonies, they had no choice but to accept it. Relying on this bizarre ability to return from death, he had killed 3 grandmasters. For a time, each sect and faction issued stern orders to their disciples and younger generations. Do not provoke this man. In the eyes of these forces, offending the court might still leave room for negotiation. But if they cross Su Ke, given his ruthless approach to seeking revenge, this person would repay every slight. However, based on his previous conduct, as long as one did not actively provoke him, did not engage in criminal activities, and did not act as a bandit, both sides could coexist peacefully. Thus, many factions began internal investigations, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the disaster that is Su Ke. Meanwhile, many seasoned grandmasters who were at the peak of their powers, yet nearing the end of their lifespans, suddenly became alert. These grandmasters, having cultivated for a lifetime, found themselves stuck at the consummate grandmaster level, unable to break through, waiting helplessly for death to arrive. The stronger the power, the higher the status, the more one fears death. Who does not wish to live? If Su Ke's resurrection ability could be mastered, would it not allow one to extend life and survive? How could that not incite greed? How could that not attract covetousness? As for whether it would bring calamity to their families or sects, these dying powerhouses did not care at all. When I die, who cares about the floodwaters? As for the court, naturally they would be furious. Such a dangerous criminal openly assassinated court officials. Not punishing him would not quell the public outrage. The current Emperor Yang Shi personally decreed that the town martial division must at all costs capture Su Ke alive. Indeed, capture him alive. Those old-timers coveting Su Ke's abilities, the emperor desires them too. Moreover, they are all clever individuals. Since Su Ke can resurrect every time he dies, then as long as they can capture him alive and ensure he does not die, they will eventually extract the secret behind this ability. Other factions might find it hard to guarantee he does not die, but for the court it is quite simple. In Deqian, there are countless grandmasters. They only need to use their internal energy to keep him alive, and he will not die. At this moment in the Imperial Palace. Unkillable. Good. Heaven does not cut off a man's path. That night, Qingyan sect. Within the scripture repository, Su Ke's gaze swept across row upon row of bookshelves laden with the sect's cultivation manuals. Qingyun Qi, nourishing art, azure blade, breathing treatise, drifting cloud, sword resonance, cultivation method. After a long while, Su Ke copied them blindly, heedless of their meaning, determined only to transcribe every manual first. Only after copying the final manual did he return it precisely to its original place on the shelf. Stretching lazily, Su Ke turned his head toward a distant corner, smiled faintly, and strode away without hesitation. No sooner had Su Ke departed than a figure staggered forth from the shadows in that very corner. Lu Shiji, the sect's patriarch, stared after Su Ke's retreating form, wiped cold sweat from his brow with trembling fingers, and collapsed onto the floor. Damn it! Nearly scared me to death. At last that harbinger of calamity has left. Qingyun sect lay within Qingzhou Prefecture. Half a month earlier, Lu Shiji had also attended Master Fu Kailan's birthday banquet. He had witnessed firsthand Su Kei's slaughter, terrifying, merciless, absolute. Upon returning to the sect, he had sternly warned all disciples under no circumstances were they to provoke him, lest disaster befall them. Yet he never dreamed this harbinger of calamity would infiltrate Qingyun sect's scripture repository. Had it been anyone else, Lu Shiji would have struck him down on the spot without hesitation. But the intruder was Su Kei? Well then no issue at all. Merely a few cultivation manuals. Please peruse them freely, no need for restraint. Were it not for fear that revealing himself might enrage the man, Lu Shiji would have rushed forward himself, expounding each manual's profoundest subtleties with reverent devotion. Alas, he dared not. So he remained hidden heart, pounding, watching in silent dread. Time flowed onward. Chingle year 18. A secluded valley. Su Kei wiped blood from his steel blade. He truly could not fathom it, nor comprehend it. How could so many people possess such utter disregard for death? Every few days someone arrived, seeking their own demise. Some offered wealth, swearing solemn oaths that if Su Kei revealed the secret of resurrection, they would deliver 10,000 taels of gold with no upper limit, as though intent on burying him beneath coin. Others deployed seduction. Su Kei's reputation had long spread across the great Qian realm, a man insatiable in desire. Thus they assembled beauties of every kind, plump or slender, graceful or fiery, each radiating her own unique allure. At first Su Kei tried to protest, "You've mistaken me entirely." Yet ultimately he yielded to impulse. "You judged me well indeed." And yet, in the end, he slew them all. Damn it, they poisoned my Rujiamo. Others fancied themselves martial paragons, transcendent sages whose skills defied heaven itself, and deemed Su Kei nothing more than a corpse rotting in its grave. Unsurprisingly, every single one perished. Su Kei shook his head in weary resignation, turned back toward the valley, sat cross-legged, and sank into deep contemplation. Nearly 6 years since arriving in this world, my strength has ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, but yet his cultivation had stagnated. Wudong five-form stance drew vital essence from food by mimicking 5 elemental postures, refining qi to fortify both body and spirit. In early stages when strength was modest, ordinary meat and grains sufficed to nourish growth. Now, however, his physical power had reached an inconceivable threshold. The nutrients within common fare could no longer sustain his body's colossal expenditure. Insufficient qi, thus an immovable bottleneck. To advance further, he required either rare flesh brimming with potent energy, or celestial treasures of extraordinary rarity. Only such rarities could replenish his body's voracious demand, bridge the qi deficit, and propel him past this barrier. Or perhaps the five-form stance itself imposed limits, designed solely to refine essence from flesh, transforming it into qi to strengthen physique and amplify force. Should he abandon this art, or seek high-energy flesh instead? Would that stone monkey radiating malice from the primary world even qualify? Su Kei shook his head, suppressing the thought for now. His physical stagnation likely stemmed from nutritional deficiency. But his inner cultivation halt was far simpler. None of these arts extended beyond the peak of Grandmaster attainment. He had already traversed every sect and school across Qingzhou, amassing 413 inner cultivation manuals. Though he had actually practiced only dozens, those acquired from Zixia sect. Master Qingwei had guided him, clarifying their principles. Those taken from other sects lacked explanation. He could not decipher them, and thus never trained them. Yet every single manual plateaued at the same ceiling, as if higher realms simply ceased to exist within their texts. Su Kei refused to believe it. The Tao knows no boundary. Even martial cultivation cannot possess an absolute limit. That these manuals fail to transcend reveals only 2 truths. First, this world itself is insufficient. Second, their creators were insufficient. Su Kei could not verify whether true immortal sovereign cultivation was impossible here. But he could test the manual's validity. And that test was, all arts unify. Any art you learn harmonizes seamlessly, conflict vanishes. It meant that should he penetrate every manual's essence, retaining its quintessence, discarding its dross, he could fuse them all into a new transcendent art surpassing all prior boundaries. In former days, Su Kei could never have achieved this. He had merely recited texts verbatim, never grasping their deeper truth. Not from unwillingness, but from lack of insight. He read yet understood nothing. A single phrase held 800 interpretations, and only one was correct. For example, to an ordinary cultivator a manual reads, De Bingbong Kue Luan Lien, So Xie Xiao Biao Wan Mang, Yin Yu Quan Na. To a genius it reads, Follow this path. 3 pitfalls ahead, turn here. Yes. then proceed straight. But yesterday changed everything. For yesterday marked the 2048th day since he gained his divine boon, and the moment his next talent manifested. His 12th talent. Acquired talent Transcendent Insight. Transcendent Insight. Your insight increases by 1 point daily, without limit. Live long enough, and you become the father of law itself. Time slipped like mist. 1 month later. So, that is its meaning. In the valley, Su Kei's eyes blazed with revelation. The incantation of the Qingyun Qi nourishing art conceals this truth. Mist of peaks enters the inch. Saliva gathers at the central pillar. Midnight and noon divide camps. Waterways trace the circuit. Fierce Qi is gathered and concealed within the diaphragm. Emptiness nurtures the embryonic essence. Mist of peaks signifies primordial Qi. Enters the inch. Refers to the central channel. 1 Qi long. Interweaving all meridians, saliva gathers at the central pillar, denotes the generation of nectar in the mouth converging at the dantian to become raw material for true Qi. Those once opaque verses now lay bare before him. Each character, each phrase lucid, and he had encountered these passages before, during practice, but failed utterly to grasp them. Now enlightenment struck like sudden rain, clarity instantaneous, absolute. In the days that followed, Su Kei meticulously studied every stolen manual, from sword arts to fist techniques from every sect across the land. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Name Su Kei. Cultivation Realm Tier 4 Half-Immortal Sovereign. Arts mastered Wudong 5-form stance, perfected numerous inner cultivation methods, perfected countless sword arts, perfected countless fist styles, perfected. Strength 23 metric tons. Speed 289 milliseconds. Talent 1126. Insight 68. Vitality 97451. Lifespan 2188 years. Soul Resonance 1598. Talents, Transcendent Insight. All achieved in merely 2 months, by Transcendent Insight alone. Su Kei had not only mastered all 413 inner cultivation manuals, sword arts, and fist styles stolen from Qingzhou's sects, but fused them into a singular unified synthesis. Though his martial cultivation had not yet breached the final threshold, his power dwarfed that of any ordinary grandmaster, by orders of magnitude. Half-Immortal Sovereign. Not enough. Still not enough. I require more arts, far more. It is time to leave this land. Su Kei traversed every prefecture of Dakian, systematically gathering the martial teachings of countless schools. Gradually, he penetrated the essence of those manuals and heart methods, assimilating them into his very being. The 558th Inner Cultivation Manual. Su Kei smoothed the tangled currents of his inner Qi into one harmonious stream. Ignoring the usual incompatibilities between internal arts, whether yin or yang, each submitted meekly before his innate gift. At that moment, Su Kei's inner force congealed into a deep, resonant power and flowed without the slightest dampening. Yet his realm remained stalled at the half-step into the land immortal realm. Not yet enough. Su Kei returned the manual to the wooden shelf and left the scripture pavilion of Luoyun sect. The 874th Inner Cultivation Manual. The merits and defects of disparate internal systems were all absorbed and digested by him. The mysteries of shaping inner force gradually revealed themselves. Though his formal realm stood still, the might within his body had become consummate. On a lone mountain peak, Su Kei circulated his Qi along the extraordinary meridians and unleashed a thunderous palm strike. A high resonant dragon cry split the air. A solid phantom of a divine dragon cleaved the void. Its sinuous body carried colossal force as it roared forward, compressing the air into explosive bursts, and overwhelming pressure swept outward like a tidal wall. With a thunderous crash, boulders towering dozens of feet shattered into countless fragments. Su Kei Lightfoot stepped forward, a steel blade appearing in his hand as he brought it down in a single arc. A sharp blade surge issued from the steel with a ringing note, as if plowing the earth clean. The ground split inch by inch. Immediately afterwards, Su Kei sheathed the blade and casually employed an assortment of fists and kicks. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings lay in ruins. Innate experts could condense inner force and injure at a distance. Within the Grandmaster realm, inner force begins to coagulate and can be projected beyond the body, though not for long. When a great Grandmaster sweeps with sword Qi, the inner force gathers and does not disperse. Their palm and fist techniques can erupt with earth-shaking potency. And yet, Su Kei was still only a half-step into the land immortal realm. Still, the depth of his inner force was such that with a mere circulation and a light grasp, a gigantic claw of Qi could form in midair, power enough to rend mountains and sunder stone. But I still haven't found the opportunity to break through the land immortal threshold. Su Kei murmured, shook his head, and his figure blurred, vanishing from the peak. Time flowed on. as martial manuals accumulated vast troves of combat experience knit together within his mind. Complex formulas, conflicting routes of cultivation, and the differing essential doctrines all became clear in his chest. In the 19th year of Chang'e, another year passed. The 75740H kind of inner cultivation method. Suke had learned thousands of martial art methods and tens of thousands of meridian techniques, the distilled insights of uncounted generations of fighters. He sat focused, and his whole aura churned and transformed as a sovereign inner force began to run the great circuit by itself. Thunderous waves of chi welled from him and swept the surroundings. At that instant his thick inner force boiled and ran through the extraordinary meridians. With each completed circuit, the inner power underwent a metamorphosis, continuously condensed until it became strand after strand of refined, true chi. After an unknowable span of time, Suke slowly opened his eyes. Name Suke. Cultivation rank 5 early land immortal. Techniques Wudong Wu Xing Zhuang Wudong 5 form stake. Complete Wudao heart method. Complete Rinjun Yi Dao earnest single blade. Complete Rinjun Yi Quan earnest fist. Complete. Strength 24 tons. Speed 300 milliseconds. He had culled the dross and retained only the essence. By virtue of prodigious insight, Suke perfectly fused thousands of inner arts, fist styles, blade methods, and lightness techniques. The method seemed crafted for him alone. The density of his true chi reached an inconceivable level. Suke rose, regarded the desolate peak, and thrust out a sudden punch. Renjun Yi Quan. Raging true chi surged through his extraordinary meridians, and a gray imprint of a fist several zhang in diameter thundered into being, striking the mountain with unconquerable force. With a cataclysmic roar, the summit was pulverized as though struck by thunder. The mountain crumbled to dust, the range collapsed, and countless rocks shot outward, leaving a pit several zhang deep. Voices muttered in awe, this force. Is this still martial arts? Isn't this already in the realm of fantasy? Suke breathed, inwardly astonished. Then, he did not release any true chi, but struck with pure corporeal strength alone. A piercing sonic boom snapped through the air. This blow measures only 48,000 jin of force. Suke frowned in displeasure. He then circulated true chi without deploying any technique, and struck once more. The sonic boom intensified. Relying on the flesh alone yields 48,000 jin, but with true chi added, the force can erupt several times over. A single punch can unleash 100,000 jin of force. The true chi of this martial world had unique properties. His earliest Wudong 5 form stake had been stuck at rank 4. But his martial way had already broken through to rank 5. In this realm, the 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier roughly correspond to rank 1 in the main world. Innate is rank 2, Master is rank 3, Grandmaster rank 4, and the land immortal corresponds to rank 5. Suke exhaled softly. He had by now collected virtually every internal and external art across the Dakian martial world, though many were redundant. Under present circumstances, it was unlikely he could find many more different martial arts. Unless the Imperial Palace. The founding ancestor Yang Ting had once swept the 8 wildernesses and the 6 realms, leaving every school howling in his wake. 2 full centuries had passed. Countless sects had risen and fallen, and the court surely kept records of their techniques. One could say the martial repository of the Dakian Imperial Palace was the most comprehensive scripture hall. That was why the court could continually cultivate forces capable of keeping the martial world in check. Suke would not let such an opportunity slip. I must pay the Dakian Imperial Library a visit. Over the past year, Suke moved with secrecy, traveling by night in fine clothes, and avoiding even Chunfeng Tower. He spent his days on the road in study or acting as a shadowy thief on rafters, seldom showing himself to the world. Whenever he gained something, he secluded himself to refine it, appearing like a dragon glimpsed only occasionally. Because of this, many sects did not even know he had visited their scripture halls. Even though his wanted notices plastered all of Dakian, the Jin Wuxi never ceased hunting him, yet they remained unable to find his trail. Their failure enraged the emperor. Several commanders were dismissed. So when Su Jiangwo carried Suke and swaggered onto the official road in Zhongzhou, the news spread quickly. Within days, martial artists across the provinces mobilized, and the Jin Wuxi sent forth its elite. They had not forgotten Suke's ability to die and return. On the contrary, the memory was vivid. Thus, dozens of consummate grandmasters answered the call. They were famed veterans of the martial world, revered and fully capable. The Jin Wuxi was even more thorough. It dispatched 10,000 troops of first-rate and innate formations, all clad in heavy armor and wielding powerful repeating crossbows. At the same time, officials from counties numbering over 100 were summoned, 571 master-level strongmen and 125 grandmaster-level warriors, an all-out mobilization. If this force were annihilated, even the Dakian court would suffer grievous harm. The very composition of this array betrays how seriously the court took Suke. Such a display was intended to leave no chance for failure and to capture Suke alive. In recent years, the Jinwu had not been idle. They had studied his abilities carefully. His gift was peerless death and rebirth. That talent had carried him to Grandmaster within a few short years. 2 years had passed since Suke had slain Fu Kalen, and with his nature, he had surely grown even stronger. His dead hand rebirth could relocate him, though due to scarce information, the precise range and limits remained unknown. Yet with sufficient numbers and a net cast across heaven and earth, one could block every direction, and by the Grandmasters the time they needed to seize him. Such a commotion could not be concealed from the powers of the realm. Forces converged on Zhongzhou en masse and headed for Luofeng Slope. Luofeng Slope was a plain legend said a phoenix once fell here, and its flames burned for centuries, leaving dozens of miles of barren land. At that moment, many in the martial world gathered and whispered, "I really don't know what Suke is thinking. Jinwu has thrown such a trap, and he walked straight into it. Ha, if I had his uncanny power, I wouldn't be afraid either. You don't understand. When so many strongmen unite, they can capture him alive. Ha, even Senior Cloudcliff Daoist Su Xuanhe is here. He still lives? Look, isn't that Songbai sword Elder Mo Songzhou? Master Lycan the old Gu Silk Crone the shadowy elder. My heavens, these are veterans famed for decades. How could they all come? See those official robes? That's Deputy Commander Fang Xiao of Yangzhou and Magistrate Cheng of Fuzhou, Magistrate Fang of Yizhou. A grand assembly, truly a grand assembly. This was a rare spectacle indeed. Luofeng Slope teemed with spectators from the martial world and scouts from every faction. For 2 centuries the martial world had been under the supervision of the Jinwu, who any disobedience could mean annihilation for a clan. No one dared defy openly. Yet now someone like Suke had appeared, wanted across the realm, living openly and growing stronger. How could that fail to stir curiosity? Suke sat astride a donkey, looked over the open ground of Luofeng Slope, patted Su Jiangwo's head, and dismounted. Though the various sects and factions outwardly professed obedience to the court, they acted quite differently in secret. Suke had not yet reached the slope. A fanatic messenger from some unknown faction had ridden ahead, shrouded with news of an ambush, who after delivering the warning, he killed himself. Suke felt the man's wasted life keenly. He chose not to deter. He bore no fear. When weak he had skirted danger, now that he was strong would he still hide? If so, had his cultivation been for nothing? Su Jiangwo, keep back. Don't get yourself cut up and sold as donkey meat buns. Suke patted the donkey and sent it away, then strode toward Luofeng Slope. The sun hung high and a gentle breeze stirred the dry grass into drifting clouds. He's coming. Suke is here. Suke walked toward Luofeng Slope with unhurried steps. The surroundings were quiet as ever. A fat rat crept from its burrow, poked out its head, and sniffed. In the next moment it sensed something terrifying, withdrew at once, and dove back into its hole. Then, countless arrow shafts glittering with lethal light rained down from all directions like a storm of iron. The onlooking crowd inhaled sharply at the sight. Such a covering of arrows would spare none of them. Even a master-level champion would have no chance of surviving. Suke looked up at the falling barrage with composed expression. He swung his steel blade in a rapid arc and conjured a sheet of blade light that intercepted and deflected every shaft. The arrow storm ceased. Dense silhouettes emerged from every quadrant, and in an instant all routes of escape were ringed off. A killing cold hung in the air. Hundreds of grandmasters assembled, their eyes alight with avarice. Suke, you slay innocent people and spread havoc. You have no regard for law or righteousness. Left alive, you will be a scourge upon the martial world. I have cultivated 100 years and cannot stand demons running rampant. Your death and return is unnatural, defying heaven and earth. Today we join our strength to purge this calamity from the martial way. Suke, you broke the rules of the Jianghu and made an enemy of the court. Though your talent is notable and you are still young, do not walk a path to ruin that destroys both you and others. Amitba, your attachments are deep and you have accumulated much killing karma. Lay down your weapons and come with us to face the sovereign's judgment. Perhaps you may allay your sins and find a thread of redemption. From within the Jinwu ranks, a town official in formal robes stepped forward with a voice like a bell. Suke, you are an outlaw. You struck down imperial officers and repeatedly resisted the Jinwu. The evidence against you is irrefutable and your crimes are beyond reckoning. By the Emperor's decree, if you surrender at once, we may spare your life. If you stubbornly resist, do not blame the law for its ruthlessness. Surrender. Today there is nowhere to flee. Do not fall into demonic ways and heap fresh sins upon yourself. A chorus of high-minded proclamations rose up. Suke looked at these sanctimonious veterans and shook his head faintly. Each of them clearly coveted the secret of his death and return. Yet they cloaked their designs in pompous rhetoric, insisting on occupying the moral high ground. Had they spoken openly of their true aims, he might have regarded them with a measure more respect. But to prostitute one's principles and then erect monuments to virtue, such hypocrisy made his skin crawl. He had no taste for debate. Instead, he produced a mobile phone from his spatial pocket. Because he could control the flow of time within his space, the phone's battery remained full. Suke raised it and quietly photographed the assembly. He did not know these faces, but others would. Besides, he kept grudges. He took the photos not for vanity, but to preserve their features for later reckoning. When the time came, he would visit each household by the information on those pictures. Loot the homes, annihilate the clans, leave none standing. Songbai's sword elder Mo Songzhou, affronted by Suke's indifference, snatched his sword free with a metallic ring. "Obdurate wretch," he cried. "Stand back and watch how I seize this beast." With confidence written upon his face, he surged forward with a step and vanished like a specter. The ink moon sword in his hand shed a pearly light. Sword chi pierced the air as his body became a streak of radiance. The blade flash loomed fierce and terrible. His sword technique seemed effortless and complete, as if it had drawn upon the very momentum of heaven and earth. In that instant the world appeared to narrow down to a single stroke. Voices murmured in admiration. No wonder that Songbai's sword elder's sword intent has reached a new height. By sword intent alone, he once bested a grandmaster when he was only a master. He once stood unrivaled in swordsmanship. Now he is a consummate grandmaster, assuredly taking down mere Suke will be. What the... Crack. A crisp sound echoed. It was as if Mo Songzhou was willingly walking to his demise. Suke's strike appeared ordinary, as if it were merely a casual slash. Yet Mo Songzhou seemed to have intentionally provoked him and charged forward. The blade flashed, and Mo Songzhou met his end on the spot. Such a scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Immediately after Ba, let this old monk confront this demon. Vajra subduing demon. Master Liao Chun declared solemnly, stepping forward radiant with golden light, like a divine being descending, charging straight at Suke. The master has made his move. Liao Chun was the former abbot of the Daong Temple, having practiced Zen for nearly 100 years. His strength is unfathomable. What the hell? Another strike. In an instant the surroundings fell eerily silent. Countless people gasped in shock. This was a grandmaster. Moreover, a grandmaster with a long-standing reputation. Not one of those third-rate warriors. Even in the great Qian dynasty they held a revered status, an existence of unparalleled strength. And yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike. I recall that 2 years ago Suke had just broken through to the grandmaster realm, right? That's correct. And now just 2 years later he can take down a fully realized grandmaster with a single blow. Everyone found this scene hard to believe. No more solo fighting. Let's join forces. The experts from the town guard finally could no longer hold back and issued the order. Don't kill him outright, just incapacitate him to the point where he cannot resist. Remember, if he shows any intent to commit suicide, stop him immediately, as the command was given. Close to 200 grandmasters and hundreds of masters surged forth. Such a massive formation was unprecedented. Facing this overwhelming assault, Suke merely chuckled lightly, pushing off the ground, and his figure instantly blurred, vanishing from sight. Fast. Extremely fast. Suke's own speed had already reached 300 milliseconds, and with the explosive force of true Qi, it was nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of him. In the next moment, old Taoist Yunya. Suke's figure appeared, as if teleporting, standing beside this individual. Take my serious strike. Whoosh. The blade light flashed like lightning. Old Taoist Yunya's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't evade. There was no way to dodge. He didn't even have time to react before his head was severed from his body. In his final moments, only one thought remained in his mind. Is my grandmaster status a lie? Gu Si Lao Pe, Yuing Lao Shou. Suke's name echoed continuously at Falling Phoenix Slope. With each name uttered, a blade light. It was like Yama calling names. One strike. Always just one strike. Slaying grandmasters was as easy as chopping vegetables. No resistance, no counterattacks, no escape. It was as simple as crushing an ant. In just a few breaths, dozens of renowned grandmasters had fallen. Terrifying. Invincible. The martial artists watching from outside felt their scalps tingle in disbelief, while those in the center of the battlefield felt fear. Suke wielded various techniques with ease. Incorporating all forms of swordplay, fist techniques, and leg techniques, every joint became a weapon. This was not a battle at all. This was a complete massacre. One person, one blade, directly cutting through the entire battlefield. Life, one life, 345, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is not even a grandmaster. At this moment someone finally reacted, their face turning as pale as paper, eyes wide open. Earthly immortal. He is an earthly immortal. Upon hearing this the surroundings fell silent. Fear spread. In the 19th year of Chang Lujun, the news of the battle at Falling Phoenix Slope swept across the entire great Qian dynasty like a storm shaking the world. Out of 571 masters, only 35 managed to escape by a stroke of luck. The 184 grandmasters from the martial world and the town guard lost only 17. In this battle the entire great Qian was instantly ignited. Earthly immortal. This realm which existed only in legend had truly been reached by someone. Moreover, no one expected that Su Ke would break through from grandmaster to earthly immortal in just 2 years. Those who had regretted not arriving at Falling Phoenix Slope in time to share in the spoils were now left feeling fortunate. At the same time they felt a bittersweet pang. Such strength could not be contended against by human power. From this day forth, trying to extract the secret of his resurrection from Su Ke would likely become impossible. Yet this battle also ignited hope in many powerful figures who had been stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster realm for years. If Su Ke could achieve it, could they not also have that possibility? Quick, prepare rare treasures for me. I want to offer them to Senior Su. I don't want to know his secret of resurrection. I only seek a word of guidance that can help me break through to the earthly immortal realm. My 2 daughters are 18 years old, beautiful as flowers, and because they are twins they share a close bond. They will surely win Senior Zu's favor. What about my 1,000-year-old ginseng? In an instant many old-timers went mad. With their strength, they couldn't defeat Su Ke. If hard tactics wouldn't work, then soft ones would do. Like money, send it. They would spare no expense. Like beautiful women, send them. Twins, triplets, quadruplets. As long as Su Ke is pleased, this old man wouldn't mind recommending myself to the bed. In the entire great Qian martial world, every powerful figure who reached the Grandmaster realm, none were not trying every possible means to get close to Su Ke, even if it was just for a word of guidance. They were unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. This was the earthly immortal. Not only could it extend lifespan, but also represented absolute strength. Who wouldn't be envious? Just as various factions were racking their brains on how to curry favor with Su Ke, a piece of news arrived. Su Ke began to settle scores. All those involved in the encirclement were captured and had their portraits drawn by Su Ke using unknown means. He was tracking down the backgrounds of these individuals. This news was leaked by one of them. Originally but on the second day after this news spread, the Qingming temple where Su Shuangge was brutally exterminated. Soon after, Mo Songjia's Pine and Cypress sect master Liao Chen's silent Zen temple Gusi Lao Pas Thousand Threads Valley. These sects were uprooted one after another. Based on the traces left at the scene, there were quite a few people involved. Lu Yun hated his own sect master. At his old age, he foolishly sought the secret of resurrection and went to Falling Phoenix Slope to encircle Su Ke. It didn't matter if he died, but he dragged the entire sect down with him. If he hadn't been cautious normally, and sensed something was off to escape immediately, he would have become a casualty. Lu Yun executed his lightness skill running wildly, without daring to stop, wanting to distance himself from the sect as much as possible. Just then in the darkness, 2 figures rushed over at high speed, closing in rapidly. Spare! Lu Yun's heart raced as he was about to plead for mercy, but the words hadn't left his mouth. A flash of sword light passed, severing his throat. The assailant placed his head into a wooden box. The 7-star sect has committed numerous atrocities oppressing the locals, and yet dares to participate in the assault on Senior Su. They deserve to die. Take their heads and present them as a greeting gift to Senior Su. Yes. In the great Qian dynasty within the royal palace's scripture repository, Su Ke leaned against the soft couch. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive, punctuated only by the rustling sound of him turning the pages. The candlelight flickered. Before long, Su Ke had fully comprehended the profound meanings within the martial arts book in his hands. He casually set the book down on the couch and raised his gaze ahead. Not far from his couch lay a corpse with blood oozing from its 7 orifices. The corpse belonged to an elderly man around 70 years old, dressed in a dragon robe. Beside the corpse stood a middle-aged man in a python robe resembling the deceased to some extent. Kneeling on either side were a row of eunuchs, all pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat, not daring to breathe loudly. You say your uncle the Emperor Chang Lu suddenly passed away last night, due to a chill. Su Ke stared at the bloodied state of Emperor Chang Lu, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Whose family experiences a chill that results in blood pouring from 7 orifices. Shot in the back with 8 arrows, committing suicide. Su Qianbei, I understand that it is hard for you to believe, but this is the conclusion reached after a full consultation by the Imperial Medical Institute. The python-robed man spoke seriously. Su Ke remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, you may go. I do not wish to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. This hurdle was finally passed. He felt very aggrieved and helpless, yet he had no way out. When Su Ke single-handedly broke through the Town Wu division, the outcome had already been determined. It was either to fight to the bitter end or to lower their heads and apologize. The great Qian royal family sincerely chose the latter. Despite having many grandmasters, the royal family lacked a land god to oversee things. Continue to be enemies with Su Ke? Whether or not the great Qian would fall into chaos was uncertain, but the Yang family royal lineage would certainly not escape disaster. A land god possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. In this world, they had transcended earthly powers. No matter how many troops or strong fighters were sent, it would only lead to increased casualties. After weighing the pros and cons, the great Qian royal family could only allow Emperor Chang Lu Yangshi to perish. Although Yangshi was merely following ancestral instructions, any emperor would have made the same choice. But who could have predicted that he would encounter a fierce figure like Su Ke? In this situation, the blame could not be placed on Su Ke, or it could only be on Emperor Changla. Only with Emperor Changla's death could Su Ke's fury be quelled. A land god. Yang Zhao stepped out of the scripture repository, clenching his fists filled with reluctance. If only our royal family also had a land god. But then he shook his head. Even if the royal family truly had a land god, what difference would it make? What could they change in the face of Su Ke's unfathomable power? Watching Yang Zhao's departing figure, Su Ke shook his head slightly, no longer pondering, and immersed himself back into martial arts. Meanwhile, the news of Emperor Chang Lu Yang's demise finally spread throughout the land. The successor was not Emperor Chang's offspring, but the vassal King Yang Zhao, who ascended the throne. As soon as the news broke, it caused a massive stir. Who didn't know that Su Ke had entered the great Qian royal palace alone? And shortly thereafter, Emperor Chang Lu passed away. The oddities within sparked wild speculation. Various factions began to stir, anticipating chaos within the palace. After all, Su Ke as a land god possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. If he were to call out, countless individuals would rush to seek glory by following him. But the outcome disappointed them. After Emperor Chang's death, Yang Zhao smoothly ascended to the throne and changed the era to Zhengtong. Yet Su Ke seemed to have vanished without a trace, no longer making any noise. This scene caused many ambitious individuals to reconsider. Just because Su Ke could stabilize a nation alone, it didn't mean others could. In reality, even though the Town Wu division was severely weakened to the court, it was merely an institution. The court still held absolute power to suppress the martial world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The 20 years of Chang Lu, the first year of Zhengtong. Inside the great Qian scripture repository, Su Ke set down the last martial arts classic and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. It must be said this was indeed the royal arsenal that had gathered martial arts from across the world for 200 years. Even after removing many duplicates, the quantity was still immense. External martial arts 124121 books. Internal martial arts 31457 books. The number of external martial arts far exceeded that of internal martial arts. The reason was simply that external martial arts had a lower threshold, were widely spread, and were easily innovated. Of course, the main culprit was the strict martial arts prohibition imposed by Great Qian. Each sect was only allowed to cultivate their registered techniques, strictly prohibiting mutual borrowing and improvements. This directly stifled the vitality of martial arts development. Disciples could only stubbornly focus on one martial art, wasting their talents in vain. The lack of communication and sparring between sects hindered the ability to learn from each other. The martial path of the entire world was stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, making it difficult to progress further. Even though the court's scripture repository had amassed a vast amount of martial arts, ordinary people had no fortune to enjoy them. Relying solely on that small group of smart individuals within the royal family was far from sufficient. This won't do. Su Ke muttered to himself. This was not conducive to his future plans. He had no intention of abandoning this martial arts world. Even if he returned to the main world, he could come back again. If his physical body remained in the martial arts world, 1 year in the martial arts world equaled 1 day in the main world. If his physical body was in the main world, then 1 day in the main world equaled 1 year in the martial arts world. The two maintained a fixed inverse relationship. As long as he could get these individuals to work hard, perhaps after a few hundred years in the martial arts world, he could reap some rewards. Su Ke gently shook his head. Although with his current cultivation as a land god, he could indeed stabilize a nation and compel Great Qian to amend this prohibition. But that would only be a temporary fix. Therefore, he needed to leave a hook that would drive countless martial artists mad. The hope of longevity. Over the past year, Su Ke had focused on comprehending martial arts and had not deliberately trained. But even so, his cultivation had reached the perfect realm of a land god. His talent and comprehension were truly off the charts. Talent 1929. Comprehension 907. The reason he hadn't broken through was entirely due to insufficient accumulation, lacking the methods to reach the next realm. But now he had over 30,000 martial arts techniques in his mind and had already found a direction toward the next realm. With this thought in mind, Su Ke turned his gaze to the old eunuch standing beside him. Go tell your royal master to choose a location outside the capital to build a ascension platform. In 6 months, I wish to break through my realm, attain the Tao of longevity, and shatter the void. At the same time, announce this news to the world. Longevity. Breaking the void. The old eunuch's eyes widened in shock, standing frozen in place. But in just an instant, he snapped back to reality, scrambling out of the scripture repository. When the Zhengtong Emperor heard this news, he was dazed for a long time, then, without hesitation, immediately issued a decree. Within half a month, the news of Su Ke intending to break the void in 6 months spread like wildfire across the land. Upon hearing this, the world erupted into a frenzy. Everyone went wild. Whether it was prestigious sects, powerful heroes of the martial world, or various factions, even ordinary citizens, all reacted and rushed towards the capital. Breaking the void. Oh my longevity, this is longevity. Half a year later. If the combat power of a third-rate martial artist is only 5 points, then the combat power of a terrestrial immortal is at least above 0 points. In the scripture pavilion, Su Ke sat cross-legged. The daily increase of 1 point in comprehension made his thoughts more active, and the increase in knowledge allowed him to fully grasp various martial arts. Moreover, he could draw inferences from one instance and innovate. The once obscure and difficult formulas now seemed as simple as 112. His rigid thinking gradually became clear. To connect the 12 meridians and traverse the 8 extraordinary vessels, to unify the Ren and Du meridians, and to condense the Qi externally, creating an aura. This is the internal power stage from third-rate to grandmaster, which can also be referred to as low martial arts. However, upon stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals, internal power transforms into true Qi capable of shattering mountains and stones, marking the transition into mid-level martial arts. Su Ke's mind swirled with the various mysteries of martial arts, introspectively observing his own 8 extraordinary vessels, as the flowing true Qi automatically circulated throughout. Thus, the key to the next stage should be to refine the true Qi, condense the true Qi, temper the bones and muscles, circulate through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, solidify the 5 viscera, strengthen the tendons, condense the inner essence, and lay a solid foundation. The extraordinary comprehension brought Su Ke a clash of thoughts. The various realms beneath the terrestrial immortal level held no secrets for him. The 6th stage of martial arts should be the profound connection realm. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Ke's eyes. The martial arts heart method naturally led him down this path, revealing the road ahead. Not only did he deduce the heart method of the profound connection realm, but he also had speculation and direction for the subsequent realms. Of course, the names of the realms were not important. He even felt that the title of terrestrial immortal was somewhat misleading. After all, the theoretical combat power of a terrestrial immortal ranges from 24 to 48 tons, and the maximum speed is merely 480 milliseconds. This speed seems fast, but it is only 1/41 Mach at best. It hardly matches the title of immortal. The reason for such a name is merely a fantasy of the people who long for what they cannot attain. At this moment, outside the capital, crowds gathered. Various factions and prestigious sects from the Great Qian had arrived. The outskirts were filled with commoners drawn by the news, and the crowd stretched for 10 miles. The commoners on the outskirts could only see the majestic ascension platform from a distance, unable to make out the figures. Even so, countless people still came from all directions. Over the past 6 months, Su Ke's deeds had already spread throughout the world. Even children could recount them. The number 1 in the world, the terrestrial immortal, an unparalleled genius. Now this universally acknowledged number 1 terrestrial immortal was about to break through his realm once again and shatter the void. How could it not stir people's hearts? Anyone with aspirations in martial arts had rushed to this place. The ascension platform was 44 meters wide and 33 meters high, exuding an imposing aura. It was entirely built from massive stones and logs, with a divine dragon coiling around the pillars, its scales and claws soaring, exuding an ancient atmosphere. The area beneath the platform was cleared for hundreds of meters as a quarantine zone. Beyond the quarantine zone was a densely packed crowd. The surroundings were noisy, filled with the sound of people. At the very front near the ascension platform stood masters at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Following them were martial artists arranged in order of their cultivation level and status. There were about 20,000 Grandmaster-level experts present today, with approximately 30% having reached the pinnacle realm. Even so, there were still about 6,000 of them. Each one was a prominent figure in the Great Qian's martial world. Behind them were masters in Nata-level first-rate and other tiers of martial artists. Yet despite the multitude of Grandmasters at their peak, not a single one had broken through to the terrestrial, immortal realm. This speaks volumes of its difficulty. A grand event. It truly is a martial arts gathering that is rare in 100 years. Look, the three great sects of the Great Qian have all arrived. Daoist Yang from the Xintian sect master, Fa Jiang from the Daon Temple, and Zhou Bufan from the Yinyang sect. Also the sword god He Huaqing from Huainan, and the blade king Feng Tsingy. TSK Tisk, I didn't expect even the old fellows from the royal family to come out in full force. Naturally, this is the universally acknowledged number one, the first terrestrial immortal in 1,000 years. It is said that Senior Zhou's demeanor is extraordinary, and he broke through to this realm in just 8 years. Truly a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Who wouldn't want to seize this opportunity to seek guidance from Senior Zhou? The court is truly detestable. If it weren't for the ban they imposed years ago to suppress the martial world with Senior Zhou's talent, he would have long since broken through and not wasted years of effort. Watch your words. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you afraid of? Do you think the Great Qian royal family would dare to make things difficult for us in front of Senior Zhou? The martial artists present were buzzing with excitement. The current Emperor Yang Zhao was also among them, naturally hearing bits of their discussions. But he merely feigned ignorance, not taking it to heart. Or perhaps at this moment he did not wish to complicate matters. Some strong individuals beside him, whether out of self-restraint or caution towards the court, mostly remained silent, their faces filled with longing. To shatter the void. To attain eternal life. Just a single word. It was enough to stir their blood and excite their spirits. At the same time, it also made them feel powerless. Su Ke had only practiced for a few years, not only becoming the first terrestrial immortal, but also aiming to break through his realm once again today. Yet they remained trapped in the pinnacle of Grandmaster realm, unable to make any progress. What kind of talent is this? Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, look quickly, what is that? It's Senior Zhou. Walking in the air, stepping on the half-space. Every step blooms with lotus. Celestial means it simply celestial means. At this moment, countless people looked up in unison toward one direction, all gasping in awe. Martial arts can even allow one to fly. Su Ke walked through the air as if stepping on a staircase. With each step, a lotus flower appeared beneath his feet. This scene was akin to that of an immortal. The martial artists below were dumbfounded, not daring to even breathe. Even Yang Zhao stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. I know you are powerful, but you never told me you could fly. In an instant, Su Ke gracefully descended onto the ascension platform, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd below. He was quite satisfied with his entrance. As the saying goes, returning home in glory like a grand knight in splendid clothing. After many years of not visiting the Spring Breeze Tower, wasn't this hard work in cultivation meant to create a grand impression? Moreover, if the scene wasn't grand enough, how would these people be motivated? Without effort, how would he harvest later? Of course. Su Ke knew well that he was merely at the earthly immortal realm. Naturally, flying was impossible. However, such a flashy entrance was not difficult to achieve. All he needed was to prepare some lotus flowers in his sleeve's spatial pocket. Step down, place a lotus flower, lift his foot, and retrieve the lotus flower. This would create a continuous cycle. Thus, every step would appear as if he was stepping on lotuses, with the lotus arising with each step and disappearing as he moved. Additionally, it helped stabilize his form, preventing him from falling and meeting a tragic end. This could be called the beggar's version. However, it was enough to impress these martial artists. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Countless gazes filled with awe and curiosity were fixed on the high platform. For many, it was their first time seeing Su Ke in person. Illustrations didn't count. Su Ke's first impression on them was that he was young. The second impression was that he was handsome. It was that superficial. Su Ke sat cross-legged, gazing down at the masses. Through collective wisdom and liberated thinking, the seeds of thought would take root and sprout, eventually growing into towering trees. Wasn't this more convenient than his own deductions? If it were not so, he could have simply left. After all, he had absorbed the essence of the martial arts of this realm. Staying any longer held little significance. Su Ke took a deep breath. He was ready to create a grand spectacle. or rather to fabricate a grand tale. Looking across this realm's martial path, the foundation is shallow and cultivation is arduous. The Grand Masters have reached their peaks, and for hundreds of years no one has entered the earthly immortal realm. Now all martial arts in the world belong to me. Suke circulated his true energy, unleashing the power of the earthly immortal realm. Instantly his voice resonated like a bell, echoing for miles, clear even from 10 miles away. This realm can no longer sustain my current cultivation. The world rejects me. My time here is limited, and soon I shall break through the void and attain the Tao of eternal life. But I am grateful for the blessings of this realm. I wish to preach today, guiding you all on your paths, and then I shall break through, shatter the void, and verify the Tao of immortality. Suke paused briefly before continuing. However, my methods are unique to my own cultivation path. Only those with great willpower, fortune, and wisdom can learn them. If you blindly imitate, you will only copy, without understanding, making it difficult to advance in martial arts. Thus I have decided to leave behind 4 volumes of the martial arts compendium to spread across the world, hoping you all can derive your own paths from them, allowing martial arts to flourish and diverse schools to contend. As soon as these words left his mouth, in an instant there was a chorus of voices. We thank you, Senior. We are grateful for the compendium bestowed by the Senior. We will practice diligently and not disappoint this teaching. The sound of gratitude from the crowd was thunderous. After about a quarter of an hour they finally quieted down. At that moment countless martial artists gazed at the high platform with shining eyes filled with excitement. They had been trapped at the Grandmaster realm for many years, struggling with no way forward. Now that Suke was willing to pass down the martial arts compendium, it meant that as long as they comprehended it, they could step into the earthly, immortal realm. Such temptation, how could it not stir their hearts? The 10 levels of martial arts, one step up the ladder. Suke's voice remained booming. From third rate to first rate is the first level, innate is the second level, master is the third level, and grandmaster is the fourth level. The training in this realm requires. Thus this way, that way. Then comes the 5th level, the earthly immortal realm. To enter this realm, one must completely transform inner power into true energy. As soon as these words were spoken, both the grandmasters and innate martial artists below were utterly astonished, exchanging glances with one another. For thousands of years no one had been able to break through to the earthly immortal. Was it really just the 5th level? Suke did not pay attention to the crowd's confusion and continued. Next, the 6th level is the transcendental level, where one must condense their inner vigor to step in. The 10th level allows one to be called a martial ancestor. Those who enter this realm can fly through the air, traverse the void, and must initially grasp a type of the world's source to enter this realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Just the mention of the earthly immortal had already sent their imaginations soaring. After all, such beings could suppress nations, cut through thousands of troops, and slaughter Grand Masters as if they were mere pigs and dogs. What then of the 10th level martial ancestor? How terrifying and powerful would that be? Even the most experienced Grand Masters felt their minds go blank at this moment. Because it completely exceeded their understanding, it was unfathomable. However, Suke had just mentioned that only martial ancestors could fly, so a voice suddenly rang out. Dare I ask, Senior Su, did you just step on lotus flowers, because you have already broken through to the martial ancestor realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience held their breath. Countless pairs of eyes turned to Suke. Not yet. Suke calmly shook his head, but I am only one step away from the martial ancestor realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a wild wind suddenly arose on the ascension platform. Suke's aura surged and roiled, an endless wave of energy exploded outward. The roaring sound spread all around. Break for me, Suke shouted. Boom. Suddenly the heavens and earth changed. Is it raining? No, that's not right. This isn't rain, it's gold. What the hell? What the hell? Is gold falling from the sky? Golden light rained down from the clouds, pouring down like a rain of gold. Each grain of gold fell from the sky like raindrops. This unbelievable sight left everyone feeling as if their brains were overloaded. Rain of gold. This phenomenon was simply unheard of and unseen. It instantly caused a commotion. Fortunately, Suke had designated a safe area, and many grandmasters were restrained, preventing chaos. The golden rain fell for a full quarter of an hour before gradually stopping. I have comprehended the laws of gold and have attained the martial ancestor. Suke calmly stood up under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers and gently tapped the ascension platform with his foot. Buzz. The ascension platform, originally built of giant stones and logs, rapidly changed color from top to bottom. The stones turned to gold, the wooden pillars transformed into golden pillars, and in the blink of an eye the entire platform shimmered with gold. What lay before their eyes was like a myth. Some trembled, some were dumbfounded, and some were so excited they knelt down. The mountain stones and rotten would turn to gold in an instant. Simply unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I have lived most of my life and have never seen such a transcendent skill. This trip was worth it. It was worth it. Today we have witnessed such great power and have been able to hear the seniors' teachings. This life is without regret. They were all mad. Everyone was going crazy. Breaths quickened, voices trembled, nearly speechless. No one doubted. Turning stones to gold. This was turning stones to gold. This was the ascension platform, 44 meters long and 33 meters high. Every bit had transformed into gold. Who would dare say Suke had not broken through to the martial ancestor? Having preached the Tao, the human path is frail, the martial path is vast. The heavens and earth are vigorous, and a gentleman should strive tirelessly. The path is obstructed and long, but the martial path will never perish. I wish you prosperous martial fortune, and we shall meet at the peak. Suke scanned the crowd, then clasped his hands in a bow, preparing to return. Suddenly a massive clattering sound erupted from within, layer upon layer, row upon row. Regardless of whether they were commoners, martial artists, or even prime ministers and emperors, at this moment one by one they knelt down. The great grace of the martial ancestor, we will remember this life, never forgetting. May the martial ancestors' martial fortune flourish, lasting through the ages. May the martial ancestors' martial fortune flourish, lasting through the ages. The voices of countless people shook the heavens, spreading far and wide. This scene moved everyone deeply. If they were in their shoes, there is absolutely no way they would selflessly publicize the martial arts compendium to the world. Suke laughed heartily, no longer speaking further. I shall be on my way. The martial progenitor was Suke. In the 12th year of Chang'e, he came to Qingyang, licentious, yet endowed with uncanny talent by heaven. He would die and be reborn, a mystery to all men. He cut down bandits and punished evil, made accords with magistrates, and used gold to buy harsh penalties while sparing the innocent. He secretly cultivated inner arts. The court flew into fury and dispatched troops to seize him. All perished. Bounties were posted across the realm. Masters came in succession and were routed and slain. Then he revived, and the world profited from his techniques. Lured by beauty and wealth, many surrendered. He traversed the martial houses of Jiuzhou, absorbed their teachings, synthesized them, and rose to become a terrestrial immortal. He entered the palace alone. When Emperor Chang'e suddenly died, the new sovereign feared and revered him, granting him free access to the imperial armory to examine at will. In the first year of the Orthodox reign, the Son of Heaven erected a platform on the outskirts of the capital. Officials and commoners alike gathered. Suke ascended the platform and promulgated the grand outline of martial Tao, relaxed the founder's martial prohibitions. Gold rained down the platform, turned to gold, and the masses prostrated. He established the 10 tiers of martial Tao and took the title martial progenitor. Later he broke the void and ascended. No one thereafter might usurp that title. The world regarded the 10 tiers as the measure of a martial god, and the honor of martial progenitor belonged solely to Suke. Main world. On a remote lane in the suburbs. What a massive loss, truly a massive loss. 500,000 gene of gold. You must not disappoint me. I do not seek wealth at the cost of life. I only ask that you strive in cultivation and develop martial Tao, so that I may return at any time to observe martial studies. 8.5 years. Suke stared at his attribute panel and exhaled softly. He had spent a full 8.5 years in the martial world. Name Suke. Cultivation 6th tier, Tongshuan realm, early stage. Techniques: Wudong 5 form pillar, complete Wudao heart method, complete Rinjin 1/, complete Rinjin 1 fist complete. Strength 24 tons. Speed 300 milliseconds. Aptitude 2085. Comprehension 1063. Health 97451. Lifespan 3382 years. Soul strength 2611. Talents: everlasting life. Father is very wealthy. Heaven rewards diligence. Pocket universe, one thought across the heavens, self-supplying spring, your life is my life. 10,000 laws return to one, eternal proof, immortal soul, heaven-defying aptitude, heaven-defying comprehension. He had stayed in the martial world for a full 8.5 years, while in the main world only 8 days had passed. Yet the gains from this excursion were extraordinarily rich. Setting aside lifespan, comprehension, aptitude, and soul strength for the moment, the accumulated wealth alone was astronomical. The father is very wealthy. Talent manifested on the 2nd day. He entered the martial world on the 33rd day and spent 8 years there. 3105 days, 5000 liang, 1552500 liang. That amounts to 1552500 gene of gold, over 1.5 million gene. Thus, even after spending 500 gene to empower the ascension platform, he still retained 1 million gene. The capacity of his pocket universe expanded dramatically. It began at 500 cubic meters, grew by 1 cubic meter each hour, and had now reached 75428 cubic meters. How large is that? Roughly the equivalent of 7 Tinthasandin warehouses. As for strength, when he left the main world he had been but rank 1, now he had reached rank 6. By the main world standard of pure physical power, a force of 4/8 gene would belong to rank 4, an improvement derived from bodily foundation. Yet the internal gang cultivation brought by Meridian Martial Dao allowed him to erupt with rank 6 combat power. His blade work was harmonious, external arts came to his hand effortlessly. He was all but invincible. Only heavy anti-tank ordnance might hope to blast him to death. Moreover, not to mention the talent that restores one of his life per second. Simply possessing nearly 97,000 lives had already maxed his survivability. Suke glanced around. The place was remote and desolate, empty of human trace. Night draped the land. Stars glittered, a soft breeze sighed. Yet the air was thick with malignant intent, as if ancient feral beasts were rousing from slumber. Suke frowned. This feeling is most unpleasant. But barely had he returned to reality when he discovered the main world's unknown variables to be highly active. Merely standing here, he felt his previously stalled body begin to grow slowly. At that pace, even without practicing the pillar postures in a few days, he could breach his limits. And so his body might break through to rank 5. Suke shifted his intent, a Humvee materialized before him. He drove straight toward Ishan. Before lacking strength, he had to lie low. Now I have 97451 lives. Still hide from you. Not for long. Suke pressed the brake, waved the Humvee back into storage, and frowned toward the distance. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire cracked in succession, especially jarring against the night. Suke tapped his foot, employed lightness, skill his body drifting like willow fluff as he sprang onto a rise and fixed his gaze forward. The resort that had once thrummed with life had been transformed into a battlefield. Rat-a-tat. The 10.8mm heavy assault rifle spat tongues of fire. Bullets struck a mutated ape over 2 meters tall, spraying gore. But the mutant beast's hide and flesh were extraordinarily tough. Being hit only caused a brief stagger before it lunged again. Damn it, all these monkeys have mutated. Squad 1 flank from 3 o'clock. Squad 2 bring out the PF-98 120mm rocket launcher. Blow that largest mutated ape to pieces. A dozen mutated apes roared. Their claws tore concrete with ease. A single leap covered tens of meters as they crashed the defensive line. Ordinary rifle rounds only made them bleed. They could not be dispatched quickly. A giant ape suddenly hurled a trooper to the ground, jaws gaping to rend him. The man dropped his rifle, drew a composite combat blade, and swung fiercely at the beast. Comrades nearby laid down, suppressing fire at the ape's skull, finally bringing it down. At that moment, a 5-meter ape charged its bulk like a truck. Ordinary bullets left only shallow dents. The rocket crew steadied the launcher. The backblast flared. Boom. An armor-piercing rocket struck the ape's chest. Debris scattered, dust filled the air. The giant ape staggered back, chest mangled, and collapsed dead on the spot. Fuck. Bring out the big guns. I don't believe you can't blow these bastards to death. Mortar team load thermobaric rounds. Thunderous explosions obliterated the night. Fire shot into the sky and carnage filled the battlefield. Under the barrage of heavy weapons, one mutated ape after another toppled. Quickly, clear the battlefield, haul the mutated carcasses back to the Special Administration Bureau, patrol the perimeter. Do not let a single ape break the line into residential areas. Yes. Before overwhelming firearms, carbon-based life is equal, no matter how swift or physically formidable these apes are. There was nothing a rocket could not solve. If one was not enough, fire another. The Special Administration Bureau and military personnel. Most are rank 1, a few have only just stepped into rank 2. Suke narrowed his eyes and fixed his sight upon the apes. 8 days ago the main world was tranquil. The occasional mutant beast had not even reached rank 1. In a mere 8 days the strongest ape has reached rank 4. Such a rate of evolution was terrifying. Yet, Suke frowned as he scanned the battlefield. Evolution ought to be relative. When heaven and earth change, all things evolve. Whether human or animal, they should share the same starting line. Humans possess postures, scriptures, and wisdom. Animals stumble in ignorance, driven only by instinct. Reason dictates that humanity's advancement should far outstrip that of beasts. Yet before him, the Special Administration Bureau and military strongest were barely rank 2, and those were exceedingly few. Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all as straw dogs. Evolution should be fair. What he saw, however, was unequal. Unless... Suke steadied his mind and gazed into the sky. At that look. Life 1. Am I dead? Suke was taken aback, his figure reappearing once again. Immediately, he refused to believe it. He looked up at the sky once more. The sky was calm and serene. My. Suke focused his gaze. Life one damn. Suke resurrected once again. What is the reason for this? There were no warnings, no signs of any attack. He didn't even know how he died. But the problem is. Suke furrowed his brows deep in thought. Ever since he received the golden finger, the changes in the world began, and he had often looked up at the sky. Why was there nothing wrong back then? Was it due to a lack of focus? Or was he eliminated at a fixed point? Various plots from novels flashed through Suke's mind, yet he shook his head in confusion, utterly lost. One last look. Life one. Damn it, this really is the last look. Life one. Meanwhile, at the camp was built against the mountain, bustling with personnel, and instruments emitted a low hum. Armed troops were stationed in layers beside the rocky perimeter. A group of researchers and Special Management Bureau members gathered near the giant stone monkey, the screens of the data terminals flashing with dense monitoring parameters. Inside the tent, a researcher from the Special Management Bureau held a detection tablet, reporting to Zhou Jianfeng. Report Director Zhou, after comprehensive analysis, we confirmed that the source of the malice in Rong City Mountain is this stone monkey. The basic parameters of the stone monkey are a height of 114 meters and a width of 54 meters, formed about 2.8 billion years ago. Scans confirm that the hostile actions of the strange beasts in Rong City are directly influenced by the energy radiation of the stone monkey. Currently, the entire globe is shrouded in malice. Zhou Jianfeng sat inside the tent staring at the documents. Have specific tests been conducted? Yes, in the first round of testing we conducted tests, including armor-piercing explosive rounds, directed energy strikes, ultra-high pressure, hydraulic cutting, and sonic resonance, among other series of detections. The comprehensive evaluation shows that all physical attacks are completely ineffective. Model simulations further prove that even a conventional nuclear strike would struggle to penetrate its shell. Therefore, conventional nuclear weapon kill schemes are unfeasible. The researcher paused. Additionally, our energy detection instruments can currently only calibrate to a maximum of level 4 combat power, unable to accurately detect the strength level of the stone monkey. Based on its energy fluctuations and physical test data, its strength remains unknown, but it definitely exceeds SS level. The degree of threat is immeasurable. After evaluation, once awakened, the stone monkey is highly likely to trigger an apocalyptic catastrophe. Accordingly, we temporarily rate the target as SSS level. Zhou Jianfeng took the data report handed to him by the researcher, his expression grave. The Special Management Bureau had only been established for a month. Their means of addressing the changes in the world were already limited, and developing comprehensive detection tools was a long-term endeavor. However, even with the existing technological level, it was sufficient to produce this unacceptable assessment. SSS level. It meant the capability to destroy the world. This was also why he, as the deputy director of the Rong City Special Management Bureau, was personally stationed here. The researcher, either numb or expressionless, continued to elaborate. Real-time concentration gradient monitoring indicates that the energy fluctuations of the stone monkey are increasing exponentially, with daily energy levels on the rise. If the current rate of increase remains unchanged and shows no decrease, the awakening period will not exceed 120 days. Because the target continuously emits exclusive malice aimed at exterminating humans, once awakened, Rong City and the surrounding urban clusters will face catastrophic impacts. There is no other possibility, and Zhou Jianfeng's expression grew even grimmer. Initially, the Special Management Bureau had not paid attention to this stone monkey. It appeared to be just an ordinary landscape, merely a stone shaped like a monkey. However, since people started to break through level 1 one after another, they could sense the pervasive malice around the globe. The strongest surge near Rong City came from Mountain. This situation was not unique to Rong City, as similar occurrences were present in other locations as well. Zhou Jianfeng pulled out a document from the side table and began to review it. Codename Giant Python Emergence Address, Gansu Province, Qingyun Mountain File Classification Top Secret Danger Level SSS Target Status Temporary Rock Form, resembling an upright giant python, height 136 meters, width 67 meters. Tests and observations conducted. 1. Eye continuously emitting malice capable of affecting animals, possessing exclusive extermination characteristics. 2. 98. Nuclear strike ineffective. Warning: the target is extremely dangerous. Once awakened, it will possess world-destroying power. Existing technology cannot contend with it. Zhou Jianfeng sighed and picked up several other documents. Codename Long-Nosed Giant Elephant Address, Lingnan Elephant Nose Mountain Danger Level SSS. Codename Tortoise Mountain Address, Gansu Province, Guifeng Danger Level SSS. What a troublesome time. Zhou Jianfeng, even as a level 2 martial artist, felt waves of chill sweeping over him, filled with despair. Spiritual monkey, bow to the heavens. Estimated revival countdown 120 days. SSS level. This is equivalent to level 10. According to the research and speculation of the Special Management Bureau, martial artists are categorized into 10 levels. However, currently the highest officially recognized level is only level 9. Because with their existing knowledge and technological means they cannot accurately deduce the specific strength of level 10. Level 1 martial artists have a power range of 1,000 kilograms to 3,000 kilograms. Meanwhile, level 9 martial artists can reach a maximum strength of 1024 tons. In terms of speed, they can reach 1,500 milliseconds. Just to reach this level, conventional missiles would need to conduct saturation bombardment to possibly kill. Conventional firepower can easily be avoided. When faced with nuclear saturation, strikes relying solely on speed may not completely evade. But if they infiltrate a crowd constrained by the fear of collateral damage, they would be akin to walking nuclear bombs. This is also the basis for the Special Management Bureau categorizing the stone monkey of E Mountain as SSS level. After all, the giant python of Qingyun Mountain in Gansu province has been proven to withstand nuclear strikes, and this stone monkey can naturally do the same. So, 120 days later, when the stone monkey awakens, the human defense lines will inevitably collapse, cities will be consecutively destroyed, and the population will plummet, leading to total civilization extinction and extinction. Zhou Jianfeng, having navigated the turbulent seas of politics for many years, was able to hold the position of deputy director in a department with such extraordinary power. His resume and temperament were beyond ordinary. Yet even so, at this moment, all that remained in his heart was despair. In fact, this had become a pervasive sentiment within the Special Management Bureau. If it weren't for the exclusive malice of the strange beasts, it wouldn't be surprising to see human treachery as well. After all, relying on current technology, the survival rate of humanity is 0. And relying on martial arts, the changes in the world have only been 41 days. Across the nation, there are only 372 level 2 martial artists combined. Level 3. Not a single one. Is humanity on the brink of extinction? Human extinction? In Rome City, the Special Management Bureau Director Chen Jingming slammed the evaluation document regarding the stone monkey onto the table with a cold grunt. Bullshit. I only believe that man can conquer heaven. The thought of retreating before the battle, the escape mentality that Deputy Director Zhou's ideas are unacceptable. As a military man, Chen Jingming could not tolerate such notions. Inside the office, the secretary stood silently holding the documents. The Special Management Bureau was established to respond to the changes in the world, wielding immense power. When necessary, they could mobilize the military, make local decisions, and act with impunity. Zhou Jianfeng, as the deputy director, held a very high rank. Leaders could vent their frustrations and criticize Zhou Jianfeng, but the secretary knew he could not interject. Fortunately, Chen Jingming did not continue to dwell on the topic. Although no one openly stated it, the prevailing atmosphere was indeed present. Continue with the report. Chen Jingming waved his hand. Yes. The secretary responded immediately. Currently, the evacuation work in various counties and towns is progressing according to plan. A few residents who were initially reluctant to leave their hometowns have begun to cooperate after patient persuasion, and with the coordination of various departments, they have all moved into the relocated housing. The local military and armed police have orderly entered the villages to carry out disinfection tasks, while staff are collecting household pets and capturing stray animals around the urban and suburban areas. The secretary reported the latest developments at a rapid pace. The evolution of the beasts was alarmingly rapid. Multiple incidents of pets attacking and killing people had already occurred. This was still in Rome City. Even with ample manpower from the Special Management Bureau and branches and the assistance of Skynet surveillance and energy detection devices, tragedies still occurred. In the countryside and towns where animals were already more abundant, the situation was even more severe. Incidents of beasts killing people were frequent, reaching a point where relocation was unavoidable. Chen Jingming nodded, showing no expression on his face. After a pause, he asked, "Has the door-to-door visit in Rome City been completed?" "The visits have basically been completed." The secretary, already well versed in the data, answered without. Rome City has a permanent population of about 22 million. The investigation shows that most residents live locally, while a few have gone to other provinces. After the changes in the world, the physical fitness of the populace has generally improved, with approximately 2.37 million martial artist apprentices having strength between 500 kilograms and 1,000 kilograms. About 1,100 individuals have reached the first-tier martial artist standard, most of whom have already registered. The unknown factors brought by the changes in the world are exceptionally active. Although these factors prefer animals, enabling them to evolve rapidly, humans also benefit, albeit at a slower pace, compared to animals. Even without exercise, physical fitness will naturally increase over time. From this perspective, if there were no threat from beasts, this would undoubtedly be a blessing for all humanity. Complete all registrations as soon as possible. To aid others, we must first stabilize our own situation and eliminate all unstable factors. Yes, Director Chun. There are more people now. Suke walked on the streets of Rome City. He could clearly feel that the pedestrian traffic was denser than usual, and the already congested roads were now completely blocked. With no other choice, Suke had to drive out of the city again, park his Hummer, and walk back. Along the way, he roughly understood the changes over the past 8 days. Due to multiple incidents of pets injuring people, a large number of pets had been collected. Short videos filled with footage of livestock and pet mutations with incidents of deaths occurring one after another. I was really scared. My dog was fine yesterday, but today it attacked me. Luckily, I ran fast. I heard that everyone in the neighboring village died with no remains left. Thankfully, the authorities discovered it in time and evacuated our village. Oh, otherwise I can't imagine. My dad stubbornly refused to move until I showed him these videos, then he agreed to go to the relocation housing. Those who still refuse to evacuate are simply gambling with their lives. As soon as such comments emerged, a wave of rebuttals and insults flooded in. Stop worrying for nothing. The authorities just want to trick us into moving and take our houses. They'll make up anything for the sake of property. Exactly, evacuating is just wasting resources. Who gives them the right? I absolutely refuse to move. While stay at home. I don't believe anything will happen. Besides, many pet lovers also stepped in to criticize. You're too cruel. What's wrong with animal mutations? They are just scared. Why capture stray animals? I think it's just rumors, edited videos. My cat is very well behaved. It could never bite anyone. My dog has always been well behaved. Even if it changes, it would never hurt me. Why should anyone forcibly take it away? I'll fight anyone who tries to catch it. Is there no sympathy left? Online, the arguments had escalated into chaos with various foolish individuals. Some even openly opposed the staff to defend their pets, with short videos of the confrontation circulating. Many netizens, enraged by these statements and scenes of pushing and shoving, fired back immediately. Fool. This makes me want to throw up. Damn, in the apocalypse, killing the hypocrites first is truly disgusting. Suke frowned at the unfolding scenes. He couldn't understand how people could be this foolish. He couldn't fathom why they were so ignorant. He genuinely feared that his thoughts would be contaminated by these fools. Suke shook his head, turned off the short video, looked around, and casually found a hot pot restaurant to solve his dinner before heading back to Sioux Garden. Upon returning to Sioux Garden, Suke walked into the living room, took a can of cola from the fridge, and sat on the sofa. He hadn't gone to Mount Ame. But even from a distance, he could clearly sense that the malice emanating from the mountaintop was stronger than 8 days ago. Is it about to revive? Suke murmured. Perhaps due to cultivating martial arts and reaching the transcendence realm, he could perceive the terrifying killing intent radiating from the stone monkey, even from afar. The closer he got to Mount Ame, the stronger the sense of danger became as his body instinctively urged him to leave. It felt as if a deadly threat loomed ahead, like a primal beast. Though Suke was not afraid after all he had lived through many lives. But this was a premonition stemming from his physical instincts. With just these senses, he knew that with his current strength he would not be able to contend. I can't defeat it. I simply can't defeat it. Moreover, while the threat from the stone monkey was terrifying, at least it was visible and tangible. But the threat from outer space. Just one glance could lead to death. Who wouldn't be confused? Leaning against the sofa, Suke flipped through various martial arts and Buddhist texts found online. After a long time, he put down his phone and shook his head helplessly. All these martial arts were stuck at the stage of refining essence in a chi, relying heavily on massive food intake to strengthen the body, which was highly limiting. Progress might be quick in the early stages, but the improvement would slow down significantly later. As for those Buddhist and Taoist texts, the secret arts. With Suke's current comprehension, he could see through their flaws at a glance. They were like castles in the air. Neither technique nor philosophy. Studying them might enhance one's character, but they couldn't grant extraordinary power. Now, as the malice from the stone monkey grew increasingly intense, revival was imminent. There was no time to spare for character enhancement. With the current speed of evolution of the beasts, existing technology might be able to suppress them temporarily. But as time passed, the effectiveness of technology would inevitably diminish sharply. And the evolution speed of human martial artists could not keep up with that of the beasts. It was feared that while the beasts might evolve to tier 10, humans would only reach tier 5 at most. Thus this was premeditated. There was a hand behind the scenes controlling everything. Aliens. Farms. Suke shook his head, no longer pondering. At this point speculating was futile. As long as one's strength was powerful enough, everything could eventually be crushed. In the training room, Suke sat cross-legged, circulating his inner strength. Countless streams of chi flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians, transforming into internal force, which then transformed into true chi. The true chi coursed through flesh and bones, tempering the internal organs, gradually condensing a strand of chi. After a long time, he opened his eyes, finished his training, and then assumed a stance. The dragon rises, the tiger crouches, the crane perches, the tortoise spirits, the snake coils, returning to the essence. Dragon, tiger, crane, tortoise, snake. The 5 shapes refining essence into chi. During his time in the martial arts world, Suke had stopped at the 4th tier of the 5-shape stance. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but the nutrition could not keep up. Essence is the source of blood and chi. Without timely supplementation, it would inevitably lead to depletion. Normally, refining essence into chi should be about nourishing with essence, allowing essence and chi to transform, mutually solidifying the foundation and nurturing the origin. Forcibly cultivating would only exhaust both chi and blood. This was also the reason he gave up his physical body in the martial arts world to cultivate meridian martial arts. Now upon returning to the main world, Suke immediately sensed the activity of the unknown factors. What these unknown factors were he could not discern. Perhaps it was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth needed for cultivation, perhaps it was the primordial energy of heaven and earth, or maybe it was cosmic energy. But overall it may just be a matter of different terminology. Yet in the short time since his return he felt that his physical strength had improved significantly far beyond what he experienced in the martial arts world. The dragon rises with the clouds, the chi moistens the liver meridian. Suke took the initial stance of a dragon stance. This posture was something he had practiced countless times and was fairly proficient. But today, as soon as he assumed the stance, he felt awkward, all over, completely out of sync. The dragon rises with the clouds. Like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a snake, but not a snake. Something is wrong here. With an astonishing comprehension of 1063 points, Suke instantly identified the problem. The first stance of the dragon stance should be about gathering the heavenly pillar, nourishing essence, binding skin and sinew, and circulating the channels. Not pulling the pillar and exhausting the essence, tightening the sinews and forcing the chi. In an instant, all the flaws were crystal clear. Where the posture was incorrect, where the stance should sink, he realized it in a moment. Suke stood still, motionless, as countless pieces of information swirled in his mind. The various stances and formulas he had browsed on his phone not long ago seemed to come alive, pouring forth without reserve. Fusion. Frantic fusion. The rounded health stance, the supporting stance, the embracing stance, the mixed origin embracing ball stance. Stand upright and shed brute force. Discard. Top and suspend the spine to align the pivot. Trash. Stand straight and gather the chin meridian. No good. 10 minutes. An hour. 2 hours. Suke's body began to steam in white mist as the temperature in the training room suddenly rose. His body surface started to flush and heat up, resembling a boiled shrimp. In the fierce clash of thoughts, countless inspirations and insights intertwined. Soon a new stance emerged. The mixed origin stance, comprising 36 forms. It incorporated the strengths of various stances, eliminating the flaws of old stances to create a fusion. Suke opened his eyes and unhesitatingly assumed the first form of the mixed origin stance. The spine stood upright, body stable, both feet grounded, gathering essence and blood, palms encircled to accumulate chi and blood, solidifying the foundation and forging the body. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, waves of energy surged through the training room. Just then a scream pierced the air. What the hell? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ouch, damn it, why is it so painful? In just a moment, the intense pain forced Suke to abandon his posture, instantly exiting the cultivation state. What's happening? He had never experienced such pain during previous stance trainings. This was not ordinary physical pain. It felt as if every cell in his body was being gnawed at, completely unbearable. Even when Suke had died countless times, he had never felt such excruciating pain. Is there a problem with the mixed origin stance? Suke carefully examined it several times and found that the mixed origin stance had no flaws and shouldn't cause such pain. I refuse to believe it. My own created stance can't be impossible to cultivate. Suke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and once again assumed the first form. Oh. A sound akin to a pig being slaughtered erupted again. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if every muscle and bone were ablaze. Not a single part was without pain. Yet his current condition was quite peculiar. Suke could clearly feel the bodily damage inflicted by practicing the mixed origin stance. But simultaneously the talent of his innate spring water was rapidly healing these injuries. It was like, life value 11111 life value 11111 Su. K gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweating profusely. At this moment, an uncontrollable thought surfaced in his mind. Hungry. So hungry. It felt as if his essence, chi, and spirit had all been drained. An overwhelming hunger swept through him. Suddenly, an unknown energy seemed to be attracted, sweeping in from all directions, instantly enveloping him. This energy seemed to chemically react with him, causing him to emit a brilliant white glow. This radiant white light penetrated the training room, resembling a solid beam of light shooting upwards, spreading outwards. In this night, it dispelled much of the darkness. Boom. It felt as if thunder rumbled within him. In that instant, Su K's strength started to surge wildly. Strength, 25 tons, 315 milliseconds. Strength, 36 tons, 391 milliseconds. Strength, 65 tons, 512 milliseconds. Strength, 101 tons, 732 milliseconds. His physical strength surged like a raging tide. Tier 5, Tier 6, Tier 7. In just a brief moment, he broke through 3 tiers. His strength leaped from 4800 gene to an astonishing 2000 gene, a 4-fold increase. At this time outside Su Garden, a group of people stared in shock at the scene before them. Team leader Su Squad, come quickly and see the immortal. What is happening? They saw a radiant white beam shooting up into the sky from the vast Su Garden. Though it was only about 10 meters tall, it appeared fantastical under the night sky. This group comprised 10 individuals, all members of Team 1 of the Action Department of the Special Management Bureau in Rome City. Quick, get the energy detector out. Yes. Yin Fei quickly retrieved the latest model of the energy detector from the vehicle and activated it immediately. In the next moment, bang. With a light sound and a wisp of blue smoke, the entire energy detector exploded. Another one exploded. This was just equipped tonight. The performance has improved by 2 tiers compared to the old version. Theoretically, it can easily detect energy fluctuations within Tier 6. How is this possible? Is he still human? Fang Jingshan looked solemnly at the scene before him. The column of shimmering white light was not glaring during the day, it was nearly imperceptible, but in the night it appeared exceptionally bright. Vast. Violent. Fang Jingshan, as the captain of the first team under the Special Administration Bureau's Action Department, in Rongqing, had reached the peak of the first stage in martial arts. With a right arm strength of 2,984 kilograms, a left arm strength of 2,854 kilograms, and a speed surpassing 43 milliseconds. At this moment, Fang Jingshan felt goosebumps rise on his arm, and his face turned slightly pale. Martial artists have inherently sharp senses. Although the light beam itself did not convey a direct sense of threat, he could clearly sense that there seemed to be a primordial beast residing within Su Garden. The Bodis instincts immediately issued a warning. Danger. Danger ahead. Absolutely do not confront. This was entirely different from the malice that permeated the heavens and earth. Malice is malice, it is exclusionary. What emanated from Su Garden was a suppression of power akin to a lower dimensional being encountering a higher dimensional one, evoking a primal fear from the depths of his heart. Fang Jingshan cursed his bad luck inwardly. 8 days prior, 3 members of his team had pursued a tabby beast to this location, subsequently discovering a civilian martial artist and reporting it. Originally, this should not have been the responsibility of their action department. It should have been handled by the logistics. However, given the current manpower shortages in the Special Administration Bureau, and since their first team had just completed their mission and returned to rest, it was only natural that they were assigned to handle the registration matters. Fang Jingshan initially did not think much of it, and took the documents to set out with his team members. After all, according to the information, the target possessed considerable strength, and to avoid conflict, they could act flexibly if necessary. This was a very normal procedure. In chaotic times, harsh measures must be employed. Everything was for the safety of the majority. But this was far from just being strong. This was clearly a dimensional suppression. Thinking of this, Fang Jingshan glared fiercely at Su Jinbong and the other 2 who were shrinking back. Always causing trouble for me. Su Jinbong and the others looked aggrieved, not daring to speak, merely exchanging wide-eyed glances, both carrying a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Yin Fei were filled with admiration for their captain. The old veteran truly lived up to his reputation, cunning and shrewd. Luckily, they had followed the captain's advice and decisively left after retrieving the beast's corpse. Absolutely prudent to the extreme. Should we go or not? Fang Jingshan stood in place, caught in a dilemma. He had to be cautious. Because he did not understand the target's character, he was wary that if they acted rashly, it could provoke the other party, potentially leading to chaos. The current Xia country could not withstand any turmoil. It was actually quite normal for the Special Administration Bureau not to understand the target's character. Just in Rongqing alone, there were over 200,000 martial artist apprentices with a strength exceeding 500 kilograms. Those who met the first stage standard numbered over 11000. According to the information reported by Su Jinbang from the third team, the intelligence department assessed the target's strength to be within the first stage. Therefore, they had only conducted a basic background investigation. Fang Jingshan pulled out a document from the file bag and glanced over it. Su K, male 20 years old, an orphan unmarried, currently a second-year student at Rongqing University on leave. Relationship adopted at 3 years old. His adoptive parents treated him as their own. Died 5 months ago when a passing truck ran him over. Assessment: martial artist strength is first stage, not exceeding second stage, recommended for direct contact and registration. This was merely a simple background check. Su K's information was detailed, yet not sufficiently thorough. Damn it, first stage. Damn it, not exceeding second stage. Fang Jingshan felt the fear conveyed by his Buddhist instincts. Was this the aura a low-stage martial artist should possess? He turned to look at his team members behind him. Check if the recorder captured the entire situation here. Yes. The Special Administration Bureau required the recorder to be on at all times during missions. In peacetime, it was to standardize law enforcement. In the current period, it was more about gathering information. Captain Fang, the video recording is complete and accurate. Fang Jingshan nodded slightly, finally redirecting his gaze to Su Jinbang and the other two, revealing a hint of a cruel smile. Su Jinbang, Lin Xiao, Yin Fei. Present. The three immediately stood at attention. In a special situation, I need to report to the leaders immediately. You three are ordered to disperse around Su Garden to observe and monitor. As long as the target does not exhibit aggressive behavior, only record their daily movements and strictly prohibit any individual contact. Understood. Su Jinbang and the others secretly groaned. The damn captain is definitely retaliating. Of course, this was merely their grumbling. As members of the Special Administration Bureau, they would unhesitatingly execute orders, even if it meant confronting a beast at a moment's notice. Understood. The three saluted. No one mentioned why they weren't going in now. The answer was evident. Fang Jingshan grinned, patted Su Jinbang on the shoulder, and then without further ado, turned with the other team members and swiftly drove away in the vehicle. Su Jinbang and the others watched as the vehicle disappeared into the night. Yin Fei opened her laptop, retrieving the surveillance footage from the intersections near Su Garden while inquiring. Su team, what should we do now? What else can we do? Su Jinbang sighed, follow orders and keep a close watch. Life 1, Life 97445. Did I die again? Is this main world too dangerous? Once again brought back to life, Su K felt his entire state instantly restored. He looked completely bewildered. Looking at the sky would kill you. Breaking through in cultivation could also lead to death. Is the main world a place for humans? This time's death was just like the previous one. There were no signs of any warning, no attacks to be seen. He was still immersed in the excitement of his soaring strength when he suddenly died. Such a situation was naturally abnormal. To be clear, he could recover one of his maximum life value every second. As long as he was not instantly obliterated, any injury to him was merely a gentle breeze. Thus he was annihilated in an instant. Damn it, is this making things difficult for Fat Tiger? Su K sat down heavily on the ground. It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Looking at the sky before he wouldn't die. Now looking at the sky he dies. Cultivating before he wouldn't die. Now cultivating he dies. Thinking of this, Su K seemed to have come to a realization, abruptly standing up and quickly walking out of the training room. He looked up, gazed at the sky, focused. Life 1. The next moment he resurrected. Immediately he set his stance and began cultivating once more. Mist rose and his blood surged. A shimmering white light enveloped him. His power steadily increased. 101 tons, 102 tons. Life 1. And at that moment, in space, Ding, life signature detected as a humanoid biological entity, strength exceeds safety threshold, initiating extermination plan, extermination successful. Ding, cosmic energy fluctuations detected, life signature as humanoid biological entity. Warning. Warning. Target abnormal, immediately classified as a removal target, extermination commencing, extermination successful. So it truly comes down to strength. Su K revived, yet again. That explains everything. A once peaceful society had abruptly descended into chaos. Chaos alone would have been tolerable. But the evolutionary rates of humanity and monstrous beasts diverged immeasurably, utterly unnatural. Setting aside the malevolent force permeating heaven and earth, even the inexplicable interventions from outer space far surpassed human capacity to resist. Su K's expression hardened with grave solemnity. He could no longer cultivate the Hunyuan stance, and now understood why excruciating pain had tormented him during prior practice. The stance itself was flawless. It surpassed every existing stance art of this age, perfectly balanced, without weakness, elevating the cultivator holistically across all dimensions. If the stance bore no flaw, then the defect must lie solely within him. His former innate aptitude, merely 4 points, would have been deemed abysmal anywhere in the world. Both physical strength and speed advanced at a glacial pace. Now, however, his aptitude had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Aptitude 2086 increased 521-fold. Quantity had ignited qualitative transcendence. In a martial arts world, a year of arduous cultivation by an ordinary person might yield less internal energy than a prodigy's single day of practice. In a cultivation realm, inferior spirit roots absorbed chaotic spiritual energy, slow to refine, most of it dissipating uselessly. Superior spirit roots, by contrast, drew pure qi with extraordinary efficiency. Thus, Su Ke's past cultivation of the Wudong five-form stance relied solely on nourishing his body through dietary nutrients and vital qi, pushing his limits through sheer corporeal fortification. But now, his heaven-defying aptitude had awakened. Meat, grains, and legumes. What wretched nonsense! Did he, a cultivator blessed with such transcendent aptitude, truly need to endure such suffering? His body began spontaneously absorbing cosmic energy. Yet this ability did not stem from the Hunyuan stance. It arose solely from his heaven-defying aptitude. This meant that even if an ordinary person cultivated the Hunyuan stance to the 9th tier, they still could not absorb cosmic energy. Indeed, his aptitude cared nothing for his survival. Dare he cultivate, and it would devour without mercy. Thus the agony, every cell searing as though gnawed alive, was no illusion. His cells truly burned. Such cultivation stood entirely apart from meridian-based martial paths. The latter cultivated internal energy. Stance arts forged the unadorned physical vessel. But Su Ke, by virtue of his aptitude, drew cosmic energy to directly immerse every cell of his body. And cosmic energy, how violently untamable! How could mortal cells withstand it? The human body housed 37 trillion cells. Upon first contact, vast numbers instantly perished. Such devastation would have killed any ordinary martial artist outright. No second chance, no alternative path. Yet Su Ke possessed an innate regeneration talent. Where cells died, new ones swiftly regenerated. Only thus could he endure the relentless scouring of cosmic energy, enabling him to shatter 3 cultivation tiers in astonishingly short time. Yet this path was utterly irreplicable. Any other soul would have perished countless times over. Still, I cannot cultivate in the primary world anymore. Su Ke glanced skyward, recalling its lethal peril, and shook his head decisively. To cultivate the stance here would mean death within a heartbeat. Though he possessed abundant lives, he was no fool. Why waste effort on certain annihilation? It seems the time has come to journey to other realms. Dawn lightened the sky. Breakfast stalls opened early. Office workers hurried along their routes. Students walked steadily toward class. On the surface, life appeared unchanged from yesterday. This fragile stability owed entirely to official efforts. Abroad, however, unrest had already erupted across numerous regions. Rongqing University. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing, eyes still heavy with sleep, munched steamed buns as they trudged toward lecture hall. Sigh, spiritual energy has already awakened, yet we still have classes. Was the awakening even worth it? Stop grumbling, hurry up, Lin Zhou urged. Today's Professor Wang's class, legendary for strictness. I'd rather not get scolded. No idea how senior brother's doing. It's been 5 months, still no word. No clue. Has he contacted you? Not a peep. You know his temperament. As they spoke, suddenly several figures blocked their path. Lin Zhou frowned, tugging Chen Xing aside to detour. Though public temper had grown sharp, such volatility remained largely confined to online spaces. Face-to-face confrontations were rare, unless one provoked true fury. At that moment, the middle-aged man leading the group produced an official identification card. Are you Lin Zhou and Chen Xing? Greetings. I am Yi Chong'an of the Intelligence Division, Rongqing Special Affairs Administration. These are my colleagues Lu Zheng and Wenya. Please verify our credentials. Special Affairs Administration. Intelligence Division. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing exchanged bewildered glances. They had never heard of this department. Yet in this era of viral short dramas and ubiquitous novels, where every trope had long been exhausted, its existence seemed plausible. After all, if spiritual energy had awakened, surely a specialized government agency would follow. You greetings. Lin Zhou, still a university student, instantly tensed. His first encounter with official personnel. We've come to gather some information. No need to feel anxious, Yi Chong'an said calmly, offering a reassuring smile. Primarily we wish to inquire about Su Ke. Su Ke, senior brother. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing blinked in shock, blurting out, has something happened to him? Yi Chongan shook his head, glancing cautiously around. Students, we've coordinated with the university administration and reserved a classroom. Might we continue inside? This corridor isn't ideal. Soon after, the group entered an empty classroom. Lu Zheng remained outside on guard, his gaze sharp and sweeping the surroundings. Wen Yu meanwhile opened her laptop and immediately assumed professional posture. Yi Chongan observed the two youths' nervousness and pulled over chairs. Please sit. No need to be tense. We're simply gathering background information. This conversation will be fully recorded, but rest assured footage remains strictly confidential and will never be disclosed. Additionally, please sign these two non-disclosure agreements. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing swallowed hard, nodding vigorously, daring not object. This level of formality. Had senior brother committed a celestial crime? Or blown up the moon? Truly intimidating. En route, they discreetly searched their phones, discovering the Special Affairs Administration wielded immense authority overseeing all anomalous affairs nationwide. Put in ancient terms, it held imperial sanction, executive authority to act first, report later. Yi Chongan's expression turned solemn as he retrieved documents from his briefcase. Students, please answer each question truthfully, no omissions or falsehoods. You may express subjective opinions, but clearly state them as personal judgment. Lin Zhou and Chen Xing hastened to reply, understood, completely understood. Very well. First question. In your estimation, what kind of person is Su Ke? In Rongqing, the Special Management Bureau. In modern society, uncovering an individual's information is not particularly difficult. Within just one day, various materials concerning Su Ke were swiftly compiled. After analysis and evaluation by the intelligence staff, a detailed report was quickly prepared. Yi Chongan delivered this report to Chen Jingming's desk. Chen Jingming picked up the document and carefully flipped through it. The Special Management Bureau had a thorough grasp of Su Ke's personality and background information, covering everything from his childhood to his university years. The reason for such an in-depth investigation was to understand Su Ke's character traits in order to determine future response strategies. After all, Su Ke was no ordinary person. How strong was he? How did he cultivate? It was utterly unclear. The only thing that could be confirmed was that his strength exceeded the 6th-tier standard. Anyone capable of causing an energy detector to explode could not be taken lightly. Chen Jingming looked at the specialized terminology on the document and felt a headache coming on, so he simply flipped straight to the evaluation conclusion section. Name Su Ke, code name, none, confidentiality level, secret, danger level, high risk, basic information, male, 20 years old, ordinary male. Personality. Strength unknown but exceeds the 6th tier. Warning, target is extremely dangerous. Contact is prohibited until his specific strength is clarified. Recommendation, implement comprehensive monitoring, observe on-site, release friendly signals, and avoid direct conflict with him. Dusk Su Garden. Su Ke moved the last truckload of supplies into the yard and inadvertently glanced at a nearby snack stall. His awkward techniques, clumsy hospitality, and rigid posture occasionally revealed a hint of military traits. Surveillance. Observation. Su Ke quickly understood. He had initially thought the Special Management Bureau would come directly to him. It seemed they had assessed his strength. Su Ke recalled the energy detector that Su Jinbong had brought down that night. So the visit turned into covert observation. Su Ke shook his head unconcerned. He closed the yard gate, looked at the massive pile of supplies stacked inside, stored everything into his spatial storage, and turned back to the living room. The malice of the main world grew stronger by the day. Unknown entities from outer space lurked menacingly. With his current strength, he found it hard to resist. The only solution was to venture into other worlds to extend time, and after cultivating into the sword god of Shirley Slope, return to slay these threats with a single stroke. He held grudges. It wasn't just dying a few unclear times. Moreover, Earth was his root. He had lived here for 20 years, everything was here, and naturally, he couldn't bear to see it pillaged by unknown entities. I can be pillaged, sure, but others cannot. Besides, Su Ke had tried to use the technique one thought traversing heaven in the martial world. This talent could indeed be activated at any time, but its effect was to return directly to the main world, and not to traverse other worlds within the martial realm. If Earth were gone, he wasn't sure whether this talent would. Su Ke shook his head without hesitation and activated his talent. One thought traversing heaven. Instantly his figure vanished from the spot. Ghosts do not exist. 800 years ago the world changed dramatically and evil entities emerged. Since then ghosts have existed in the world. Countless common people perished, dynasties fell, and the world was plunged into chaos. In the Great Zhao Dynasty, the 8th year of Yongning. In desolate wilderness the sky was dark. White paper money was blown by the wind, swirling and falling to the ground. Surrounding the area there were scattered grave mounds. Some had stone tablets while others were just solitary graves. with bones strewn about it appeared particularly eerie. At that moment, Su-Kei's figure suddenly appeared. Cold. Icy. In an instant, Su-Kei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill sweeping over him. What a handsome young man, come play with your sister. With such rich vitality and abundant yang energy, you smell so good, can I have a taste? The pure yang energy is truly a great supplement. In an instant, the playful mumble was like a haunting melody echoing in his ears. Su-Kei immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. No one. He did not spot any figures nearby. Just as he turned his head, a face suddenly appeared before him. Dressed in red with a grin stretching to her ears, her hollow eyes flowed with crimson blood. Damn it! Su-Kei was nearly startled into a heart attack by this sudden appearance, instinctively channeling all his internal energy. A solid punch imprint appeared, instantly crashing towards the red-dressed female ghost. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous roar. This punch was entirely an instinctive full-force strike. Even a 7th-tier martial artist would be blasted apart if they took it heat-in. Yet the punch imprint passed right through the red-dressed female ghost's body, hitting the ground several meters away and creating a deep pit. No solid form. Su-Kei quickly calmed down. He was mainly startled due to the suddenness of the incident, and the unsettling entrance of the red-dressed ghost would have startled anyone. But after regaining his composure, his fear vanished. What a joke, I have over 9,000 lives, why should I fear a ghost? So, Su-Kei channeled his internal energy and turned to flee without hesitation. His figure transformed into a phantom, darting hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Don't run so fast. Wait for me. The red-dressed ghost giggled, her form flickering, keeping pace behind him, surprisingly matching his speed. I only want to take a tiny sip, just a little. Just as she finished speaking, the red-dressed ghost sped up, instantly closing in on Su-Kei's back and taking a deep breath with her grinning mouth. Cold. Icy. Su-Kei's body, which had gradually warmed from channeling his internal energy, became cold and chilling again, as if the life force within him was being forcibly extracted. Life value 11111. But the next moment warmth returned. Life value 11111. Su-Kei remained silent, pushing forward. The red-dressed ghost clung to his back, a look of bliss on her face. I sip. Sip, sip. After a quarter of an hour, both Su-Kei and the red-dressed ghost were stunned. Ghost wall. Are you still human? With Su-Kei's current speed of 732 milliseconds, sprinting for a quarter of an hour, he had covered at least 658 kilometers. Yet he still could not escape this graveyard. He couldn't believe that this graveyard could be so vast. The only explanation was that he had fallen into a ghost wall, seemingly running far, but actually just going in circles. At this moment, the red-dressed ghost floated in front of Su-Kei, her hollow eyes staring straight at him, and then in an utterly inappropriate manner she burped. Haha. I hit the jackpot. The yang energy is endless. Su-Kei's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Am I being treated as a power bank? However, this description wasn't entirely incorrect. The essence of yang energy was vital energy, and excessive extraction would lead to a depletion of vitality. But in the eyes of someone with a natural spring, its big strength restore me. As long as I'm not drained in one go, I could truly be a power bank. Thinking of this, Su-Kei felt numb. How could he fight like this? He couldn't break the defense of the red-dressed ghost at all. Martial path. He couldn't even kill a ghost. What a piece of junk. With this thought, Su-Kei had already entertained the idea of giving up on this world. Just as he landed, he was caught. He didn't even have time to develop. Forget it, I'll give it up. One thought traversing heaven randomly crosses worlds based on strength, but has no cooldown. I can just switch to another. Su-Kei was about to activate one thought traversing heaven. You vile creature. In broad daylight dare to harm, the living you shall be punished. Heavenly Master, sect the root of all energies through endless ages, I prove my divine powers. Golden light spell activate. In an instant, the dark heavens suddenly erupted with golden light. Su-Kei seemed to see a mirror shatter, and then he saw the figure of an old Taoist. The old Taoist glared fiercely, his aura overwhelming, surrounded by golden light, his eyes flashing with thunder. Heavenly Master's mansion. Seeing this scene, the red-dressed ghost trembled in fear. Thick crimson mist emanating from her body, the sky immediately darkened, and she attempted to flee. You vile being still wished to escape. The old Taoist stepped forward and thunder roared. With each step, he took the blood mist dispersed. In the blink of an eye, golden light, thunder the might was as if to destroy heaven and earth. Heavenly thunder roars, divine fire in the sky, 5 thunders purging evil. 5 thunders, true method. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, instantly hitting the red-dressed ghost. Off. Accompanied by a chilling scream, the red-dressed ghost was instantly reduced to ashes. With the ghost's demise, the heavens returned, though still somewhat gloomy, the chill had vanished. Suke's eyes sparkled as he looked at the charred ground around him, deeply shocked. So powerful. He could feel that even with his current physical condition, if he took this hit he would die on the spot. And at this moment, the old Taoist stroked his beard, his expression calm, one hand behind his back. Young friend, how could it be anything less than impressive? It was simply too cool. Suke nodded vigorously. The old Taoist smiled, slightly nodding his head. Is it impressive? Impressive? Do you wish to learn, Oi? Yes. Then kneel and pay your respects to your master. Pay respects. Suke was taken aback, looking up carefully at the old Taoist. At this moment, he finally saw the old man's appearance clearly. Dressed in a loose, simple gray robe with flowing silver hair, a lean face, bright eyes, and surrounded by a natural and pure aura, he exuded an air of a celestial being. What? The old Taoist's gaze suddenly became sharp. Do you not wish to? Suke hesitated for a moment, quickly weighing his options. This old Taoist's power was extraordinary, and his lightning technique profound, his cultivation unfathomable. For an ordinary person to encounter such an opportunity, they would have long bowed their head. But he possessed the talent of eternal proof and the unity of myriad laws. His future cultivation path was destined to encompass various schools drawing on their strengths. If he formally joined the sect, he would inevitably be bound by sect rules. If he were to practice techniques from other schools later on, it would be akin to betraying his master, likely leading to conflict. After all, the old Taoist had just rescued him from the ghost, and he truly did not want to end up at odds. After thinking it over, Suke sighed inwardly. So be it. At worst, he could give up on this realm later. Without further hesitation, he knelt and paid his respects. Disciple Suke paying respects to master. Good. The old Taoist's eyes instantly became kind and friendly as he smiled and raised his hand. Good disciple, quickly rise. I am Zhang Jingfang, the 35th Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master's Mansion. At the same time, a huge weight finally lifted from Zhang Jingfang's heart. In fact, he had come out this time at the behest of the great Zhao dynasty to eradicate a ghost threat. After completing the task, he planned to return to Longhu Mountain. Passing through this area, he sensed the heavy ghost energy, which is why he came to investigate. Upon arriving on the scene, he discovered Suke entangled with a red-dressed ghost. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed the terrifying pure yang energy emanating from Suke. In an instant, Zhang Jingfang's eyes turned red. Having lived for so long and traveled across the country, he had seen countless cultivation talents, but he had never encountered such a heaven-defying pure yang energy. Ordinary cultivators would weaken with every bit of pure yang energy consumed. Yet Suke's pure yang energy seemed inexhaustible, remaining unaffected even as the red-dressed ghost siphoned it away. Such talent was unparalleled throughout the world, making him an extraordinary prodigy, destined to cultivate the Five Thunders' true method. If he did not take him as a disciple, he would likely regret it for life. Thus Zhang Jingfang unleashed his full powers, summoning the Golden Light spell and the Five Thunders' true method. This was to showcase absolute strength in front of Suke, ensuring a smooth acceptance into his sect. Good disciple, now it's only a verbal apprenticeship establishing a master-disciple relationship, but we still need to return to the Heavenly Master's mansion for a complete apprenticeship ceremony. At that time, all the uncles in the mansion will be present, offering incense and paying respects to the ancestral tablets of the Heavenly Master, recording your name in the inheritance roster, and only then will you truly enter the sect as a legitimate disciple. Time is of the essence. We shall set off to Longhu Mountain now. Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard and said, technically speaking, a verbal apprenticeship did not count as a formal disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion. To avoid prolonging matters, it would be best to take Suke back to Longhu Mountain as soon as possible. Suke had no objections upon hearing this and immediately bowed. Disciple will follow Master's arrangements. In this realm, the world was peerless and ghosts roamed freely. In just 10 days, Suke truly witnessed the dangers of this world, while also beginning to understand the basic information. In this world, cultivation is primarily based on Taoist methods, with the Heavenly Master's mansion being the highest authority. There are 9 levels of cultivation realms: Taoist boy, Taoist disciple, Taoist priest, Taoist master, true person, human master, earth master, and heavenly master. A Taoist boy is merely at the entry level, tempering the body, purifying oneself, and learning to draw talismans. When one condenses 1 point of magical energy within, they become a Taoist disciple. Condensing 17 points of magical energy makes one a Taoist priest. Condensing 34 points of magical energy promotes one to a Taoist master, possessing a thicker magical energy, with 3 full life flames capable of exorcising ghosts. After condensing 67 points of magical energy, one reaches the true person realm, beginning to solidify their foundation. This process transforms essence into qi, replenishes losses, stabilizes the body, connects the ren and du meridians, and ensures sufficient energy in the dantian, which can cure ailments and prolong life. Zhang Jingfang elaborated on the various stages of cultivation. This is the realm of refining essence into qi. Suke listened attentively. Master, what follows? After that is refining qi into spirit, wherein qi is refined into the primordial spirit, merging spirit and qi with the meridians in the body connected, forming a connection with the heavens. In the human master realm, magical energy exceeds 100, and the resonance of the Tao is born, marking the early stage of refining qi into spirit. In the earth master realm, magical energy reaches 330, and the spirit begins to take form, marking the mid-stage of refining qi into spirit. In the heavenly master realm, magical energy reaches 660, and the spirit and body are perfect, marking the late stage of refining qi into spirit. Suke listened to these realm divisions, gaining a preliminary understanding of his own strength through Zhang Jingfang's explanations. With his current physical strength, he could roughly match the human master realm. In close combat, martial arts had the advantage. In long-range magical battles, Taoist methods were more formidable. But to deal with ghosts, one could slay them with the true person realm. Yet he, with strength equivalent to the human master realm, couldn't do anything against them. Then what realm are you in, master? Just a mere heavenly master realm. A desolate mountain village shrouded in bleak autumn winds. A chilling aura permeated the air, and malevolent energy surged skyward. Zhang Jingfang stood in silence for a moment before stepping into the settlement. Suke followed closely behind his gaze, sweeping warily across the surroundings. Wheat still grew in the fields, seasonal vegetables flourished in the household plots beside rustic courtyards. On the surface, an ordinary village. Yet now the village lay utterly silent. Not a single living creature stirred, nor even the faintest chirp of insects broke the stillness. The moment Suke crossed the threshold, he distinctly felt the icy, oppressive aura surging from all directions. Still, this coldness paled beside the dread radiating from the crimson-robed, vengeful spirit they had faced earlier. Zhang Jingfang glanced at Suke, then channeled his cultivation energy and tapped his fingertip against the youth's forehead. Northern Ringue Spirit Qi. Within it lies a spark of true essence, purity, and turbidity. Separate form manifests clearly. Open thine eyes to perceive the hidden realm. So be it by sacred decree. A flash of luminous white light flickered and vanished. Suke's eyes stung briefly, then the world transformed. The heavens darkened, malevolent energy coiled overhead like a vortex. A suffocating miasma of ferocious, hateful qi enveloped the entire village. All around, translucent, wandering souls drifted aimlessly, expressionless, devoid of reason. Now and then one would be snatched up by the swirling malevolence and dragged into that roiling mass of vicious energy. Who dares send this foul Taoist priest? Dare you seek deaths? At that instant a grotesque face coalesced from the black clouds. Its features horrifying, its voice grating and shrill. May blessings and longevity fill the boundless heavens. Without further ado, Zhang Jingfang raised a finger. Pure white lightning arced about its tip and pierced the sky in an instant. Off! A piercing shriek echoed across the land. Suke watched as a wisp of black mist writhed within the lightning's grasp, then shattered its malevolent energy, dissolving into nothingness. Even though this was not his first such encounter, Suke remained deeply awestruck. The elder celestial master's power truly knew no bounds. Every demonic entity they had met thus far fell before him in a single strike. The scholar tree, half yin, half yang, harbors ghosts within its wood, gathers lingering souls, and nurtures tree spirits. It readily accumulates yin energy. Zhang Jingfang issued his command. My obedient disciple cut down the scholar tree at the village entrance, then retrieve and cremate the villagers' remains. Suke did not hesitate. He turned and strode toward the village gate, where a colossal scholar tree stood towering and ancient, its dense foliage casting deep shadows over the ground. The temperature beneath its canopy dropped noticeably, several degrees colder than the open air. Suke did not draw a blade from his spatial storage. Instead, he gathered force into a single fist and shattered the massive trunk with a thunderous blow. Thunder art, command. Lightning arcs erupted from Zhang Jingfang's body, extending like ethereal tendrils. In but a breath, every wandering soul within the village was utterly eradicated. Master, why reduce these wandering souls to utter annihilation? Suke frowned slightly as he watched the spectacle. They bear no trace of malevolent qi. Why not guide them into the underworld for rebirth? These were the spirits of the villagers themselves, transformed after death. In life, their very essences had been devoured by the malevolent force. As ghosts, they had committed no atrocity against heaven or earth. According to the countless cinematic tales Suke had seen, such spirits ought to be escorted to the underworld for reincarnation. One lives as a human, one dies as a ghost. Zhang Jingfang withdrew his cultivation energy and shook his head. Ghosts possess no humanity. Though they harm no one now, prolonged stagnation will inevitably twist them toward malevolence. Moreover, in this realm, where is the underworld? Where is the cycle of rebirth? There is only humanity, or ghosthood. No third path exists. No rebirth. No underworld. Then surely no immortals either. Suke's confusion deepened. The 5 thunder summoning mantra invoked the power of the 9 heavens, thunder dispelling, celestial lord. The lightning command mantra drew upon the authority of Lei Gong and Dianmu, the thunder god and lightning goddess. If neither existed, how could such Taoist arts function? Zhang Jingfang seemed to sense Suke's doubt and offered an explanation. In this realm, Taoist practice centers on mantra recitation and visualization, refining the self to attain authentic truth, discarding illusion to preserve reality. This is the inner alchemy path, the true orthodoxy. Essence forms the foundation of the body. Qi nourishes the spirit. Spirit governs life. I am the law. I am the deity. What I wield is my own cultivated power. What I invoke is my own primordial spirit. Hearing this, Suke couldn't help rolling his eyes. After all, he had studied countless Taoist scriptures in his previous martial cultivation world, and grasped the meaning instantly. In plain terms, ultimate power resided solely within the self. Through cultivation, one could transcend into divinity. All Taoist arts sprang from one's own inner cultivation. So simple in principle, yet deliberately cloaked in arcane language. Half a month later, Longhu Mountain rose in undulating grandeur. Sheer cliffs jutted skyward, emerald waters wound serenely around its base. Temples clung to the mountainside, enshrining myriad deities and generations of celestial masters. Suke had finally arrived at Longhu Mountain. Another fortnight passed. His initiation ceremony was prepared and ready. Suke needed only to follow the ritual like a puppet on strings. Present offerings, pay homage to the 3 masters, perform formal obeisance in the celestial master hall, kneel before the 3 pure ones, receive his transmission certificate, undergo ordination, and be granted his Taoist name, thus formally becoming a Taoist priest. Under normal procedure, initiation concluded once the disciple knelt before the ancestral masters, after which daily cultivation began, studying the foundational scriptures of the celestial master, Tao, reciting essential sutras each day. Only after mastering mental clarity, subduing inner agitation, and cultivating unwavering focus through visualization would one receive the transmission certificate, the official credential signifying formal entry into cultivation. After 3 years of disciplined practice and flawless observance of precepts, one could apply for the Supreme Sanwu Dugong Scripture Register, the Ordination Register. With it, one gained access to advanced Taoist arts, talismanic invocation, spirit summoning, thunder invocation, and rain invocation. Yet Suke completed the entire orthodox process, normally requiring years, in just half a month. My obedient disciple, as my final disciple today, I usher you onto the Tao, and bestow upon you a Taoist name. Zhang Jingfang sipped tea with a serene smile, his heart unburdened, his joy unrestrained. At first I considered naming you Yuan, the primordial beginning, the origin of all 10,000 paths. Yuan signifies the root of all existence. Sure denotes return to the original source, a name of vast cosmic resonance. Yet after careful reflection, I deemed this name fraught with peril, too weighty for your current standing, too immense for your present virtue. You would likely collapse beneath its burden. Thus I have chosen another. Your vital energy flows like mist, elusive, untethered to karma. Unlike any being of this realm, worldly affairs seem to glide past you untouched. Taoist names are typically drawn from stellar constellations or divine titles, but you are different, formless, boundless, unconfined by realms. Therefore your Taoist name shall be Chaos. Suke blinked, then looked up at his smiling master, bewildered, almost exasperated. If he couldn't bear the name Yuanshire, how could he possibly withstand chaos? He well understood the gravity of naming taboos. Reckless naming offended celestial beings, invited calamity through unwarranted prestige, and incurred divine abandonment, an utter travesty of Taoist discipline. Suke's expression darkened. Master, may I ask, what is your own Taoist name? You dare test my patience. Zhang Jingfang feigned sternness, then relented, but I suppose revealing it poses no harm. My fate lacks fortitude, my blessings run shallow. I dare not presume beyond my station. With purified mind and tranquil thoughts, I embrace the aspiration of quiet cultivation and service to the people. Thus my Taoist name is Qingjing. Suke's face grew even darker. If your reverence's fate lacks fortitude, and thus forbids presumptuous naming, then surely mine is no stronger. Master, this disciple fears he cannot uphold such a name. No, you can. I cannot. You can. Half a month passed, and a Dharma name was bestowed. To use chaos as a name. This news instantly shocked the entire Tianchi mansion. This was not just an exception. It was an exception among exceptions. The masters from various sects rushed over not to stop it, nor out. It was as if they were observing a rare animal poking here and touching there, all eager to see what made Su Ke special enough for Tianchi Zhang Jingfang to make such an exception. I really don't know what senior brother is thinking. How can this little body withstand such a taboo Dharma name? TSK Tisk, such astonishing vitality. He is truly a promising candidate for cultivation. His martial arts foundation is solid, and if it comes to close combat, even a master might struggle to contend against him, right? With such abundant vitality, ordinary spirits and ghosts cannot come near. How did you train, young man? A group of elder masters gathered around Su Ke, marveling. Just based on his vitality, ordinary wandering spirits would be directly incinerated upon approach. However, if he encountered a malevolent spirit, this vitality would instead become a boon for them. The world is perilous with evil spirits rampant. Logically, no one should be able to cultivate to such a level. Such fiery vitality shone like a beacon in the darkness. Once discovered, he should have long been devoured by a malevolent spirit. Su Ke felt goosebumps all over as these burly masters poked and prodded him. He quickly broke free and slipped away. Chaos disciple, don't run. Let us touch you a bit more. Haha, this kid is actually shy. What a pity I haven't touched him yet. Sai, I hope the Chaos disciple can be more steady and not follow in the footsteps of his 3 senior brothers who all died after rushing down the mountain to slay demons without mastering their skills. Damn evil spirits, one day we will cleanse the world of all ghostly beings. The news that Su Ke had entered the Tianchi mansion and became the closed-door disciple of Zhang Jingfang quickly spread far and wide. The Dazhao dynasty. That old guy took in a disciple again. Directly enrolled in the Dao ledger using chaos as his name. It truly is an astonishing ambition, not fearing the shortening of the disciple's lifespan. It seems Zhang Jingfang holds high hopes for this disciple. I hope this little guy won't end up like his 3 senior. Sai, the human race is weak and ghostly beings are rampant. We can only wait for our opportunity. In the vast mountains, black mist swirled and a chilling aura permeated the air. The trees around were all withered. The mud was blood-red, resembling rotten flesh, and white eyeballs rolled in the pits. Shredded human skins lost their luster lying on the ground, emanating a rancid stench. Skeletal remains lay scattered corpses like forests, and the aura of blood surged to the skies. Zhang Jingfang. How dare he take in disciples? A Dharma name of chaos. Gagaga chaos is unrestrained, indistinguishable between yin and yang, mixing clarity with turbidity. A mere mortal body with a shallow foundation for the primordial spirit dares to use this as a name. He must be either mad or incredibly arrogant. Send orders down, find him, and devour him. The human race can only have 4 heavenly masters. Meanwhile, other Taoist sects also receive the news, all filled with curiosity to see what kind of talent this chaos friend possesses. That could make the most rule-abiding Tianchi mansion break the rules. On Maoshan, the Pure Qi sect, the headmaster Master Huayang looked at the great spear, a smile appearing on his face. Long live the celestial master. My first disciple Shi Zhong surely possesses the potential for Tianchi. At Hazao sect, the headmaster Master Xuandu chuckled softly. My Hazao sect is not without its own prodigies. At Longhushan, in the residence of the great master, the Tianqi's dwelling. Good disciple, the vitality within you is abundant and ceaseless, even I cannot compare. Zhang Jingfang's expression turned serious. Vitality is essence, the foundation of cultivation. I have examined your constitution, and your aptitude is rare in the world. It will not be difficult for you to gather spiritual power. But do you know why I have yet to teach you the methods of cultivation? Throughout this journey, it has been over a month since encountering the red-clothed malevolent spirit. Zhang Jingfang indeed had not imparted any cultivation methods. Is it due to insufficient temperament? Su Ke pondered for a moment. Although he practiced martial arts, he had read quite a bit of Taoist texts and could guess some of the reasons. Correct. Zhang Jingfang nodded. Ordinary disciples, when building their foundation, need to cultivate their character and establish a solid base before they can begin their training. Those who are eager for success will surely give rise to the 5 demons and 6 thieves. The so-called 5 demons are the heart monkey, will horse, emotion, bull, essence, tiger, and spirit serpent. If the heart is not calm and the spirit is not settled, it becomes difficult to subdue them. Su Ke, upon hearing this, immediately sat upright. Indeed, there is a world of difference between having a master to guide and exploring alone. Just these cultivation taboos without a teacher's guidance. Even if Su-Kei's comprehension were high, it would be difficult to realize them in a short time. Your senior brother back then had already tamed the will horse, subdued the emotion bull, trained the essence tiger, and suppressed the spirit serpent, but he could not tame the heart monkey. Once the heart monkey stirred, he became restless. Zhang Jingfang sighed at this point. The primordial spirit becomes agitated and distracting thoughts swirl. This quiet cultivation at Longhushan could no longer be sustained, and he descended the mountain, ultimately perishing in a ghost cave. Your second senior brother still had the heart monkey and will horse in him, and also followed him. Your third senior brother could not tame the emotion bull, fell into emotional tribulation, and became a fateful pair of lovebirds. Cultivation is to cultivate the heart and nature. If the heart is unsettled and the nature is not subdued, it will inevitably lead to calamity. Originally, all disciples of the Tianxia mansion needed to unify the 5 demons before formally entering cultivation to prevent their consciousness from sinking. But in today's world with evil spirits rampant, how can one settle down to cultivate? Zhang Jingfang sighed deeply, his gaze falling on Su-Kei. Your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. As your master, I only hope you can maintain your original heart and not follow in the footsteps of your senior brothers. Su-Kei immediately stood up and respectfully replied, Yes, master. He could sense the concern and worry in Zhang Jingfang's words, fearing that he would also follow the same tragic path. Afterward, Zhang Jingfang further explained the 6 thieves and 3 corpses. The so-called 6 thieves are the eye thief of joy, ear thief of anger, nose thief of love, tongue thief of thought, mind thief of desire, and body thief of worry, which disturb the purity of the heart. As for the 3 corpses, they are the upper corpse, Peng Zhu, middle corpse, Peng Zan, and lower corpse, Peng Jiao, specifically consuming one's blessings and vitality. This is the difficulty of the 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses on the path of cultivation. A slight misstep can lead to failure, causing all efforts and spiritual power to vanish into thin air. Su-Kei felt a shock in his heart. Damn, martial arts are still simpler. This inner alchemy method is too demanding and truly perverse. No wonder those in the late stage of chi refinement can rival 9th-tier warriors in the main world. Moreover, if both sides were to truly engage with a single lightning strike, a 9th-tier warrior would be instantly killed. At this moment, after hearing these words about demons and obstacles, he truly understood the dangers within. However, I don't know if my talent for immortal soul has any effect in calming my thoughts. What if I die and then revive? Does the heart monkey and will horse still exist? Furthermore, if I were to be affected by the heart monkey and will horse, would the proof of eternal attainment solidify it? For a moment, Su-Kei's mind was flooded with thoughts. Seeing this, Zhang Jingfang nodded with satisfaction. Originally, the deaths of his 3 disciples had made him give up on taking in more disciples. Yet he encountered the abnormality that was Su-Kei. He could only kick the door open and take in another closed-door disciple. Yet he was genuinely afraid of Su-Kei's recklessness, which is why he admonished him so seriously. Then Zhang Jingfang took out several scrolls. This is the Zhengyi Daily Recitation Sutra, which contains 8 great mantras, such as the Jing of Purity and the Heart Seal of the Jade Emperor. You must recite it morning and evening to stabilize your spirit, purify your body, mouth, and heart. This is the Taishan Leijin's treatise on Constant Purity Sutra, which can dispel distracting thoughts and subdue the fires of the heart. This is the Yuhuang Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra, which can aid in refining the primordial spirit and maintaining focus. Good disciple. Zhang Jingfang held up 3 fingers. I will give you 3 years. Within 3 years you must unify the 5 demons. At that time I will impart to you the inner alchemy orthodox method of Longhushan. In the following month, Su-Kei's studies remained unwavering. In the early morning the sun began to rise. He washed his hands and face, stood still for a stick of incense, silently recited the 8 great mantras, stored a breath of pure yang energy, and read the Jade Pivot Sutra, remaining calm and collected while suppressing distracting thoughts. In the evening as the sun set, he sat cross-legged on a mat reciting the Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Wonderful Sutra. He practiced sitting meditation with the Tranquility Sutra and focused his mind with the Jade Emperor Sutra. For an ordinary Taoist disciple, this stage is foundational. They must memorize scriptures, integrate knowledge, understand true meanings, cleanse body and mind, introspect on methods, and reach a state of selflessness and mindfulness. However, for Su-Kei this was quite simple. With his extraordinary talent, he grasped those complex and profound terms in no time. But understanding does not equate to character. Su-Kei was originally an ordinary person. His thoughts were scattered, and he often lost focus, much like when one is in class while the teacher explains the key points of a textbook. When you're attentively listening, a gust of wind blows the curtains brushing against your hair, and your mind drifts away, causing your attention to waver immediately. In the next moment, you might be thinking about where to play after school. The moment after that, you start imagining the teacher as a miser. Even if you forcibly bring your thoughts back, you cannot maintain focus as random thoughts quickly emerge again. This stage is characterized by a restless mind. You can't sit still, you're impatient and fidgety. Suke was no exception. His thoughts were too chaotic. Or rather, modern individuals who have experienced information overload rarely possess pure character. Most are overwhelmed by emotions, desires, and various vices. Suke had thoroughly absorbed the 3 ancient texts given by the old celestial master. But merely understanding did not mean his character had matured. His mind understood, yet his heart lagged behind. Heaven rewards diligence. Perhaps it can subtly influence you, and hard work will eventually yield results, but the time required is long. One proof for eternal proof. Is everything fixed? Yet he had not tamed his restless mind. When distractions surged, he was still affected. But as long as he could succeed in taming it, the great path would be within reach. Immortal soul. The spirit gradually grew stronger, and his spiritual platform's tolerance improved, allowing him to withstand the impact of illusions without harming his soul. This was merely a hardware upgrade. But character is the software. Thinking of this, Suke couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why must cultivating the Tao emphasize character? As cultivators, shouldn't we just seek a clear mind to battle heaven and earth? I'm fed up. If worst comes to worst, let heaven and earth perish together. I'm already this powerful, do I still need to care about others' opinions? Suke's expression shifted and waves of irritation surged within him. At that moment, he looked at the flowers on the windowsill, frowned slightly, stood up abruptly, and smashed the flower pot onto the ground. Crash! Damn it, these flowers blooming so beautifully, who are they for? I'm so annoyed. Why did I have to become a disciple? With my talent, my countless lives, my extraordinary comprehension, and my unification of all methods, even if I'm a bit lazy, I will eventually become an immortal. Damn it, I'm really bored. I'm going down the mountain. Suke thought and acted, raising his foot to find the Grandmaster, but then hesitated, feeling that the journey was troublesome. On the spot, he activated his internal force and slapped his forehead. Slap. Life 97445, Life 97444. Suke's figure instantly appeared in place. He did not use the resurrection mechanism to directly teleport to the Grandmaster's abode, because after dying and resurrecting, his state would refresh. Naturally, that irritable state also refreshed. Is this still considered Tao technique? This is clearly demonic skill. Suke felt a lingering fear. He finally understood why some senior brothers, despite being personally taught by the old celestial master, still found it difficult to overcome their restless minds. Isn't this just a version of depression and cultivation? All negative states, self-mind imbalance, being led by the subconscious. But Suke sat down cross-legged. 3 grades of medicine, spirit and vital essence, hazy and indistinct, entering the mysterious and out of the mundane, as if alive or dead. After a long time, Suke opened his eyes, revealing a look of realization. Visualizing the monkey in the heart palace, binding it with a purified rope of oneself to stabilize the mind. Ultimately, it must be restrained. Yet too many cultivators fall at this. Visualizing the monkey in the heart palace, binding it with a purified rope of oneself to stabilize the mind. Ultimately, it must be restrained. Yet too many cultivators fall at this step, influenced by the restless mind, giving rise to frivolous thoughts. Just now, Suke also stumbled here. But after committing suicide and resurrecting, the talent mechanism took effect, restoring his state to full. Frivolous thoughts dissipated. Yet he immersed himself in the process of taming the restless mind, which was solidified by the talent of one proof for eternal proof. I am truly a genius. A smile appeared on Suke's face. Heaven did not give birth to me, Suke. The inner Dan Tao has been as long as the night. I want to go down the mountain. Get down the mountain. Die for all I care. I'm this strong, and do I still have to care about others' faces? Life 97444, Life 97443. I want. No, you don't want to die? I die. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 31 lives. A full 31 lives. Suke finally tamed the restless mind. At this moment, even if he sat still for several hours practicing the 8 great mantras, no restless thoughts would emerge. In the past, emotions controlled him. Now he controls emotions. Mind horse, take this. I don't know. Don't know. Die. Ah, this world. Damn you, die. Woo woo woo, I'm working so hard to improve my cultivation, just to save the world from danger, yet the special administration even sent someone to monitor me. I feel wronged. Emotions. Desires. Die for me. It's been a while since I've wrapped my fingers around the pillar. I wonder if the great Zhao dynasty has a spring breeze tower. Wait, never mind, you die too. Dizzy sleepy, hey, why is this Matt speaking? Divine serpent, come here with your life. In the 9th year of Yoning, 4 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Suke sat on the mat, all distracting thoughts dissipated. With no restless monkey in his heart, no galloping horse in his thoughts, no wild bull in emotions, no fierce tiger in vigor, and no shadow serpent in spirit. His thoughts arose and fell under his control, allowing joy and anger to be released freely. His spiritual platform was clear and bright, and his mind was as steady as a deep pond. Life, 97,121. In a total of 5 months, 324 lives, the 5 demons unified. I wonder if my character is good or bad. Suke walked out of his dwelling and headed straight for the Grand Master's abode. Over these past few months, he had long comprehended the 8 great mantras. The calm mind mantra, the purifying mouth mantra. These mantras each have their unique uses, but the most well-known among them is still the golden light mantra, one of the 8 great mantras. Concentrating the protective golden light to drive away ghosts and evil. Skill golden light mantra beginner, Suke naturally learned it. However, lacking mana, he could not cast it, so it could only be considered as beginner. Now he was looking for the master precisely for the authentic methods of Inner Dan. At the Grand Master's abode, Zhang Jingfang was practicing when he sensed Suke's arrival. I pay my respects to master. Did you complete today's assignments? I have finished. Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard, extremely satisfied. You have been initiated for over 5 months. You must have memorized the 3 foundational scriptures by heart, and should attempt to subdue the 5 demons now. Today I will inform you of the key to this matter. It is crucial, so do not be careless. Upon hearing this, Suke's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, master, do you mean there are tricks to subduing the 5 demons? Naturally, if not, how many people in this world could pass this trial? Zhang Jingfang nodded, as if it were. Suke was even more confused. Then why didn't you tell me before? You hadn't even comprehended the 3 foundational scriptures. It would have been of no use to tell you in advance. But disciple has already subdued the 5 demons now, master. You don't know how much hardship I've endured. Suke cried, snot and tears flowing. He thought to himself, if every practitioner of Inner Dan cultivation had to endure like him, how many people in this world would be fit for cultivation? So they all took shortcuts, and he was the only one charging forward headlong. Ouch, my heart hurts. How could one endure so much suffering? Zhang Jingfang said, frustrated. Back in my day, when I comprehended the 3 foundational scriptures that... Wait, what did you say? Suddenly realizing, Zhang Jingfang rushed to Suke's side, circulating his mana and opening his spiritual eyes. His aura became harmonious and solid, and his spiritual platform was pure and spotless. This was the state of successfully subduing the 5 demons. Zhang Jingfang gasped in shock. In less than 5 months, not only had he understood the 3 foundational scriptures, but he had also subdued the 5 demons. Is this even human? Zhang Jingfang scrutinized Suke closely, and his expression suddenly turned stern. Nonsense. This is simply outrageous. Fortunately, nothing happened. If you had gone astray, wouldn't I have to send a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one? You are my closed-door disciple. Oh, if you die, how could I possibly take in another kick-the-door disciple? Upon hearing this, Suke's mouth twitched. You're quite perceptive. How did you know I was dead? You wouldn't believe it. I've died 324 times. Suke returned to his residence with various cultivation classics. Zhang Jingfang, although aware of Suke's extraordinary talent, did not expect him to be this extraordinary. The fact that he could subdue the 5 demons single-handedly and unify them was clearly beyond the conventional approach to training disciples. He generously presented Suke with various Taoist techniques from the Celestial Master's estate, only advising him that if he encountered any confusion, he should not force his practice and must inquire. Suke opened one of the books. The Taoist canon of the Supreme Principle contains myriad thunder techniques, primarily known for its 3 great thunder methods. The Jade Pivot Canon is the primary scripture for practicing thunder. It can suppress corpses, dispel evil, and avert disasters, boasting limitless power. However, this technique should be classified as a divine practice, primarily aimed at communicating with the righteous deities of thunder. In this world, there are no gods to rely on. One must draw upon their own magical power. The true orthodox thunder technique is actually called thunder discourse, which emphasizes internal refinement of the thunder chi within the 5 organs. It encompasses palm thunder, the heavenly gang step, as well as the young man's yang thunder and the body-breaking yin thunder. There are also numerous talisman methods, such as Supreme 3-5 Genuine 1 Alliance Talisman and Genuine 1's Cultivation Ritual, and much more. Additionally, there are the male and female sword control techniques, rites for transcending life and death, feng shui, divination, astrology, and so forth. One could say it covers everything. What other sects lack the Celestial Master's estate possesses? What other sects have the Celestial Master's estate also has? As the foremost in the Taoist sect and the hereditary Orthodox line, it is the successor of the Celestial Master. It should be noted that the title of Celestial Master originates from Longhu Mountain. Suke put down the Thunder Talisman classics and turned his attention to the methods of inner alchemy. The Longhu Rising and Falling Three Fields Qi Refining Method Zhou, Kantong Qi Wuzhen Pian, and Huangting Neijing Yujing. The Celestial Master's estate has numerous inner alchemy orthodox methods, all following the path of refining essence into Qi and Qi into spirit. However, each inner alchemy method requires extensive study of many related classics, and one must fully comprehend them before officially practicing. For example, the Longhu Rising and Falling Three Fields Qi Refining Method. To cultivate this method, one must thoroughly grasp several classics: Laozi's Xiang Air Golden and Brilliant Longhu Canon True, Longhu 9 Immortal Canon, and Longhu Returning Elixir Method. The same applies to other inner alchemy methods. Therefore, most disciples only choose one method to cultivate. After all, a person's comprehension and energy are ultimately limited. To master one method in a lifetime is enough to be called a high practitioner or master. Breaking through to the Earthmaster realm is not a difficult task. The master only allowed him to look first and choose whichever method suited him. Such treatment is indeed rare among disciples of the Celestial Master's estate. Only choose one. That won't do. I want them all. Suke was not afraid of having too many methods, he was afraid of having too few. With this thought, he discarded the books and turned towards the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion of the Celestial Master's estate is vast, but has only 3 stories. The first floor houses the Taoist canon compiled by past Celestial Masters and Taoist Masters. The collection is immense, containing a total of 2100 scriptures amounting to 53000 volumes. The first floor of the pavilion is crowded with most wearing light gray Taoist robes and a few in moon-white robes. Some disciples are deeply engrossed in reading, others are copying scriptures, while some are frowning in contemplation. Suke's entrance into the scripture pavilion was not particularly loud. But who could ignore Suke? He was the exceptional closed-door disciple accepted by Celestial Master Zhang Jingfang. Upon entry, he was given a Taoist title. Many witnessed the scene at the time. Although in recent months few have seen his figure, they have not forgotten. I've met you, senior brother Hundan. I've met you, little uncle Hundan. Long life to the Celestial Master. Those nearby all greeted him. Those further away also looked up, curiously sizing up this remarkable figure. Suke returned the greetings one by one. As a disciple of the Celestial Master, his seniority was exceedingly high. After a round of pleasantries, they dispersed. Nowadays, with the rampant, ghostly beings, the disciples coming to the scripture pavilion are all here to cultivate naturally, not daring to be negligent. Suke also breathed a sigh of relief and walked straight to the bookshelf, taking out a volume of the canon randomly, finding a place to begin reading slowly. As of today, Suke's aptitude and comprehension had improved yet again. Aptitude 2085-186. Comprehension 1063-186. Those cryptic scriptures, with a little pondering, he could comprehend most of it. With further contemplation, he could completely grasp it. 210000 types. 53000 volumes. Taking it slow, he would eventually finish them all. Suke's lifespan is long, and he is not in a hurry to cultivate immediately. After subduing the 5 demons, he sought out his master only to gain qualifications for cultivation. Now that he had the qualifications, he needed to settle down and set a goal. To comprehend all these Taoist canons. Time quietly passed. The many disciples of Longhu Mountain noticed something strange. Every time they went to the scripture pavilion, they could almost always see senior brother Hundan in some corner, undeterred by wind or rain. In the first month, they thought Suke was studying the Taoist canons, refining his nature, preparing for the subjugation of the 5 demons. 2 months. 3 months. Half a year passed. In the blink of an eye, a year went by. Suke remained the same. This scene puzzled many disciples. After more than a year, ordinary disciples had already condensed a thin magical power and ascended to the status of Taoist disciples. Yet Suke was still a mere Taoist boy. Life is short, the older one gets the more one's vitality declines, so it should be best to refine essence into Qi as soon as possible. Suke slowly exhaled, placing down the Wuhua cannon beside him, reaching for the divine chapter cannon. Just as he was about to look, he noticed a pair of bright eyes staring intently at him. Who is this junior sister? Senior brother Hundan, my name is Jing Xian. Jing Xian had her hair styled in a bun, with a round face, looking about 15 or 16 years old. The Celestial Master's estate also accepts female disciples. However, the majority still follow the principle of the Qian Dao, with few Koan Dao disciples. Senior brother, how can you be so lazy? You are a direct disciple of the Celestial Master. How am I lazy? Suke was taken aback. You're not cultivating. Jing Xian immediately replied. I've heard from the master senior brother you are extraordinarily talented with an excellent disposition, and you unified the 5 demons in just a few months. It's been a year, why haven't you started cultivating the inner alchemy method? Senior brother, you are meant to be the future celestial master. You should strive hard. The future celestial master. Although the celestial master's estate in this world differs from the main world, one thing remains unchanged: only those with the Zhang surname can become celestial masters. Of course, Suke, as the direct disciple of Zhang Jingfang, naturally had the qualification, but he needed to bear the Zhang surname. You're too noisy. Suke shook his head and immersed himself back into the Taoist canon. He could originally comprehend about 200 volumes a day, but now that a year had passed, his comprehension increased by another 365 points. His thinking became clearer, resulting in a significantly faster comprehension speed. If this speed were to be known, it would surely stir up great waves. Although the scripture pavilion was crowded, most disciples were merely studying the related classics of the methods they chose. For ordinary disciples, being able to fully grasp 1 volume in a month is considered a prodigy. But for Suke, that was still not enough. At 200 volumes a day, it would still take a full 2 years to read all the Taoist canons. Therefore, aside from necessary rest, he spent almost all day in the scripture pavilion. At first, Zhang Jingfang had looked for him, but after personally testing him, he let him be. He did not understand the world of geniuses. Of course, a deadline was set, allowing only 5 years. Suke naturally agreed. Months later, Jing Xian quietly approached Suke's corner carrying a small food box. Senior brother, do you want to eat? It's really delicious, trust me. Suke glanced at it, but then returned his gaze to the pages. Months had passed, and his reading speed had increased even more. It was not that his comprehension had leapt again, but rather that he had built a solid foundation. Once you understand one method, you can understand all methods. Many contents of the Taoist canons are similar, with only a few being truly unique. Senior brother, I heard the master say you plan to read through all the Taoist canons. Is that true? Senior brother, do you have any dreams? Jing Xian secretly nibbled on pastries, suddenly filled with melancholy. The master said my aptitude is below average, and with hard work I might only reach the true person realm. But I think the true person realm is quite good. Ooh, I can deal with evil spirits just fine. What do you think, senior brother? Senior brother. 2 more months passed. Suke had already read through 1/3 of the Taoist canons in the scripture pavilion. With the talent of eternal certification, as long as he understands, it can be solidified and never forgotten. Jing Xian came again. Senior brother, I have been promoted to Taoist. The master has officially conferred a talisman on me. Congratulations. Thank you, senior brother. Then tomorrow I will treat you to pastries. Suke slightly nodded, his gaze never leaving the pages. In the 11th year of Yongning, Suke had read through 2/3 of the Taoist canons in the scripture pavilion. He would only need 1 more year to finish them all. He had been in this world for 3 years. In terms of physical strength, he made no progress, still remaining at the 7th level. However, his martial arts had already reached the consummation of the profound realm. This was still because he had not actively cultivated. Today, Suke had just picked up a book when he suddenly felt inspired. With a prompt sound ringing out, he suddenly realized. Day 4096. 11 years had already passed. Ding, would you like to draw a talent? Draw it. Ding, talent drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Gain talent perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion machine, you recover 1 of your maximum mana every second, including, but not limited to, magical power. Perpetual motion machine. Is this talent strong? Very strong. It is even paired with a built-in spring. But for Suke, it was not strong enough. However, Suke thought again. This talent is simply a cannon. It allows one to unleash big moves freely and cast spells in succession. As long as the mana consumed each second is less than 1 of the total, the mana will never deplete. Alas, if this talent keeps getting drawn, I will eventually become a bug. It's truly freakish. But I like it. Suke immersed himself back into the books. Senior brother, I have learned the orthodox thunder technique. Senior brother, this Yubu is so hard to practice. Senior brother, I heard that the war between humans and ghosts is about to start again. Senior brother, I will work hard and strive to break through to Taoist this year. Senior brother, why are you still not cultivating? Senior brother, come eat. Senior brother, come swallow. Senior brother, I will be going out with the master to support soon. I'll bring you pastries when I return. Time flows on. In the 12th year of Yongning, ghostly beings launched a full-scale invasion at the borders, causing chaos among demons and suffering for countless common people. The Great Zhao dynasty and various Taoist sects sent disciples down the mountain to exterminate ghosts. Within the celestial master's estate, as time passed, fewer and fewer people discussed Suke. Many had even forgotten that there was such a person. It was unclear whether it was due to the repeated orders from his master or his uncles, but during this period no one came to trouble him. Suke naturally enjoyed the peace. I finally finished reading. 800 years ago, apart from the central plains, the foreign lands thrived and humanity flourished. Then a great change occurred in heaven and earth, and evil beings emerged. From then on, the world was plagued by ghosts. Countless commoners perished, dynasties fell, and the world descended into bloodshed. Hundreds of years passed, and humanity struggled to endure, turning the mortal realm into a breeding ground for spirits. 7 ghost kings comparable to the realm of heavenly masters emerged. Across the land, few could cultivate to such heights. Among all of humanity, there were merely 4 heavenly masters. In other regions, not a single heavenly master could be found. This situation was not due to the central plains being blessed with heroes and resources, but rather because the great upheaval had occurred in the vast Kangmang mountain range. The mountain range, stretching for dozens of miles, cracked open, releasing malevolent energy, giving rise to evil beings. This led to the rich, spiritual, and sinister energy within the territory of the Dazhao dynasty. From the perspective of Taoist arts, thunder techniques inherently restrain spirits. A heavenly master could easily deal with 2 ghost kings. Yet even so, humanity remained at a disadvantage. After all, there were far too many evil beings in the world. Moreover, the dense, sinister energy of the Kangmang Mountains hindered even heavenly masters from exhibiting their full strength. Thus the situation remained stagnant. Because of this, ghosts would rise up in calamities every few years, or at most every dozen years. They devoured flesh and blood, gnawed at souls. They sought to eliminate the living forces of humanity, suppress the emergence of new heavenly masters, and aspired to transform this realm into a ghostly den. This approach was quite clever. Human lifespans were ultimately limited. Even those at the level of heavenly masters could only live for about 400 years. It seemed lengthy, but in comparison to spirits, it was indeed short-lived. As long as the sinister energy persisted, spirits would not be slain or devoured, and their lifespans would be exceedingly long. Given that they could outlast their opponents, these ghost kings cherished their lives and would not personally engage. At this moment, the bell rang on Longhu Mountain. At the altar of the 10,000 Methods sect in front of the Sanqing Hall, the disciples who had been bestowed talismans and received their Dharma names gathered in full force. The vast square was densely packed with people numbering in the tens of thousands. In the Dazhao Taoist sect, only those who had been promoted to Taoists and had cultivated for 3 years could be bestowed talismans. Most of the disciples in the square were at the level of Taoists or Taoist priests. The number of disciples above the true person realm was much smaller. Below the Taoist level, none were present. This was because the Taoist children and apprentices were still in the foundational stage, not having fully learned their arts. With only a few strands of magical power in their dantians, activating 2 talismans would likely exhaust their energy. The crowd buzzed with conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. I heard that the chief disciple of Maoshan Shizhong has already reached the realm of human master. This time he comes out to slay 2 ghost generals of the same realm. His lightning fist causing the heavens and earth to change color, directly pacifying a region plagued by ghosts and slaughtering countless evil spirits. That's old news. Half a month ago, a ghost commander-level evil being came personally to eliminate senior brother Shizhong, but in the end they both suffered heavy losses. The chief disciple of Maoshan Master Shizhong surely possesses the potential to become a heavenly master. The second disciple of Hezhou sect Lin Jingdao also broke through to human master, mastering the Tao arts. When he ignites the vermilion talisman, all ghosts fall silent. With a peachwood sword drawn, he slays 100 ghosts, forcibly killing 3 ghost generals. The 9th prince of the Dazhao dynasty, Zhao Chongxing, wielding the ghost-devouring spear, charged through a sea of ghosts, eliminating the local ghost infestation without even batting an eye. It is said that after returning, his hot wine was still warm. How spirited he is. Alas, I wonder when our heavenly master's residence will produce such a talent. What a pity that Brother Hundan has yet to cultivate until now, otherwise how could they be so impressive? Even if he starts cultivating now, it may be too late. From Taoist child to human master, there are several realms in between. Even if Brother Hundan has a heaven-defying talent, he would need at least a decade to catch up. I believe in Brother Hundan, and I trust the heavenly master. His vision will never be wrong. The square remained in a constant uproar. Now within the territory of the Dazhao dynasty, spirits were causing chaos. All Taoist sects emerged to slay the evil. Naturally, the talents of humanity began to surface one after another. However, the most famous were Shizhong of Maoshan, Lin Jingdao of Hezhou sect, and Zhao Chongxing, the 9th prince of Dazhao. Silence. The voice of the supervising elder master Shizhong resonated throughout the square. Immediately Zhang Jingfang's figure appeared at the center of the altar. Greetings, Heavenly Master. Salutations, Heavenly Master. Everyone bowed in unison. Zhang Jingfang nodded slightly, and then spoke. The path of humanity is fleeting, the path of immortals is vast, the path of ghosts is joyful. When the human realm faces disturbances and evil beings wreak havoc, the Taoist practitioners must wield thunder techniques to subdue evil, wield a 3-foot sword to slay the sinister, and hold the ghost-suppressing copper seal to seal the malevolent. My Heavenly Master's residence stands as the foremost of the world's Taoist sects leading the battle against evil. We seek not to stand alone in virtue, but to protect the living, holding our true one Dharma seal to eradicate all malevolent beings and restore clarity to heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted in cheers, all shouting together. The 3 mountains uphold the Tao, protecting the lives of the people, eradicating all evil in the world, filling the universe with righteousness. The voices were thunderous, echoing across the mountains and spreading far. Zhang Jingfang scanned the square and sighed. Each time the evil beings caused chaos, the various Taoist sects suffered heavy losses. Over the past 800 years, countless Taoist sects have lost their legacies. In this campaign against evil, how many from the Heavenly Master's residence can return alive? Shouyang, the disciple specializing in thunder techniques, you will lead. Yes. Shouqing, you will be responsible for the supply of talismans for the entire army. Shoulin, the disciple specializing in formations and altars, will be under your command. Zhang Jingfang arranged all matters accordingly. As the foremost Taoist sect, the Heavenly Master's residence governed the northern part of the Dezhou territory, most of the Kangming mountain range, encompassing 13 counties. The main battlefield would be at Xianin Dao. He could not participate. In other words, whether it was the 7 Ghost Kings or the Heavenly Masters of the various sects, they all adhered to an unspoken agreement not to engage personally. The Ghost Kings did not wish to send themselves to death, while humanity could not afford to die. They were all waiting for an opportunity. The Ghost Kings were waiting for the Heavenly Masters of humanity to grow old and for a new generation to emerge. Humanity was waiting for new Heavenly Masters to rise, waiting to see if they could break through to the realm of refining the divine and returning to the void. Zhang Jingfang had already cultivated to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Master realm, with his magical power reaching its limit. Yet he had been stuck at this step for decades, unable to break through. My lifespan is running short. Zhang Jingfang sighed softly, suddenly thinking of his disciple, Suke perhaps. At that moment, wait. A voice approached, drawing the attention of everyone. It could be seen that not far away Suke was slowly walking over. As he approached, Suke's eyes shone brightly, his hands forming the Ziwu Taiji seal, and raising it to his chest, greeting with a bow. Wondrous Heavenly Sovereign. Master, esteemed uncles and fellow disciples. If the enemies can go, then so can I. The spirits are causing chaos and the common people are suffering. As a human, how can I stand by idly? I, the disciple Hundun from Longhu Mountain, personally taught by the Heavenly Master, volunteer to fight, to eradicate evil and bring peace to the people. I will surely take part in this. Whether I succeed or not is not important to me, but I will be part of this success. Nonsense. Don't think that just because your martial arts prowess is extraordinary, you can act recklessly. Zhang Jingfang's face turned stern, his beard bristling as he glared. If even a single vengeful spirit appears, it could cost you your life. He had high hopes for Suke. Even though the latter had not practiced any inner pill techniques in these past few years, he did not rush him. After all, he was a genius. Always different from the rest. But to think of going down the mountain to exterminate ghosts now. Absolutely impossible. Just as Zhang Jingfang's words fell, an elder immediately echoed him. Senior brother is right. You are still a Tao boy, and it is too early for you to descend the mountain now. You must not act recklessly. The most important thing for you right now is to focus on your cultivation. Ghosts are nothing but minor ailments. With the elders around, it's sufficient. Junior brother Huan Yuan, since you are a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, your talents must be extraordinary. Your future path in Tao is bright. You really should not take risks. The elders all began to dissuade him. On usual days, Zhang Jingfang cherished this little disciple immensely. He even warned them not to disturb him. Although they did not understand why he had not practiced inner pill techniques after entering the sect for several years, since senior brother was a celestial master, he must have his reasons for doing so. Even if they did not see anything special about Suke, since senior brother treasured him, they naturally valued it. Before the elder's advice could settle, another voice rang out in the square. Senior brother Huan Yuan, don't worry, I'll well take the lead and test these ghosts' strength. Yes. You are a direct disciple of the Celestial Master with unparalleled talent. The burden of the Celestial Master's estate might very well fall on you in the future. Exactly, we are but one life of mediocre aptitude. If we strive hard in our cultivation, reaching the human master realm is already our peak. If we die, then so be it. That's right, the human master realm is our endpoint, but merely the starting point for Senior Brother. Senior Brother, you stay safely in the mountains and watch us chase those ghosts until they flee in terror. Senior Brother, you really can't go. If we die, we'll need you to avenge us later. Senior Brother, you absolutely must not leave the mountain, as sometimes the real danger does not come from the ghosts, but other Tao friends. Human hearts are inscrutable. Just recently, Senior Brother Zhang Bei was betrayed and assassinated. In the square, the junior brothers and disciples exchanged words. Although they did not understand why Su Ke did not cultivate, they still respected his decision. There was no jealousy, no dissatisfaction, not even ridicule, only trust. Trust that someone who was exceptionally accepted as a disciple by Celestial Master Zhang must possess qualities beyond their comprehension. They would merely conclude that they were short-sighted and couldn't see clearly. Su Ke opened his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the uncles in their moon-white robes, then glancing at the group of junior brothers and disciples dressed in light gray robes. Every expression on their faces was serious. In fact, with Su Ke's current hearing ability, he could vaguely hear a few junior brothers whispering about knocking him out and sending him back to his quarters. How could it come to this? He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Merely because of the title of a Celestial Master's direct disciple. How could these fellow disciples behave this way? Su Ke swept his gaze over the expectant and trusting eyes and suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He felt trapped. Go back. Zhang Jingfang's voice rang out. It is not your turn to descend the mountain yet. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples echoed in unison. Exactly, a dignified Taoist have yet to die in battle. How could it be the turn of a Tao boy to go to war? I'm still breathing in the human realm, you go play in the Taoist realm. Su Ke listened to these words, took a deep breath. Master, what level of cultivation must I reach to descend the mountain? What level of cultivation? Zhang Jingfang was momentarily taken aback, then blurted out, initial stage of qi refinement and transforming into the divine human master realm. This is the minimum threshold. The prodigies from Maoshan's Shizhong, Hizao Sex Lin Zhang, and the Zhao Changsheng from the Dazhao royal family all came to the battlefield only after breaking through to the human master realm. The Tao techniques inherently restrain spirits exhibiting great power. As long as the Ghost King does not appear, one only needs to break through to the human master realm and not fall into a siege to be unafraid of ghost generals. Even for a ghost commander, it is not easy to slay a human master, which can be considered as having a basic level of self-protection. The human master realm, huh? Su Ke nodded slightly, immersing his mind into the attributes panel. Techniques, Hunyuan Pillar, General Principles of Martial Arts, Inner Pillar Grand Song. Spell techniques, 10,000 Thunder Rites, 8, Great Mantras, various talismans, Human Emperor Steps, 5 Medical Techniques of the Mountain. For years, comprehended 5,300 volumes of Taoist scriptures. All the inner pill techniques of Longhu Mountain have lost their secrets in Su Ke's eyes. He synthesized myriad methods, compiling the Inner Pill General Principles, Inner Pill Grand Song. Primarily guided by nature and life, with the clarifying of the right and wrong to subdue inner demons as a supplement. As for thunder techniques, divine spells, and talismans, with his extraordinary comprehension, it would not be a problem. The Human Emperor Steps are based on the U steps, integrating the Star Steps, Thunder Steps, and other techniques to avoid being unparalleled. Su Ke retracted his thoughts, looking towards Zhang Jingfang, slowly extending 3 fingers. Master, 30 breaths. Give me 30 breaths of time. What? Zhang Jingfang was taken aback, not yet reacting. On the bluestone square in front of the Sanxing Hall, a gentle breeze blew, stirring up a few wisps of dust. The next moment, a wild wind surged. The sky trembled with a roar. The spiritual energy of the entire Celestial Master's estate instantly boiled, transforming into visible white light sweeping in from all directions, overturning stones and trees, and churning the clouds. Originally invisible spiritual energy instantly solidified, as if being drawn in like a rolling current descending from the sky, enveloping Su Ke entirely. This, the surge of spiritual energy, the convergence of heaven and earth's spirit. Such a scene immediately triggered gasps of astonishment as everyone looked in disbelief at the changing world. The entire Longhu Mountain's spiritual energy was invoked. Everyone followed the current of spiritual energy, ultimately landing on Su Ke. A strand of magical power. 100 strands of magical power. When 100 strands condensed into a point. In less than a breath, Su Ke directly stepped into the disciple level. The primordial spirit flame, protective flame, vitality flame, have the 3 life flames reach perfection. This. In just 2 breaths, merely 2 breaths. Did senior brother Hunyuan ignite the three flames and ascend to Taoist? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to rage, not stopping, due to Su Ke's ascension to Taoist. The upper, middle, and lower fields trembled in synchronization as the great medicine nurtured itself in the Dantian. Spiritual energy poured like rain gathering in the Dantian. Crack! The Taoist realm shattered. The dragon and tiger harmonized, water and fire merged, and the Tao foundation began to solidify. The spiritual energy surging from all around became even more terrifying. The wild wind stirred up a storm of dust, blocking everyone's vision. The human realm. At this moment, only 10 breaths had passed. This is the human realm already. Tens of thousands of eyes stared in disbelief at Su Ke in the center. Even Zhang Jingfang inadvertently pulled out a few beard strands, feeling the pain that shot through, and only then did he come to his senses. My disciple Su Ke must possess the bearing of a celestial master. At this moment, Su Ke's 360 acupoints vibrated in unison, the energies of the 5 organs circulating endlessly, refining themselves. Magical power surged, and the Tao rhythm naturally emerged. Human master realm broken. Boom. Just like thunder, a powerful wave of energy exploded outward from him. Numbness. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The human master realm is a massive watershed. To enter this realm, one must conquer the 5 demons, unify the 5 demons, and only then can one break through without distractions. This obstacle has trapped countless human realm cultivators. Yet now, facing Su Ke, it seemed like a piece of paper easily pierced through. The sound of great music is silent. Everyone was left in a daze, their minds blank. Is this reasonable? After 4 years of accumulation at the 10,000 Dharma sect, a sudden epiphany led Su Ke to the realm of a human master. News of his ascent within just 30 breaths spread rapidly throughout the great Zhao dynasty, creating a stir across the land. As the direct disciple of heavenly master Zhang Jingfang, Su Ke had gradually faded from public view since being taken under his wing 4 years ago, with little news emerging about him. Occasional rumors suggested that during these 4 years, Su Ke had not engaged in cultivation, but instead spent his days in the Edict Pavilion studying the Taoist texts. Initially, his peers watched with curiosity. However, as time passed, many began to forget him, and numerous idle rumors began to circulate. Everyone believed that Zhang Jingfang had grown old and was losing his sharpness. Little did they know, on the eve of the swearing-in ceremony, Su Ke stepped forward, entering the Tao with a single thought, achieving the realm of a human master. At Maoshan in the eastern Qinglan Tao, the thunderous figure Shizhong sat in his room after receiving the news, his face filled with disbelief. A pure heart is the way, a stopping is the path forward. One day the sect will surely rain blessings. Today we release the crane and soar into the sky. Su Dao brother indeed lives up to being a direct disciple of the heavenly master, exceptional beyond compare. Shizhong shook his head, his body crackling with lightning, striding out of the room. Let's celebrate by slaying 2 ghost generals. In the west, Zhongliang Dao Taoist Lin Zheng laughed heartily upon hearing the news. In the great Zhao dynasty in the southern Chengping Dao, Zhao Changsheng remained silent, directly taking his ghost-slaying spear and stepping out. From various sects to the common people, there was a celebration. Humans and ghosts could not coexist, there was no room for compromise. The more celestial talents emerged among the human race, the more stable the world became. The news of Su Ke's sudden entry into the Tao invigorated various Taoist sects. After 4 years of silence, the rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring to 90,000 miles, an unprecedented feat, instantly becoming a human master. Damn it, how could Su Dao brother break through to the human master realm in such a short time? I entered the sect at 10, became a Tao boy at 12, a Tao disciple at 13, advanced to Taoist at 15, and received my talisman. Now at 53, I have barely reached the late stage of Taoist. What does that make my journey? Inhuman, truly inhuman. Let us celebrate for the human race and the Taoist sect. This is the worst of times and the best of times. To share this era with Su Dao brother, slaying ghosts and protecting all beings, is my misfortune and yet my immense fortune. The morale was unprecedentedly high, and many Tao friends seemed as if they had been injected with chicken blood, fighting fiercely against the ghostly beings. For a time they fought back and forth with the ghosts. Although Su Ke was on par with Shizhong and others in terms of cultivation, both being human masters, the impact they created was entirely incomparable. Lin Zheng and the others progressed step by step with a traceable path. Starting from Tao boy to Tao disciple to Taoist to Tao leader, and finally becoming a true immortal, they subdued the 5 demons, achieving unity before entering the human master realm. Although the three of them were also prodigies breaking through at the mere age of 30, they were already rare among their peers. In the future, they might have the opportunity to reach the realm of Earth Masters, or even ascend to Heavenly Masters. Yet in the eyes of many they were merely given a chance. To break through to the Human Master realm required the 5 demons to achieve unity. To reach the Earth Master realm, one must sever the 6 thieves, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. To sever does not mean to eliminate the senses, but to isolate greed undisturbed by external influences preventing the leakage of vital energy and spirit. To break through to the Heavenly Master realm, one must eradicate the 3 corpses: upper corpse, Pengju, middle corpse, Pengji, and lower corpse, Pengjiao. It is said that the 3 corpses reside in the 3 danshians embodying evil desires and dark spirits, regularly reporting the practitioner's faults to the heavens, breeding greed, anger, and delusion, thus obstructing the path of cultivation. However, in this realm there are no gods, one is one's own god. Thus the 3 corpses refer to the soul being polluted by the yin and turbid qi of heaven and earth, drawing upon the 7 emotions, and 6 desires gnawing at the vital energy and spirit, consuming lifespan, and tainting the foundation of the Tao. From this one can see the difficulty of cultivation. Yet in the eyes of most cultivators, Su Ke would inevitably become a heavenly master. In 5 months the 5 demons would achieve unity. North of the great Zhao in the Xian Yin Tao, heaven and earth's mysterious teachings, the root of all energies, extensive cultivation for countless eons, prove my divine abilities. Golden light, spell, activate. Ghost binding talisman's command. Junior brother, Huaming, quickly unleash the thunder magic. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper channel the thunder under the guidance of the heavenly general. 5 thunders rapidly rise: 1 thundering carriage, 2 bolts of lightning, 3 roaring booms, 4 shaking mountains, 5 thundering claps, 5 thunders raining down. Boom. The Taoist techniques roared, lightning crackled. On a battlefield of the Xian Yin Tao the sky darkened. Black mist enveloped the surroundings with ominous and ghostly qi permeating the air. Sinister ghostly figures darted through the black mist, their wailing voices piercing the ears like demonic sounds. The ghosts surged like a tide, seemingly endless. Jing Xian gazed at the scene before her, her face pale. She had just recently advanced to the Taoist rank, primarily mastering the golden light spell and the 5 thunders right method, while her steps were still in the early stages. With her cultivation, she could easily slay wandering souls and also contend with vengeful spirits. But before her, it was overwhelming. Vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts were everywhere. Chilling winds swept through, ominous energy surged, and a coldness engulfed the area. As the sun rises in the east, so too does the yin and yang. Golden light protects the body, thunder and fire accompany. When the spiritual talismans appear, evil spirits are vanquished. Strike down the malevolent and pacify the underworld. The disciples of the Heavenly Master's manner shouted in succession, each talisman flying from their hands. The talismans erupted with golden light, spewing true fire and summoning thunder. The 9 radiant talisman of pure yang unleashed pure yang, true fire engulfing the surroundings. The 5 thunder mixed heaven talismans detonated amidst the ghostly horde, wreaking havoc with lightning. The ghost binding talisman transformed into golden ropes, instantly binding a fierce ghost, which was then struck by the thunder talismans, its soul scattering. The 5 thunder evil-slaying talismans exploded in midair, and countless vengeful souls turned to ashes amidst the booming sounds. The purification talisman opened a golden barrier, swiftly dissolving the surrounding malevolent energy. Boom. A wailing, ghostly cry suddenly echoed all around. Jing Xian felt a ringing in her ears, dizzy and light-headed. The golden light spell swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing her hand that was forming the seal, faltered. Ghost General. Damn it, how could a ghost general appear on this battlefield? Blessings be upon us, junior brother, quickly flee. My magical power is nearly exhausted. Ooh, I can no longer escape. Let me hold back this monster. Understood. Brother, you must hold on for 10 breaths. Oh, I will first send away the promising prospects of the Heavenly Master's manor to avoid their demise here. They are our hope. 10 breaths. No problem. Heaven and earth's mysterious teachings. In an instant the ominous energy surged and ghosts cried out in despair. In a daze, Jing Xian saw the bodies of her senior brothers withering under the invasion of ghostly qi. Their flesh was devoured, leaving only skin hanging on their bones, their withered eyes still filled with determination. Jing Xian's eyes turned red as she forcibly drew upon her depleted magical power, launching talismans towards the vengeful souls. Due to the rapid consumption of her power, the golden light spell flickered uncertainly, and her companions fell one after another. There were no bones left. Human lives seemed to have become worthless. Decades of cultivation turned to nothing in an instant. Suddenly, a ghostly claw emanating a chilling aura shot out from the malevolent energy lunging straight at Jing Xian. The breath of death enveloped her. Jing Xian's magical power was exhausted, and the golden light spell shattered. She felt waves of cold seep into her body through her pores as if falling into an icy cavern, dizzy and disoriented, as if her flesh was dissolving and her vision gradually blurred. At that moment a voice like thunder resonated through the skies. Human Emperor step. Suke suddenly appeared in midair on the battlefield. As his figure materialized, the surrounding eerie ghostly aura surged towards him like hungry wolves spotting their prey. Kik. Another one comes to die. Devour him, devour him. In an instant, ghostly claws, piercing wails, and vengeful illusions. Countless attacks followed in succession. Even a master at the human realm would not dare to withstand such assaults with their flesh alone. Golden light incantation activate. Suke raised a finger and golden light surged around him like a vast sun rising. Before the overwhelming attacks could close and they all dissolved. Human Emperor step. Suke stood in midair, taking a step forward as lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, releasing a wave of energy that swept outward. Currently, he was merely at the human realm. He could not fly. Not to mention being at the human realm, even an old celestial master would be unable to walk in the air without relying on Taoist techniques. But now he could fly entirely thanks to the human Emperor step. Suke took a step forward. The magic responded and ripples spread out. The cold, malevolent energy seemed to encounter its nemesis, and in the instant it intertwined with the ripples, it completely dissolved. Suke took another step. Ghost wall. Illusion. The specters clawing and howling shattered like mirrors and vanished in an instant. Suke looked up at the boundless black mist of malevolence within which countless ghostly beings lurked. Fierce ghosts and vengeful spirits flickered in and out of visibility within the malevolent energy. A ghost in a red bridal gown, blood flowing from 7 orifices. A fierce ghost in white, drenched, filled with resentment. Crying and laughing ghostly infants, exquisite, yet terrifying ghostly figures. Each one more grotesque than the last. Suke glanced down. Many of his fellow disciples lay there silently, no longer breathing. Some still clutched talismans while others tightly held their swords. Many had died, but there were survivors as well. He spotted a familiar face. Wearing a hair bun with a round face at this moment, pale and dirty, looking like a little beggar. Suke averted his gaze expressionless and stepped forward once more. The human emperor stepped forth, commanding fortune to suppress evil. The utmost righteousness of the mortal realm, sacrificing his own cultivation. Swish. The profound and righteous Taoist rhythm surged forth. All ghostly beings swept by this ripple saw their inner Yin energy dissolve, their malevolent energy shattered, and their vengeful power extinguished. My Yin energy, my cultivation. No, why is my malevolent aura being stripped away? Stop. What kind of Taoist technique is this? This power is draining my cultivation. Run. All the ghostly beings were horrified to discover their Yin energy was uncontrollably depleting, their cultivation rapidly declining. In such a situation, how could they not feel fear? After all, the fundamental essence of ghostly beings is their Yin energy. The stronger the Yin energy, the higher the cultivation. Once their cultivation is completely lost, they would fall from fierce ghosts to vengeful spirits, and vengeful spirits would further degrade to wandering souls. Ultimately, without the support of Yin energy, they would dissipate into the void. Suke ignored the screams, his figure instantly appearing hundreds of meters away. Human Emperor step. With 1 step, the Yin energy collapsed. With 2 steps, he could break illusions. With 3 steps, he could sever Taoist paths. At this moment, Suke resembled the Grim Reaper, turning all ghosts within a radius into dust. No. A fierce ghost watched helplessly as its cultivation was stripped away, its body became transparent, and in an instant it turned into a wisp of blue smoke and scattered. This scene was witnessed by the ghost general, who was instantly filled with dread. Zhang Shouqing did not wish to die yet. In life, he was a disciple of the celestial master's manner, not particularly gifted, and despite years of hard work, he barely reached the Taoist stage. He had died in a great battle, his soul miraculously not devoured, becoming a wandering spirit. After much difficulty, he developed his own thoughts and became a ghost general. He still dreamed of one day breaking through to become a ghost king, or even the only ghostly deity in the world. How could he die here like this? Zhang Shouqing summoned a gust of Yin wind and quickly fled into the distance. Bang bang bang. Suke lightly tapped his foot, sending ripples quaking, and his figure instantly appeared before Zhang Shouqing. Thunder, rumbling divine thunder, booming dragon thunder, creating waves, water thunder, causing floods, society commands thunder, lightning traverses the skies. Boom. Golden lightning, the essence of the utmost yang, erupted from his hands, fierce and blazing, radiating righteousness like a sun, utterly terrifying. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Scarlet Palace Thunder. No, don't. Although Zhang Shouqing had become a ghost, his memories from life remained, and he naturally recognized the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. It is aimed at exterminating evil, specifically targeting malevolent ghosts. If it were cast by an ordinary cultivator, he would be wary, but it would not be impossible to resist. However, this lightning technique came from the human realm. Its power was naturally different. Moreover, this lightning technique had already turned pure white with golden accents, marking the perfection of the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. What could he use to defend against it? Lightning surged forth, and Zhang Shouqing's energy instantaneously crumbled, causing his soul to scatter. Suke did not even blink as he unleashed the human emperor step. Lotus flowers bloomed, and ghostly beings were annihilated. Moments later, the surrounding world regained its clarity. From the moment Suke arrived at the battlefield to the complete eradication of the ghostly beings, it seemed long, yet in reality, it was just a brief incense stick's time. The fellow disciples below stared with mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg. The ghostly beings that had posed such a challenge to them were resolved so easily, so powerful. The crowd unconsciously swallowed hard. Although Jing Xin's complexion was pale, his eyes sparkled, unable to take them off Suke. The ghostly threat here has been eliminated. You may rest here. Suke looked at everyone's side. Once your power is restored, gather our fallen disciples and let them rest in peace. Yes, we understand. Suke nodded slightly, his figure swayed, and he vanished from the spot. Long live Brother Hunyuan. Thank you for saving our lives, brother. Brother, come back safely. Oh, I'll make you pastries. Year 12 of Yongning, August. Suke's figure traversed various battlefields in the Xianin path, slashing countless ghosts. His fierce reputation made ghostly beings tremble in fear. In many battlefields, when ghostly beings spotted Suke from afar, they dared not engage and fled immediately, fearing that a moment's delay would result in their cultivation being stripped away and ending up as dust. Don't be afraid, it's just a kind of Taoist technique. I don't believe he can kill us all. Exactly, this general does not believe his power is limitless. We just need to wait until his power is exhausted, and then we can slaughter him. Look, Suke isn't using the human emperor step anymore. He started using the golden light incantation. His power is running low. Let's attack him together. Right now's our chance. Damn, why is he stepping again? Doesn't his lightning technique require power? Damn it, how is his power still not exhausted? In the 13th year of Yongning, Suke has slain ghostly beings for 4 months, eliminating a total of 67 ghost generals and 8 ghost commanders, with countless lesser spirits left uncounted. The ghostly beings in the Xian Dao area trembled in fear and fled into the vast mountains, leaving only a few mindless wandering spirits. In the vast mountains within the Ghost King Hall, the Grand Hall was chillingly cold, filled with ghostly energy. Flickering green flames hung from the pillars, while gray mist swirled between the beams, as if something was struggling to break free, accompanied by the ceaseless whispers of mournful wails. At the center of the hall, 7 thrones stood tall, built of bones adorned with flesh and sinew, with fresh blood flowing continuously from the thrones, staining the entire hall with a pungent scent. Endless magical power. 3 steps to cut down one's path. Perfect mastery of Tao, overwhelming strength. Several ghost commanders along with dozens of ghost generals, all have been counterattacked and killed. Bloodfiend Ghost Commander, do you know what you are saying? In the hall, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The Blood Fiend Ghost Commander knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his head pressed against the floor, not daring to show any sign of negligence. What I said is all true, not a single word is false. I hope the vast Ghost King will see this clearly. The vast Ghost King stood up from his seat, stepping through the blood, approaching the Blood Fiend Ghost Commander as the black mist surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was handsome, dressed in a long black robe, and at first glance, apart from his pale complexion, he resembled a scholar. What a statement of truth. Blood Fiend, this battle took place in your jurisdiction of the Xian Dao, and now you have caused me to lose dozens of ghost generals and 8 ghost commanders. You cannot escape responsibility. Hearing this, the Blood Fiend Ghost Commander trembled like a leaf gripped by terror, yet still dared not move. The vast Ghost King observed this, placing his palm on the Blood Fiend's head, unleashing a surging wave of dark power. No, my king, spare my life, spare my life. In the next moment, the dark energy within the Blood Fiend surged uncontrollably towards the vast Ghost King's hand. In just a short while, the Blood Fiend's body became increasingly transparent, ultimately vanishing entirely, devoured completely. Waste. The vast Ghost King snorted coldly, burped, turned around, and returned to his throne, his gaze sweeping over the 6 thrones below, speaking in a cold voice. I once thought Zhang Jingfang was old and senile taking in a useless disciple, yet today he has taught this king a lesson. He still knows to hide his brilliance, but seems he has learned his lesson. However, this king can take the lives of his 3 disciples, Su-Ke is no exception. Second brother, you have always been resourceful, instigating countless internal conspiracies. The deaths of Zhang Jingfang's 3 disciples were your doing. This time, I leave it to you to handle again. Yes, elder brother. The king of Zhun, you rose respectfully in response. Also, do not focus solely on Su-Ke. That Shizhong of Maoshan, Lin Zhang of Hizao Mountain, and Zhao Changsheng of Dezhao, all 3 possess the potential of a celestial master. They must be eliminated as a threat, crushed in the cradle. Remember, spare no effort, even if it means breaking agreements and tearing up pacts. We must not allow the human race to give birth to the 5th celestial master. In the Xianyin Dao, within the celestial master's temple, numerous disciples were busy. Some were cultivating, some were practicing, and others were drawing talismans. There were also some disciples who, due to being tainted by dark energy, had suffered damage to their foundations and had already returned early to Longhu Mountain. Battling against ghostly beings was extremely perilous. A moment of carelessness could result in the loss of yang energy, destabilizing one's foundation and drastically reducing lifespan. The worst outcome would be having one's soul drawn away, turning into the food for ghostly beings, leaving only a withered skeleton. In the talisman hall, Su-Ke spread out the talisman paper. This talisman paper was made from spiritual bamboo and herbs, a complex process that could bear magical power. The talisman ink was based on cinnabar mixed with rootless water and refined blood. With these, it was considered a foundation, and one could begin drawing talismans. The drawing process requires first to calm the mind, purify the hands with incense, adjust breathing, and eliminate distractions. Then, using magical power to construct the talisman patterns, it must be completed in one breath, without pause, to finish a talisman. The magical power of an ordinary Taoist cultivator can at most complete a single 5 thunder talisman before exhausting their power, needing to sit cross-legged to recover before continuing. The art of talismans is immensely beneficial for vanquishing evil spirits, considered a common weapon. Su-Ke held the talisman brush and began drawing the 5 thunder talisman. The brush moved like a dragon and snake with every stroke. Done, take it. Huang Shen used ghost-slaying talisman Tian Gang's, evil-slaying talisman Tian Peng's, evil exterminating talisman. Su-Ke resembled a merciless drawing machine, his strokes so fast that only afterimages remained. This scene left the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. Even the elder Shoching of the talisman hall wore a face of disbelief. Is this possible? Bring me some paper. The scene fell silent. Elder Shoching was the first to react, slapping his disciple on the back of the head. Why are you still dazed? Hurry and get paper for your senior brother. Oh yes, master, I will go right away. Seeing this, Su-Ke could only shake his head helplessly. Currently, although the ghostly beings of the Xianyin Dao have retreated into the vast mountains, it is merely a temporary calm. War will inevitably break out again. He does not have a method of duplication, unable to attend to everything. He can only draw more talismans, saving one is good enough. Ever since that day after the events in front of the Sanqing Hall of the Wanfa sect, he has felt trapped. As a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, he has not shown the talent expected of him for 4 years. Yet no one complained, each one still believed in him wholeheartedly. Each one willingly faced death, each wore a look of hope, each protected him. They all did not want Su-Ke to die, nor did they wish for him to come to harm. Isn't this asking for his life? Isn't this putting him on the grill? Why are you dazed? You fool. I draw this fast, how can you possibly learn? Hurry up and grind the ink. Su-Ke looked at the ink run out and scolded impatiently. Oh okay, senior brother. Don't try to learn from me. I'm a peerless genius who has not appeared for billions of years. If you draw talismans like me, you will never learn it in your entire life. As soon as this was said, the disciple grinding ink twitched at the corners of his mouth. In this day and age, who doesn't know that senior brother is exceptionally gifted? It has spread throughout the world. But is it really okay for you to boast about yourself like this? How did you subdue the 5 demons? Su-Ke paid no mind to the thoughts of this disciple, continuing to draw talismans as he spoke. When I have time in the future after defeating the ghostly beings, if you are still alive, come find your senior brother. I will take my time drawing and teach you stroke by stroke. Thank you, senior brother. But what if the junior brother dies? Then go jump at your grave. Senior brother, has anyone ever told you that your personality is too harsh? Yes, they have. Su-Ke did not look up. Sister Jingxian often says I have a deadpan face and don't like to interact with people. In the 13th year of Yongning in February, Su-Ke was a master of talismans, producing so many that even several elders were left in astonishment, often hesitating to voice their questions. Is the disciple of the Chaos Master really just at the human master realm? Has he truly not broken through to the celestial master realm? It makes no sense, his magical power seems inexhaustible. It's been a month, yet I've not seen him meditate to recover his power. On this day after Suke finished drawing a stack of talismans and sat down to sip some tea, he saw a figure carrying a food box walking in from outside the talisman hall. Suke recognized him. His name seemed to be Ci. This person appeared to be around 30 years old, his magical power repressed, clearly having traveled far along the path of the Tao. As long as one can condense the Tao foundation, they can break through to the true person realm, making him a somewhat renowned genius disciple within the Celestial Master's estate. Junior brother Ci, I have met senior brother Chaos. Thank you for your life-saving grace a few months ago. Ci, he wore a grateful expression as he gently placed the food box on the table. I heard that senior brother enjoys the pastries made by junior sister Jing Xian, and my ancestors once worked in the imperial kitchen passing down several royal pastry recipes. Yesterday, with nothing to do, I made a few types of pastries following the ancient recipes. Their taste is sweet and pleasing, and I brought a portion as a small token of my appreciation. This scene was witnessed by the disciples in the hall, but they merely glanced and then looked away. Over these days, many disciples had brought pastries to Suke, and they had grown used to it. No need, we are all fellow disciples, why make it so formal? Suke waved his hand, and directly hearing this Ci, he hurriedly spoke. Senior brother, please give it a try. I assure you these pastries are made according to the ancient methods of the imperial kitchen, and their taste is guaranteed to be excellent. Suke slightly frowned, glancing at Ci, he hesitating for a moment before reaching out to take a piece of pastry. It was small and round, smooth and delicate indeed, looking quite good. You really want me to eat this? Junior brother merely wishes to express his gratitude. But Suke waved his hand, directly interrupting. Is the pastry poisoned? No poison. Ci, he panicked internally, forcing himself to remain calm. Many had brought pastries over these days, but Suke had only eaten those brought by Jing Xian. He only tasted them because he found Jing Xian too noisy. If he hadn't eaten, her incessant chatter would have become unbearable. He simply did not like pastries. Such matters could easily be learned through casual inquiries. Why go through all this trouble? Suke was very clear that whether it was the Celestial Master's estate Maoshan or the Hizao sect, someone surely had ulterior motives. Shizhong from Maoshan had not been spared from assassination. He understood that it was only a matter of time before he encountered similar circumstances. Yet he never expected that when it came to him the methods would be so crude. However, upon reflection, it became clear. He had not left his residence nor ventured out for days. Aside from poisoning, it was indeed difficult to find other means. Suke looked at Ci, he who was forcing a calm demeanor, and shook his head. If there's no poison, why are you so anxious? Your mindset is flawed. I can not only hear your heavy breathing, but also your thumping heartbeat. In an instant within the talisman hall, one could hear a pin drop. All the disciples who were drawing talismans stopped their actions, their gazes fixed on Ci, he each revealing a murderous intent. There were even a few quick-reacting disciples who had quietly slipped out the door to report. Ci, he swallowed hard, his heart filled with bitterness. Had it not been for the pressing threat of the Ghost King, he would never have resorted to such crude methods. Even if he succeeded, he would still meet his end. Now, having merely spoken a few words, he was exposed on the spot. How could he not feel despair? Suke picked up the pastry and sniffed it near his nose. Senior brother, don't. The disciples in the talisman hall gasped, trying to stop him. But in the next moment, Suke had already tossed the pastry into his mouth. Health 11111 damage. Oh, this poison is rather interesting. The taste is quite acceptable. Just as Suke swallowed the pastry, he felt his magical power begin to chaos, and a severe burning pain coursed through his organs, as if all his internal organs were beginning to rot. It was as though he had swallowed a bottle of high-concentration strong acid. For a normal person at the human master realm, ingesting it would lead to death in an instant. Yet Suke's physical body had reached the 7th tier, and his martial realm was at the profound unity realm, his resistance far surpassing that of an ordinary human master by many times. That bit of toxin was quickly replenished by his innate spring water. Suke smacked his lips, even feeling a bit reluctant to part with it, curiously asking, "Aren't you afraid of death?" If he were to be poisoned to death, then Ci's fate could be imagined. His soul would be dragged out and split apart, leaving only ashes. Ha ha ha. Ci, he suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I'm afraid of death, but I have no choice. I cannot turn back. Originally the Ghost King promised to awaken my spirit after I died, but alas, I cannot wait for that day. However, this life of mine paves a long path for my son. You are doomed. This is the 9 Nether Corpse dissolution, specifically designed to target the physical body. Suke's figure flashed, closing the distance, and he reached out, gripping Ci, his face unleashing a tremendous force. Inner strength, magical power, 100 tons of force. In an instant, hundreds of tons of power erupted. Ci's head burst open like a watermelon. Immediately afterward, Suke's fingers transformed into golden light whips, instantly scattering Ci's soul. So noisy. Awakening the spirit. Longevity. Suke naturally understood these concepts. After death, the Ghost King awakening the spirit allowed one to retain their sanity. Ghostly beings have long lifespans, so isn't that equivalent to immortality? This was also the reason why there would be traitors. Just then, several elders from the Shin Yingdao hurriedly arrived, bringing along a few individuals, among them a young man whose features bore some resemblance to Ci. Masters, what is this? Suke looked at this scene in a daze. Upon seeing Suke safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We received urgent reports from disciples that he might pose a threat to you, so we thought someone might try to escape, and promptly sought out his kin. As expected, when we arrived, they were preparing to flee. By the way, are you alright? They had been anxious all the way. If something had really happened to Suke here, how would they show their faces when returning to Longhu Mountain? After all, he was the Ancient Millennium prodigy of the Celestial Master's estate. So even though there was no concrete evidence at the time, they first controlled Ci's relatives. I'm fine. Before Suke could finish, disciples began to speak up. Master Ci, he is truly vile. He actually poisoned the pastries with 9 nether corpse dissolution, trying to take Senior Brother's life. Although I don't know why Senior Brother was fine after eating the pastries, this was acknowledged by Ci, he himself. Exactly. After hearing this, the elders' expressions changed, their hearts growing anxious. Disregarding everything else, they immediately began to question Suke. Foolish child, how could you eat something indiscriminately? Does it hurt? Are you feeling unwell? Quickly tell the masters. Don't scare the masters. Suke could only shake his head helplessly, allowing these old men and women to take advantage of him. Only after they confirmed he was fine did they finally let go. The elders exchanged glances filled with curiosity. The 9 nether corpse dissolution was highly toxic, extremely difficult to produce, and its raw materials were sourced from the Tsangmang mountain range, making it quite rare. Its toxicity was so potent that even human master realm cultivators found it hard to resist. Suke not only consumed it, but was completely unscathed. However, it was indeed Ci he who admitted to poisoning. At this point was undeniable. Such a situation naturally left them bewildered. Just then, the individuals who had been apprehended suddenly knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. They were all relatives of Ci, he also disciples of the Celestial Master's estate. Ci, his son, was similarly enrolled under the Celestial Master's roof. They were not just fellow disciples, but blood relatives. Masters, please see clearly, my elder brother has always upheld the sect rules, and has never committed any acts of treachery against the sect. How could he dare to poison and harm the Celestial Master's direct disciple? Masters, just a short while ago my elder brother secretly told me he discovered that Senior Brother Chaos had been meeting with a ghostly being in private. Originally I didn't believe it, but I never expected that just a few days later my elder brother would meet a tragic— Yes, Masters, that 9 nether corpse dissolution is so toxic that even Earth Master realm experts would be heavily injured, yet Senior Brother Chaos remains unharmed. Isn't that suspicious? Exactly. That poison might have been prepared by Suke himself. He didn't actually eat it, and is deliberately framing and slandering just to kill and silence. Masters, please take justice for us, please avenge us. Their voices were mournful, each word dripping with sorrow. Why did it feel like they made a good point? Was that truly my intention? Suke, upon hearing this, rubbed his chin, beginning to doubt himself. After all, him being fine was the biggest flaw. The infinite celestial lord. You ghostly beings are indeed formidable, able to perfectly conceal your ghostly aura, flawlessly disguising yourselves as disciples of the Celestial Master's estate. Elder Shooking's beard and hair stood on end, his eyes filled with rage. He unleashed a thunderous strike with a wave of his hand, directly targeting Ci, his kin, without a second thought. Not only that, but you dare to doubt the judgment of Senior Brother Zhang Jingfeng and slander my disciple of the Chaos Master. If I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Bold, ghostly being, I will expose your true form. Take this. Receive my 5 thunder righteous method. The bloodline of the Tsiha clan has perished. Several elders executed them on the spot, even extracting their souls to cleave them. It is far too easy to find evidence when deducing from the outcome. At that moment, Suke hesitated, wanting to intervene. Such a situation allowed the elders to scold him thoroughly, fearing he would show mercy. But this was not Suke showing mercy. He clearly wanted to take action himself. What a pity. If only it were otherwise, a few more lives could have been spared. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Your life is my life. For every life you slay, you will gain a life in return, with the base life aligned with that of an ordinary human. These ghostly beings belong to extraordinary life forms and can naturally trigger innate effects. However, wandering souls lacking reason and lost in confusion do not count. Only evildoers of the vengeful spirit level and above can grant life points upon being slain. Even so, Su-Kei has accumulated tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if I can exploit a bug. If I kill a person, then let them become a ghost, ascend to vengeful spirit, and kill them again, would I earn 2 lives? Su-Kei sat at the cliff's edge gazing at the drifting white clouds when this thought suddenly popped into his mind. This place is the back mountain of the Xian-Yin Dao's master's estate. The entire northern region of the Xian-Yin Dao is governed by the master's estate. However, the estate's responsibilities are clearly defined, only dealing with ghostly and evil matters. Local livelihoods and court affairs are still managed by the great Zhao dynasty. Su-Kei has now been expelled from the Talisman Hall by Elder Shouqing. Fearing he would cause trouble again, they simply sent him to this back mountain for quiet cultivation, instructing him to focus on eliminating the 6 thieves and advance to the rank of Earthmaster. In the Elder's view, advancing to Earthmaster is far more important than drawing talismans. Time flies and another year has passed. In the blink of an eye, it is the 14th year of Yongning in January winter. The spring chill is biting and the mountain stream still has remnants of snow. Su-Kei sat at the cliff's edge as snowflakes gently fell from the sky, covering the world in silver. He sat quietly, adjusting his breath and focusing on his dantian. Observe and return to listening. Do not be deceived by illusions. Keep silent and concentrate. Do not heed provocation. Breathe and return to nature. Do not cling to worldly sense. Be reserved and maintain discipline. Do not indulge in gluttony. Observing the illusory, slaying the 6 thieves. What matters is preservation, not destruction. This is not a path devoid of emotions. To forget emotions is not to lack feelings. It is to make the Tao heart more steadfast, undisturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Just like when he visits the Spring Breeze Pavilion, it is not out of a desire for beauty, but simply a habit visiting even daily. He is not addicted. Cultivation is about nurturing the true heart. Su-Kei's true heart is quite simple. When hungry, he eats. When tired, he sleeps. When he thinks of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, he goes. When unhappy, he curses. When challenged, he fights, indifferent to it all, avoiding internal strife, letting things be as they are. This is the clarity of the Tao heart. The 6 thieves are nothing more than this. Su-Kei gazed at the swirling clouds before him, murmuring to himself, senior brother, look at what I brought for you." At this moment, Jing Xian hurried up the back mountain with her left hand lifting the hem of her robe and her right hand carrying a food box. Years have passed. That little Taoist girl from back then has now blossomed into a tall and graceful figure, the only unchanged aspect being her round face, with her eyes always sparkling and shining. I went with the senior brothers to ransack the Tsiha family's home and stole their ancestral pastry recipe. Clang clang clang, senior brother, you must try it. Hurry, open your mouth, it's incredibly delicious. Oh, by the way, senior brother, I must tell you, I have been promoted just a few days ago. Su-Kei furrowed his brows and sighed helplessly. You are so noisy. In the 14th year of Yongning in February, a shocking piece of news quickly spread across the land. Exterminating evil is never about hosting a banquet or composing elegant prose, it is about taking lives. The corpse demon king launched a surprise attack on the eastern Qinglan Dao, and Master Shizhong of Maoshan was killed in battle, his soul captured. The cold Ming demon king appeared on the western Zhangliang Dao, and Taoist Lin Zhong was crippled, his foundation damaged, making it nearly impossible for him to progress in this life. The infernal fire demon king emerged on the southern Qingping Dao, and Zhao Chongxing, the 9th prince of the great Zhao, went missing. Naturally, the Xian-Yin Dao also faced a demon king, the violent evil demon king. However, as soon as he stepped into the territory of the Xian-Yin Dao, he was struck by Zhang Jingfeng's golden light whip, fleeing in utter disarray. The news spread and the world was in an uproar. The tacit understanding formed between the ghostly beings and the human race has long been known to all. The peak experts from both sides have mutually agreed not to intervene. Now the ghostly beings openly tore apart this understanding, ruthlessly eliminating all the strongest prodigies of the age, except for Su-Kei. In an instant a storm was brewing. In the 14th year of Yongning in March, the 4 great masters descended upon the Kangmang Mountains. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and vast golden light appeared, annihilating countless ghostly beings. The Yin energy dissipated as the earth was scarred by thunder, and fire mountains were stripped of their peaks, leaving a scene of devastation. Many ghostly beings panicked and scattered, fleeing from the Kangmang Mountains. Yet before they could escape far, they were ambushed by the many Taoist sects, their souls scattering in terror. At this time, at the cliff's edge of the back mountain of the Xian-Yin Dao, Su-Kei was quite speechless. Uncles, is this necessary? It is necessary. The elders sat cross-legged opposite Su-Kei, speaking in unison. It is very necessary. Nephew, you are still only in the human master realm. Once you become a master, we will never stop you. That kid from Maoshan is too headstrong. He will eventually face this tribulation. But you are different. You are the hope of the master's estate. Suke remained silent for a moment and asked, do I look like someone so impulsive? That kid from Maoshan is too headstrong. He will eventually face this tribulation. But you are different. You are the hope of the master's estate. Suke remained silent for a moment and asked, do I look like someone so impulsive? You do. The unison reply from the many uncles was precise. Damn, their guess was spot on. Suke thought to himself. He truly isn't afraid of danger. After all, one gets used to dying after experiencing it often enough. If he were determined to go, he could find a way to persuade them. He could simply perform a self-immolation to ascend to the heavens. But the words of his uncles also held truth. Even a master can only exert 70% of their strength inside. For him, as a human master, being able to display the power of a true person would be quite impressive. Even if he has many lives, it isn't much use. Suke scanned the serious-faced uncles around him. I really want go. Fine, uncle believes you. Right. The elders nodded vigorously, yet there, but did not budge an inch. Forget it, let it be. Suke closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Another half-month passed. Zhang Jingfang returned, his aura depleted, his magical power in disarray, his complexion faintly bluish. Suke hurried forward to support him, slightly frowning. Master, are you injured? No worries, it's just the energy invading my body. Zhang Jingfang waved his hand, looking fatigued. The battle has ended. Two demon kings have died, and Master Huayang of Maoshan has fallen, while Master Xian of Hazao sect has been severely injured. Both sides have suffered heavy losses, and we have agreed to a 10-year truce. Disciple, tidy up and come back to Longhu Mountain with me. 2 ghost kings have perished. The Master of Huayang has fallen. Such heavy losses in battle have not occurred for a long time. On the surface, it appears that the ghostly faction has suffered greatly. After all, 2 ghost kings have been lost. Yet in the end, it is the human race that suffers the most. 3 celestial masters, some are dead and others rendered useless. Had it not been for Suke still being alive, this generation would likely face a gap. With the battle reaching this point, it cannot continue. The ghost kings fear that the 3 celestial masters of the human race would turn the tables. No one is willing to gamble on their own lives. The human race cannot afford to lose more lives. If they were to fight to the death at the Ghost King's palace, it is highly likely they would not be able to kill all the Ghost Kings. After all, the Ghost King's palace suppresses the combat power of the Celestial Masters. Once the 3 Celestial Masters are slain, it would mean the end for the human race. Thus, this is the reason for the 10-year truce. Suke pondered for a moment in silence. Master, I cannot swallow this anger. If I return to the mountain with you now, my Dao heart will be unstable. Dao heart unstable. Zhang Jingfang's expression stiffened. Then what do you plan to do? The instability of the Dao heart is by no means a trivial matter. At best, it leads to stagnation and cultivation. At worst, it breeds an inner demon with dire consequences. If he strikes first, I shall retaliate in kind. Suke said coldly, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The ghostly beings killed our 3 talents, so I will make them pay back 100-fold. Zhang Jingfang felt a headache coming on. On one hand was the instability of his disciple's Dao heart, and on the other was the concern that his disciple's strength might be insufficient. If you were at the Earth Master level, it would be one thing, but you are still merely at the Human Master level. You are right. Even if I do not go to the Ghost King's palace, merely delving deeper into the Kangmang Mountains with my Human Master cultivation is indeed far from enough. Suke nodded slightly, slowly opening his palm. But that will soon change. A snowflake fell from the sky, gently landing in his palm. As the yang energy surged, the snowflake melted. Boom. A tremendous noise echoed like a thunderclap. In the astonished gazes of Zhang Jingfang and the many elders. Centered around Suke, a potent aura of utmost yang and rigidity erupted rapidly, spreading outwards. The ice and snow melted, gradually dispersing, with the melting snow water converging into streams that flowed down the crevices. To break through to the Earthmaster level, one must first subdue the 5 demons and eliminate the 6 thieves. Only then can the spirit soul manifest. This is a challenging hurdle. To take shape, the rhythm of the Tao becoming concrete. To break through to the Earthmaster level, one must first subdue the 5 demons and eliminate the 6 thieves. Only then can the spirit soul manifest. This is a challenging hurdle. For all cultivators, it is akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet at this moment, Suke has already unified the 5 demons and 6 thieves. Spirit soul. The spirit soul is indestructible. Your soul's strength will increase by 1 point every day with no upper limit. Soul 4,724. I wonder if my mere 4,724 points of soul strength can hold up? Earthmaster level break. Suke's aura erupted violently, waves of energy sweeping in all directions. In an instant, he broke through to the Earthmaster level. They were stunned. Zhang Jingfang and the elders were once again astonished. How many times has this happened? Did he just break through like this? Does that not make us look incompetent? This is too brutal. Suke entered the sect after 8 years and Yongning spent 4 years in consolidation, and after 12 years of cultivation, he broke through from Human Master to Earth Master in just 30 breaths. Now after only 14 years in Yongning, he directly broke through from Human Master to Earth Master in just 2 short years. The 5 demons and 6 thieves could not stop him, and the cultivation of the spirit soul could not bind him. Some elders who were still at the Human Master level could not help but fall into self-doubt. What has my century of hard work amounted to? Disciple. Zhang Jingfang came back to his senses side and shook his head. Your strength is indeed very formidable now, but still not strong enough. As long as you do not go to the Ghost King's palace, perhaps no single Ghost King can deal with you. But your strength is still insufficient to dominate the world. If you are surrounded and attacked by Ghost Kings, there is a possibility of death. Are you still willing to go? Upon hearing this, the many elders present furrowed their brows. Indeed, the Kangmang Mountains are a gathering place for ghostly beings. If he were to be detained and multiple Ghost Kings joined forces, even a Celestial Master would find it difficult to withstand. Why take this risk? I fear nothing. Suke was not intimidated by Zhang Jingfang's words. What a joke. Does he really think his hundreds of thousands of lives are mere decorations? Good. I support you. Zhang Jingfang's tone was firm. No matter what decision you make. The human race is currently weak, and it will be difficult to find more talents like Shizhong in a short time. Yet within the Kangmang Mountains there are many ghostly generals. If a few more Ghost Kings emerge, the human race will face even greater difficulties. So go ahead, but be sure to protect yourself. No matter how big of a mess you create, I will bear the burden for you. Upon hearing this, Suke opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He merely bowed 3 times and turned to leave. So annoying, this old man speaks in a way that is oddly touching. Can he not play the emotional card? This made him feel quite unaccustomed. At this moment at the mountain peak, everyone watched Suke's figure disappear into the distance. Senior brother, are you truly letting him go? An elder could not help but speak up. What is there to object to? Zhang Jingfang revealed a slight smile. I have confidence in this young man. I do not question senior brother's decision, nor do I doubt the strength of your nephew. Elder Shouqing frowned, hesitated, and sighed helplessly. Zhang Jingfang glanced back at him. Junior brother, do you still remember how old I was when I broke through to the Earth Master level, and how old I was when I broke through to the Celestial Master level? I entered the Earth Master level at 34, and the Celestial Master level at 127. Indeed, a full 93 years. Zhang Jingfang exhaled. Even if those youngsters like Shizhong do not die, we will not have the chance to see them break through to the Celestial Master level. By then the human race will surely perish. The 5 demons and 6 thieves are a burden. Among them the 3 thieves are the most difficult. I have 13 years of lifespan left. Zhao Wuji of Dezhao has about 15 years left, and the old fellow from Hexiazon Xuandu had the longest lifespan, but he has lost a significant amount this battle. Zhang Jingfang looked at the crowd and smiled. How long do you all think it will take for my disciple, with his talent, to step into the Celestial Master realm? Elder Shouqing and the other elders fell into thought before shaking their heads. We do not know. I do not know either. Zhang Jingfang laughed heartily, then his tone turned serious, but I know my time is running short. Upon hearing this, the elders all looked sorrowful. They were not of the same generation as Zhang Jingfang. According to seniority, some should even call him a grandmaster. Yet the various branches do not belong to one lineage, and as branch elders they all address each other as brothers. Some elders were even personally taught by Zhang Jingfang. This is also why everyone unconditionally trusts the Celestial Master. In the past there have been instances of Ghost Kings ambushing talents, but has there ever been a scene where so many Celestial Masters gathered in the Kangmang Mountains? We are merely seeking a reason. We want the Ghost Kings we are hunting to tremble in fear. What happens if they are afraid? They will fear us uniting again. Zhang Jingfang clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the clouds on the horizon. My disciple is no ordinary person. There is no one like him in the world. I originally intended for him to return to the mountain for quiet cultivation, to focus on comprehending the Tao, and to ascend to the Celestial Master level as soon as possible. However, since he has made up his mind to cause a ruckus, then let him create chaos. As long as he kills enough ghostly generals and commanders, the Ghost Kings will grow angrier and less able to contain themselves. Thus, they will inevitably be unable to resist taking action against a certain Celestial Master, and this will be our opportunity. A natural death. That is not our destiny. As long as a mortal body burns once to illuminate the path for this world, it is enough. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved. They understood the old Celestial Master's intentions.
They wished to use their lives to bring peace to the world, to seek a path for all beings. As long as we slay the 5 great ghost kings. Zhang Jingfang's eyes shone with golden light, his body radiating thunder, instantly dispersing the clouds. At that time, with my precious disciple's strength, he will surely be invincible in the world. The vast Kangmang Mountains teemed with ghostly caverns. Ghosts cultivated strength through myriad means, yet most relied upon devouring or absorbing Yin energy. And where in all the realms did Yin energy gather most abundantly? Naturally, within the Kangmang Mountains. A chasm deep as heaven's own rift cleaved its heart. From it seeped ceaseless torrents of Yin energy. With each passing year, that energy thickened, coalescing into an oppressive miasma. Thus the mountains drew legions of ghosts. Amidst towering peaks and precipitous ridges, ghostly chi hung heavy and chilling. There stood a manor. Spacious and imposing, its vermilion gates towered high, encircled by lofty walls, and adorned with pavilions arranged in elegant disarray. At dawn I went to gather dung. Yet my wife vanished on my return. Upon the stage, crimson curtains draped low, a spectral opera performer stepped forth, sleeves flaring like blood-red clouds, voice echoing across the courtyard. Bravo! Han Yuan, the ghost marshal of the cold abyss, sat upright upon a grand armchair, back rigid, aura sharp and commanding. As his gaze swept the stage, satisfaction etched upon his face. In life he had been General Lu Yuan, a martial commander with an abiding passion for opera. After death his soul became tainted, ghostly nature eclipsed humanity. Though memory remained intact, he was in essence a new being born from Lu Yuan, his fundamental nature irrevocably altered. And because he inherited those memories, his love for opera endured. Han Yuan relished his current existence. After all, he had ascended to the rank of Ghost Marshal. Was it unreasonable to command former actors, now vengeful spirits, to perform a tune or two? Could he not savor such pleasures? Boom, boom, boom. At that very moment, drumbeats thundered forth. Who dares drum so brazenly? His mood shattered, fury erupted. He slammed the table and rose incensed. How dare anyone disturb this marshal's opera? Boom, boom, boom. The sound swelled, louder, nearer. Then, high above, halfway across the sky, a figure materialized. Suke descended step by step, hands clasped behind his back, golden lotuses blooming beneath each foot. Each step detonated the air with concussive force. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward, making space itself tremble. Lotus blossoms bloomed with every stride. The human sovereign step? This celestial formation, this countenance. He's at the earth cultivator realm. Blazes, could it be chaos Taoist Suke? Han Yuan's eyes bulged, his entire form shuddered. He nearly lost half his soul in terror. Instantly, wails of agony erupted from within the walled compound. No, my cultivation. What is happening? The human sovereign step. It's the human sovereign step. Cursed heavens, he's Suke. Damn it. How dare he invade the Kangmang Mountains? Flee. Chaos erupted. Spirits scattered in panic, dissolving into wisps of shadow as they fled. A name carries weight, a tree casts shade. Suke's reputation had long echoed like thunder among the ghosts of the Kangmang Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The air continued to shudder. Golden ripples spread like heavenly retribution. Where they passed, Yin energy withered and vanished. These malevolent entities could not withstand even 3 steps of Suke. Their forms grew translucent, then crumbled into ash. No, my cultivation, my soul body, the grudge energy I amassed over a century. I refuse to accept this. Terror paralyzed Han Yuan as he watched his power stripped away, Yin energy fleeing like mist before wind. In the blink of an eye he plummeted from Ghost Marshal to Ghost General, and then further still down to the rank of Vengeful Spirit. Suke did not pause, did not glance downward. He strode onward, passing directly above the manor. At that moment, the vast courtyard stood utterly empty. Not a single ghost remained. All had been reduced to scattered soul ash. Wangu, the 10,000-bone Ghost Marshal, was deep within his lair, absorbing Yin energy. He pursued the Ghost King realm with unwavering focus. Unlike Han Yuan, he knew no idleness. Boom, boom, boom. Who drums so boldly? No. My cultivation. He Shui, the Blackwater Ghost Marshal, had just begun delivering an impassioned speech to his retinue of ghost generals and vengeful spirits. Boom, boom, boom. Life, 10086. Resistance was futile, defense impossible. Whether wronged souls, vengeful spirits, ghost generals, or ghost marshals, they fell like roadside weeds. The theme music swelled. Then the human sovereign step emerged, golden lotuses bloomed, 10,000 ghosts perished. This celestial formation possessed innate terrifying suppression over all malign entities. capable of directly stripping away energy. Once energy dispersed, cultivation inevitably collapsed layer by layer. Even a ghost marshal whose power surged like a tidal wave could only watch helplessly as his foundation crumbled step by step. When Suke stood at the otherworldly teacher realm, he could already strip ghost generals bare. Now at the earth cultivator realm, he could likewise dismantle ghost marshals. The human sovereign steps might bordered on the preternatural, forged from hundreds of celestial formations. When unleashed, his figure blurred like a phantom. Each stride spanned hundreds of meters. Its evasion was peerless, its footwork encoded with profound cosmological principles. Yet it also exuded an ineffable sovereign aura inherently hostile to evil. It was both supreme artistry of movement and ruthless instrument of slaughter. Of course, such overwhelming power demanded staggering reserves of spiritual energy. Even at minimal exertion, each step consumed 5 units of spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy infused, the greater the power unleashed. A Taoist realm cultivator would exhaust himself in mere steps. Even Jinji, Elder Shoujan, a master earth cultivator of the disciplinary sect, could sustain full deployment for only dozens of steps before depletion. Yet Suke, since entering the Kangmang Mountains, never faltered, not once. His spiritual energy remained inexhaustible. Facing ghost marshals, he accelerated, confronting lesser spirits he conserved. Thanks to his perpetual motion talent, he regenerated 1% of his reserves each second. So long as consumption stayed below regeneration, his earth cultivator level reserves granted him infinite activation of the human sovereign step. Within half a year, he had slain 541 ghost marshals, 2541 ghost generals, over 100,000 vengeful spirits, and beyond, countless wandering spirits unnumbered. Hence, no ghost had crossed his path for 3 full days. Have they all fled? Suke felt it would have been stranger had they stayed. Who could remain calm upon hearing only that booming rhythm? Only to feel one's cultivation crumbling, reduced in moments to a wandering spirit, then erased entirely. How could fear not reign? The Ghost King Palace. Suke gazed inward toward the mountain's core, shook his head, and departed. With his current strength, even near the outer fringes, slaying a Ghost King remained impossible. Should he be surrounded, death would be inevitable. Moreover, the Ghost King Palace suppressed combat prowess. Though he possessed many lives, there was no need to invite decapitation at a Ghost King's hand. Nor was he inclined toward self-flagellation. Besides, his purpose in entering the Kangmang Mountains had already been fulfilled, 100-fold recompense. Before the Ghost King Palace, a sea of ghosts now gathered, dense, endless, stretching beyond sight. In ordinary times, no ghost, be it marshal or wronged soul, dared approach without summons. Yet now marshals, generals, and vengeful spirits alike converged here en masse. Well, Suke is too brutal. He frightens ghosts to death. Thank heavens I stood far enough away, unscathed by the human sovereign step, or I'd be Solash now. That sound, it's unbearable. One boom boom boom, and our ghost marshal vanished. Well, this ghostly existence has become unbearable. The assembled spirits quivered like birds startled from flight. Merely uttering Suke's name made them pale. With no recourse left, they fled to the Ghost King Palace, seeking sanctuary, imploring the Ghost Kings to intervene. Within the great hall, silence reigned, thick, suffocating. 5 Ghost Kings sat motionless, their auras turbulent, faces grim. Clearly the battle 6 months prior against the 4 celestial teachers had left grievous wounds. Elder brother, what shall we do? What shall we do? The vast wasteland ghost sovereign sneered coldly. Of course. Wait. At these words, the other ghost sovereigns exchanged bewildered glances. Wait. Shueke has already ridden right over our heads. Why not seize this opportunity to eradicate the last celestial prodigy of humanity deep within the vast wasteland mountains? The vast wasteland ghost sovereign drew a slow, deep breath and swept his gaze across the assembled ghosts. We wait until our injuries heal, until humanity lowers its guard. As for that chaotic Taoist Shueke, he scoffed. Have any of you truly placed yourselves in his position? Zhang Jingfang has taken in a prodigy whose talent surpasses even his own youthful brilliance. Would you in his place allow such a disciple to wander alone through the vast wasteland mountains? Would you not fear Shueke's death? Does Zhang Jingfang truly believe I cannot see through his strategy? He intends to lure us out while our wounds remain unhealed, using Shueke as bait, and then sacrifice his own decaying body in a final desperate clash against us. Such a ploy is utterly transparent. He gravely underestimates me. I would never fall for such a trick. At these words, a chill ran through the ghosts' hearts, a sudden clarity dawned upon them. Indeed, would they themselves act so recklessly? Clearly not. Everything now fell into place. What a wily old hound. A masterful scheme indeed. If not for Elder Brother's fox-like cunning, we would have nearly fallen into his trap. Elder Brother's insight is piercing, perceiving the crux of matters from the faintest traces, discerning essence from mere appearances. We stand in awe of your wisdom. One by one they began lavishing praise. Only Zhen Yu Ghost Sovereign sensed something amiss. Yet upon reflection his elder brother's analysis seemed perfectly sound, leaving him no choice but to shake his head in resigned silence. The vast wasteland Ghost Sovereign raised a hand for silence. Only when the ghosts had stilled did he. Thus the more urgent the situation appears, the more we must endure. In merely a few years our injuries will mend. And then, first we shall slay Hezao, next obliterate Dezhao. Only the ghost Dao shall reign supreme across the 8 desolations. By then only that old hound Zhang Jingfang will remain, gasping his last breath beneath heaven and earth. Together we shall strike as one and crush his celestial master mansion to dust. Do I not dare to wager? No matter how peerless Shui Kei's genius may be, could he possibly ascend to the celestial master realm within mere years? In the Dezhao dynasty, at Xiangyue City, inside a tavern. Clack! A storytelling block struck the table. Instantly the entire hall fell silent. At the center stood an elderly storyteller who began speaking slowly and deliberately. It is said the chaotic Taoist master Shui Kei stands 8 chi tall with a face like polished jade and an aura of ruthless battlefield ferocity, so formidable that all who behold him tremble in awe. Once struck down by malevolent specters, he was saved by Celestial Master Zhang of the Celestial Master Mansion. Recognizing his transcendent talent, Master Zhang deemed him a once seen epoch prodigy, even humbled himself, confessing inferiority, and resolved to take him as disciple. Upon entering the sect, Master Shui was granted his Taoist title. Though yet untrained, within 5 months, he subdued 5 demonic entities, and mastered all 53,000 scrolls housed in the Imperial Edict Library, assimilating their profound truths with flawless comprehension. Just then demonic forces surged violently, igniting war with relentless malice toward humanity. On the day the Celestial Master Mansion swore its sacred oath, Master Shui, after 4 years of quiet cultivation, soared skyward like a dragon emerging from its depths. Within mere dozens of breaths he ascended to the human master realm, then marched forth to battle, fusing hundreds of martial steps upon the foundation of Yu's pace to forge his own sovereign technique, the human emperor step. Clack! Another sharp strike of the storytelling block. The elder sipped quietly from his teacup. This step art possesses unfathomable divine might. 1 step dispels energy, a 1 shatters illusions, 1 erodes cultivation foundations. Only a peerless demonic genius could ever master it. Even though Master Shui transcribed and publicly released the human emperor's step, to this day, no one has succeeded in practicing it. With this step, Master Shui swept away tens of thousands of phantoms and specters, striking such terror into the ghostly legions that none dared cross the threshold of the Xian path ever again. No sooner had these words left his lips than thunderous applause erupted throughout the tavern. Bravo! No more suspense. Continue at once. Your reward shall be generous. Guests showered silver ingots onto the tables without hesitation. Patience, patience, smiled the elder, nodding gently. Master Shui possesses not only unparalleled genius and decisive lethality, but also profound loyalty and righteousness. Upon hearing of the demise of celestial prodigies such as Mao Shan's Shizhong, his fury knew no bounds. He swore an oath, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Ghost would repay 10-fold, nay 100-fold. Thereupon he broke through to the Earthmaster realm and charged alone into the vast wasteland mountains, slaughtering ghosts until their very livers and gallbladders quailed. 3 years have passed since. The Xianin path now enjoys tranquil seas and calm rivers. No malevolent specter dares stir chaos. All this peace owes solely to Master Shui's merit. However, the elder shifted tone, lowering his voice. According to whispers circulating among the common folk, Master Shui in his leisure time enjoys attending courtesan performances. At these words, the tavern exploded into uproar. How audacious! Dare you slander our revered Master Shui, you ancient relic? This. Does Master Shui enjoy music too? Then I too enjoy music. Does that mean I possess prodigious aptitude? Year 17 of Yongning. At Lunghu Mountain, within the Celestial Master Mansion's residential quarters. Damn it all. What kind of Innerdan cultivation path is this? 5 demons, 6 thieves, 3 corpses. Each trial more treacherous than the last. Is this even humanly possible? Shui Kei mused, inwardly perplexed. Human Master, Earth Master, Celestial Master. The titles sound imposing. Yet in truth, they are merely minor stages within the Qi refinement and spirit transformation realm. He understood the importance of cultivating the mind. He grasped it fully. Yet to break through the early stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation, one must first subdue the 5 demons. To advance from early to middle stage, one must sever the 6 thieves. And from middle to late stage, one must excise the 3 corpses. For a single minor realm, why such monstrous difficulty? If cultivation grows this arduous here, what lies ahead must defy the heavens themselves. Shuike scrutinized the path again and again, and each time something felt profoundly wrong. This level of difficulty was deeply abnormal, extraordinarily so. His inner Dan Dao cultivation had already reached the peak of the Earth Master realm. Outwardly his progress appeared astonishing. Within mere years he attained consummation. He seemed only one crucial breakthrough away from the Celestial Master realm. Yet this single step had claimed countless Earth Master adepts before him. Otherwise the world would not host merely a handful of Celestial Masters. Shuike shook his head in dismay, glanced at his attribute panel, and muttered another curse. Damn it! Cultivation is less reliable than martial arts. Strength, 912 tons. Speed, 1345 ms. Tier 9. His physical body had already transcended to Tier 9, and neared its absolute limit. Even in this world, a universe starved of cosmic energy, he advanced effortlessly over 3 years, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. His barehanded force already exceeded 1.82 million gene. With such overwhelming physique, he could demolish small mountain ranges barehanded, and withstand the close-range detonation of several conventional nuclear warheads without harm. With such overwhelming physique, he could demolish small mountain ranges barehanded, and withstand the close-range detonation of several conventional nuclear warheads without harm. Single heartbeat. He was quite literally a walking cataclysm. With sheer physical might alone, no Earth Master cultivator, not even shielded by the golden light incantation, could survive his fist. All would be reduced to crimson mist in an instant. His corporeal prowess surged forward explosively, and so did his meridian martial Dao. 6th tier profound penetration, 7th tier heaven and man unity, 8th tier golden body, 9th tier indestructibility. At this moment his meridian martial Dao had reached 9th tier indestructibility. His vital energy fused with his flesh, generating indestructible matter, reinforcing his body to a theoretical state of bodily immortality. Of course this immortality remained theoretical. What it truly meant was rapid autonomous regeneration after injury. Shuike realized he had miscalculated. He had staged divine miracles and ascended dramatically in the martial world, not for glory but to secure access to advanced martial arts manuals, later exploiting temporal flow differentials for future harvest. Yet he had underestimated his own insight and innate aptitude. Over these past years, idly tinkering in his spare time, he had independently refined the meridian martial Dao all the way to the 9th tier indestructibility. Where precisely could one lodge such a complaint? Indeed, martial cultivation proves far more dependable. This inner Dan Dao is simply too difficult. Martial cultivation imposes no mental barriers. If one's bone constitution meets requirements and proper manuals are available, realms ascend effortlessly like water flowing downhill. Shuike Rose pushed open the door and stepped outside. Boom. The 3 corpses vanished. His spirit, soul, and body achieved perfect unity. Instantly, the skies churned, the winds roared, and heavenly chi cascaded downward in torrents. Shuike felt the dense spiritual energy converging around him, and sighed deeply. Alas, cultivation is simply too difficult. This single step has held me back for 3 long years. Look over there. Where? Towards Sansheng Hall. At that moment, disciples across the mountain were startled by the celestial omen and poured out from their dwellings, gazing upward in unison. Above Sansheng Hall, clouds churned and winds roared as a lone figure slowly ascended into the air. It's senior brother Hunyuan. The heavens darken, spiritual energy converges, and his body hovers midair. This is the breakthrough to the Celestial Master realm. May blessings be boundless. Heaven protects Longhu Mountain. The Celestial Master residence maintained an unbroken lineage of transmission. Records of cultivation breakthroughs across all stages had long been preserved, and many disciples had studied them thoroughly. The spectacle before them matched the ancient texts precisely. At the moment of transcendence, one draws in spiritual energy from the 4 directions. The body grows weightless, buoyed aloft by chi for a fleeting sacred suspension. Such a sight stirred the hearts of countless disciples. Fervent, overwhelming, impossible to contain. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Elders from every sect watched with tears streaming down their cheeks, expressions wild with elation. May blessings be boundless. The specters once mocked our Taoist sect for lacking defenders. Now that senior disciple Hunyuan has ascended to the celestial master realm, we shall make them pay in blood for every sin they've committed. Boom. Outside Sanxing Hall, the celestial master realm, broken. Sukei's inner cultivation force shattered its final barriers, surging with explosive power. His soul and flesh reached perfect harmony, spirit and chi fused seamlessly, resonating with heaven and earth. The ultimate hallmark of refining chi into spirit. Sukei descended gently from the air, golden light flickering momentarily within his eyes. He then noticed that numerous elders had already gathered outside his residence, Shojin, Shoyang, Shoqing, and Sholing. Several elders from other halls stood among them, elderly men and women alike, eyes blazing with fervor, faces alight with exhilaration. Upon witnessing Sukei's successful breakthrough, they immediately closed in. Shoqing felt strangely unsettled. This time Sukei had attained the celestial master realm in nearly 3 years, and yet Shoqing found himself neither astonished nor numb. Instead, it felt utterly inevitable. Oh, senior disciple Hunyuan has broken through again. Of course. Perfectly normal. One simply grows accustomed. This quiet muttering slipped from Elder Shoqing's lips almost unconsciously. Could it be my cultivation of heart-mind has truly deepened lately? On the surface, the great Zhao dynasty enjoyed serene peace. For 3 years no large-scale warfare had erupted. Yet this tranquility was mere illusion. War between the two sides would inevitably reignite. As the ancients said, secrets succeed, words betray. Victory favors those who conceal, defeat awaits those who flaunt. Those who undertake great endeavors must conceal intent within their hearts, and manifest action only through deeds. Thus the plan, 3 celestial masters preparing to ignite their very lives in a final confrontation with the Ghost Kings, remained known to only a handful. Even within the celestial master residence, only elders of Shojin's stature possessed such knowledge. This was a gamble of cosmic stakes. Win, and peace would settle upon the world. Lose, and no sanctuary would remain. Neither celestial master Zhang Jingfang nor the elders had ever disclosed this matter to Sukei. Not because he lacked qualification, but because he had still been at the Earthmaster realm, his foremost duty being undistracted cultivation. Moreover, even had he joined the battlefield, then his contribution would have been negligible. Now, however, circumstances had changed. With Sukei's ascension to the celestial master realm, secrecy was no longer necessary. So when he heard the news, a complex tide of emotion rose within him, and he sighed softly. Must it come to this? He understood Zhang Jingfang's reasoning. Who among the living does not wish to live? Yet one had but 13 years left to another 15, and the third's lifespan had been grievously depleted. If their days were numbered, why not die striking down several ghost kings? Fear is instinct, but courage is humanity's highest hymn. If they refused to perish, would they condemn generations yet unborn to death? Junior disciple, this is fate, dying where duty calls. Though you have just ascended to the celestial master realm, your cultivation remains unstable. Even if your human sovereign step defies gods and demons, and your thunder arts pierce the heavens' mysteries, you still cannot slay a ghost king. These beings have each reached the absolute pinnacle of existence, far surpassing ordinary celestial masters. Besides, this is our solemn duty, our sacred charge. One elder after another spoke in soothing tones. After all, with spectral forces growing ever stronger, this was their only recourse. Duty. Sukei swept his gaze across the assembled elders and slowly shook his head. Our sect teaches that cultivation begins with self-cultivation, harmonizing with heaven's timing, flowing with nature's rhythm, honoring cosmic law, never forcing what cannot be forced, never acting recklessly. This is the Tao's natural way. I grasp the wisdom in those words, but I do not love them. I know only this: whether the path ahead leads to life or death, only we ourselves may decide. It shall never be dictated by fate. Sukei understood the elder's compassion, but a gentleman acts only where virtue commands and refrains where principle forbids. My master's duty is to perish alongside the ghost kings, but that is not mine. I am my master's disciple. So what then is a disciple's duty? It is not to stand idly by while watching my master march toward death and call it righteous. Nor is it to soothe myself with excuses of dwindling years, then turn away in silence. Nor is it to offer incense at my master's shrine, shed a few tears, and then sit back content in inherited safety. Sukei gazed upon the elders and gave a faint wry smile. In times past, when his strength was meager, even abundant life force availed him nothing. He needed his senior's protection. He understood that. But now that he had broken through to the celestial master realm, must he still rely on his elder's sacrifice? Then what truly was the purpose of his cultivated power? Hearing these words, the elders exchanged glances, mouths opening then closing, until at last a long heavy sigh escaped them all. Had they too wished to watch their senior brother walk willingly to his end? Yet the world was harsh, and what choice remained? Very well. Junior disciple, where will you go? To become a bandit, and blockade their gate. Where? The vast and wild mountains. Suke descended from the mountain. Just moments after his departure, a deafening sound of bells echoed through Longhu Mountain. Instantly, Elder Sholin issued commands without any hesitation. Quick, junior brother Shoyang, immediately prepare a ritual burn incense and recite blessings to send a message. You must inform senior brother that our nephew Hun Dun has broken through to the Heavenly Master realm, and he has gone alone to the Kangmang Mountains. Junior brother Shoching, you go to the Fulu Hall and gather all the talismans, bring everything you can. Junior brother Shojing, with the sound of 9 bells, summon all disciples to assemble in front of the Sanqing Hall. You explain the situation and count the numbers. Junior brother Shochang, you check all the magical artifacts in the Heavenly Master's residence and bring everything you can. Now that Suke has broken through to the Heavenly Master with filial piety as his courtesy and the master-disciple relationship as his backbone, he ventures alone to the Kangmang Mountains to prevent his senior brother from sacrificing himself. They knew they couldn't dissuade him. Since they couldn't persuade him, why bother? Those who gather firewood for the people must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. These old fellows were still alive. How could they let the younger generation go alone? It's just death. What is there to fear? At this moment, in front of the Sanqing Hall, all disciples above the Taoist realm had gathered. Elder Shojing ascended the ritual platform, looking down at the disciples clad in gray and white Taoist robes. Today it should be a celebration, as the Heavenly Master personally transmitted news of Suke breaking through to the Heavenly Master realm. But Heavenly Master realm, he really broke through. The square erupted in excitement. All disciples were thrilled. The Dazhao dynasty originally had only 4 Heavenly Masters, and with the recent death of Master Huayang, this had severely impacted the morale of the Taoist sects. Now, with the addition of another Heavenly Master from the human race, how could they not be delighted? Elder Shojing raised his hand to signal, and the crowd immediately quieted down. However, this celebration must be postponed, because your senior brother has now gone alone to the Kangmang Mountains. At these words, the square was instantly in an uproar. What a... Senior brother went to the Kangmang Mountains alone. That's too dangerous. Senior brother is so reckless. Why didn't he inform us? Even if we can't be of much help, we could at least shield him from danger. Hey, where are you all going? Senior brother, why are you leaving? Junior brother, why are you leaving too? Where to? Of course, to gather talismans, fetch magical artifacts, and rush to help. I'm going too. Count me in. Since you all are going, then I will go too. Suke has just ascended to the Heavenly Master realm. How could he be a match for the Ghost King? If you all go, it's just courting death. Are you not afraid? Pa, how can you speak such discouraging words? Capture him. Teach him a lesson. Yes, beat him up. Elder Shojing watched this scene and helplessly slapped his forehead. He had originally prepared a lengthy speech. But unexpectedly, these disciples didn't even listen. They were more anxious than him, and had already run off more than half. The remaining few disciples who adhered to the rules could only watch him anxiously. Although they hadn't left yet, their feet were already prepared to move. Go. Elder Shojing waved his hand. Yes, Elder. Hazao sect. In a room surrounded by a magic formation sealing their aura, Zhang Jingfang was sitting quietly, preparing for the impending battle. 3 years had passed. The injuries they inflicted on the Ghost King back then had likely healed by now. So whether it was to reduce the number of Heavenly Masters, or to prevent them from perishing together due to the end of their lifespan, they would not sit idly by. The Hazao sect's Master Xuandu was the most severely injured and weakest, likely to become the first target. Of course, it was also possible that they guessed wrong. However, if they guessed wrong, they would lose the advantage of their home ground. At that time, whether they could fight 5 Ghost Kings to the death in the Ghost King's Hall was uncertain. At this moment, Zhang Jingfang felt something and woke from his meditation. He waved his hand using his magical power to open the door, and a paper crane flew in, landing in his hand. Then a message instantly entered his mind. Heavenly Master Realm. Entered the Kangmang Mountains alone. Zhang Jingfang received this information, and before he could celebrate, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. After Suke descended Longhu Mountain, he immediately summoned his magical power and slapped his forehead. Bang! His head shattered into pieces. What is the fastest way to travel? To take one's own life. In the Kangmang Mountains, the inner area, this place was originally a blessed land of the Taoist sect, serene and beautiful, shrouded in mist. But since the land split, spiritual energy and Yin energy coexisted, and malevolent spirits roamed, this place was no longer a Taoist sanctuary. The Ghost King's Hall sat within a massive ravine, entirely black, extremely cold, exuding a powerful oppressive force. At this moment, countless malevolent spirits gathered outside the hall. Roughly estimated, there were at least tens of thousands.
80% belonged to the level of vengeful spirits while the remaining 20% were ghost generals and ghost marshals. 5 ghost kings stood at the steps of the hall, gazing down at the horde of spirits. In this realm, since ancient times, humans have risen and fallen, determining their own fortunes. But today this king will let them understand who truly rules this vast land. What the humans possess, the ghostly path shall possess too. 700 years ago this king led the ghosts, traversing mountains and rivers, achieving great victories. 200 years ago the ghostly path suppressed the human path, and the human race was on the verge of collapse, yet it was the Taoists led by the Heavenly Master's residents who defied the heavens. To this day the human race still produces exceptional talents like a centipede that, though dead, does not stiffen. The Kangmang Ghost King snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the ghost generals and marshals below. I do not understand why everyone speaks of Suke in fear, as if he is a divine being sent from the heavens, destined to end us. Regardless, in this battle we will emerge in full force, devouring them step by step with the advantage on our side. This battle, the first battle, is the decisive battle, one battle to determine fate. First we shall annihilate Hazao, then destroy Dao. Only our ghostly path shall command the 8 desolates. In an instant the spirits erupted in a frenzy, cries of slaughter shaking the heavens and earth. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The Kangmang Ghost King was very pleased with the spirits' reaction. With a wave of his hand, he was about to give the order to march, when suddenly he frowned. Who is beating the drums? Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. As the sounds echoed, the spirits' expressions suddenly changed. This drumbeat, this noise. Suke, it's Suke. Run. Whoa. It had only been 3. The spirits had a deep impression of the events from that year. One by one they fled in panic, seeking refuge in the Ghost King's hall. Hearing this sound now, they instinctively scattered in all directions. But before they could make any moves, everyone stop. This road is closed. Human Emperor step, pull. Suke's figure appeared, his robes billowing, his entire being radiating magical power, a terrifying oppressive force sweeping down, with booming sounds echoing endlessly. He was now in the Heavenly Master realm, with his magical power deeper than ever. Both the quality and quantity far surpassed that of the Earth Master. One could see. He is in the Heavenly Master realm. No. The malevolent spirits, swept by the golden light, let out horrifying, He is in the Heavenly Master realm. No. The malevolent spirits, swept by the golden light, let out horrifying screams. In just one move, ghost marshals fell to become vengeful spirits. Ghost generals fell to become wronged souls. Vengeful spirits were directly obliterated. Such divine might was not something mere ghost generals or marshals could withstand. Even the bodies of the 5 ghost kings trembled, their black energy instantly dissipating. Although their cultivation level did not drop, they were already injured. With a single step, Suke's magical power was instantly drained. If it were an ordinary person, they would never dare to be so arrogant. With their magical power exhausted, they would be like a lamb to the slaughter, left helpless. After all, the enemy would not grant you time to recover your magical power. At this moment the 5 ghost kings were thinking exactly this. Although they were also terrified of Suke's terrifying strength. With just a single step they could barely withstand, almost dispersing their energy. Yet they believed that someone who could unleash such devastating power with the human emperor's step must have expended tremendous energy. Die for this King Kangmang Ghost Witch Open. Devour God. Endless Nightmare. Soul Capture. 9 Underworld Ghost Hand. In an instant, the energy surged violently, dark clouds obscured the sun, a bone-chilling coldness pierced through, and the ground instantly froze with frost. Suke suddenly felt his soul sway, as if something was pulling at his spirit, obscuring his vision and blinding his senses. A massive ghost claw dozens of feet high materialized from thin air, carrying overwhelming ghostly power, reaching for Suke. Strong. Very strong. Suke instantly sensed that the space around him had become viscous and sluggish, making it difficult to move. And this was just outside the Ghost King's hall. If he entered the Ghost King's hall, his strength would be reduced by another 30%. If it were anyone else facing the combined attack of 5 Ghost Kings, they would have no chance of survival. But Suke was different. His physical body had reached level 9, his soul was complete, and his vitality was like a roaring tide. These attacks could at most injure him. But they could not kill him. Suke sensed the magical power within him. It had only been 2 seconds. His magical power had only recovered to 2. Not good. I still have to die. How can a perpetual motion machine recover faster than taking my own life? Suke reached out and slapped, causing his head to explode on the spot. This scene left the 5 Ghost Kings dumbfounded. Could it be that he is ill? What was expected to be a master turned out to be a complete novice. The oppressive aura brought by Suke upon his entrance was now utterly diminished.
It was utterly anticlimactic. Truly, it was a peak moment right from the start. Was he only handsome for 3 seconds? Boom. At this moment, the ghostly claw struck the ground, creating a deafening sound, and forming a massive pit shrouded in dust. The 5 Ghost Kings exchanged bewildered glances. Something is wrong. The Jinyo Ghost King was the first to react. He is not dead, his soul has not appeared. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the other Ghost Kings sank. In this realm, spirits roamed freely, and the aura of darkness permeated every corner. The dark aura does not care whether one dies a sudden death or peacefully. As long as you dare to die, your soul will be immediately eroded by the dark energy, gradually transforming into a wandering spirit or a malevolent ghost. And now, they had not detected Sukei's soul. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of drums echoed. Sukei's figure suddenly appeared in midair, without a moment's pause, taking a step forward. With each step, golden lotus blossoms appeared, and the golden halo spread outwards. The Emperor's step. Clang. In an instant, apart from the 5 Ghost Kings, all other spirits in the area were reduced to ashes. These spirits had already fallen to the level of vengeful spirits when the first step was taken. Naturally, they could not withstand the might of the second step. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even the dark aura surrounding the 5 Ghost Kings began to dissolve. The weakest among them, the Yuming Ghost King, felt his soul tremble as the dark energy was forcibly stripped away, nearly causing his realm to fall, leaving him terrified. No, what kind of technique is this? He was a dignified Ghost King, corresponding to the human heavenly masters. His dark energy was thick and his soul solid beyond imagination. Even if Zhang Jingfang and those heavenly masters came, they could at most only kill him. Yet this Sukei, with merely 2 steps, nearly stripped him of his cultivation. What if he takes another step? The Yuming Ghost King looked at Sukei in horror, his pupils constricting sharply, for he saw Sukei raise his hand once more, aiming at his own head. Not good. He wants to commit suicide. Quickly stop him, interrupt his hand. But before the words could finish, a sound like a watermelon exploding rang out. Immediately after, thud, 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 the golden halo spread again. The Yuming Ghost King was horrified to discover that the dark energy within him was rapidly depleting, and in the blink of an eye he fell to the level of a ghost commander. At this moment, not only he but the Kangmang Ghost King and the others also felt a surge of fear. They sensed a threat. Golden lotuses bloomed, golden light swirling. Sukei took another step forward. Don't come any closer. Clang. The halo swept over the Ghost Kings. The Yuming Ghost King was dead. Meanwhile, the Ihua Ghost King's cultivation plummeted, instantly dropping to Ghost Commander. Quick retreat to the Ghost King Hall. The Ghost Kings were terrified, their hearts trembling. They were all scared. After all, when had they ever seen such a fierce entity? Although Zhang Jingfang was powerful, he at least followed a certain protocol. But Sukei's Emperor's step was simply unreasonable. He said he would strip your cultivation, and he stripped your cultivation. Moreover, how the hell is this guy still alive despite his head exploding? Who exactly is the real ghost here? Fortunately, they were right outside the hall, and the remaining 4 Ghost Kings instantly transformed into black smoke, fleeing in a panic into the Ghost King Hall. Sukei hovered in midair, his expression indifferent, raising his right hand as his head exploded once again. His figure reappeared, taking a step forward, golden lotuses emerging, the halo sweeping directly towards the Ghost King Hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A ripple spread across the surface of the Ghost King Hall. A barrier emerged, blocking a small portion of the golden light waves, but most of the golden light still penetrated through, sweeping through the Great Hall. Oomph. Sukei, this Ghost King Hall is a treasure of the Ghost Path. So noisy. Sukei smacked his head. Waiting 100 seconds. Too long. Sukei stepped forward again, draining his power. Sukei, give up. I am in the hall, and the recovery speed of my dark energy far exceeds your imagination. You will not have a chance. Sukei, why don't we take a step back? Sukei, do you really want to fight to the death? Sukei, spare me. I know I was wrong. Woe is me, you are not human. What the hell are you? This is simply too much bullying of ghosts. The heavens are unjust, the heavens are unjust. The voices within the Ghost King Hall grew weaker and finally fell silent. Truly a powerful being at the limit of the Ghost King realm, he had to endure 36 steps before dying. Sukei stood in place, slightly nodding. At this moment, the black energy swirling outside the Ghost King Hall surged, and the ground trembled slightly. The words Ghost King Hall on the plaque gradually blurred, and a golden light flashed, suddenly changing the inscription on the plaque. Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Sukei gazed at the plaque on the hall, his eyes narrowing as he stepped inside. Ghost King Hall. Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, the walls were made of black jade, shrouded in purple mist with mysterious runes engraved all around. Sukei felt no suppression, his cultivation could still be perfectly displayed. Although this was his first time stepping into this place, there were plenty of records about the Ghost King Hall in the Heavenly Master Manor. The ghostly aura was chilling. Green candles flickered, whispering like murmurs, with bones as the foundation and flesh as the carpet, not to mention 7 grand thrones. But now they were all gone. The scene before him was entirely different. The eerie sights described were nowhere to be found. Suke walked toward the mysterious jade throne at the front of the great hall and sat down. A surge of information flooded into his mind. 800 years ago, the heavens and earth underwent a great change. The earth split open, the underworld was born, and the aura of the dead surged forth. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace manifested, seized by the Kangmang Ghost King, transformed into the Ghost King Hall. The human Heavenly Masters fought against the Ghost Kings here, and their power would be reduced by 30%, reflecting the Kangmang Ghost King's initial, while after partially refining the Heavenly Palace. This was merely a temporary recognition of mastership. If the Kangmang Ghost King advanced further and broke through to the realm of Ghost God, refining the spirit back to void, he could completely refine it. At that time, he would be invincible among peers holding the heavenly mandate. Not to mention merely suppressing power. With a single word, he could slay powerful beings of the same realm. By then, even if Suke came, it would be futile. A single thought could lead to death. There was no need for any fancy tricks. This is the power of authority. Unless one's strength exceeds the authority itself. I damn well said. This inner alchemy path, 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses each level, is more bizarre than the last. Just a mere stage of refining chi into God, and you want to conquer them all. With such perverse requirements for mindset, how many can achieve it? Suke suddenly understood. In this realm, the spiritual energy was mixed with dark energy, and within the dark energy was also mingled with spiritual energy. Cultivators cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy. If one's mindset and cultivation are lacking, the lightest consequence would be a chaotic Tao heart leading to a demonic deviation. The heaviest would be a transformation of the soul, completely turning into a demon. The mindset can protect the clarity of the spiritual platform. Similarly, when spirits absorb dark energy, they also intake spiritual energy. This is the reason for the difficulties in breaking through. Suke scanned the heavenly palace and imprinted his soul into it before turning to leave. Currently, he could only achieve a preliminary refinement. To fully refine it, he must break through to the stage of refining the spirit back to void. However, even in this preliminary stage, with his current soul strength, no one in this realm could forcibly take control of the heavenly palace. Thus he was not worried at all. Suke had just exited the inner region of the Kangmang mountain range. He saw a large group of fellow disciples, all armed to the teeth. Occasionally bolts of lightning struck, obliterating the vengeful spirits. "Senior brother, don't die. Quick, 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 let's storm into the Ghost King Hall." Within the Maoshan sect, ever since the death of Shizhong and Master Huayang, everyone in the sect has been filled with sorrow and harbors an intense hatred for the ghostly beings. As Mao Ju, the junior disciple of Master Huayang, naturally, he dared not slack off, and was diligently cultivating. "Master, good news, tremendous good news." A disciple burst in his face, filled with ecstatic joy. "So impetuous, what kind of demeanor is that?" Mao Jiu frowned and reprimanded, "Speak, what is so alarming?" "Master Brother Su from the Heavenly Master's mansion has broken through to the Heavenly Master realm." "Oh." Shock flickered across Mao Jiu's face. "Indeed, what tremendous news. This means our human race gains another Heavenly Master." "Master, that's not all. News just came in that Heavenly Master Su single-handedly stormed into the Ghost King Palace in the Kangmang Mountains, defeating 5 Ghost Kings and returning unscathed." "I heard." Mao Jiu immediately stood up, disbelief filling his eyes, almost losing control of his Tao heart, as he hurriedly grasped the disciple's arm. "Heard what?" "I heard that after Heavenly Master Su emerged, he was merely a little dirty at the corners of his clothes." At this moment, Zhang Jingfang, Master Xuandu, and Zhao Wuji of the Dazhao dynasty were all stunned, exchanging glances. The news they received was already slow. Coupled with the need to gather the disciples, it became even slower. Zhang Jingfang was deeply worried, hoping that Su Ke would not act impulsively, and must wait for them to regroup before taking action together. However, they hadn't even reached the Kangmang Mountains when they heard the news of Su Ke's great power. He had stormed into the Kangmang Mountains and achieved a great victory. This left them momentarily speechless, staring at each other in disbelief. Their mental state immediately crumbled. It wasn't that the outcome was poor, rather it was too good. So good that it seemed almost unbelievable. "What does this make of us?" Zhang Jingfang's old face flushed, slightly tinged with embarrassment. They had initially prepared for certain death, ready to sacrifice themselves for a breather for the human race. Each of them had been prepared to face death. They were all filled with anxiety about the future, uncertain whether their plan would succeed. They had even made arrangements for their affairs after death.
And now, you tell me that Suke alone charged into the Ghost King Palace and wiped out the Ghost Kings on the spot, and casually killed over 100,000 fierce ghosts. What then was the significance of their painstaking planning and sacrifices? Master Zhang, has your disciple always been this fierce? Zhao Wuji spoke in a daze. Beside him, Master Xuandu shook his head and sighed, filled with regret. Alas, had I known this earlier, I should have descended the mountain back then. Oh, perhaps such a fine disciple would have entered my sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard, a look of calmness on his face. Alas, this boy is truly unruly. His strikes are both heavy and merciless. In the 17th year of Yongning in July, a piece of news swept across the entire Dazhao. In the Kangming Mountains, 3211 ghost generals, 25414 ghost commanders, and around 100,000 fierce ghosts were all directly exterminated by Su Kei's imperial step. With just 2 steps taken, not a single one survived. The 5 ghost kings emerged, but were simultaneously obliterated by Su Kei's 36 steps. This battle left the ghostly minions trembling in fear. In this battle, there were no more ghost kings in the entire world. In a short time, the morale of various sects surged, and they all began to hunt down the ghostly beings. With the ghost kings gone, the ghost commanders and ghost generals were nearly wiped out. Although there were still ghostly beings in the world, their strength was not sufficient. At the Misty Crossing, there is a ghost commander and dozens of fierce ghosts. Our Heavenly Master's mansion has formed a Chaos Brothers awesome team. At the Misty Crossing, there is a ghost commander and dozens of fierce ghosts. Our Heavenly Master's mansion has formed a Chaos Brothers awesome team. Anyone who meets the cultivation requirement of the real person realm can join. At the Soul Severing Valley, this is for those going to the Soul Severing Valley only, requiring Taoist realm. Hey, what are you doing? There are already people at the chaotic graveyard of Chongli County. You need to find another place. At this moment, in the Kangming Mountains, the crowd surged. Now, with the Ghost Kings exterminated, the Yin energy had not yet dissipated. If left unchecked, this place would still become a domain for the ghostly beings. Apart from the necessary stationed cultivators, the remaining cultivators were preparing to team up to hunt ghosts in other areas. After this period of fermentation, basically all the Taoist sects had arrived. The weaker ghostly beings were left for the lower-tier disciples to practice against. As for the slightly stronger ones, they had already been largely swept away by the vanguard troops of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Most sects only received some scraps. The ghostly beings in the Kangming Mountains were swiftly cleared out. However, within the Dazhao territory, there were still numerous areas filled with dense Yin energy inhabited by ghostly beings. These areas had long been marked by the various Taoist sects. Previously, they had to tread carefully, not daring to act recklessly. But now it was time for reckoning. This also led to a rapid increase in sightings of cultivators in various Taoist robes in the more remote and eerie parts of Dazhao. Oh my, it's all mine. Suke looked at the scene before him, where the malevolent aura had dissipated, and couldn't help but feel like crying without tears. They're all livestock. Why did he leave the Kangming Mountains? It was simply because he couldn't get any monsters. The Imperial Steppe was indeed powerful, but there were just too many cultivators. He thought that after coming out he could reap some heads, as he had mastered teleportation. Although there were many places he had not been to yet, and could not teleport to, but he should have an advantage in mobility, right? The result, however, was that he had repeatedly run empty several places. There were just too many people competing for monsters. It's simply not treating him like a human. Suke glared at the several disciples from the Sway Mountain sect before him and turned to leave. My life, all my life, how can you harm me? He couldn't compete, he simply couldn't compete. The few disciples of the Sway Mountain sect watched Suke leave, exchanging glances, and then revealed looks of admiration. Truly a peerless talent that emerges once in a millennium, brothers. Thus righteous indignation against evil truly impresses me. Even now, having become a heavenly master, he still traverses the world to exterminate ghosts. Exactly, he is indeed a model for us all. But why do I feel like Brother Su seemed a bit unhappy when— Nonsense, you must have seen it wrong. Brother Su is so handsome. I heard that the Heavenly Master's mansion allows marriage. Could it be that junior sister you want to betray the sect? The Heavenly Master's mansion does not prohibit marriage, but our Sway Mountain sect strictly forbids it. A nearby junior brother shook his head and sighed, alas, what a pity. Upon hearing this, everyone subtly moved away a little. Now, with all the Taoist sects active in the world, within just a few months the heavens and earth have become considerably clearer. But this is only a temporary fix. As long as the Yin energy does not dissipate, ghostly beings will ultimately be born. Unless every time a person dies there is a Taoist immediately obliterating their soul. In the 18th year of Yongning in the Kangming Mountains in the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, Suke finished his cultivation, raised 2 fingers, and pointed at his forehead. Whoosh! He felt himself soaring as light as a feather. The scene before him slightly blurred,
and he flew straight up, piercing through the heavenly palace, climbing higher and higher. In the next moment, sunlight shone directly down. Life 1. Ouch, what the hell? Did I just die, eh? Is the Een God really that pathetic? Refining the spirit and returning to the void. Within the muddy ball of the spiritual platform, the 3 souls and 7 spirits merge as one, condensing into the nascent soul. The nascent soul is divided into the Een spirit and the Yang spirit. The Een spirit can travel at night, exploring perilous places invisible to the naked eye, yet fears the scorching sun. The Yang spirit can travel during the day, taking on form when gathered and transforming into qi when dispersed. It is unafraid of the blazing sun, commanding the laws with the mind, allowing various techniques to be executed without incantations at the mere thought. Reaching this realm allows one to fly and traverse the void. Suke had just broken through, refining the spirit and returning to the void, his strength surging at least tenfold. With his current power, if he faced the 5 great ghost kings again, a single strike of thunderous magic would be sufficient to annihilate them. If he were to execute the Emperor's steps with a single step, he could sever the opponent's cultivation, turning them into vengeful spirits. Their cultivation would no longer be on the same level. Breaking through to the 10th rank and birthing the nascent soul also signifies the qualification to refine the heavenly palace. Let me see what this Fengdu heavenly palace truly is. Suke emptied his mind, and the nascent soul transformed into a seal, instantly embedding itself within the throne. As the nascent soul merged into the Fengdu heavenly palace, a ghostly aura surged within, forming barriers that kept the nascent soul at bay. Suke operated his magical power to protect the nascent soul and began the gradual refinement. Time passed slowly. Crack! A faint sound seemed to echo within the heavenly palace, and the refinement was soon completed. First-class spiritual treasure of the lower heavens. Suke was momentarily taken aback. The Fengdu heavenly palace had appeared with the birth of this realm's underworld, capable of suppressing the world's Een energy, serving as a weapon and also acting as a key. Since the Kangmang Ghost King obtained the Fengdu heavenly palace due to insufficient strength, he was unable to refine it, resorting only to some preliminary suppression techniques. And now, after Suke took control, as long as he was within this realm, regardless of humans, ghosts, or deities, anyone who stepped into this hall would fall under his command, with a single thought, summoning the power of the underworld to swiftly eliminate them. Fortunately, the Kangmang Ghost King has not broken through to the Ghost God realm, otherwise this world would have long been the domain of ghostly beings. Now that he had refined the Fengdu heavenly palace, Suke could naturally review all past events that occurred within its walls. Ghostly beings are formidable, and among them are naturally those with exceptional talents. However, these ghostly prodigies without exception have all perished. They were not exterminated by the human race, but were killed by the Kangmang Ghost King. This is because they all posed a threat to the Kangmang Ghost King's position. Some were deceived into the heavenly palace and killed, others upon being discovered for their talents were directly eliminated. Although the Kangmang Ghost King was unaware of the specifics of the Fengdu heavenly palace, he knew it was a great opportunity and feared that other ghostly beings would covet it. However, this was to be expected. After all, the Kangmang Ghost King's qualifications were simply too lacking. Suke shook his head, seeming to gain insight, and focused his gaze toward the hall's exterior. At that moment, a paper crane flew in from outside the hall. Is this the method of communication used by the Heavenly Master's office? Suke grasped the paper crane, and a message surged into his mind, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Longhu Mountain. Zhang Jingfang looked even older. His beard and hair had turned white, his face was lined with deep ravines, and his body was slightly hunched. Master, what happened to you? After receiving the message from the paper crane, Suke immediately returned to the Heavenly Master's office, and was somewhat puzzled upon seeing his master's appearance. He had heard the elders guarding the True Yang mention that his master still had at least a decade of lifespan left, yet now he appeared to be on the brink of death. I am already in decline, and having sustained some injuries, my obsessions have faded, causing my spirit to Zhang Jingfang naturally understood his disciple's thoughts, and explained with a smile, I, an old man, have lived for 356 years, I have experienced everything, and have lived enough. Back in the day, the world was dark, and ghostly beings ran rampant, seeking to annihilate my Heavenly Master's office. At that time, your master ancestor was at the peak of the Earth Master realm, still needing to slay one corpse. To save the situation, he forcibly broke through to the Heavenly Master realm, and while he overcame the crisis, he also became demonic, and in the end I had to personally intervene to slay him. Even the very soul of your master ancestor was shattered by me. Zhang Jingfang's murky gaze held reminiscence, as if the scenes of that year were still vivid before him. When the ghostly nature surpasses humanity, it's fate. Even I, after death, though I can persist for a time, will ultimately become a ghost. Now that you have reached the Heavenly Master realm, I can rest easy. So after I pass, you must ensure that my soul is shattered. This is a widely accepted practice among the Taoist sects. Though it is considered highly unorthodox, the world is such. No one wishes to meet their former master and elders in battle. Even if that ghostly being possesses the memories of the elder, it is not the elder. Every seemingly absurd rule often has a blood lesson behind it. Zhang Jingfang looked at Su Ke with piercing eyes, his expression solemn. Good disciple, since the founding of Longhu Mountain by my ancestor, every heavenly master must bear the Zhang surname. I intend to have you inherit the position of heavenly master bearing the Zhang name. Me. Su Ke was at a loss for words. He had just arrived at the great real person's residence, and before he could utter a single word, he was already clearly arranged by Zhang Jingfang. I won't do it. I refuse to change my surname. Rascal. Bestowing a surname does not erase the original. It is a matter of the Tao lineage. Zhang Jingfang was instantly furious, blowing his beard and glaring. Within the Heavenly Master's office, there were countless disciples who dreamed of being granted the Zhang surname, yet could not. This rascal was actually resisting. Master, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Su Ke quickly spoke up. After all, he was not a local, and did not place importance on this so-called Heavenly Master position. Moreover, he would leave sooner or later. Was it just to indulge in the title of Heavenly Master? Furthermore, Master, the ghostly nature can indeed suppress humanity, but have you heard another saying? What saying? Divine nature surpasses ghostly nature. Su Ke chuckled lightly. Also, Master, you used to call me Heavenly Master Realm. I didn't mind your reasoning. But now that I have broken through to refining the spirit and returning to the void, what should you call me? Upon saying this, Zhang Jingfang was stunned, staring at Su Ke for a long time, as if he had seen a ghost. Su Ke had just broken through to the Heavenly Master Realm less than a year ago, and now he had reached refining the spirit and returning to the void. How could his cultivation progress so rapidly? It was simply unheard of and unseen. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? Very good, truly worthy of being my excellent disciple. You are destined for immortality. Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard and laughed heartily, then furrowed his brow and asked, Good disciple, what do you mean by divine nature surpassing ghostly nature? Of course it means sealing the gods. Su Ke walked to the edge of the great real person's residence, gazing at the vast world. Master, please note, I will make the following arrangements. In half a year, I intend to gather the world's yin energy in front of the Wanfa sect's altar at Longhu Mountain, establish the underworld, and confer deities. At that time, all Taoist sects from around the world will be invited to witness the ceremony. While the various sects were still engaged in exorcising spirits, a message spread rapidly from Longhu Mountain throughout the entire Dezhou dynasty. Su Ke has broken through to the realm of alchemy, returning to void. As this news spread, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb, leaving the sects in a state of confusion. Alchemy returning to void. The only one in the world. In the early days of the revival of spiritual energy, the strongest was merely the refinement of essence into qi, with the true person realm being the ceiling. As time passed, the refinement of qi into spirit appeared, giving rise to the human master realm. During this time, countless friends in the Tao perished due to the issues with the 5 demons. Until now, finally, someone has broken through to alchemy, returning to void. In just a short time, the practitioners of the world have named this realm the Tao Master Realm. It signifies a teacher of the Tao paving a new path. However, while the news of the breakthrough was shocking, what truly drove them mad was the subsequent news. Su Ke plans to gather the yin energy of heaven and earth at the Wanfa sect's altar in Longhu Mountain in half a year and establish the underworld, as well as appoint deities. Gather the yin energy. Establish the underworld. Appoint deities. Any one of these would be enough to provoke immense waves. Who doesn't know that in today's world the yin energy is everywhere, and there is no place of peace, not even Longhu Mountain. If he could gather the yin energy, it would mean that when a person dies they would no longer turn into ghosts. This is a benefit to all living beings, truly a tremendous merit. After all, who would want to extinguish the soul of their loved ones with their own hands? If the underworld is established, it would allow the living to be at ease in the world and the dead to have a place of return, reshaping the order of yin and yang in heaven and earth. It would also establish laws, set up a system of officials, appoint deities to wield divine rights, and make the various yin officials carry out their duties, binding the spirits of the world with divine authority. In this way, the spirits would no longer be feared. Then once one obtains divine authority, does it not mean immortality? In an instant, the sects of the world no longer cared about the half-year period. Each of them wished they had wings to rush to Longhu Mountain immediately. Year 18 of Yoning, June 6th. a date of good fortune suitable for sacrificing to heaven and swearing oaths welcoming good omens. At Longhu Mountain the altar of Wanfa was a sea of people. The Maoshan sect, Gazao sect, Xinshao sect, Qingwei sect. Not only did the sects of the world gather, but even the royal family of Dezhao came. Many people had already been staying at Longhu Mountain for half a year. Although many of them were older than Su Ke, no one disturbed him. After all, he was the foremost Dao master. The respect due was essential. Instead, everyone was pulling Zhang Jingfang, expressing their feelings. Master Zhang, I regret it. The aged master Xuandu cried sadly, his eyes reddened, wishing he could glare Zhang Jingfang to death. Back then the old fellow Zhao Wujie invited me, but when I heard you when I didn't descend the mountain. And yet you profited bringing back a genius. As Su Ke's strength grew stronger, his deeds gradually. Although no one knew what happened before the 8th year of Yongning ever since he was brought back to the master's residence by Zhang Jingfang, his subsequent experiences had long been known throughout the world. Even the common folk could discuss it with relish. Many sect leaders couldn't help but think if only they had encountered Su Ke back then and brought him back to their own sect, how wonderful that would have been. Although the sects of the world were originally one family, could the Su Ke of the master's residence be the same as the Su Ke of the Gazao sect? Zhang Jingfang stroked his beard, feeling a sense of unprecedented clarity in his Dao heart. It made him feel as if he only needed to meditate for a few months to break through his cultivation. But he held back. After all that good disciple of his had promised him, he left him a good position. At this moment a series of melodious bell sounds rang out. Friends of the Dao, the time has come, please follow me to the altar of Wanfa. Zhang Jingfang spoke up to invite. Let's go together. Move, move, move. The group exited the Grand True Person's residence and headed toward the altar of Wanfa. At this moment the square in front of the Sanqing Hall was already packed with practitioners from various sects. Fortunately this area had increased in elevation due to the revival of spiritual energy, and the square had been expanded several times. Otherwise it would indeed be difficult to accommodate so many people. The 5 demons and 6 thieves, 3 corpses are to test the state of the heart, so that we can break through without being influenced by yin energy, avoiding falling into demonic ways. If Brother Su can truly gather the yin energy of heaven and earth, then won't future cultivation be free from worries about the inadequacy of the heart? Is this a blessing or a curse? Naturally it is a good thing. In this way there will be no more worries about becoming demonic. I think not necessarily, without tempering. If the heart cannot keep up under the explosive growth of power, disasters will surely arise. It is hard to guarantee that no one will take advantage of their cultivation to do evil. This reasoning is incorrect. Can one give up the whole to avoid a small loss? As long as order is established, everything can be controlled. If we hesitate out of concern when encountering the calamities of spirits in the future, how will we respond? You are arguing fallaciously. Your reasoning is distorted. Stop arguing. Look, Brother Su is coming. Flying. No spells. Just by the flesh. Crossing the void. Is this alchemy returning to void? Everyone turned their gazes to the source of the sound. They saw a figure flying from the direction of the Sanqing Hall, quickly landing on the altar of Wanfa. Su Ke stood at the top of the altar, his gaze sweeping over those below. There were his master Zhang Jingfang, master Xuandu of the Gazao sect, and Zhao Wujie of Dezhao. Familiar faces filled his view. This time he did not perform any tricks like in the martial arts world, placing a lotus under his feet. After all, he had learned it long ago. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs to cure the troubles of spirits. Su Ke got straight to the point, his voice echoing across the lands. Today I wish to open the netherworld, establish the underworld, gather the yin energy of heaven and earth, and appoint divine offices. Saying this, he did not speak further, directly initiating the process, raising his hand to summon. Come. A beam of golden light shot out from his Dan palace, transforming into a miniature palace suspended before him. This was the Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Also a key. Also a power. It represented the netherworld of this realm. Expand. Su Ke's magical power surged forth. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace expanded with the wind, and in an instant it reached several hundred zhang, growing larger with the passing time. The practitioners below the altar stared in amazement. When had they ever seen such a treasure? It actually expanded with the wind. But the next moment they were all dumbfounded. Not enough. Su Ke silently thought. In just 2 breaths his magical power was completely drained. Obviously with his current cultivation he was not yet able to unleash it without restraint. Su Ke slapped his head, then again slapped his head, and then slapped his head once more. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. They were all dumbfounded. What was he doing? Did I just see Brother Su commit suicide? Or was I seeing things? Just as everyone was puzzled, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace had already expanded to a height of 1,000 zhang. Go. Suke didn't care how they thought activating his power. The heavenly palace crashed into the void. Stabilize. The sky responded with a crack, and streams of cold, energy surged out from within. Suke nodded slightly at this sight, pointed his finger, and the Fengdu heavenly palace instantly rushed inside. Yin and Yang are out of order. Life and death have no return. Today, in the name of Suke, I open the netherworld and establish the underworld. The underworld established. The city of Fengdu manifest. In a daze and confusion, the cultivators felt their minds sway, as if their gazes pierced through the fissures of space, revealing the scenes within. As dark as ink and desolate, a ray of golden light pierced through the darkness as the Fengdu heavenly palace descended upon a realm of the underworld, its dazzling radiance gradually spreading outward. In an instant, countless phantom buildings flickered into view, their outlines growing clearer as they materialized around the heavenly palace. The city of the wrong dead 10 halls of Yama, the judge's mansion, the 18 layers of hell appear. The bridge of forgetting, the stone of 3 lives, the river of oblivion, the road to the yellow springs, the ghost gate. Palaces rose from the ground in succession, gradually coming into the sight of the cultivators. Words manifest as law. Master Xuandu gasped in astonishment, his heart filled with shock. Could this be the power of the realm of spiritual refinement returning to emptiness, opening the yin-yang, and establishing the underworld? Other cultivators were equally shaken by this scene, their eyes glued, afraid to miss any detail. Suke exhaled lightly, scanning the expressions of the crowd. In truth, the realm of spiritual refinement returning to emptiness was not so miraculous. This was entirely the merit of the Fengdu heavenly palace, a key born together with the underworld. Whoever refined it could construct the underworld. Of course, if others were to do so, they might need to break through to the realm of emptiness to succeed. Due to insufficient magical power. It was a pity for the great Ghost King. Had he been strong enough, he might have already become the lord of the underworld. This was the authority of this realm. The great emperor of Fengdu. All realms possess an underworld. However, each underworld is independent, akin to a connecting organization. Beings from other worlds can reincarnate into this realm, while beings from this realm, due to the dense energy, turn into spirits upon death and cannot reincarnate. This world is still in the stage of spiritual energy revival, slowly recovering. Currently, the realm of spiritual refinement returning to emptiness is the limit. The spiritual energy cannot support cultivators in breaking through to the realm of emptiness. But as time passes and the world evolves with spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant, not to mention breaking through to the realm of emptiness, even becoming an immortal, is not impossible. Suke waved his hand, as if the energy in the world had found its home. A fierce wind blew and countless strands of energy gathered from all directions. Strand by strand, thread by thread. The crack of the underworld greedily absorbed the energy like a pisho, only allowing entry and no exit. The once scorching weather turned cool at this moment. Many cultivators felt their hearts lighten, as if the shackles above their heads had vanished. Rumbling. Am I about to break through? Shoujun's face was filled with astonishment. He had been stuck at the perfected human teacher realm for a long time, unable to subdue the 6 thieves. Yet now he could clearly feel the loosening of his bottleneck. Suddenly, with the spiritual energy pouring down, the winds rose and clouds surged. Shoujun's cultivation instantly broke through, stepping into the Earth Master realm. And at this moment, it was not just Shoujun. Cultivators from various Dao sects all sensed something. The true person realm broke through to the human teacher realm. The human teacher realm broke through to the Earth Master realm. Then immediately, spiritual energy pouring down the heavenly master realm break. Mao Jiao from Maoshan laughed skyward, his aura suddenly surging. Not only him, but 2 other powerful auras also soared from within the Dao sect. 3 beams of spiritual energy enveloped them, their bodies floating as 3 individuals instantly ascended to the heavenly master realm. The 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses that had troubled the inner pill cultivators for years seemed to become mere decorations at this moment. Although still valuing the state of mind, the requirements were no longer as extreme as before. If one state of mind does not keep up, disaster will ensue. Nonsense. Finally, no longer tortured by the 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses to the point of wanting to ascend. Great kindness, I the poor Taoist Mao Jiao, on behalf of Maoshan, thank Emperor Suke for his nurturing grace. The Mount Shu sect Wu Ming thanks the Emperor for his fulfillment. The Xinjiao sect Chen Yun appreciates the Emperor's great virtue. We thank the Emperor for his fulfillment. May the Emperor be everlasting and attain the Tao early. The Emperor regulates the energy of heaven and earth, protecting the peace of all beings. May the Emperor's Tao fortune be long-lasting and the great Tao immortal. The voices of gratitude from the cultivators soared into the sky. Suke nodded slightly. He presides over the Fengdu Heavenly Palace and has opened the underworld, so such titles are not incorrect. Now the underworld is established. The Yin energy has been gathered. Then it's time to confer deities. This is a process that has long been announced to the world. All cultivators' breaths grew heavier, their gazes fixed on Suke. Even Grandmaster Xuandu of the Hizeo sect and Zhao Wuji of the Dazhao dynasty were no exception. To receive a divine position, divine Dao empowerment, immortality. The limit lifespan for refining qi into spirit is 400 years. The limit lifespan for spiritual refinement returning to emptiness is 1,000 years. It may seem like a long lifespan, but one will inevitably die. Once one obtains the divine position of the Yin officials, the divine nature can suppress the ghostly nature, allowing for eternal existence. Suke's thoughts stirred slightly, and the Fengdu Heavenly Palace shot out from the underworld, landing back in his palm. Zhang Jingfang, the 35th Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, inheritor of the Dao lineage, bearer of the talismans, slayer of evil, and protector of all beings, has cultivated for hundreds of years, diligently working day and night, meeting disasters with compassion. His heart is utmost benevolence, and his path is most righteous. I preside over the order of Yin and Yang today, establishing the underworld, conferring deities, proclaiming to all beings of heaven and earth. I hereby decree Zhang Jingfang as the Lord of Mount Tai, overseeing the life and death fortunes of all under heaven, presiding over the East Mount's Yin court, governing all the Yin officials of the underworld forever, enjoying the incense of the human world. Moreover, I bestow him the honorable title of the Great Emperor of the East Mount. As soon as the words fell, a beam of golden light shot from the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, instantly enveloping Zhang Jingfang, endowing him with divine authority. Zhang Jingfang felt refreshed, his spirit clear, instantly understanding his responsibilities. He suppressed the tumult within, not performing the great rites of lord and subject, but deeply bowed to Suke, filled with emotion. Having already been a decaying body with a lifespan nearing its end, he never expected that by taking on a disciple, he would one day be conferred as the Great Emperor of the East Mount. Indeed, a good position. Not only could he continue to cultivate during his life, but after death, he could also return to the underworld and hold divine authority. We pay our respects to the Great Emperor of the East Mount. All sect cultivators bowed in unison. At this moment, how regretful, how regretful. Master Xuandu felt like he had bitten into a lemon. Were it not for having already subdued the 5 demons, 6 thieves, and 3 corpses, his state of mind would be stable. He was afraid he would want nothing more than to strangle Zhang Jingfang and take his place. Suke ignored this, his voice still resonant. I decree Xuandu as the Eastern Ghost Emperor, governing all the Yin official courts in the East, guarding the Ghost Gate. I decree Zhao Wuji as the Western Ghost Emperor, governing all the Yin official courts in the West, adjudicating the souls of the deceased. I decree Shou Qing as the first Hall's King of Qingguang. I decree Shou Zhen as the second Hall's King of Chujiang. I decree Jing Xian to preside over the Bridge of Forgetting's reincarnation, granting the position of Meng Pe. Each divine position was rapidly conferred. Those who were conferred could not hide their joy, while those who were not called were deeply disappointed. Fortunately, with the Yin energy of heaven and earth now stabilizing, most of the cultivators present had good states of mind. Disappointment aside, no one felt it was unfair. I hope the Emperor shows mercy. I earnestly request the Emperor to show mercy. Everyone, do not be anxious. Suke raised his hand, and his voice resonated throughout the venue. What is conferred this time are all righteous gods of the underworld, and the slots are inherently limited. Now that the underworld is newly established and in need of development, many positions for Yin officials are still vacant. In the future, the divine positions of the Yin officials in various places will be assessed based on your virtues and merits by the Great Emperor of the East Mount, who will confer them on your behalf. You all only need to cultivate diligently and accumulate Yin virtue, and there will be opportunities for divine conferment. Upon hearing this, others felt indifferent. However, Zhang Jingfang sensed something was amiss. Is this a matter of entrusting the future? This realm, after all, is too small. Even though the spiritual energy is gradually abundant, it has little effect on Suke. Had it not been for the unresolved issues of the world's dark energy, new specters would continually arise, perhaps even returning. He might have left long ago. Suke glanced at Zhang Jingfang, and then at Jing Xian. In a daze, it felt as if he saw the path he had traversed, glimpsing the red-robed specter and a flash of golden light. He saw the eager eyes, the trusting gazes, the figures charging towards the specters. United in heart, braving the storm, struggling forward. This world is sick. Yet the people of this world are not sick. That's good. I am not of this realm. I have descended into this realm, and along the way I have been blessed by my sect, treated sincerely by my junior brothers and sisters, and trusted by various sects. I feel unworthy of such kindness. Suke spoke. Now I have already sealed the divine, established the laws, stabilized the order, my worldly ties are resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, the reactions of the crowd varied. Some were incredulous while others suddenly realized. No wonder there was no trace of Suke before the 8th year of Yongning. Suke looked at the familiar faces and smiled. I intend to ascend. Oh, I hope all of you fellow Taoists will diligently cultivate, refine your hearts, ascend the path early, and not forget your original intentions as you forge ahead, living up to your youth. The road to immortality is long. If we ever meet again, let us toast and celebrate. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the disciples from the Heavenly Master's residence became complex. Some had red eyes filled with reluctance. Some looked reverent, full of admiration. But more importantly, the cultivators from various sects bowed together. They did not care about Suke's origins, nor did they care about who he was. They only knew that he was their nephew, their senior brother, their Su Daoyu. They only knew that it was Suke who subdued the specters and quelled the dark energy. Without Suke, how would this realm end? No one knew. Suke flicked his fingers, and the miniature Fengdu heavenly palace transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the underworld, disappearing without a trace. Then Suke bowed deeply to Zhang Jingfang and cupped his hands towards the cultivators of various sects. The mountains are high, the roads are long, the green waters flow. Oh, let us part ways here. Fellow Taoists, please. After saying this, Suke was about to use his innate ability to depart. Just then a golden light shot out from the underworld. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet. The Fengdu heavenly palace broke through the air and instantly entered Suke's Niwen palace. Even if you are not the emperor of Fengdu in this realm, you still have to take me along. Suke sensed the aggrieved intention from the Fengdu heavenly palace, chuckled, and no longer insisted. His figure then vanished without a trace. At the altar of the 10,000 Laws sect before the Sanqing Hall, the cultivators from various sects all bowed deeply, their voices rolling up to the clouds. We humbly send off the emperor. May the emperor's path be free of calamities, and may the Tao be eternal. We humbly send off senior brother. May senior brother be safe and free for years to come. We humbly send off Tao brother. Records of the history chronicles of the Chaos Celestial Master, Suke, known as Chaos, is referred to as the ancestor of the Fengdu Tao. In the 8th year of Yongning, he appeared in the wild and encountered a fierce ghost. Zhang Tianshi saw him, was astonished by his talent, was overjoyed, and intervened to save him, thus taking him as a personal disciple and granting him the Tao title Chaos. In May, he subdued the 5 demons. He entered the Imperial Edict Pavilion, dedicating himself to study for 4 years, comprehensively reviewing the Taoist scriptures. When a great battle was imminent, he had an epiphany and advanced to the Master Realm. He merged the 100 extremes, created the human emperor, traversed yin and yang, and focused on cutting down Taoist paths. Wherever he passed, he slayed 8 ghost commanders and 67 ghost generals, with the rest being countless. The specters trembled in fear and dared not act rashly. Later he observed the sea of clouds and subdued the 6 bandits, achieving profound understanding. Hearing of the fall of the celestial pride of the Taoist sects, he was filled with uncontrollable rage and vowed to return the favor 100-fold, advancing to the Earth Master Realm. He ventured alone into the vast mountains, battling for half a year, slaying 540 ghost commanders and 2,540 ghost generals, with the rest being countless. He had reached a point where just mentioning Suke would cause fear. The 4 seas were peaceful. After 3 years of silence, his Tao heart became harmonious, and he ascended to the rank of Celestial Master. Suddenly hearing that Zhang Tianshi intended to sacrifice himself for the Tao, he couldn't bear it, and re-entered the vast mountains to fight against the ghost horde. 36 human emperors stepped forth, exterminating the 5 major ghost kings, slaying 3,200 ghost commanders and 25,400 ghost generals, with the rest being countless. The specters were terrified, and there were no more ghost kings in the world. After another half-year, his cultivation advanced, his Tao techniques became profound, breaking through to the realm of refining the divine and returning to the void, earning the title of the #1 Tao Master in the world, shocking the Taoist sects and earning respect from myriad cultivators. He then refined the Fengdu heavenly palace, wielded authority, quelled the dark energy, opened the underworld, established the netherworld, conferred deities, determined the order of reincarnation, and pacified the souls of the deceased. With his merits fulfilled, he broke through the void and ascended. For generations, humans and specters alike revered and feared him, eternally honoring him as the emperor ancestor of Fengdu Tao. How many springs and autumns have passed? In the underworld, the blackness was as ink and the cold wind howled. The ghost soldiers escorted the souls of the deceased into the city. At the Naiha Bridge there was a shop with a Taoist nun. The shop was Meng Pa's cake shop. The Taoist nun wore her hair in a bun with a round face, standing elegantly. The souls of the deceased lined up in long queues. Jing Xian handed over a piece of cake. Past affairs are but fleeting clouds. Eat the Meng Pa cake, and forget the past. Come and swallow. After a long while Jing Xian took a moment to look back. Inside the cake shop there was an offering table. On the offering table cakes were placed with incense, smoke curling upwards. Hanging above was a portrait. In the painting Su Ke stood atop the altar of the 10,000 Laws sect with a face like jade and a spirited demeanor, holding the heavenly palace, his figure towering. Countless cultivators stood solemnly around him, all looking up with respect in their eyes. Jing Xian gazed at the portrait and smiled gently. Chaos, senior brother, I am Jing Xian. In the main world in Su Garden, Su Ke's figure appeared in the living room looking around. 10 years in the illusory world, only 10 days had passed in the main world. A layer of thin dust had settled in the living room. Su Ke turned his palm, and a cleansing talisman appeared infused with spiritual power and thrown forward. A gentle breeze swept through, taking away all the dust. In an instant the living room was restored to its pristine state. Su Ke then took a can of cola from the refrigerator, lay on the sofa, and began to drink. The 10 years in the illusory world brought immense gains. All attributes had significantly improved. Now he possessed a total of 13 talents. If he stayed in the illusory world for another 4 years, he would be able to draw the 14th talent. But he was not attached, he would find out what the talent was sooner or later. It was nothing more than values and mechanics. The currencies circulating in the illusory world remained gold. 5,000 taels of gold daily. Over 10 years he accumulated a total of 19.03 million taels of gold, amounting to 951.5 tons. The capacity of his spatial storage increased from 754 cubic meters to 16600 cubic meters. Finally, Su Ke's gaze landed on the panel. Name Su Ke. Cultivation 10th stage, initial stage of refining the divine and returning to the void perfection of the undying realm. Talent 5,738. Comprehension 4,716. Life 1000000. Lifespan 7,836. Techniques, Hunyuan Post, General Principles of Martial Arts, Inner Alchemy, Dao Song. Spells 10,000, Thunder, Righteous Method 8, Great Mantras, Numerous Talismans, Human Emperor Steps, 5 Arts of Mountain Medicine. Talents, Immortality, Rich Father, Heavenly Tao, Rewards, Diligence, Spatial Storage, Thoughts across the heavens, Self-provided Spring Water, Your life is my life, all laws return to One Proof, Eternal Proof, Soul, Immortality, Heaven-defying Talent, Heaven-defying Comprehension, Perpetual Motion Machine. Meanwhile, in space above the moon, ding. Warning, global energy monitoring detects anomalous fluctuations, initiating highest level scan. Ding, life signs detected. Humanoid energy grade assessed above the 9th tier. The body is actively absorbing cosmic energy and shows potential to break through to Xinxing level. Ding, database comparison, severely unbalanced parameters, abnormal target cannot be parsed, presents a major unknown risk. Initiate eradication protocol immediately. Eradication sequence begins. Su Yuan. Su Ke withdrew his gaze from the status panel, tossed the cola bottle into the bin, belched, turned from the living room, and walked into the courtyard. 10 days ago, I was only 7th tier. You could kill me in an instant, I admit that. But now my physical body is 9th tier, and my Night and Tao is 10th tier. Can you still one-shot me? No sooner had he stepped out than he looked up. The night was fair, and a few stars were visible. At that moment, a strand of energy descended from the heavens. The energy was formless and colorless, invisible to the naked eye. But Su Ke's gaze shimmered with golden light. His mystic eye had been opened. Under the mystic eye the beam stood out plainly. The power contained within was unbearably fierce. It moved with blinding speed. Almost the instant he looked up it arrived, and in an instant enveloped him. Tearing, rending. It felt as though 1,000 hands gripped his body and pulled it in every direction, gradually annihilating all matter. First his hair, then flesh and bone. Vaporized in an instant, returning to nothingness. Life 1. 12 seconds. Su Ke's silhouette reconstituted. To endure 12 seconds on mere flesh alone. Does that count as being one-shotted or not? He remembered it very clearly. Last time he could not even sense where the attack had come from. He looked up and was killed instantly. Now, however, he could see the energy's trajectory. People fear the unknown. But now that there was a trace to follow, he refused to remain passive. Then I'll assemble my armor. Golden Light Charm activate. Taishang Yinxing Life Preserving Talisman, Liujia Bibbing Protective Talisman, Songguang Protective Talisman. Golden light flared as talismans poured from the void within his sleeves, blessing his body. Dozens of defensive talismans stacked layer upon layer, their colors interweaving and making him seem like a descending god. After sealing his armor, Su Ke looked up again. The same beam of energy descended anew. Vast yet precise, expansive where necessary, and minute where required. It did not bother with any flourish. Every filament of energy was designed to annihilate the target. 3 seconds and the Taishang Yinxing talisman shattered. 4 seconds later the second talisman broke. 64 talismans in all. Some could not last 3 seconds, some endured 7. In total they held for roughly 5 minutes. Then another 3 minutes passed. The golden light charm gradually dimmed, flickered, and finally dissipated as its magic was exhausted. Life 1. 8 minutes. Good, couldn't one-shot me. Then it's my turn. Su Ke revived once more, reforged his armor, golden light swirling as he surged skyward. I can die countless times, you have only one chance. Outside Su Yuan, inside a residential building, Su Jinbang burst in with staff, carrying an array of precision instruments. Xiaoyan, come quick and help install the new generation energy detector. This unit just arrived from the research center. Its effective monitoring radius reaches 5 kilometers. In theory, it can even capture the energy fluctuations of 9th-tier practitioners. This time it certainly won't overload. With such an unknown power appearing in Rongqing, whether to approach or observe, they must first ascertain the facts. After all, there is a saying online. If Xiaogui truly enters the cultivation era of its 1 billion people, at least 2 billion might be perverse cultivators. The arrival of strange beasts has already left the Special Administration Bureau overwhelmed, and now there is another Su Ke. Human nature is complex, power inflates, and can lead one astray. Especially since Su Ke is still a sophomore and has just suffered the foster parents' fatal accident. At that age, impulsiveness and unstable temperament are almost inevitable. If someone inadvertently provokes him and the target flies into a rage, it could be a disaster. Team leader Su, the equipment is installed. The target is still at Su Yuan, right? A technician asked, can we power it on and run a test now? Yes, test it immediately. Su Jinbang hurried closer. At that moment Lin Xiao cried from the window, leader sister Fei, come look. There's an immortal in the sky. An immortal? Su Jinbang and the others froze and turned to the window. They watched a figure wreathed in golden light shoot up toward the heavens. Everyone was stunned, minds blank. What the hell? He flew away. Is this martial training or cultivation? Suddenly the energy detector screamed a piercing alarm. Smoke hissed from the device, and the screen immediately went dark. Silence fell. Su Jinbang and the others exchanged bewildered looks before turning to the technician. Perhaps the target is simply abnormal. Its energy tier exceeded the machine's capacity. Please understand. Su Jinbang sighed, took out his phone, and dialed. Commander Fong, I have a report. You may not believe the subject we were observing burst into golden light and flew away. When Su Ke's physical body was still at the 9th tier, his speed had already surpassed 1500 ms. Now, having broken through to the early phase of the refinement of spirit and returned to the void, his flight velocity rose dramatically. At full exertion, heedless of consumption, his speed shot up to 500 meters per second. In roughly 30 seconds, he pierced the atmosphere. In about 2 minutes, he left Earth and entered the void of space. Yet to reach the moon still required 21 hours. As Su Ke departed the planet, all the wind that had trailed him fell away into silence. Space spread outward like an endless abyss, utterly dark, yet faint threads of cosmic energy drifted through the void from every direction. Su Ke drew those currents to himself, as if he were a magnet. Part of it was the result of his heaven-defying aptitude, actively absorbing the energy and continually fortifying his flesh. Another portion, however, was fired straight from the direction of the moon, a beam as precise as a line. Was the other party using cosmic energy to carry out a remote extermination? A flash of realization flickered in Su Ke's eyes. He glanced down at the earth beneath him, accelerated, and set his course for the moon. This method was formidable, yet not absolute. It was potent because an unknown presence on the moon could monitor the entire globe and concentrate an attack that traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers to reach Earth and erase a target in an instant. It was not supreme because the cosmos was saturated with energy, and Earth was no exception. If an opponent were truly overwhelming, they might only need a thought to marshal the cosmic energy surrounding Earth itself to execute the annihilation. There would be no need to initiate an attack from the moon across such a distance. Though both assaults would arrive in an instant, their implications were entirely different. Su Ke charged headlong into the violent energy assault. Come on, is that all you've got? You think you can kill me? Life 1. The next instant his figure reappeared, a golden talisman glowed as he hastily layered on defensive seals. Again, on the lunar surface pockmarked with craters nestled in one hollow lay a crystal sphere. But in the next moment, ding, Detected life signs consistent with a humanoid, immediately classifying as a clearance target. Extermination begins. The crystal sphere flared once more and unleashed another, but in the next moment ding. Detected life signs consistent with a humanoid, immediately classifying as a clearance target. Extermination begins. The crystal sphere flared once more and unleashed another beam. As time went by, the light on the surface of the crystal dimmed and the beams waned. Ding. Extermination successful. Ding. Initiating extermination. Ding. System reboot failed, commencing ding ding ding. Data anomaly, energy overdraft. Extermination failed, target abnormal, data error, unable to parse. Target violates laws, contravenes known rules. Data corruption followed. The energy beams vanished completely. A few hours later, a silhouette flew through space, descended onto the moon, and began searching along the trail of the earlier energy fluctuations. Soon Su-Kei found the object and stood before the crystal sphere. So this is the thing. At first glance it looked no different from an ordinary crystal orb, translucent and glass-like light passing through it easily, revealing no outward peculiarity. You only killed me a paltry 67 times, little brother. Still not enough. Su-Kei shook his head, tucked the sphere into the whirl pocket of his sleeve, then struck his own crown with a palm. His head shattered into pieces. Earth, Sugarden, the living room. Su-Kei's form appeared on the sofa, as if from nowhere. He had effectively tagged the moon. The route he traveled could be used for instant teleportation, next time sparing him the long, tedious flight. He even planned to mark the entire space around Earth in the future. Su-Kei took the crystal orb out and placed it on the tea table. What exactly is this thing? He was certain the energy beams he had encountered earlier were emitted by this device. Now whether he stepped outside and gazed at the sky or cultivated on his training mound to absorb cosmic energy, he would no longer be struck by those beams. Why then was everything now silent? At that moment Su-Kei frowned and willed a thought. Fengdu Tiangong immediately flew out from Naiwan Gong and hovered in the air. Su-Kei soon perceived the intent transmitted by the heavenly palace. Can you handle this? Fengdu Tiangong trembled, its doors thundered open, and it swallowed the crystal orb from the tea table, the palace surface flickering with gold. Before long the golden light faded, the doors opened again, and the crystal orb was spat back onto the table. Was it solved? The whole affair had taken less than a minute. The orb's surface regained some luster, inside something seemed to circulate. Su-Kei had only just picked it up when a mechanical voice sounded ding. Detected intelligent life, please register exclusive soul imprint to complete ownership binding. Ownership. Su-Kei concentrated, the power of his primordial spirit swept forth. As his spirit seeped into the crystal, the identification program completed. Soul imprint recorded, permissions bound. At the same time a block of basic information flooded into his mind. Yinling clan. Monitor number 10086. The crystal contained a great deal of foundational data. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as fodder. The evolution of life is impartial. Yet Earth's evolution was not fair. Rather than a revival of spiritual energy, it was more accurate to call it a revival of demon chi. Su-Kei frowned. Earth is a breeding farm. Yes, master. The crystal's surface trembled, and a voice answered. The Yinling clan requires bloodline elixirs refined from high-tier aberrant beasts, so they spread Dili Jiang to accelerate the evolution of the world's beasts. It is like farming on Earth. The wild beasts are the seeds, and the Dili Jiang is the fertilizer. One simply waits for the crop to mature and then harvests it. As for why humans evolved slowly, this mechanism was never intended for them. Humans might reap some benefits, but their absorption efficiency was extremely low, so their evolution lagged far behind the beasts. Su-Kei nodded, and then asked, then what about malice? Who harvests? When does the harvest take place? Master, it is not malice in the sense you mean, merely the predator's instinct to hunt prey. To the aberrant beasts, humans are food. The harvesting is carried out by statues that remain dormant across the globe. Each statue houses a primordial cell. Once awakened, they possess Xingxing-level power and are tools designed specifically to harvest high-tier aberrant beasts. When the harvest reaches 100,000 heads, I as the monitor will transmit the information back to the terminal. Su-Kei listened and frowned slightly. From the crystal's database, he had already learned the breakdown of cultivational tiers. From the 1st to the 9th tier, there were no special names for that period, was merely foundational. The focus was on fortifying the physique, tempering the body, and polishing the flesh to the utmost in preparation to withstand cosmic energy. Any flesh and blood life is composed of cells. For example, a human body contains roughly 37 trillion cells. To hone the body to perfection and after surpassing the 9th tier, one must absorb cosmic energy to activate 10% of those cells. If each activated cell nurtures a trace of primordial power, one may break through to the Jinxing level. Of course, if the body is not honed to its peak and one forcefully absorbs cosmic energy, it will cause massive cellular necrosis and death. That was also why Su Ke felt pain when he absorbed cosmic energy. He survived entirely because of the spring water inherent to him that mitigated the harm. Upon breaking to the 10th tier, the natural rate of cellular apoptosis drops to 1/10 that of an ordinary person. A lifespan may reach 1,000 years and space travel becomes feasible. The 11th tier, the planetanilating level, requires a second activation of the cells. The cell's primordial energy storage surges tenfold. Natural apoptosis slows to 1/365th of normal, extending lifespan to 36,000 years and granting the capacity to destroy Earth-like planets. The 12th tier, the Tianhuang level, demands further compression of the cells to birth a cellular black hole. Lifespan may reach 300,000 years. The 13th tier, the primordial level, is when the black hole cell transforms into a primordial cell that can freely alter bodily scale. Lifespan 3 million years, and one awakens mastery over any single domain among metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, or yang. The 14th tier, the law level, opens the primordial cell into a microscopic world to comprehend the power of law. A lifespan 10 million years, and even a remnant amount of cells can reconstruct the body. These tier descriptions all came from the crystal's database. As for higher echelons, the 15th is the world level and the 16th the eternal level. Su Ke only knew their names. The database contained no detailed records. So the primordial cell inside that stone monkey at Eshan came from a primordial level expert. Yes, master. Su Ke nodded again. Then if these statues handle the harvesting, why did you attempt to exterminate me? The statues perform the hunts. The crystal continued. My duty is to lock the planet's upper limit of power and eliminate anomalous existences. Should any aberrant beast evolve interstellar capability and try to escape this breeding world, I remotely strike it down. I must ensure all aberrant beasts remain on the planet and that no Jinxing-level prey escapes, thereby guaranteeing the stability of resource yields. Hearing this, Su Ke's mouth twitched. No wonder when he first gazed at the stars nothing happened. But after returning from the martial world with only 6th-tier strength, he was immediately targeted for extermination. No wonder he was attacked when cultivating on his mound and absorbing cosmic energy. So he had been classified as an anomalous existence. Su Ke fell silent for a moment. So all of this was not aimed specifically at humanity. Correct, master. In the Yanlang clan's eyes, Earth's humans are insignificant within the breeding grounds. Their survival or extinction simply does not factor into consideration. The collapse of human civilization from rampant aberrant beasts is merely a side effect of this farming program. Humans are merely insects. If they are destroyed, what does it matter? Damn it, there's always someone trying to ruin my game. Su Ke couldn't help but curse. According to the information from the crystal ball, the Yanlang clan governs a total of 23 star systems, and the Milky Way is merely the most remote one among them. In the Milky Way, the number of stars is estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion, with approximately 300 million potentially habitable planets. The Yanlang clan has discovered nearly 5 million planets with intelligent life, but to date only about 6.0 have been developed. Now, due to the tense battle with the Centaur clan, in order to obtain more bloodline potions, the Yanlang clan has dispatched ships to various planets to spread the imperial flow essence, promoting growth. Earth is just an inconspicuous planet among them. After the Yanlang clan ship arrived at Earth, it directly scattered the imperial flow essence and original cells, leaving behind a crystal ball before departing, not even taking a second look. So regardless of whether it's humans or beasts, as long as they haven't broken through to the 9th level, even if all these statues awaken, they will only watch and won't take any action to hunt. Yes, master, as long as the strength mechanism hasn't been triggered, they are mere puppets. What about the Dao and martial arts? Su Ke demonstrated his Dao technique. The crystal ball shimmered with a faint light, and suddenly the entire sphere trembled violently. Unknown energy. Detected energy cannot be analyzed. Logic error. System error does not conform to basic laws. Energy anomaly. Current energy representation violates the underlying logic of the world. Deduction results in error. System crash. Boom. The crystal ball's luster instantly dimmed, and it fell silent. This? Su Ke frowned slightly. Why such a strong reaction? He remembered using the golden light spell when flying from Earth to the moon, and it did not trigger any anomalies at that time. Su Ke carefully examined the crystal ball and found it had reverted to the state it was in when he first brought it back from the moon. Seeing this, Su Ke tapped his forehead. At once the Fengdu Heavenly Palace flew out from the Mud Pill Palace, hovering in midair. Can you help and repair this? As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Palace's gates opened wide, swallowing the crystal ball in one gulp. After a moment it spat it back out, just as Suke picked it up as expected. That mechanical voice echoed once more. Intelligent life detected. Please input exclusive soul mark to complete authority recognition. This time Suke did not proceed with recognition, but instead activated his Dao power again. Unknown energy detected. Energy cannot be analyzed. System crash. The crystal ball dimmed again. Before Suke could speak, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace had already swallowed it, then spat it out again. So cultivation and meridian martial arts do not exist in this world at all, and cannot be practiced. Suke pondered silently. No wonder so many Taoist texts are circulated on Earth, yet no one pays attention. He did not believe that the great Xia and some martial arts enthusiasts had not attempted to cultivate inner power. He also did not believe that no one had tried to practice cultivation. Yet to this day no successful news has been transmitted, clearly indicating that this path is unfeasible. Although the crystal ball may not comprehend the entire universe, but merely coming into contact with magical power caused the system to crash, which is sufficient to demonstrate that this power violates the fundamental laws of the current universe. Then why am I unaffected? Why can I cultivate? Suke's gaze fell on the talent section. Heavenly Tao rewards hard work. All methods return to one. One proof is eternal. Great Xia, the Imperial Capital. Special Affairs Management Department. Elder Wang sat in his office, hands crossed on the desk, seriously listening to the secretary's report. The Special Management Department's subordinate provinces and cities have completed deployment, and all residents from towns and counties have been orderly relocated to the city, while coastal residents have also been properly settled. According to the guiding documents, the construction team has completed surveying nationwide, and has preliminarily determined to build 64 underground shelters divided into 5 major areas, taking Shidu as the Southwest District, Jin Province as the North China District. Based on the current resources and manpower of Great Xia, if we start full scale we can complete 11 shelters per month and expect all to be completed within 6 months. Now that spiritual energy has revived regardless of age or gender, everyone has greatly increased strength. But before countries around the world could rejoice, they discovered that the evolution speed of animals far exceeds that of humans. In just a few dozen days the casualty numbers have become difficult to count. Not to mention when warriors break through to the first level, they can sense the malice spreading through the world. Many countries' situations have rapidly deteriorated, suffering heavy casualties, turning into hell on earth. Globally, very few countries can maintain basic stability. Therefore, various countries have successively established specialized response agencies. 6 months. Elder Wang immediately shook his head. Will the beast give us 6 months? That SS-class stone monkey in Rongqing, and that SS-class giant python in Gan province, will they wait for us for 6 months? No. They will only swallow us whole, leaving nothing behind. Elder Wang sighed. Xiaozhang, how long has the spiritual energy revival been? Replying to Elder Wang, the revival started on May 2nd of this year, and it has been 54 days since then. Yes, only 54 days. Elder Wang's tone was bleak, but the number of casualties across the country has already exceeded 5 million. With humanity's current technological level, we cannot build interstellar spacecraft, cannot escape, cannot fight back. The only thing we can do is to go underground. Therefore, underground shelters are our only retreat at this moment, and they must be completed within 3 months. In fact, underground shelters are also a dead end. The advisory group has held several meetings on this matter, reaching a conclusion. Even if shelters are completed, the probability of human survival will not exceed 2. This does not resemble an equal evolutionary competition, it feels more like a race to eliminate you. What do you mean by you hitting me once I hit you once, forming a tug-of-war? What do you mean by the apocalypse arriving, humanity uniting to save the world? It does not exist at all. It's like when one sees a nest of ants. Either ignore them or deal with them casually. Who would engage in back and forth with ants? Understood. The secretary quickly took notes and continued reporting. Elder Wang, the Sakura country and the Western 8 nations have learned that we are constructing underground shelters and have officially submitted requests to Great Xia, hoping we can accept their people. What is the reason? Sakura is surrounded by sea on all sides, and the Western 8 nations are surrounded by sea on 3 sides. Compared to inland countries, their situation is already precarious, with daily death tolls exceeding 1 million. The secretary handed over the materials. More importantly, there are 2 ominous stones in Sakura, the rock ape on Shanji Island, which is over 100 meters high, and another 120-meter high Godzilla rock statue, both confirmed as SS-class. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's expression tightened, then he shook his head. No. Great Xia's own shelters are insufficient, let alone theirs. How about this, you draft the document later, expressing concern for them, but also making it clear that Great Xia is unable to assist, hoping they can hold on a little longer.
Just then the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Elder Wang waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. After the secretary left, he finally answered the call. What a... Rongqing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Jingming sat in front of the computer, entered the exclusive meeting key, and upon passing identity verification, the page automatically redirected to the main conference interface. The screen was divided into multiple video windows with the main venue displayed at the top. The other parties were arranged in sequence with real names and positions labeled at the bottom and the images synchronized in real time. As the situation deteriorated, many meetings were held online. Chen Jingming, as the director of the Rongqing Special Management Bureau, had participated in online meetings before, but never as strictly as this one. However, he was well aware of the specific circumstances. At this moment, all participants had arrived, including people from the military, the Aerospace Bureau, and other relevant departments. Old Wang's figure appeared on the main screen, getting straight to the point. This emergency meeting is called solely to discuss one matter. Everyone can view the materials through the intranet. This document is classified and prohibited from being downloaded. It will be automatically destroyed after the meeting. Hearing this, Chen Jingming entered the intranet, quickly found the document, and opened it. The content indeed roughly matched the information he had reported, but there was also a file from the Aerospace Bureau. Now let me make a brief introduction. Old Wang stood up, walked to the back, and opened an electronic screen, which displayed a portrait. Su K, male, 20 years old, unmarried, a sophomore at Rongqing University, resides in Su Garden, Rongqing. He was adopted at the age of 3, and his adoptive parents died in a car accident 5 months ago. Investigations revealed that this incident was a common traffic accident. Su K has a strong capacity for empathy, but his emotional expressions are indifferent with a very strong sense of social boundaries, and he habitually avoids excessive kindness from others. 22 days ago, the action team of the Rongqing Special Management Bureau discovered him while tracking a mutated tabby cat. Due to limited corroboration and an inability of the energy detection device to cover, he was initially speculated to be a first-tier warrior. That morning he drove out, and his whereabouts were unknown. 13 days ago, the target returned to Su Garden. That night, the Rongqing action team was deployed again, and the 6th-tier energy detection device was damaged. Just yesterday, the latest energy detection device from the Special Management Bureau was transported to outside Su Garden. This device could detect 9th-tier energy, but it was also damaged. According to Su Jinbong, the leader of the 3rd team, the target emanated golden light and soared into the sky. Subsequently, the Aerospace Department monitored an unidentified flying object take off from Earth towards the Moon. The lunar satellite and the Earth satellite captured the entire process, confirming that the unidentified flying object was indeed Su K. Old Wang paused briefly and signaled to the secretary beside him. Immediately, the electronic screen began to play footage. Please look here. Old Wang paused the video and pointed at the screen, saying, 8 minutes after Su K left Earth, he suddenly died. But soon he resurrected again, repeating this 67 times before finally reaching the Moon and bringing back a crystal ball. At this moment, the participants on the screens frowned. One representative couldn't help but speak up. Old Wang, how did the Special Management Bureau determine that the target is dead and resurrected rather than just disappearing? Good question, look here. Old Wang pointed to the screen and continued to explain. After Su K, without knowing what method he used to store the crystal ball, immediately slapped his palm against his head, shattering it. He committed suicide. Then the personnel stationed in Su Garden reported back again that the repaired energy detection device was damaged once more, which proves that Su K instantly returned to Earth from the Moon. After evaluation by the Special Management Bureau's staff, the target's strength is at least at the 10th tier with the exact level unknown. He can fly in the vacuum of space, suspected to possess resurrection and teleportation abilities, and it is currently unknown if he has any other abilities. Hearing this, many representatives gasped in disbelief. It was hard to comprehend and completely beyond imagination. In just 54 days, the strongest of the beasts is merely at the 5th tier and humans only reach the 3rd tier. Can he actually fly? Not only can he fly, but he also possesses an immortal body. If it weren't for Su K's clear record before the age of 20, they truly wouldn't believe he was from Earth. Old Wang stared at the screen and then said, "Everyone, let's discuss your stance on Su K. I suggest proactive contact. If I had such strength, I would definitely defend my home and country." Foolishness, this is just your opinion. You are ingrained with the concept of home and country, but the other party has never received relevant education, lacks value recognition, and may not be willing to bear the burden. Rushing contact is too risky. Nonsense. Without a country, how can there be a home? Without a home, what is personal? You are judging a gentleman with the mindset of a petty person. I oppose this. One should consider defeat before victory. Not even understanding the target's attitude, if we make a hasty contact,
and something goes wrong, wouldn't that be playing with the lives of the masses? Who will bear the consequences? For a moment the representatives argued endlessly, each holding their own opinions, unwilling to yield. After a long debate, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. Old Wang felt a headache and knocked on the table. The argument quickly quieted down. Chen Jingming Su-Ke was discovered by your Rongqing Special Management Bureau. Please share your thoughts. Me. Chen Jingming was taken aback and then saw Old Wang nodding, so he could only brace himself to speak. Currently all warriors in Rongqing who have broken through the first tier have reported and registered with the Special Management Bureau. As soon as he said this, everyone furrowed their brows in unison. You were asked for your opinion, why say this? But soon some representatives seemed to ponder, grasping the implied meaning. He didn't come to report. Yes. Chen Jingming nodded. The room suddenly fell silent. Old Wang sighed and said, let's take a vote. Those in favor of continuing to observe, please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. On the computer screen, all representatives raised their hands. The motion passed unanimously. They weren't foolish. Although Su-Ke had never actively reported, given his demonstrated strength, it was likely that he could easily detect the Special Management Bureau's comprehensive monitoring. Yet he did not drive them away or show any dissatisfaction. This alone already represented his stance. All of this was recorded in the intranet data. Since everyone has made a decision, I announce that all matters regarding Su-Ke must be kept strictly confidential and friendly signals should be released. To prevent information leakage, and because the other party's strength is difficult to gauge, everything is unknown and chaotic, we will assign a code name, which shall be Chaos. Old Wang paused and his voice suddenly became stern. I warn you all, the target is extremely dangerous. Do not make hasty contact. All active contacts will be treated as treason and crimes against humanity. Understood? Soon the Special Management Bureau re-established a file with an extremely high level of confidentiality. In the entire bureau, only high-ranking officials from each province could apply to view it. Of course, Chen Jingming was the exception. Name Su-Ke, codename Chaos, file confidentiality, level top secret, danger level SSS. Observed ability list, incomplete statistics 1, specific strength, unknown, physical body capable of crossing the void. Preliminary assessment indicates that current strength can ignore all existing technological means. 2, suspected to possess resurrection ability. 3, suspected to have teleportation ability. 4, emanates golden light, suspected to have mastered the golden light spell. 5, after dying 67 times, brought back a crystal ball from the moon, preliminarily judged to be an alien artifact. 6, suspected to possess independent spatial storage ability. 7, suspected to have mastered talisman techniques, activated talismans during flight to the moon. Warning: the target is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Do not make hasty contact. Contact may easily trigger uncontrollable consequences. Recommendation: full monitoring, strict prohibition of active contact. All active contacts will be treated as treason and crimes against humanity. Nighttime. Su-Ke stepped out for a moment. Then he discovered something strange. Surrounding Su Garden, there were actually many food vendors, even several tea houses and numerous fixed snack stands. The street was lined with eateries offering a variety of delicacies. Usually late at night, many vendors had already closed up, leaving only a few hot pot stalls still in operation. Su-Ke had owned Su Garden for some time now. He was quite familiar with the area. But tonight, not only were the snack stalls still open, but the vendors had also changed. The auntie who used to serve food was replaced by a young and graceful girl. The uncle who used to cook was replaced by a clean and capable female chef, each one more beautiful than the last. However, these girls were all focused on their tasks and didn't glance at him. Seeing this scene, Su-Ke couldn't help but twitch his lips. The actions of the Special Administration Bureau were indeed swift. He had flown from Earth to the moon. Such a matter could not be concealed. Moreover, he had no intention of hiding. Since his strength was already unrivaled on Earth, why should he continue to conceal it? Did he have to wait for trouble to find him before revealing his power? What was the point of such trouble? Hiding his strength was not his style. Revealing his capabilities in advance could actually help some people become more aware and prevent misjudgments. Even if someone truly collided with him unwittingly, there would be others to help him resolve it. Why not go with the easiest approach? After all, why not take the path of least resistance? Su-Ke walked to a barbecue stall, casually ordered some skewers, and found a spot to sit down. Just as he settled in, he saw a blogger holding a phone filming in the direction of Su Garden, muttering to himself. With Su-Ke's current hearing, he could hear clearly. Guys, does anyone understand? Today the world is changing. Strange beasts are rampant, and Daxia has suffered heavy losses. People from towns and counties are flocking to the city, and living space is so tight. I didn't expect someone to live in such a large estate. This is simply a waste of resources. I Zhang Wudi solemnly call upon the authorities to reclaim this estate so that more people in need can. His words were cut short as several dark figures rushed out from the shadows, forcefully pinning him to the ground. With a click they slapped handcuffs on him and dragged him away. This scene unfolded under the gaze of many curious customers. Yet the shop owners and the girls serving food all kept their eyes down, continuing with their work. Suke smiled, nodded at the girl who brought his food, and began to eat. The girl didn't linger, turning to attend to her tasks. After eating his fill, Suke returned to Su Garden, took a bottle of cola from the fridge, and sank into the sofa to scroll through his phone. As soon as he entered the Douyin video page, the first video that popped up was all too familiar. With a blue background and white text, it was an official announcement. Recently, the authorities in Rongqing successfully captured the suspected spy Zhang Wudi. Upon investigation, Zhang was found to have illegally collected and transmitted information under the direction of foreign forces suspected of espionage, and has now been subjected to criminal coercive measures. That was quick. It seems the authorities understand my stance. Suke glanced at the photo in the announcement. It was the same blogger who had been filming Su Garden. He didn't pay much attention and casually scrolled down. Previously, he often came across various inflammatory videos filled with hostility. Now, however, such content had become rare. Are they afraid he'll see the injustices of the world or extreme comments and become displeased? Suke guessed the reason. This approach was relatively mild, not completely shielding related content. If he searched for himself, he would still be able to find it. This was good. It meant someone was helping to manage his earth. Suke shook his head, turned off his phone, and took out a crystal ball. After completing a series of master recognition procedures, once more, he asked, will the Yin Wolf clan notice the changes on Earth? Master, they will detect it if any of the following conditions are met. First, if you kill the statue, it will destroy the source cells within, and source-level powerhouses will sense it. Second, if most planets complete 100 hunting missions, while Earth remains silent, it will be marked as abnormal. Third, if I proactively report the situation to the terminal. The source cells are stripped from source-level powerhouses highly active, and if any cell dies, its owner will certainly know. So the statue can't be touched for now. Suke wasn't afraid, no matter how strong they were, so what? He would eventually scatter their ashes. But if that were the case, his ball would likely not be safe. Oh, I see. Suke nodded, suddenly leaning closer to the crystal ball, with a sly grin, saying, come, let me show you something good. In the next moment, golden light swirled and thunder flashed. System crash, system crash. The crystal ball immediately dimmed, losing its luster. Suke pouted and tossed it back into space. He didn't understand this thing. It could easily cause trouble, so it was best to let it malfunction. However, this trick could only deal with low-level intelligence. After all, being a program, it couldn't comprehend content beyond logic, making it prone to crashing. It's time to break through to the star stabilization level. In space, Suke gazed at the blue planet below and couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. Before reaching the star stabilization level, it was all about laying the foundation. At this time, he had yet to come into contact with cosmic energy, and his cells were in a dormant state. Suke's current cultivation in the immortal path was already at the level of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, equivalent to level 10. But his source martial arts were still stuck at level 9. Under normal circumstances, one must reach level 9 and break through the power of 1024 tons to qualify for absorbing cosmic energy. This energy would soak through all 37 trillion cells, activating each cell to give birth to source power. This was the key to stepping into the star stabilization level. Suke gently closed his eyes and assumed the posture of the primordial pile in space. The cosmic energy seemed to be attracted, quickly converging into a brilliant white light that enveloped him. In an instant, he felt both pain and itchiness. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into a hot pot, with no part of him normal. Each cell was devouring cosmic energy, and the dormant cells gradually awakened, bursting with vitality. One cell, two cells. Millions, tens of millions. Ordinary source martial artists must be extremely cautious when breaking through, activating cells one by one. Once the body adapts, they can gradually increase the speed. Cells are so fragile that a slight mistake can lead to death, causing a chain collapse and immediate demise. Therefore, above level 9 martial artists, there is actually a half-step star stabilization level. At this stage, cells have begun to give birth to source power. However, the number is too few. Their strength cannot compare to a true star stabilization level, yet they are far stronger than level 9 martial artists. Only when a certain percentage of cells are activated and give birth to source power can one be considered to have officially broken through to level 10. Of course, these difficulties apply to ordinary martial artists. But for Suke, what? He still had to be careful in activation. Activating them one by one. How troublesome. Self-supplying spring water heal. Your life is my self-supplying spring water. What's going on? Never mind, woof 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 woof. Your life is my life, woof woof woof. 5,000 spirit stones, every day. In the vastness of space, Su-Kei's figure darted like a streak of light heading straight for a meteorite casually throwing a punch. The meteorite, with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, exploded with a resounding bang, turning into a cloud of dust that scattered in all directions. Su-Kei's speed remained undiminished as he continuously changed positions in space, deftly maneuvering. With a single motion he shattered the meteorite, and with a kick the entire mass exploded. In just a brief moment Su-Kei had crushed dozens of meteorites with sheer physical strength, all without using any magical or primal energy. Then he turned his gaze toward a meteorite with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. It was an iron-nickel meteorite looming in the depths of space, pitch black and incredibly dense, as hard as alloy. Su-Kei extended a finger, and his cells instantly activated primal energy surging forth. One finger to open the heavenly gate. Suddenly a finger, hundreds of zhang long materialized, imbued with immense power, thrusting toward the meteorite. Boom. The entire meteorite exploded violently, shattering into countless fragments. Heavenly prison palm. Immediately a colossal palm materialized out of thin air, emanating a terrifying pressure that seized all the scattered fragments of the meteorite. As the palm's center contracted, and its 5 fingers clenched, the meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers was instantly reduced to dust. So strong. Truly remarkable. Su-Kei looked at the destruction he had caused and nodded in satisfaction. All his cells were activated, and under the nourishment of cosmic energy, each cell gradually birthed primal energy. Star suppression level. This is the power possessed by someone at the star suppression level, and with a breakthrough it reaches its peak. The primal energy condensed from his cells. There were as many as 37 trillion strands. Although each strand was weak, the combined power they unleashed was enough to obliterate a star. He was able to achieve this step solely due to his innate talent, completely unafraid of cellular death. Even if he couldn't withstand it, and had to sacrifice his life, it was worth it. If he died, he could simply be reborn. It was precisely for this reason that he could absorb cosmic energy without any reservations. Unfortunately, although energy is everywhere in the universe, its absorption efficiency for me right now is too low, like a drop in the bucket. Moreover, to break through to the star annihilation level, I must compress the primal energy tenfold while expanding cellular capacity. Relying solely on absorbing cosmic energy would take far too long. This was still due to his exceptional talent. If it were someone else, it would likely be even harder. It's time to leave. Su-Kei shook his head, glanced at the silent space, and then decisively activated his talent. A thought across the heavens. On Earth, in the Special Administration, Old Wang looked at the astronomical telescope, and the images transmitted back from the satellites in orbit falling into silence. Previously, Su-Kei's power was merely speculation, but now he had fully demonstrated it. With a casual punch, he shattered a meteorite. Using unknown energy, he condensed a finger, hundreds of zhang long, which then transformed into a colossal palm. Effortlessly, he turned a meteorite with a diameter of over 100 kilometers into ash. Such terrifying power. How on earth did he cultivate? Is he really still human? Old Wang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In the azure blue realm, demons roamed freely. In this realm, the path of immortality was revered, and martial arts reigned supreme. In the Great Han Dynasty, the first year of the Qingping era, outside Chunfeng Tower in Dine City, Su-Kei stood at the entrance, hesitated for a moment, as if recalling something, and let out a gentle sigh. I didn't expect this world also had Chunfeng Tower. I must go in and critique it. Brotherly, what a pity. However, when he entered Chunfeng Tower, he sighed again. The same name. In the martial arts world, one could enjoy music in a tea house. How did it become a tavern in the azure blue realm? Nevertheless, now that he was here, he decided to stay. Su-Kei did not turn to leave, but followed the waiter to a private room on the second floor, casually ordering a few dishes and requesting a jug of yellow wine. Slap. The sound of a clapper echoed. In a corner of the tavern, a storyteller with slightly closed eyes took a sip of tea. Half a month ago, demons attacked the city, and General Wang Tiancheng of the Towning Martial Forces, with his external energy mastery, fought fiercely against a 7th grade, great demon comparable to an immortal, successfully defeating the demon army. Speaking of Wang Tiancheng, he hails from the Towning Martial Forces, is handsome, and his actions are even more. Su-Kei slowly warmed his wine, ate leisurely, and listened attentively. The Azure Blue Realm has 3 major dynasties: the Great Han, the Great Tang, and the Great Ming. These 3 powerful dynasties occupy the fertile lands of the Central Plains and often have friction with one another. However, due to the rampant demons who frequently cross borders to abduct civilians for food, the 3 major dynasties hold back from engaging in large-scale conflict, as the rest are only small nations or tribes, mere nuisances not worth worrying about. In this realm, both the path of immortality and martial arts coexist with realms divided into 10 grades, 1 being the lowest and 10 the strongest. First grade, postnatal; second grade, innate; third grade, master; fourth grade, grandmaster; fifth grade, terrestrial immortal. Sixth grade is the external energy mastery; seventh grade is the internal energy celestial realm; eighth grade is the golden body realm; and ninth grade is the indestructible realm. This division aligns perfectly with the martial arts system Su Ke had once theorized. However, above this realm, there are 2 higher levels. 10th grade is the martial saint realm, and 11th grade is the pinnacle martial god. When Su Ke first learned of these classifications, he felt somewhat embarrassed, quite awkward. When he was pretending to be powerful in the martial arts world, he was merely at the 5th grade terrestrial immortal level and had started fabricating the subsequent realms to impress others to create an effect. He even concocted a revelation of the golden principle claiming that the 10th grade was the martial ancestor. Now looking back, he felt ashamed. A sin. Su Ke shook his head, hoping those martial artists hadn't truly gone astray. As for the path of immortality, it was not that complex. Refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit. Refining spirit back to emptiness, further divided into yin spirit realm and yang spirit realm. Refining emptiness into the Tao, comparable to the pinnacle martial god, also known as the immortal realm. Su Ke quickly finished his meal, casually tossed a couple of gold coins, and got up to leave. In the main world, he could earn 50 million daxia coins every day. In the martial arts world, in the spirit phantom world, it was 500 taels of gold. But now he had arrived in the azure blue realm. His monetary capacity had transformed. With a talent for wealth. In the azure blue realm, 500 top grade spirit stones daily. Indeed, 5,000 pieces, and they were top grade. He couldn't even spend them all, absolutely impossible. As Su Ke reached the entrance of Chunfeng Tower, he suddenly turned back and flicked a finger. A strand of magical energy condensed into a speck of light, shooting out swiftly, heading straight for the storyteller, who was still eloquently narrating. At that moment, Bai Yun was at the climax of his tale when he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Refining spirit back to emptiness in spirit realm. He felt as if he was locked on by a terrifying aura, his hair standing on end. He was originally an 8th grade demon with strength equivalent to the midstage of the immortals' chi refining phase. Even when facing a later stage chi refining existence, he felt he had the strength to fight. But now he found himself unable to move. The air around him felt like a quagmire. Sizzle. The light instantly pierced through his head. His human form could no longer be maintained, and he revealed his true shape. A 10-meter-long wolf demon corpse that crashed down collapsing Chunfeng Tower. This scene occurred in the blink of an eye. The patrons inside the tower had not yet reacted when the wolf demon was already dead. In the next moment, screams erupted, and everyone fled in a panic. Murder! Run! Mom, there are demons! Soon all the guests fled. A disaster without reason, a disaster without reason. The innkeeper stood alone in the wind, looking bewildered. This tavern was his hard-earned investment, obtained with most of his savings. He never expected it to be ruined in an instant today, nor could he have anticipated that the storyteller he hired turned out to be a wolf demon. The innkeeper wore a mournful expression, and then turned his gaze to the young figure beside the wolf demon's corpse. Fortunately, this senior intervened and propped up the collapsing tavern, preventing any fatalities, otherwise the compensation alone would have bankrupted me. Moreover, a demon appeared in the tavern, and the demon exorcism department would surely investigate this thoroughly. Although the innkeeper had a poor foundation, he was still only at the 2nd-tier innate realm. However, after years of traveling, he had gained extensive knowledge, and by merely observing the wolf demon's size, he could estimate its power. This wolf demon was at least of middle 3rd tier. Su Ke stepped forward to the wolf demon's corpse, waved his hand, and effortlessly collected the body. Demons eat humans, and humans eat demons. This is quite reasonable. Moreover, demons are treasure troves. Their flesh can bolster vitality, their blood can be used for medicine and alchemy, their bones and skin can be crafted into magical artifacts, and even their fur is remarkably tough. Of course, Su Ke did not need these. His martial arts had already reached the indestructible 9th tier. He only needed to comprehend the true essence of martial arts to ascend to the martial saint realm. But even though he had no need for it, others certainly did. Su Ke stood up, looked at the innkeeper, and tossed him 100 taels of gold. A demon infiltrated your tavern. As the owner, even if you were unaware, you cannot escape responsibility. Although I did not intentionally destroy your tavern, it ultimately stemmed from me, thus forming a connection of cause and effect. This gold serves as compensation. Is it sufficient? Sufficient. Thank you for your great kindness, senior. The innkeeper received the gold astonished and delighted, his eyes reddening, and he immediately attempted to kneel in gratitude. However, before he could bend his knees, he felt an invisible force lifting him, preventing him from kneeling, causing his heart to shudder. Indeed, a high person. Enough. That's it, I'm leaving. Suke waved his hand impatiently. He disliked such formalities and turned to leave. Just as he took off, he seemed to recall something. By the way, if you wish to continue operating the tavern, you should change the name. What kind of tavern is called Spring Breeze? It's simply absurd. With that, Suke moved, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the horizon. Absurd. The innkeeper stood in a daze, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that this senior was dissatisfied with the tavern's name? That shouldn't be. This name was specially chosen by him for 2 taels of silver from a fortune teller. It was clearly quite elegant. Just as the innkeeper was lost in thought, a group of martial artists dressed in black brocade robes arrived swiftly. There were 10 of them with tokens hanging at their waists, exuding an intimidating aura, their eyes sharp, radiating a murderous vibe that warned outsiders to keep their distance. Li Shaoqing, as the captain of the town guard, was only 40 this year. With outstanding talent, his martial arts had already broken through the 7th tier celestial realm. Upon hearing that demons had appeared in Dian City, he immediately rushed over with his men. It is known that to prevent demons from infiltrating the city, all city gates hang a demon spotting mirror. These mirrors were crafted by the Yao Tian sect's God Realm masters, making it impossible for any demon below the 7th tier to escape detection. Those capable of entering the city must be at least 7th tier. Although he had heard that a powerful individual had already slain the demon on the way, Li Shaoqing still did not dare to be careless and hurried to the scene. Watch him. Li Shaoqing instructed his subordinates, and then entered the tavern alone. As soon as he stepped inside, his expression changed drastically. Although the wolf demon's corpse was no longer visible, a trace of demonic energy still lingered in the air. Just from these faint traces, he felt a chill, as if facing some great horror. Not a 7th tier demon. Li Shaoqing picked up a strand of wolf fur from the ground and swallowed hard. This is a wolf demon, and it is at least 8th tier. There are no signs of a struggle around, and no bloodstains. 8th tier demons are incredibly powerful. If they were to fight in the city, even if they could subdue it, the casualties would surely be heavy. Such incidents have occurred countless times within the Great Han Dynasty. Yet this time the appearance of an 8th tier demon did not result in a tragedy, not even any casualties. If spoken of, it would likely be met with disbelief. A single strike to kill, eh? Which senior possesses such strength? Li Shaoqing frowned, walked out of the tavern, and approached the innkeeper directly. Speak honestly about what you saw and heard. If there is even a hint of concealment, don't blame me for being rude. My lord, please be assured I dare not conceal anything. The matter is as follows. The innkeeper was instantly frightened, pale, his legs trembling, and he hurriedly recounted everything in detail, like pouring out beans. In fact, there was nothing to hide. Many customers were present at the time. He looked to be only about 20 years old. He subdued it in an instant with a single move. Then he flew away. Li Shaoqing pressed for more details. Did that senior leave a name? The innkeeper thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Su Family Village. The village is located south of Dian City on a plain with abundant arable land and stable water sources. There are about 400 households in the village with over 1,000 people, mostly from the same lineage, with only a few outsiders and son-in-law. At the entrance of the village stands a large locust tree. In the spiritual world, locust trees are semi-yin and semi-yang, easily gathering yin energy. But in this azure blue realm, it is merely a good place to cool off and symbolizes shelter for the clan. At this moment, some old men and women were sitting under the tree, all in their 70s and 80s, their teeth nearly gone, discussing the gossip of which family. Nearby, some children were playing. As Suke approached the village entrance, he caught the attention of the group of elders, who hurriedly stood up in respect. Greetings, ancestral elder. May the ancestor live long. Suke scanned over these elderly people who were almost buried in the ground and waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities, you just sit and rest. He had been in the azure blue realm for a month now. At that time, he had just crossed over into a tomb. Coincidentally, it was the grave of the ancestor of Su Family Village. He had also encountered the village's ritual, where the clan elders were preparing to renovate the ancestral tomb. Thus, when the ancestral tomb was opened, the entire village saw Suke rise from the coffin. Everyone knelt down on the spot. Then he became the ancestral elder. No matter how Suke explained, the clan elders refused to listen, as if they were convinced of this matter. Even the few strong men who dug the grave pounded their chests in assurance. The ancestral craftsmanship would never be wrong. The ancestral tomb of Su Family Village had never been disturbed. The earth was ancient. There were no theft holes or secret passages in the tomb. It was perfectly intact. Absolutely, the ancestral elder. Suke, feeling helpless, proposed a bloodline test. You must know that with his current cultivation, his life level had already changed. Even a drop of blood contained formidable power. Even if this method was not rigorous, it would never merge with the blood of an ordinary person. And indeed this was the case. In the entire village, not a single person's blood could merge with his. Instantly, the elderly clan members cried out in despair, their hearts breaking. Several of them nearly cried themselves to death. Who would have thought that the ancestral bloodline would become so thin by the time it reached our generation? Seeing this scene, Suke initially planned to leave directly. After all, he was not really the ancestral elder of the Su family. With his current abilities, he could easily slip away without anyone being able to stop him. But in the end, he chose to stay. I have seen the ancestor. I have seen the ancestor. Along the way, the Su clan members greeted him with respect and saluted. Suke had grown accustomed to it, merely nodding in response. Before long, he arrived at the center of the village. In this realm, demons roamed freely, and the practice of martial arts flourished. Almost every village had a training field, and Su village was no exception. Huh. Oomph. Steady your horse stance, sink your waist down. Dog egg, stand firm. Don't stick your butt out. This is the tiger fist, not the falling goose. On the training field, all the village's eligible children were practicing their punches. Some were still very young with snot not yet wiped clean. Others were already losing focus looking around. Remember the mantra, gather your chi in the Dantian strike, quickly retract steadily, each punch must gather strength, and the power must be solid. Practice seriously. Su Chong as a third-tier master had solid muscles, and delivered a set of tiger fist strikes that created gusts of wind, the air crackling where his punches passed. Suke stood at the edge of the field observing the dozens of children. There were both boys and girls. The youngest were only a few years old while the oldest were just in their teens. Everyone quickly noticed Suke and paused their actions to salute. Ancestor. I have seen the ancestor. Suke nodded, not lingering, and turned to walk towards his courtyard. This courtyard was located in the center of the village with blue bricks and old beams, ancient and quaint, covering an area of about an acre, neither too big nor too small. It had 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and a large courtyard with an old peach tree planted. It was currently the season for ripe peaches. Suke had picked 2 earlier to taste. They were quite sour and a little astringent. This courtyard had originally been the residence of the village head. Since recognizing him as the ancestor, the village head had moved out overnight, taking his possessions to find another place to settle. This made Suke feel a bit embarrassed, and he had given him a handful of gold beans at the time. As a result, the village head felt embarrassed instead. Suke returned to the side room, picked up a fishing rod, and turned to go out. He had previously protected his ball. He had traveled through 2 worlds consecutively. In the martial arts world, it was somewhat better. In the early stages, he had an elder brother named Lee who was quite compatible with him, enjoying the moment. But since he learned internal skills, things had changed. He was either learning internal skills or on the path to learning them. When he arrived in the spiritual world, he was immediately trapped. Not daring to slack off for a moment, he punched ghostly beings and kicked ghost kings working tirelessly. Now the crisis on Earth was temporarily resolved. As long as no one broke through to the 9th tier, those stone statues would not act. The Flame Wolf clan would not notice the situation on Earth so quickly. Thus there was no need to be as urgent as before. Moreover, with his innate talent, in the early stages he was a great father, and in the later stages even more so. The longer he lived, the more monstrous he became. Could he not enjoy himself? Fishing. Suke cast the rod and bait the fishing line, tracing an arc in the air before gently sinking into the water. Time quickly passed. As the sun set in the west, dusk cast its glow upon the river's surface, shimmering with light. Suke reeled in the line and returned to the courtyard with a fish basket. He killed the fish, scaled it, and marinated it. Then he took out a barbecue grill and charcoal from his space. With a snap of his fingers, flames surged up. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the courtyard. A little girl about 6 or 7 years old stealthily scampered in from outside, staring at the grilled fish, with drool dripping from her mouth. Ancestor, is this delicious? Suke recognized her. The little girl was named Su Ning and lived next door. Would you like to taste it? I want to, but you can only have a little. Suke smiled and ruffled her hair. When you go back later, I'll give you a peach. Okay. Su Ning's eyes lit up at his words. She had eaten the village head's peaches before. They looked big, but tasted sour and astringent. However, ever since the ancestor moved in, the peaches had become fragrant and sweet. Before long, the two were full and satisfied. Suke waved his sleeve, and a peach gently fell from the peach tree, flying right into Su Ning's hands. Thank you, ancestor. Hurry back, don't keep your mother waiting. Suke nodded, watching her run away, chuckling. The change in flavor of this peach tree was entirely due to the high-grade spirit stone's influence. He had buried a spirit stone beneath the peach tree. Nourished by spiritual energy, the peach tree thrived, its bark shimmering with spiritual light, and the fruit it bore contained a hint of spiritual energy. Regular consumption could improve one's physique and extend one's life. After cleaning the grill with a cleansing talisman, Su-Kei turned and entered the bedroom. The first day of May. Fishing. The second day of May. Fishing. The third day of May. Fishing. The 12th day of June. Bored, he found fishing too dull and changed his pastime by visiting Dine City. He encountered an interesting person named Li Shaoqing, but he was still not as amusing as Elder Brother Li. The 13th day of June. How many days had it been since Elder Brother Li passed away? He missed him. The 14th day of June. An old man in the village passed away, reportedly quite peacefully. Feasting. Time flowed slowly by. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. The world was wrapped in silver snowflakes fluttering. A horse-drawn carriage arrived from outside the village, slowly stopping at the courtyard entrance. Li Shaoqing got off the carriage carrying a few wooden boxes in his hands. Su Leoj. Li Laodi. Su-Kei nodded and greeted him, welcoming Li Shaoqing into the courtyard. The air in the courtyard was fresh with wisps of spiritual energy circulating, and the surrounding flowers and plants were still blooming, showing no signs of withering. As expected of Su Leoj, the spiritual energy in this courtyard is so abundant that it will likely become a paradise in a few days. Although it was not Li Shaoqing's first visit, he remained in awe. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy here was increasing day by day, becoming stronger with each passing day. But it's a pity. What a pity. Su-Kei, hearing this, was slightly puzzled. Once they sat down, he inquired further. At that moment, Su Ning came from the side room, bringing teacups and serving tea. Ancestor, please enjoy some tea. Li Senior, have some tea. Despite being only 8 years old, she had already reached the second tier in martial arts, and had entered the initial stage of refining essence into chi and immortality. As for the Hunyuan post, this world did not allow it. Su Ning could not learn it at all. Li Shaoqing smiled, gently nodded, and then sighed softly. It's a pity that the world is about to undergo great changes. At that time, whether it is a paradise or a blessed land, they will all enter the end of the Dharma era. End of the Dharma. Indeed. Li Shaoqing nodded and said, in the Kanglan realm, every 5,000 years there is a spiritual energy tide. After reaching its peak, it will rapidly decline, entering the end of the Dharma era in just 30 years, when no spiritual energy will remain in the world. Another 5,000 years later, the spiritual energy will rejuvenate, reaching its peak again, then declining once more, repeating this cycle. This is the operation of the Tao. Just like mortals, each breath represents a moment in time, while the Tao's exhale represents 5,000 years, and its inhale another 5,000 years. The expelled breath is spiritual energy, while the inhale recovers spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy declines, even within a paradise, one can only watch the spiritual energy flow away until their lifespan is exhausted. At this point, Li Shaoqing quietly observed Su-Kei's expression. However, he found that even after finishing his words, the other person's face remained calm, as if he did not care at all. Su Leoj, are you not afraid? Why should I be afraid? Why should one be afraid? Li Shaoqing was bewildered by Su-Kei's question. Why should he not be afraid? At merely 40 years of age, he had already reached the 7th rank of the celestial realm in martial arts. At this age, he was considered middle-aged among mortals. Yet among warriors, he was still deemed youthful with at least another 200 years to live. However, this year marked the critical point of the spiritual energy tide in the Kanglan realm, where the spiritual energy had peaked in richness. This meant that in the ensuing 30 years, the spiritual energy would rapidly decline. Once those 30 years passed, he would be 70 years old, and his cultivation would fall to that of a mortal, leaving him with little time to live. Su Leoj, you can easily subdue an 8th rank wolf demon. Your cultivation must have already entered the 10th rank, right? Although Li Shaoqing's tone was questioning, it carried an air of certainty. Su-Kei had been frequently seen in Dine City lately, and as a captain of the town martial division, he naturally noticed the other's whereabouts. Both the various clues and the innkeeper's testimony indicated that Su-Kei was indeed the mysterious powerhouse who had slain the wolf demon. However, he never expected that Su-Kei was actually the ancestor of Su family village. Indeed, Su-Kei nodded, not denying it. Upon hearing this admission, Li Shaoqing frowned, even more puzzled. In this realm, a martial sage can live for 1,000 years. Though I do not know how much lifespan you have left, observing your steady aura without a hint of decline, it seems you still have quite a bit of lifespan remaining. In the past, those who could attain martial sage status were all those who had undergone long years of arduous cultivation to reach this realm. In 30 years, as spiritual energy depletes at your age, once your cultivation falls to the mortal realm, the lifespan granted by your state will completely dissipate, and ultimately, you will not escape the fate of death. Thus, Li Shaoqing found it difficult to comprehend. Su-Kei merely smiled, without responding, raising his hand to refill the other's cup with hot tea, pushing it towards him. Here, drink some tea. Li Shaoqing understood that the other did not wish to discuss further, and could only smile wryly as he took a sip, eventually letting out a soft sigh. Yet he began to feel a measure of respect for Su Ke. Truly, as a 10th-rank powerhouse facing the life-and-death crisis, he remained calm and unperturbed. Such a mindset was indeed that of an enlightened master. Detached from all things, what harm is there in having all things surround you? Amidst the great chaos, neither joy nor fear. It seems I still need to practice. Li Shaoqing departed without hesitation, boarding the carriage back to Dian City. At this time, at a farmstead near the entrance of Su family village, a group of old men and women were gathered around a charcoal brazier for warmth. Seeing Li Shaoqing leave, they began to chatter amongst themselves endlessly. Did you see that? I told you he's our Su family's ancestor. There are still people from the younger generation who don't believe it. The ancestral grave has never been disturbed, nor are there secret passages. If it weren't for the ancestor, could anyone just appear out of thin air? Exactly, even Li Qianhu from Dian City shows such respect. It seems the ancestor's cultivation is unparalleled and invincible in the world. What? The ancestor wants to become emperor. What? The ancestor wants to marry the emperor. Let it be known the ancestor wants to marry the emperor. No way, I must go advise the ancestor. How can he like men? Even if he were an emperor, that wouldn't do. In the courtyard, Su Ke gazed at the sky as clouds drifted and snowflakes swirled. The tides rise and fall, fortunes ebb and flow, and the peak must inevitably decline. The heavens and earth have limited capacity, 500 years of abundant spiritual energy, followed by 500 years of silence and depletion. This is the law, and it is also a calamity. The Kanglan realm is undergoing tribulation. The Lesser Yang undergoes 906 tribulations. Su Ke had read numerous Tao texts, among which the 7 seals of Yunji contained records. The Lesser Yang has 906 tribulations, originally meant to be a cycle of 3300 years. But in the Kanglan realm, it has transformed into 5000 years. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth ebbs and flows like the tides, surging when full and receding when diminished. This cycle repeats, merely a minor calamity of the heavens and earth. It will not destroy the world, but will cause the cultivation environment to continuously shift between prosperity and decline. When it reaches the 9900-year cycle, it will be the Greater Yang's 906 tribulations. Surviving this tribulation, the world will be able to ascend. Indeed, it treats all equally. Su Ke shook his head. This is simply a plus version of the human emperor's step. His human emperor's step originates from the 100 vanguards capable of slashing evil. Yet the Kanglan realm indiscriminately eliminates all. However, the human race is still somewhat favored by heaven and earth. At most, they will lose their cultivation and revert to mortals. At least they retain thought and consciousness. But the demons are different. When their cultivation is stripped, their intelligence dissipates, and they degrade into mere beasts. They can only watch as their consciousness gradually crumbles. Memories gradually vanish, and they slowly fail to comprehend language, forget love and hate, and ultimately are left with only the instinct to hunt for food. But what does this have to do with me? Su Ke withdrew his gaze and took another sip of tea. Beside him, Su Ning lifted the teapot to refill his cup with hot water, her small face scrunched up in concern. Ancestor, since the spiritual energy will be gone in 30 years, and everyone will eventually become mortals, what is the point of cultivating now? She had listened to Su Ke and Li Shaoqing's conversation in its entirety. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is about to be depleted. Once the time is up, their cultivation will scatter. No matter how hard they try now, in the end it will all be in vain. If that's the case, why bother with arduous cultivation? Su Ke looked at the frowning little girl before him and couldn't help but smile. A mortal's life lasts only 100 years. No one can escape the cycle of life, aging, sickness, and death. All the worldly splendors ultimately return to dust. Since everyone inevitably dies, do you know what the meaning of living is? Upon hearing this, Su Ning's mind nearly crashed. She had yet to ponder the significance of cultivation when the ancestor threw another question about the meaning of life at her. Isn't this making it difficult for her? Ancestor, I don't know. To live, Su Ke spoke calmly. For me, the meaning of living is simply to live well. Ancestor, I still don't understand. Su Ning became increasingly confused. Su Ke ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, You need not understand now. My insights ultimately belong to me. When you understand, you will naturally know. So you need not rush to understand the significance of cultivation. You only need to understand one thing. By cultivating now, in the next 30 years, you will be strong, able to protect yourself, safeguard your family, and grasp your own fate. But if you do not practice in the next 30 years, you will be like an ant, entirely at the mercy of others. With that, Su Ke finished the tea in his cup and turned to walk towards the main room. In the several boxes sent by Li Shaoqing there were some insights into the cultivation experiences of martial sage powerhouses. Although most were incomplete, they could still provide valuable lessons. Even incomplete, these insights were worth their weight in gold and would be difficult to acquire under normal circumstances. However, who could blame Su Ke for having an abundance of spirit stones? Let me see what this so-called essence of martial arts truly is. The ancestor truly possesses miraculous hands. My ears have been deaf for decades, yet now I can hear clearly. Su Ke mastered the 5 arts of mountain medicine and fate divination inherited from the heavenly master manner. With his current cultivation, healing deafness is merely a trivial task. Before long he resolved all the old men's problems. Su Ke spoke with resignation. Alright, next time don't spread rumors carelessly. Understood, understood. I told you, how could the ancestor favor man? Isn't that due to your loose tongue? A group of old men and women bickered among themselves and gradually left the courtyard. Su Ke watched their retreating figures, feeling a wave of frustration. He then closed the courtyard door and turned to walk towards the back mountain. The essence of martial saints lies in following one's heart, exerting mental pressure, and commanding strength with intent. In the Kanglan realm, there is a saying, below the martial saint all are but ants. When a martial saint strikes, it carries true intent. Regardless of whether one is at the 8th grade golden body realm or the 9th grade immortal realm, facing the true intent of martial arts invokes fear and stiffens their movements. Su Ke broke off a branch and waved it lightly, instantly turning the branch into powder. In the next moment, a sharp sword light surged into the sky, resembling a rainbow, piercing the sun. The sword, intense soaring, capable of disturbing the mind and shattering mountains. One sword strike could break the firmament. Boom. Where the sword light passed, there was no dust nor trace, soaring straight into the clouds, causing the clouds in the high sky to dissipate. Su Ke took another branch and struck down casually. A heavy momentum surged into the sky, the brilliant sword light rushing like a river. This is momentum. This is aura. Whether sword intent or blade intent, they are both forms of momentum. The sword intent is light and ethereal, while the blade intent is mighty and heavy. Su Ke did not use true chi or magical power, but simply wielded true intent. Otherwise, not only the back mountain, but perhaps the entire Su family village would be affected. Immediately, Su Ke's gaze sharpened. A terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Though he does not kill wantonly, he has not refrained from killing. The gathered killing intent is capable of shaking the soul. One thought can intimidate 10,000 enemies. One momentum can sever lives. This is the true intent of slaughter. At that moment, creatures hiding in the shadows like snakes, insects, and ants seemed to sense a natural enemy, fleeing in panic. Wasn't it said that the true intent of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend? Su Ke furrowed his brow. It was mentioned in the incomplete insights of martial saints brought by Li Shaoqing. The true intent of martial arts belongs to the realm of willpower. Techniques are forms, true chi is strength, and true intent is the soul. Martial arts techniques can be passed down from master to disciple, but true intent originates from within, or it can only be comprehended, not articulated. Those who can comprehend true intent and break through to martial saint are rarities among thousands. Is this it? Su Ke shook his head with a sigh, then with a thought several high-grade spirit stones flew out from his sleeve, their rich spiritual energy immediately enveloping the surroundings. A powerful aura exploded successively, and the spiritual energy circulated through the extraordinary meridians. After a moment, martial saint realm break. Su Ke's martial path had already reached the perfect immortal realm, and this breakthrough came naturally without any obstacles. Not enough. Su Ke did not pause, building momentum as his pressure surged. Martial Saint Realm early stage. Martial Saint Realm mid stage. Martial Saint Realm late stage. Martial Saint Realm perfect. The waves of energy surged, toppling all the grass and trees around, and the howling wind was relentless. Just after breaking through, he continued to advance. Would it result in an unstable foundation? Would it cause permanent damage to the meridians? Would it result in a mindset that cannot keep up with cultivation? Tell that to my talent. Kacha. The surrounding spirit stones were all turned to dust. Su Ke slowly exhaled, pointing his finger at his forehead, and his perspective suddenly shifted. The Yin spirit has emerged. In an instant it felt as if he had encountered searing flames. His primordial spirit was burned, causing unbearable pain. Yet now Su Ke's Yin spirit could endure the scorching sun without being extinguished. The cultivation of the Yin spirit has reached its limit, and with a little more time it would reach perfection. At that time the Yin will end, and the Yang will be born. Life and death will be cultivated together. The 5 energies will gather, and the spirit and Qi will merge. He will then be able to step into the realm of the Yang spirit. In the second year of the Chengping era, on the second day of the second month, Su Kei's cultivation broke through and his mood was excellent. It was indeed a time for celebration. The Spring Breeze Tower reopened. Still the same shopkeeper, but with a different approach. Ever since the shopkeeper discovered that Su Kei frequently visited brothels, he realized that the senior did not dislike the name Spring Breeze Tower. Rather, he disliked the tavern. Inside the elegant pavilion, Su Leoj, if you hadn't come these past few days, I would have gone to look for you myself. Li Shaoqing leaned back on the soft couch and drank the wine in his cup. The demons have gone mad. They do not care about life or death, relentlessly attacking the territories of the three major dynasties. The tides of the Kanglan realm have experienced countless occurrences. Ancient texts from various eras have recorded this. Every tide brings great calamities to the human race. The demons seem endless, wanting to drag the human race to death alongside them. Even those at the level of martial saints dare not claim they can survive such a great calamity. So you are going to the battlefield? Yes, Li Shaoqing nodded. I was born here and grew up here, and as a court official, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Aren't you afraid of death? Su Kei asked curiously. But as soon as he spoke, Su Kei suddenly felt a bit dazed. He remembered he had asked the same question twice before. The first time was to the maid Chun Tao in the martial arts world. Chun Tao replied firmly, unafraid. As long as she could follow her master, she would not fear. The second time was to the person Ci, he in the Ling Huan world. Ci, he responded very afraid of death, but unable to turn back. And now, he remembered Li Shaoqing's deep fear of the future decline of spiritual energy. Yet now he was voluntarily heading to the battlefield. Human nature is indeed complex. Afraid. Who isn't afraid of death? Li Shaoqing sighed bitterly. But as a thousand-house general of the Jinwu division, the court has issued an order. To resist is to commit a capital offense punishable by extermination of 9 clans. Upon hearing this, Su Kei rolled his eyes. He thought he had encountered another Ironhead kid like his junior disciples. He assumed Li Shaoqing was voluntarily requesting to go to the battlefield. Turns out he was being forced. Su Leoj, I have an unreasonable request. Go ahead and say it. Su Kei remained noncommittal. He wanted to hear if this unreasonable request was excessive. Li Shaoqing naturally sensed the undertone and quickly clarified, rest assured, I do not intend to drag you down with me. Although you are unmatched in martial arts and a respected martial saint, the Great Han Dynasty is vast. At this time, spiritual energy is at its peak. No disrespect intended, but even a martial saint cannot stir up much waves. I only ask that after I leave you can guard Dian City on my behalf. If the situation becomes untenable, I implore you to take care of my family. Oh, I see. Su Kei suddenly understood. This realm is considered high martial. The territories of the major dynasties are vast and boundless. Don't mention a 7th grade celestial. Even a 9th grade immortal would find it easy to vanish without a trace. This was a concern that if he perished there would be no one to care for his family. Thinking of this, Su Kei waved and leaped out of the window. Wait a moment. Li Shaoqing, seeing this scene, was utterly confused and had not yet returned to his senses. He then saw Su Kei returning holding a piece of branch. Su Kei threw the branch to Li Shaoqing. This branch has been infused with my true intent. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you can throw it, and it can cut down an ordinary martial saint. Go ahead and rest assured. Your wife and family will be cared for by me, do not worry. To be honest, upon hearing Su Kei's promise, Li Shaoqing felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. However, after a moment of reflection, he felt at ease. After all, many witnesses were present during the incident at Chunfeng Tower when the 8th grade wolf demon was slain. Although Dian City was not particularly large, it had quite a few people of noble status. These martial arts families observed how Li Shaoqing, a 1,000 household officer, catered to Su Kei. They were all secretly inquiring about Su Kei's background. Before long, the news spread rapidly. To curry favor with Su Kei, the martial families spared no effort. However, after such a long time, Su Kei's reputation remained impeccable. Surely there couldn't be any young maidens who did not have him in their hearts, especially not some older women, right? Su Ning cultivation is about refining the heart. The human body is like a furnace with the 3 fields as the cauldron, the spirit as fire, and breath as wind. The primary goal is to refine oneself, to transform the corporeal body, seeking the unity of form and spirit, ultimately achieving dual cultivation of life and fate. You little girl, why such heavy thoughts? If you had this mindset, if only. Su Kei, sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun, occasionally guided Su Ning in her cultivation, shaking his head as he spoke. This girl had decent talent, but she just couldn't settle down. If she were in the spiritual fantasy world, it would be difficult for her to subjugate the 5 demons in her lifetime and break through the realm of master. Ancestor, ancestor. At that moment, shouts came from outside the courtyard. Su Kei waved his hand, and the courtyard door opened automatically. A group of elders hurriedly entered in single file. Upon entering the courtyard, they all respectfully bowed. Ancestor, we heard that the demons are launching a large-scale invasion, and the court has issued a conscription decree gathering martial artists from across the land to guard the borders. Right now, Dian City is recruiting soldiers, and we specifically came to ask for your opinion. My opinion. Suke looked at the elderly clan members before him, his face filled with confusion. Do you all want to join the army? Are you preparing to become fodder for the demons? As soon as these words were spoken, the elders were rendered speechless. What do you mean by fodder? That's too insulting. Ancestor, it's not that we want to go, but the young members of the let them in. Suke nodded slightly. With his cultivation, he had long since noticed the group of young people waiting outside the courtyard, all looking nervous. Soon this group walked in one by one. Among them was Su Chong, who was responsible for teaching the children martial arts, as well as local militia from the village. There were a total of 12 people, each possessing martial arts cultivation. The weakest among them was only at the 2nd grade innate realm, while the strongest had already reached the 4th grade grandmaster level. Judging by their foundations, they would soon break through to the earth immortal realm. Do you all want to go? Yes, Ancestor. What's your reason? Suke was a bit curious. In a battle of this scale, let alone your still shallow cultivation, even a martial sage like me would struggle to influence the outcome on the battlefield. With your strength, you would be like a drop of water falling into the ocean, likely unable to survive even 2 months. Even so, you still want to go. Everyone nodded in unison, kneeling down together. Please, Ancestor, grant us our wish. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be complete eggs? Perhaps they did not understand the lofty ideals of loyalty to the country. But their willingness to go might stem from the fact that their family roots were here, their family members were here. If humanity could not withstand the assault, and the demons broke through, the entire Su family village would face disaster. Suke looked at them seriously and let out a light sigh. Very well. Truly a group of troublesome ones, always bringing me trouble. Although I am a somewhat bumbling ancestor, after all this time I have been called this for long enough. Each person respects me greatly. Other village priests bow to their ancestral graves. Yet the priests of Su family village all bow to him. When it comes time for meals, and he has not arrived, no one dares to move their chopsticks first. Little girl, go fetch some branches. Yes, Ancestor. In a short while, Suke handed the branches to them one by one, explaining their uses. Su Chong and the others treated them like treasures, carefully tucking the branches into their clothes. Then they all knelt down in unison, repeatedly bowing their heads. Originally, they had only come today to seek the ancestors' consent. After all, with the ancestors still alive, the young members of the clan, wanting to join the army, required Suke's approval. They did not come asking for life-saving items. But no one expected that the ancestor would have such means. A mere branch could actually slay a martial sage. Such a precious item, if sold, would surely be worth a fortune. Yet they had no thoughts of selling it. This was a gift from the ancestor. How could they sell it? How could they show disrespect? Thank you for your support, Ancestor. Go. Yes. Suke watched them leave, shaking his head helplessly. I don't even have a wife. Confusedly, I became an ancestor, suddenly gaining over 1,000 descendants. What kind of situation is this? On the first day of March in the 2nd year of the Chongping era, with a gentle breeze and warm sun outside Dian City, it was a sea of people. Over 10,000 martial artists clad in armor were bidding farewell to their families. The common people crowded the sides outside the city. In this world where demons run rampant, even ordinary citizens understood the dangers of this war. Some had eyes filled with reluctance, others with red-rimmed eyes. To many, this farewell might be the last. Among these warriors, about 40% came from the garrison of Dian City, 30% from the Zhenwu division, 20% from surrounding villages and towns, while the rest were from various martial arts families. The entire army was ready to set off, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Li Shaoqing gazed at the countless troops before him, waving his hand as his voice spread throughout. Demons run rampant, acting recklessly. No matter who they are, no matter how strong, anyone who dares to commit acts against our Han must be exterminated, even from afar. March 4th, slay the demons. Moving such a large number of martial artists to the borders would inevitably leave Dian City's defenses vulnerable. If the demons took the opportunity to attack, the remaining forces would struggle to hold. However, Dian City is located in the heart of Han territory. Although demons might also breed within its borders, most are either weak or have been exterminated by the Zhenwu division. As long as the border defenses can hold, the demons that slip in would not be a concern. Moreover, this is a war of races. There is no negotiation, no retreat, no bottom line. This is a great calamity that humanity must face with each tide of the azure blue realm. Suke quietly watched the grand army gradually recede, waving his sleeve, sending several streaks of light toward the 4 city gates of Dian City. After finishing all this, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Time flowed slowly, and soon it was the third year of Qingping. Perhaps due to Li Shaoking's long association with Su Ke, even though Su Ke's reputation was good, he still found it hard to trust Su Ke's character. He basically wrote a letter to his wife every month fearing that his son would change his surname to Su, further proving that he was still alive and breathing. Su Ke naturally received the letter. Brother Su, upon reading this I feel as if we are face to face. Since our last parting, I often think of you. Still remember the cheerful times at Chunfeng Tower months ago, drinking and chatting, reminiscing. After all, Li Shaoqing at his age already possessed the cultivation of the celestial being realm and held the position of 1,000 household officer. He naturally had backing. Meanwhile, Su Chong and others had become Li Shaoking's personal soldiers and had temporarily avoided danger. Clearly this was due to his influence. However, the current situation was not optimistic. The borders of the various dynasties were simply too long, making it impossible to defend every pass. Demons would inevitably break through the lines, causing casualties. Faced with such a situation, the three great dynasties could only contract their defenses, abandoning vast territories and relocating the populace behind the walls. The longer the front lines, the more dispersed the forces, making it unsustainable. Only by retracting their fists could they better strike out. Moreover, humanity did not need to attack, they only needed to defend. Once the spiritual energy dissipated, the demons would self-destruct. The demons clearly understood this principle, becoming increasingly frenzied in their attacks. Humanity would take one step back while the demons would advance 10 steps, leading the three great dynasties to retreat repeatedly. At night, Su Ke was meditating in his room. He had now perfected 3 aspects of his cultivation. His original martial arts had already reached the pinnacle of the star-stabilizing level. Within his 370 trillion cells, a strand of original power had emerged. With each refinement, the original power compressed slightly, and his physical body and strength increased accordingly. Currently, the successfully compressed cellular origins stood at around 300 million. After a long time, Su Ke slightly opened his eyes, then smacked his head, sending his yang spirit out. The yang spirit was pure and immaculate, taking form when gathered, dispersing into qi when spread, having transitioned from illusion to reality. To break through the refinement of illusion and merging with the Tao, it was no longer necessary to sit in meditation deliberately. He only needed to wander the mountains and rivers, eliminating the barriers between the physical body and the primordial spirit, thus comprehending the operation of heaven and earth through a perfected yang spirit. Just as Su Ke was about to retract his yang spirit, he suddenly furrowed his brow. With a thought, he immediately traversed the heavens and earth, flying away into the distance. The night was hazy and all was silent. Dian City had already implemented a curfew. Boom. Dust flew and the ground trembled slightly. A horde of demons, their forms towering like mountains covered in scales and armor, with exposed fangs, trampled forward. The guards on the city walls, who had been dozing off, were startled awake by this commotion. They opened their eyes and were terrified, immediately blowing the horn. Woo! As soon as the horn sounded, the city guards and martial artists hurriedly formed ranks and rushed to the walls. Looking at the oncoming demons in the darkness, their faces turned pale. Soon the entire city was awakened by the sound of the horn coming from all directions, and everyone hurried to the city walls. What's going on? Where did these demons come from? What should we do now? This is the heartland of the Han Dynasty. How could so many demons appear? Quick, go to Su family village and ask Ancestor Su for help. Senior Su is a martial sage, as long as he comes, Dian City will be saved. On the city walls, the officials and members of martial arts families were filled with anxiety. Governor Zhang looked at the demons encircling from all sides and furrowed his brow. There's no time. Quickly activate the formation and try to delay for time. As long as we can hold until dawn, news of Dian City being besieged can be transmitted. Or, when Senior Su comes to Chunfeng Tower in the morning, he will naturally know. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. What kind of talk was this? What did it mean to wait for Senior Su to come to Chunfeng Tower to save the day? What if he didn't come? At that moment, a light curtain unfolded from the center, instantly enveloping the entire Dian City. The 4 symbols Great Formation. This formation was arranged by a true master from Haoyan sect in the Yin God realm, using the 4 divine beasts as a foundation, providing strong defense. As long as there were enough spirit stones, even a martial sage would take several hours to forcibly break it. Soon countless demons arrived at the city gates, stopping a few miles away. Many demons retreated, clearing a path. From among them emerged a 5-tailed azure fox, a howling moon wolf, and a sun-white tiger. These demons were surrounded by azure light, all transforming into human forms. The azure fox became a graceful woman, the wolf a sly man, and the tiger a burly man. 4 symbols Great Formation. The five-tailed azure fox Tushan Shio looked at the light barrier before her and chuckled lightly. Let's begin from here. Song Song Bai Chong, go break this formation. Yes, my lord. Song Song and Bai Chong nodded slightly, then leaped into the sky looking down at the distant Dine city. Damn it, is that a 10-grade demon? And 3 of them. Governor Zhang, seeing this scene, couldn't help but curse, his face filled with despair. Although many of the demons were born able to fly, these 3 definitely were not included. Being able to fly meant they had already broken through to the 10 grade. Although the Azure Fox had not flown yet, the fact that it could command 2 10-grade demons implied its formidable strength. The 4 symbols Great Formation of Dian City could not even hold back a single 10-grade demon, let alone 3. In such a situation, even if Su Ke the martial sage arrived, it would likely be of no use. Not to mention, there were tens of thousands of demons lurking around. At this moment, not only Governor Zhang felt despair, but others did too. Many martial artists collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as paper. It's over, it's over. I regret coming to Dian City. 3-headed demons equivalent to martial sages. How could such a small city attract such powerful enemies? Only an absolute martial god could come and use divine martial arts to resolve this crisis. They simply could not understand why the demons had silently arrived outside Dian City. Were all the martial artists at the borders dead? Song Song looked at the despairing martial artists on the city walls, chuckling coldly, eagerly flying toward Dian City. Just as he reached within 100 meters of the city gate, Kang Song's entire body surged with demonic power, preparing to attack the formation barrier. Clang! A branch turned to dust from the crack in the city wall. A chilling sword intent shot up into the sky, bright white sword light, like a rainbow, piercing the sun, with 100 zhang sword intent suspended in the air, shimmering in the night. Sharp. Terrifying. Song Song felt as though he was being targeted by some terrifying entity, his mind thrown into chaos, cold sweat covering him, and he turned to flee. This sword is only meant to slay demons. In his panic, a sound of sword ringing emerged. A sword intent enveloped him and struck down. There was no flashiness. Only speed to the extreme. With a soft sound, Kang Song's body froze in midair. In the next moment, his transformed human form vanished, his 100-meter-long original form severed in 2, blood splattering everywhere, lifeless. Under a single sword strike, a demon comparable to a martial sage fell on the spot. The scene fell into silence. Even Bai Chong, who was about to follow, froze in place, instantly drenched in sweat. Had he followed Kang Song's footsteps, would he also have been struck down by this sword intent? Meanwhile, on the city walls, every soldier and martial artist stared wide-eyed. A 10-grade demon, comparable to martial sage combat power. Just like that, it died so easily, without even a chance to resist. Only a trace of martial arts' true intent remained. Tushan Shio's expression tightened as she had sensed a dangerous aura from that sword intent earlier. Even for her, facing such terrifying sword intent would likely lead to catastrophe. This feeling was extremely absurd, yet also profoundly real. How is this possible? Tushan Shio furrowed her brows. She was now a peak 10th grade demon, having reached the limits of this realm. Only a step away from connecting with heaven and earth, controlling the primal energy of the world, grasping the embryonic form of the domain, and refining the demon god's legal persona, could she step into the realm of the demon god. Tushan Shio's gaze wandered among the many demons and pointed at a bear demon. You go try it. The bear demon was taken aback, wanting to refuse, but seeing Tushan Shio's cold gaze, it swallowed its words. It knew clearly that if it dared to refuse, it would only have a dead end. With that thought, the bear demon could only muster its entire demonic power, the air rippling as it charged towards Dian City like a cannonball. Oh great demon god, little bear does not wish to die. The bear demon quickly landed outside the city, tightly closing its eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. But moments passed, and the surroundings were calm and tranquil, devoid of any danger. It was as if the overwhelming sword intent earlier was merely an illusion. Seeing this, Tushan Shio let out a cold laugh. Even if the true meaning of martial arts could be preserved, it was just a consumable item. What a pity for the Tsang Song to have wasted a life in vain. Bai Chong, you go. Yes, my lord. Bai Chong, whose heart had been hanging in tension, finally relaxed and soared into the sky. The winds and waves gathered the demonic energy, surging wildly. Bai Chong was a 10th grade demon, radiating demonic energy like dark clouds pressing down, filled with a sense of oppression. Soon he arrived outside the door, looking at the trembling bear demon below, feeling disdain in his heart, and he immediately scolded. Get lost. Yes, yes, I will roll away now. The bear demon dared not say more and hurriedly retreated. On the city wall, the martial artist fell into despair once again. Get lost. Yes, yes, I will roll away now. The bear demon dared not say more and hurriedly retreated. On the city wall, the martial artist fell into despair. Pitiful human race, overestimating yourselves. Baicheng looked down at the people on the city wall, and with a wave of his hand the demonic power condensed into a pitch-black giant hand pressing down like a mountain. Break! In an instant a thunderous roar erupted. The earth-shattering force collided with the light shield of the four symbols' great array, creating ripples. The mid-grade spirit stones maintaining the formation shattered dozens of pieces in an instant. Such power made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. Boom! Boom! Baicheng unleashed his demonic power, the assault, like a torrential storm. The ripples of the formation's light shield surged, the glow gradually dimming. If classified by rank, the four symbols' great array could be considered 10th grade. If the coverage area were small, even if a martial saint or martial god came, it would be difficult to break the formation in a short time. However, at present the formation's coverage was too large, naturally reducing its defensive capability. No wonder it's the four symbols' great array. It truly resembles a turtle shell. Baicheng, seeing that the formation was still holding, could not help but exclaim, "Is it so laborious? Why not let tens of thousands of demons break the formation at once? Wouldn't that be quicker? Or perhaps I could lend a hand." At that moment a voice suddenly rang in Baicheng's ear. "Who?" Baicheng's heart jolted, and he turned around abruptly. He saw a figure exuding pure yang aura floating in midair, gazing at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "When did you appear?" Baicheng was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was a 10th grade demon. If the other party hadn't spoken first, he wouldn't have noticed someone approaching him. Baicheng warily stared at the suddenly appearing figure. "Who are you?" Suke did not rush to answer, instead, gazing down at the tens of thousands of demons, then glanced at the nearby, five-tailed blue fox before retracting his gaze and focusing on Baicheng. "Who am I? I am the pioneer of martial arts, the ancestor of the great Qian martial path, the first one to exorcise demons in the great Zhao, the first Dao master, the emperor of Fengdu, the leader of earth, and a villager from Su family village in Dian City, Suke." Upon hearing this, Baicheng was stunned. Tu Shanxiu was also taken aback. Even the martial artists on the city wall were all left in shock. What is this? Such arrogance. The ancestor of martial arts. Emperor of Fengdu. And what is this leader of earth? What is that supposed to mean? This place is a forbidden zone. I have been entrusted by a friend. Within Dian City's borders, demons shall not advance. Suke chuckled lightly, extending a finger, lightly poking towards Baicheng. "Behave and kindly die first, okay?" Solidified. Terrifying. Baicheng's pupils constricted, and he instantly felt goosebumps all over, unable to move, as if frozen in place. Clearly Suke's finger moved slowly. Clearly he felt no force at all. Yet he sensed the aura of death. Unstoppable, unavoidable. Puffed. Baicheng's head was easily pierced by a finger, with terrifying thunder spreading out along the finger, instantly extinguishing his life force. Bang! Baicheng transformed into a 100-meter-tall tiger form, plummeting towards the ground, his body still crackling with thunder, a fragrant aroma of meat wafting out. "Su Senior, is this a young god? How is this possible?" Zhang Governor and the other martial artists gasped in shock. Many knew Suke was a martial saint. Otherwise it wouldn't have led Li Shaoqing to curry favor with him at every turn. But no one had expected that Suke was not only a martial saint, but also a celestial young god. Both celestial and martial arts have reached 10th grade. It is rare in this realm for cultivators to simultaneously practice two paths. Unless one has broken through to the martial god realm, they would spend some time comprehending another path. But this was merely to seek similarities. Rarely does anyone progress in both paths simultaneously. Yet now they had witnessed it. It was simply terrifying. The many martial artists who had originally been in despair were now visibly excited, each looking up at the figure in the sky with reverence. Suke paid no heed to the astonishment of these martial artists. He had originally been cultivating in Su family village, but upon sensing the reserved martial true meaning being triggered, he had come here. Previously, he had left a section of branches at the 4 gates of Dian City, each containing martial true meaning, which would automatically activate whenever a demon of the immortal realm or above approached. Suke looked at the horde of demons outside the city. "Since you've come, then leave them all behind. Heaven and Earth's mystical sect, the root of 10,000 energies, extensively cultivating for 10,000 calamities, certify my divine powers." Golden whips manifest. The air bursts with countless streaks of gilded light. He has already reached the yang spirit realm, able to command divine arts with mere thought. Talismans and thunderous techniques obey him, unbound by flesh. Such feats are forever beyond the Yin spirit. Wave after wave of golden whip radiance lashes outward. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets 10,000 whips. In the black night the golden blaze illuminated the boundless earth, bright as day. Mighty, unfathomable. Suke stood like some immortal, the heavens thick with whips that extinguished any will to resist. Tu Shanxiu's face went ashen, terror etched in every feature. Could this truly be an immortal young spirit? 10,000 golden whips, more fearsome than even the elder masters of the Haotian sect. Alarm bells rang in Tu Shanxiu's heart. Retreat took root in her mind. At that moment the air split, innumerable golden whips struck like homing missiles carrying an irresistible force. Roar! Demonic beasts seized by dread hurled every ounce of their fiendish power outward. Storm nebula rent. Tiansha Yaogang. Fenshin Wanfire. I seal breath. The storm swept, demonic malice condensed. Scarlet infernos and frigid mists coalesced. Heaven and earth changed hue, airwaves rolled, and tremors never ceased. Hurry! Sustained the four-symbol formation. Prefect Zhang's face drained of color at the sight. Even within the protective array they felt the quake as if mountains were collapsing. They knew Su Ke was formidable, yet none had imagined he could possess such overwhelming power. They had hoped his arrival would frighten the demons into retreat and resolve Dian City's peril. No one expected him to unleash his full might without warning. In an instant the golden whips, suffused with unparalleled majesty, swept across the field. One lash dispersed the storm clouds, another dissolved demonic malice. One whip snuffed infernal flames, another drove back the ice tide. Terrifying airwaves rolled outward with thunderous roar, dust blotting out the sky, aftershocks plowing the earth into 10,000 ravines. Soil rose and boulders turned to powder. Demons of 6th rank and below, struck by the golden whips, exploded into blood mist, leaving no bones. In moments tens of thousands dwindled to mere thousands. Even those who survived were grievously wounded. Tu Shanxiu herself spattered blood, her face drained, but she could no longer hold a human guise and reveal the 200-meter, five-tailed Qinghu true form. Su Ke's expression remained composed, his heart unshaken. In the martial world, he had reaped nearly 100,000 lives in only 8 years. In the spirit illusory realm, he had stood 2 breaths from the human sovereign, annihilating over 100,000 specters and slaying 1,000,000 malevolent spirits. He was no tender-hearted man. He kept his own limits, but there were not many of them. Su Ke's mind gave the faintest motion. Jianmu Leigong. Descend your powers, thunder roll, and flames cling, by the decree of the Fengdu Great Emperor, by urgent law bind, and sever the evil. Righteous 5 thunders. Heaven split with lightning and thunder, ears assailed by deafening roars as countless thunder serpents writhed within the clouds. Fall. The words fell like an edict, and streaks of purple-lit lightning crashed earthward. The orthodox 5 thunders manifest in 5 hues: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Ordinary Taoists circle within those 5 colors, but if one refines the 5 thunders to the utmost, harmonizing the 5 viscera and 5 qi, one may master the Zixiao, innate primordial thunder. Damn! Who is this man? Such might. Why have we never heard of him? No, I cannot die here. I must live to report back to my grandmother. Tu Shanxiu's fur stood on end like a beast, provoked. Panic filled her eyes. Without another moment's hesitation, she forced her demonic power to surge, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, chanting, sway, sway, draw the nether, borrow the profound wind, body, become drifting shadow, a breath, 1,000 miles. At once Tu Shanxiu's body vaporized into tendrils of azure smoke, and borne on the rolling airwaves fled into the distance. Thunder boomed behind her. As she vanished, thousands of demons were obliterated, their bodies ground to dust by the thunderbolts. Countless thunder serpents burrowed into the earth and spread along the ley lines with a continuous sizzle. Trying to leave. Too late. Su Ke watched the smoke retreat, and chuckled softly, closing his eyes. Heaven and earth, calm, sun and moon divide essence. The eyes conceal 5 qi, within reflects the profound void. The world's qi lay bare before him. Found it. Su Ke opened his eyes, golden light flickering as his figure vanished from the spot. 1,000 miles away in a mountain ravine, a wisp of azure smoke condensed and fell to earth. Tu Shanxiu's fur had been seared by purple lightning, large patches charred. She lay weak and wretched, struggling to rise. Seeing her own state, humiliation burned through her. From beginning to end, she had not truly engaged Su Ke. She felt he had never regarded her as an adversary, contemptuous and dismissive as one would treat an ant. She was after all an apex 10th rank great demon, renowned within the Qinghu clan. She had never before suffered such disdain. Damn these humans and their broken promises. Oh, when I return, I will demand retribution. She dared not tend her wounds for fear he might pursue. She was about to flee when a drumbeat sounded. Thud, thud, thud. Who is beating that drum? Thunder cracked, golden lotuses bloomed across the sky. A crushing pressure descended from the heavens. Tu Shanxiu was stricken with terror, as if a mountain pressed upon her. She collapsed, barely able to move, only her eyes still able to roll. Fellow Taoist, please halt. Su Ke stood calm, hands folded behind him, suspended in midair. Terror shook Tu Shan Xiu to the bone. Impossible, this cannot be. The Qinghu clan's escape art is peerless. In a single breath, we can vanish 1,000 miles. How could you have caught up or located my position? Who are you? She reminded herself that their secret art exacted great cost and moved with such speed that even a peak martial god would struggle to pinpoint and pursue. A martial saint should be even less able. Is it that difficult? Su Ke descended and stood before the five-tailed Qinghu. The contrast was immense, a fragile human beside a 200-meter colossus. Have you heard of reading mountains and rivers to seek a trace? He asked. Have you heard of tracing earth veins by circulating qi? Once your aura has been revealed before me, I have at least 37 methods to find you. Tell me, how did you infiltrate deep into the Han heartland beneath mortal eyes? Tu Shan Xiu froze, bewilderment glazing her features. What mountain sanddrivers tracking? What earth vein tracing? She had never heard of such arts. Not even the premier Haotian sect possessed them. Wait, how did we slip into the Central Plains? Why would this human ask that? This is impossible. Tu Shan Xiu's eyes widened, astonishment and suspicion warred within her as she blurted out. You don't know? You actually don't know? You know nothing at all. Suddenly Tu Shan Xiu understood. She finally grasped why a martial saint had intervened. Su Ke was a wild-born martial saint, an unordained force of nature. Su Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. There was meaning behind her words. Tu Shan Xiu offered no reply, only a sound of scornful laughter and a look of pity. Huh. You are finished, you are doomed. No matter where you flee, the entire Kanglan realm will offer you no refuge. The Kanglan realm spans boundlessly, stretching across countless billions of miles. This land has birthed innumerable heroes, and throughout history the Central Plains have experienced multiple unifications, yet they inevitably succumb to the fate of fragmentation. The larger the territory of a dynasty, the more challenging it becomes to effectively convey orders, and over time, it is easy to form a fragmented situation. During this cycle of heavenly tides, there was once a unified dynasty, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. However, as the number of peak martial gods increased and the territory became too vast, governance gradually became difficult. Faced with the rebellion of the three major powers, even the contemporary hero, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, could not turn the tide, ultimately being destroyed by the current three dynasties. Even so, the territories ruled by each dynasty today remain extraordinarily large. In this situation, the human race continually retreats, losing vast swathes of land. The entire Kanglan realm is in utter chaos. Time passes slowly. In the fourth year of Qingping, Su Ke sits in the courtyard, gazing at the notice in his hand. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The territory of the Han dynasty spans millions of miles, where the people live and work in peace. Yet demons encroach, slaughtering the living, burning cities, resulting in countless deaths and injuries, which heaven and earth cannot tolerate. Today it is proclaimed to the world that all citizens of the Han dynasty may directly enter the demon lairs, slay the demons, and burn their nests. I have resolved to send the martial saint to lead the troops into the demon lairs for equal retaliation. I want to make it clear to the demons, if they can invade, so can I. Those who offend the Han dynasty will be punished no matter how far they are. This notice is quite lengthy, and it is very imposing. Any warrior with a bit of blood in them would likely feel their blood boil upon seeing such a decree. Su Ke set down the notice and picked up two other copies beside it for review. These two copies came from the Great Tang and the Great Ming, with content that was largely similar. Demons from all directions, those who dare to offend the Great Tang shall be exterminated with no descendants left. Even if the Great Ming faces extinction, we will not coexist with the demons. How can one sleep soundly beside a slumbering enemy? The imperial edicts of the three major dynasties spread throughout the Central Plains in a very short time. They recorded a series of tragic events. Any warrior who saw the notice wished to immediately pick up their weapons and fight the demons. Some warriors who survived by chance recounted what they had seen, shocking the world, leading everyone to detest the demons to the core, their eyes bloodshot, stirred into a frenzy. What a clever tactic. Su Ke set down the notice, tapped his forehead, and the Fengdu heavenly palace transformed into a beam of golden light, flying out from the Naiwan palace, hovering before him. Right after a series of piercing screams echoed around like the wails of vengeful spirits, Su Ke's gaze fell upon the miniature Fengdu heavenly palace, his sight penetrating the palace walls, revealing the internal scene. Inside, the hall was eerie and cold, filled with ghostly energy. A ghostly soldier conjured from the heavenly palace was using iron pliers to grasp the root of the tongue of Tu Shan Xiu, forcefully pulling out the entire tongue. Following that, various forms of torture were executed. The Fengdu heavenly palace is the key to open the underworld, as well as the only low-grade innate spiritual treasure in the spiritual illusion realm. It also represents the dignity of the great emperor of Fengdu with vast powers and endless means. Simulating an 18-layer hell is just a trivial matter for the heavenly palace. Since Su Ke obtained this treasure, it was the first time he used this method to torment a demon. After all, in his view, killing is merely a matter of striking down. Why bother with such trouble? But Tu Shan Xiu was different. Its mouth was very tough, and its soul was equally resilient. Still unwilling to speak. Ha ha, you think you can make me? You're dead for sure. You will definitely die. Even while enduring torture, Tu Shan Xiu continued to laugh heartily, showing no signs of fear. This matter not only concerns the secrets of the entire demon race, but also their future. How could it possibly be revealed easily? Of course, even if Tu Shan Xiu wanted to speak, it wouldn't be able to. Because all who knew the secret were bound by restrictions from powerful beings of the divine realm and could not leak any information. Once revealed, their souls would instantly perish. During this period, Tu Shan Xiu had considered using the restrictions to commit suicide. However, it ultimately gave up, still holding onto a final glimmer of hope. As long as the ancestor of the Qing Fox clan discovers its disappearance, an investigation will surely ensue, thus leading to clues. At that time, as long as Su Ke is killed, it can survive. Moreover, Tu Shan Xiu believed that as long as it did not disclose any information, it would still hold value for Su Ke, and he would not strike to kill. So noisy. Forget it, since I can't extract information, let's just kill it. Su Ke shook his head, his thoughts shifting, the heavenly palace's golden light flickering, gently shaking. Tu Shan Xiu didn't even have the chance to plead for mercy before its soul was extinguished. In fact, Su Ke didn't need to go through such trouble. With his personality, he could have simply charged in. Why bother with all this roundabout? He had always acted this way in the past. When faced with uncertainty, he could ask the spring breeze, and if the spring breeze was indecisive, he could ask fate. The only reason he didn't act immediately was entirely because old ancestor, all the citizens of Dian City have already relocated, and now only an empty city remains, with the surrounding villages and towns also gradually withdrawing. The village head entered the courtyard, respectfully saluted, and spoke. Now only our Su family village remains, and each family is ready. When shall we set out? Currently the demons are rampant. For some unknown reason, the border troops cannot stop the demons' infiltration. During this time, martial saint-level demons have been rampant, and countless cities in various states have suffered massacres. Even a city like Dian City, located in the heart of the Han Dynasty, could not escape. If Su Ke hadn't intervened back, then Dian City would have likely followed the fate of those cities. In this situation, families and citizens in the city have either fled or run away, and by now there is no one left, and whatever could be taken has been taken. Thus he has fulfilled the request of Li Shaoqing. Of course, Li Shaoqing's wife is currently also in Su family village, planning to leave together. Inform everyone we will depart tonight. Yes, old ancestor. The village head respectfully responded, hesitating for a moment. Then, old ancestor, where shall we go? Where to? Su Ke smiled. To a place of heavenly fortune, to a place to avoid disaster. Peach. As soon as the words fell, at that moment a mechanical voice echoed. Ding, would you like to draw a talent? Only 3 days after the Su family village relocated, demons surged in from all directions. The news of Su Ke slaying the invading demons in Dian City had spread like wildfire. Although shocking, it did not attract much attention. Whether from the demon side or among the human elites, they merely remembered the name without truly taking it to heart. To them, he was just a wild martial saint without roots. The Azure Blue realm was vast and full of wonders. The major dynasties thrived in cultivation, and it was quite normal for a few rootless martial saints to emerge. The ancestor of Su family village, Su Ke. How amusing. Some wild martial saints are somewhat sensible, but others dare to stand against the tide, truly unaware of their own insignificance, and not afraid of losing their lives. Gui Ming, you've already slain 3 human martial saints, it's my turn now. I wonder if Su Ke can satisfy my desires. In the air, 2 martial saint-level great demons soared. One was the 9 nether black python, and the other was the Xuanjia giant tortoise, followed by a group of demons. Xin, you do not underestimate the enemy. The last time we went to Dian City, it was the sacred fox of the Qinghu clan, Tu Shan Xiu, who has already cultivated 5 tails and possesses immense demon power, just one step away from breaking through to the demon god realm. Gui Ming's expression was grave. Moreover, the sacred fox was accompanied by Bai Chong and Song Song, but they are all dead, which proves that Su Ke is not easy to deal with. If it weren't for the elder of the Qinghu clan issuing a death order forbidding any alliances and mandating their extermination, I truly would not wish to be his enemy. They were specifically sent to eliminate those uncooperative wild martial saints. The 9 nether black python excelled in attack and tracking, while the Xuanjia spirit tortoise had unmatched defense. Together the 2 demons were invincible. It would be fine if they encountered a sensible martial saint. Just have human immortals inscribe restrictions. If they are uncooperative, there is no need to leave any survivors. Humph, the sacred fox. Just a troublesome fox. How can it compare to me? Xianyu dismissed it with disdain. Gui Ming merely sighed lightly, offering no further counsel. Soon after, a group of demons arrived at Su family village. Have they already fled? At this moment, Su family village was silent, completely deserted, and devoid of any signs of life. Seeing this, the two great demons paid it no mind. They had encountered such situations before, yet no one had ever escaped their pursuit. Among the demons, there were many clans skilled in tracking. Just right, Xianyu was one of them. Go search for everything that carries a trace of their aura. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I will slay him. Yes, Demon King. A group of demons immediately rushed into the village to search. Not long after, many demons emerged carrying items tainted with traces. They were all discarded remnants. Old clothes, broken bowls, worn-out shoes. However, when these items were piled before them, both Xianyu and Gui Ming were taken aback, their hair standing on end. Not good. Damn it. Suke, you bastard. You truly deserve to die. Xianyu cursed, turning to flee without hesitation. In that instant, dazzling white light erupted from these discarded items. Killing intent surged. Sword intent was piercing. Blade intent was thick. Various true meanings of martial arts erupted violently. The blinding white light spread out in an arc, terrifying energy radiating outward. Like a nuclear explosion. Instantly, a mushroom cloud rose, various true meanings intertwined, as if to destroy heaven and earth. In the distance, Xianyu and Gui Ming seemed to have heard a phrase. Heaven and earth share the same lifespan. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosion radiated from Su family village, enveloping an area of several dozen miles in an instant. It crushed everything, sweeping away the remnants. The very heavens and earth trembled. Any demon caught in the explosion, whether at the 9th or 10th rank, was entirely vaporized, disappearing without a trace. After the explosion, it left behind a pit over 100 feet deep and several dozen miles in diameter. Countless rocks were vaporized and numerous houses and fertile fields turned to ash. Meanwhile, a deafening roar came from the direction of Dian City, and the entire city vanished without a trace in the explosion. In a certain region of the Han Dynasty, Suke moved like lightning, as if he could shrink the earth to inches, covering thousands of meters in a single step. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and halted, gazing toward Dian City. The true meaning was triggered. Martial Saint-level demons. Suke smiled lightly, disregarding it, and setting off again. Everyone from Su family village had gone to a safe place. Using the divination techniques from the 5 arts of mountain medicine, observing mountains and dragon veins, and inspecting the earthly energy, finding a safe place was not difficult. Of course, if a great calamity descended, even the most skilled divination would be of no use. Su Ning naturally remained in the village. After all, he was about to cause trouble. He wanted to understand what schemes lay behind this. As for talent. Talent, immortality. Father is very wealthy. Heaven rewards diligence. Universe in sleeve 1 thought. All heavens, self-generating spring water. Your life is my life. All laws return to one certainty. Eternal certainty. Soul is immortal. Heaven-defying talent. Heaven-defying comprehension. Perpetual motion machine. Weapon enhancement scroll. Day 8192. The 14th talent. Acquired talent. Weapon enhancement scroll. Weapon enhancement scroll. You can gain 1 upgrade point each day, which can be accumulated to upgrade weapons. The higher the item rank, the more upgrade points are required. As long as you are willing, even a pile of dung can be a treasure. When Suke saw this talent, he nodded slightly. In the martial arts world, he had only used an alloy-long knife, which was ultimately just a mundane item. Upon arriving in the spirit illusion world, he did not rely on magical treasures, but single-handedly dominated the entire realm with the steps of the human emperor. However, as his strength continued to increase, and he ventured into more worlds, the importance of magical treasures would only grow. If he were to go to the primordial world in the future with only a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, wouldn't anyone be able to press him to the ground and beat him? Now it was different. As long as he lived long enough, the Fengdu Heavenly Palace would one day be elevated to the level of a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Magical treasures are classified into mundane items, magical artifacts, treasure artifacts, and spiritual treasures. If he wanted to enhance an ordinary wooden stick into a top-grade spiritual treasure, it would take 500 days. Above that are acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaotic spiritual treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures. 2 days later, outside Tianfeng City, Suke stood in the outskirts, gazing at the magnificent city in the distance. This place was situated north of the Han Dynasty, and was also within the interior. At this moment outside Tianfeng City, demon energy surged and dark clouds loomed over the city. The four symbols Great Array had already been activated, shrouding the entire city. Tens of thousands of demons were recklessly unleashing their demon power with various attacks, striking the Great Array, creating ripples. Thunder Half Moon Slash, Soul Rending Claw, Flame Storm, Fire Featherblade Strike, Iron Tail Mountain Smash. Waves of assaults came one after another, astonishing in their might. Two martial saint-level great demons hovered in the air, their demon power surging, condensing into colossal fists that struck towards the Great Array with an unmatched force. The booming sounds were incessant. This scene drove the people in Tianfeng City to despair, with cries of anguish echoing. Seeing this, Suke was about to step forward to unleash his power. Wait a minute. This aura, are there more than two? The four symbols Great Array was merely a defensive formation without any concealment effect. Suke squinted his eyes, expanding his divine sense. 5 martial saint level. 2 are demons and the other 3 are inside the city. Are they humans? In Tianfeng City, 3 individuals sat facing each other in a tea house. 2 of them flanked Feng Xiu on either side, blocking all his escape routes. Meng Yi, dressed in a dark embroidered robe with a handsome face, raised his teacup to take a sip and smiled. Feng Xiu, you have been gifted since childhood, and now at just over 300 years old achieving the martial saint realm is quite remarkable. Have you thought this through? They were specifically tasked with handling wild martial saints. They were known as the Embroidered Robe Envoys, a special institution of the Great Han Dynasty rarely known to the public. To become an Embroidered Robe Envoy, one must possess at least the strength of the 9th rank Undying Realm. The different colors of the embroidered robes indicate rank: blue for the Undying Realm, black for the Martial Saint Realm, and red for the Peak Martial Gods. Each stage is divided into 3 levels. The Blue Robe members are merely the reserve team, consisting solely of talented individuals gathered from various places. Meng Yi, however, was a level 3 black-robed embroidered robe envoy, having reached the pinnacle of the Martial Saint Realm. As for the Town Guard, it merely serves to oversee martial artists and demons across various regions. Other major dynasties also have institutions similar to the Embroidered Robe Envoys. The Tang Dynasty calls theirs the Plum Blossom Guards, while the Ming Dynasty refers to them as the Golden Robe Guards. Both are established to deal with wild martial saints. Consider. Feng Xiu glanced at Meng Yi and then at the brawny man beside him, who was glaring at him, and forced a bitter smile. I am merely at the early stage of the martial saint realm. How could I warrant the personal attention of a peak martial saint and a latest-stage martial saint? That would be too much of an elevation for me. Very well, it seems you have made your choice. Meng Yi laughed heartily, his eyes filled with appreciation. Brother Feng, you still have at least 600 years of lifespan left. In this era, when the spiritual energy of the world is gradually declining at your age, you have already surpassed the limits of longevity. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, death is inevitable. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. One must plan for their own future. The martial saint realm grants a lifespan of 1,000 years. Any martial saint with a long lifespan would not wish to perish along with the dissipating spiritual energy. Although they could not reveal the truth to a martial saint who had not yet been marked, they could still imply vague hints. Feng Xiu sighed lightly and suddenly directed his gaze outside the tea house, pointing. Lord Meng, do you see that old man in the tavern across the street? Meng Yi followed his finger to look. At the counter of the tavern opposite the tea house, an elderly man with white hair was huddled in fear, his hands clasped together as if he were praying for something. His father is named Chun Dong, his grandfather Chen Su, and his great-grandfather Chen Ju. Back in the year of the Great Drought in Tianfeng City, the land was parched and the dead lay everywhere. I nearly perished, saved only by a bowl of rice soup from Chen Ju. Look over there, that little girl, and over there that little boy. Their ancestors have all shown me kindness. Feng Xiu spoke calmly. Tell me, can I just stand by and watch them be slaughtered by demons? Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's expression hardened, exuding a dangerous aura. The Embroidered Robe Envoys frequently dealt with wild martial saints and had encountered many types of individuals. There were those who feared for their lives as well as those who valued loyalty and righteousness. It seems you intend to. No, Feng Xiu shook his head. I merely wish to ask Lord Meng to accommodate me and allow me to take these individuals away. As for the other common folk, they are merely ants to me. What does it matter? Meng Yi looked at Feng Xiu seriously and smiled. What if I do not agree? Silence. The tea house fell into silence. After a moment, Feng Xiu spoke indifferently. Then I shall naturally obey your orders. Meng Yi burst into laughter, about to nod in agreement. However, he suddenly noticed lightning surging in the sky, dark clouds rolling in, and the entire sky growing dim. Countless citizens on the streets huddled in corners, shivering in fear, while the protective barrier above the city continued to ripple. But between heaven and earth the sky was thick with clouds, and lightning snakes danced within the layers carrying a destructive pressure. What is happening? Meng Ye's expression tightened, and before he could understand the situation a voice resounded across the heavens. Heavenly thunder faintly rumbles, divine thunder booms, dragon thunder roars, and water thunder churns. Boom. Countless purple lightning bolts fell from the clouds. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, and his whole body trembled. He saw two colossal purple lightning bolts crashing down on two martial saint-level demons. In an instant both demons were obliterated. Then a palace appeared out of thin air, expanding in the wind, reaching a height of 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, and crashing down on the city's protective barrier. Crack! Even the barrier that had withstood countless demon attacks stood firm, yet at this moment it shattered with a sound. Who is it? How can it be so terrifying? How dare he attack the demons? Meng Ye's mind was suddenly filled with questions. Blessings be unto you, Lord of infinite life. A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind him, a hand gently resting on his shoulder. Esteemed ones, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if you could enlighten me. When did he arrive? Meng Ye became rigid, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as he swallowed, hard, a storm surging in his heart. So fast. He had not noticed at all. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not even have the chance to resist. Run! Fang Xiao and another embroidered robe envoy were so terrified by this scene that their souls nearly fled their bodies, activating their true energy to escape. Alas! Damn it, the local martial artists are so rude. The Taoist is so humble and polite, yet they not only fail to return the courtesy, but dare to flee. Golden light spell. Sukei's feet glowed with golden light, transforming into a long whip that shot out, instantly binding the two individuals. One of them received a lash across the forehead, causing a large bump to swell. So strong. It was understandable for Fang Xiao to be unable to escape, as he was merely at the early stage of the martial saint realm. But that embroidered robe envoy had long since entered the late stage of the martial saint realm, yet he could not evade a single strike. Meng Ye's eyes widened as he stiffly turned his head. A stranger. Before him was an unfamiliar face. May I ask, esteemed elder, what questions do you have? As long as the junior knows, I will certainly speak without reservation. Very good. Sukei nodded. Tianfang City is besieged by demons, and the leaders are merely 2 10th-rank demons. It should not be difficult for you to handle. Why do you not take action? As soon as these words were spoken, the tea house was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Meng Yu was not a fool and immediately understood. The person before him was a wild powerhouse. In the current Azure Realm, martial saints either knew the secrets or were already dead. The fact that this person knew nothing about it was enough to indicate his identity. Because we are not allowed to. Why are you not allowed? It is the rule. What rule, eh? Martial saint-level cultivators are forbidden from engaging in combat. And who established this rule? And upon hearing this, Meng Yi fell silent. It was not that he refused to answer. It was that he could no longer speak. And should he utter even a single additional word, the restraining formation would activate instantly. Sukei gave a slight nod, then suddenly raised his hand and struck. And boom. In Meng Ye's head exploded. In Tai Guang Shuang Ling Yu Jing Su Chang. Heaven, earth, sun, and moon, a water and fire conjoin. 3 souls and 7 vital spirits be seized. Sukei channeled his arcane energy, swept his sleeve, and willed the invocation. In the Fengdu heavenly palace manifested, and in one gulp devoured Meng Ye's soul. In this spectacle instantly petrified Fang Xiao and his companion. Such ruthless ferocity. And from where had this formidable figure emerged? At that moment Sukei turned and fixed his gaze upon them. And esteemed sirs, might you enlighten this humble Taoist? It seems answers cannot be extracted from a martial saint. And those who know dare not speak, those who do not know offer no insight, even when questioned. Then we must seek out a martial god, and across the desolate wilderness and Sukei soared aloft on the wind. Fang Xiao had only recently ascended to the initial stage of martial saint cultivation when imperial embroidered uniform envoys approached him. Yet he, having reached the absolute pinnacle of martial saint cultivation, the peerless apex of perfection, remained untouched by any envoy. And how absurd. And preposterous. And who precisely did they presume to slight? I may refuse, but you dare not neglect to come. In what manner of treatment is this? In special dispensation. Indiscriminatory exclusion. And of course, should an embroidered uniform envoy truly appear, Sukei would strike the moment the subject of the sealing formation arose. He would obliterate them utterly, reducing their very ashes to dust. And the two sides stood in irreconcilable opposition. Into the embroidered uniform envoys every martial saint across the realm faced but two paths: submit or perish. And no third option existed. And unless, of course, one possessed the power to shatter the entire Kanglan realm's pantheon of martial gods. Only now did he grasp why Tushan Xiu had deemed him doomed. And within the Han dynasty's borders, martial saints were strictly forbidden from striking against demons or fiends. Then, did similar edicts exist within demonic territories? And for instance, were 10th-rank demonic sovereigns likewise prohibited from attacking human martial saints? Suke remained ignorant of this decree. And not only did he fail to stand idly by as demons slaughtered Diyan City, he intervened first, slaying 3 demonic sovereigns outright, thus violating the sacred taboo. There remained no room for reconciliation. Neither the demonic lords and the ruling elites of the 3 great dynasties would perish, or Suke himself would fall. In Baiyun Immortal City lay south of the Han dynasty. Majestic and awe-inspiring, its ramparts stretched vast and grand, shimmering with spiritual radiance. And inscribed runes glowed softly along its battlements. Even the gate sentries ranked no lower than 3rd-rank grandmasters. And within the city prosperity thrummed. Martial cultivators filled every street. A single brick dropped at random would surely strike a 4th-rank cultivator. Martial god guards patrolled regularly, towering figures fierce and disciplined, uniformly attaining the 5th-rank outer radiance profound mystery realm. And centuries ago this city bore the humble name Qingxi City. It had been an ordinary settlement, until it produced a martial god, the Baiyun martial god. Suke stood before the city gates, gazing upward at the colossal metropolis, silently approving. Grandeur is virtue, magnitude is beauty. And worthy indeed of the title Immortal City. The soaring walls struck with visceral force. Diyan City beside it resembled little more than a mound of earth. Suke had already lingered outside Baiyun Immortal City for a full month, yet he delayed entering. And instead he traversed every corner within a 1,000-li radius, marking each location meticulously. Baiyun Martial God, 11th rank peak martial god at initial stage. His body harmonizes with heaven and earth. He commands ambient chi to manifest his martial god divine form. His lifespan spans 36,000 years, and Suke shook his head faintly. And under ordinary circumstances, a peak martial god endures 5 complete cycles. Each cycle comprising 5,000 years of rising tide and 5,000 of receding tide. Yet since antiquity, no peak martial god has ever survived the age of dwindling Tao. None has died peacefully of natural causes. Who among them could accept such a grim reality? Suke paid the gate tax and entered. And inside, crowds surged. Martial cultivators thronged every thoroughfare. At the city's heart rose a vast, imposing palace, the Jade Palace of Baiyun, residence of the Baiyun martial god. And soon thereafter Suke arrived before the Jade Palace, pausing to contemplate its grandeur. The martial god guards at the gate, seeing someone dare stare so boldly at the palace, so brazenly disrespectful, roared a stern rebuke and advanced to subdue him on the spot. At that instant Suke willed the Fengdu heavenly palace into his palm. And grow. And the palace launched from his hand, swelling rapidly, within a blink exceeding 1,000 zhang in height. This spectacle seized the attention of everyone nearby. And they froze mid-step, mouths agape. And what artifact was this? And what precisely did this man intend? Go. Suke pointed. And the heavenly palace hurtled downward, crashing toward the entire Jade Palace. And outrageous. How dare this brat? A thunderous roar erupted from within the Jade Palace. And the Baiyun martial god, deep in meditation within his quiet chamber, sensed a terrifying surge of power, and burst forth instantly. Emerging, he beheld the 1,000 zhang heavenly palace suspended overhead, and his eyes blazed with fury. And with both palms he slammed downward. Martial god divine form, arise. In that instant ambient chi converged violently across the heavens. And clang. Divine form towering 10,000 meters materialized, its head piercing the clouds, its feet rooted in the earth, its colossal frame dominating the mortal world. The moment the divine form manifested, all martial cultivators bowed their heads. An overwhelming pressure rolled outward. Countless cultivators trembled inwardly, lowering their gazes in involuntary reverence. Nearby pavilions within the Jade Palace crumbled beneath the divine form's emergence. Many of the clan's younger generation perished grievously. The divine form's eyes blazed with wrath, radiant light swirling about its form. Its right arm swung back, then hurled forward in a cataclysmic fist aimed straight at the plummeting heavenly palace. Boom. The fist collided with the palace in a deafening detonation whose shockwave echoed for miles. Violent energies scattered outward. Sand and stone whirled violently across dozens of li, The blast's aftershock razed countless structures, entirely reducing the Jade Palace to rubble. What a magnificent divine form! And Suke tilted his head skyward, nodding appreciatively. And though this divine form measured merely 3,000 zhang, dwarfed by the legendary Fa Tian Xiang Di technique, it remained undeniably sublime. After all, even the most rudimentary Fa Tian Xiang Di manifestation soared 10,000 zhang high. Yet this divine form, truly breathtaking. And quick reflexes, I'll grant you that. Suke shook his head dismissively, then activated the Emperor's Step, his figure vanishing toward the city's outskirts. And behind him. And wait for me. Pa. And how selfish you are. And the Fengdu Heavenly Palace shrank swiftly, transforming into a golden streak that pursued him. And villain, don't flee. From the ruins of the Jade Palace, and Biyun withdrew his divine form and roared in fury, launching in pursuit. And had he not deployed the divine form in time to intercept the Heavenly Palace, his descendants dwelling within would have perished utterly. Two figures streaked, one ahead, one behind, vanishing beyond Biyun immortal city's boundaries. And countless cultivators within watched, breath held tight. I'd assumed the Biyun martial god was already unrivaled under heaven. And yet someone dares confront him so boldly. Who then is this man? That is the martial god divine form. And truly terrifying. And never witnessed such a sight in my life. Never. To die now would be fulfillment enough. Word spread like wildfire. An unknown sovereign had assaulted the Jade Palace and reduced it to ruins. And though many knew pursuit was futile, they rushed en masse toward the city gates, hearts pounding with exhilaration. To witness this battle firsthand would suffice for boasting across a lifetime. And thousands of li away, above a desolate wasteland, two figures hovered motionless in midair. A mere martial saint dares challenge this sovereign, truly courting death. And Biyun's eyes burned with fury as he locked on his Suke voice glacial. Today you shall learn, martial god is inviolable. And beneath a martial god all else are but insignificant insects. Bang, bang, bang. Figures intertwined, fists striking flesh. In the wild expanse of the air, two individuals constantly shifted positions. Each clash caused the air to tremble, shockwaves radiating outward, and the ground's soil flew everywhere. The speed had reached a point where it was nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye, relying solely on the terrifying ripples generated by their collisions to gauge their positions. The scene was akin to the destruction of the world effortlessly tearing apart. The residual power emanating from the center of the battle was incredibly frightening. Ordinary warriors at the unbreakable realm dared not approach, facing death or injury. In the distance, more warriors were arriving one after another. They did not dare to come close, only watching from afar. Hiss! This destructive power is too terrifying. With such might, even a 9th-rank warrior would probably perish in an instant. Right? Who is that person? He can actually fight evenly with the martial god Biyun, not falling behind. Even a few martial saints were watching the battle. Should we intervene? Intervene. In such a battle are we seeking death? This is no longer a battle that mere martial saints can participate in. And why do I feel that person looks somewhat familiar? Suke, it's Suke. The Xiao envoy has issued a bounty. This person killed 3 martial saint demons in Dian City, and even set traps on his way out, causing heavy losses to the demons. I heard he was recently seen in Tianfang City, and then the Xiao envoy's 3rd-level black-clothed Meng Yi disappeared, which must be related to him. Those nearby were shocked upon hearing this. Suke's strength is actually this formidable. No wonder he can contend with martial god Biyun. Look, Elder Biyun is unleashing his Dharma form. At this moment in the center of the battlefield, Biyun clasped his hands, and his aura surged violently as the world's spiritual energy rapidly converged. Martial god Dharma form activate. With a clang, a martial god Dharma form towering 10,000 meters suddenly coalesced. Insects die. A voice that shook the heavens erupted. A colossal finger emerged from the clouds, scattering the cloud layers as wisps of azure clouds flowed through the gaps of the finger. The finger was exceedingly thick, radiating brilliance, reaching 100 meters, with even the fingerprints clearly visible. In an instant the world dimmed, filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Suke looked at the 10,000-meter Dharma form not far away, and then at the descending finger. This scene resembled a giant trying to crush an ant. Indeed, bigger is better, bigger is stronger. What technique is this? What truth? Flowery nonsense. I don't care at all. What I want is this pure power. Here we go. With a thought, Suke summoned the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, tossing it into the air like a basketball. He had not fully refined this Heavenly Palace yet. After all, it was a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure with 12 innate restrictions. Suke was currently at the peak of spirit refinement, having only initially refined 8 restrictions. But that was already enough.
A pin against a weed on. Clang. The heavenly palace trembled slightly at this moment. I wonder if I can withstand it. Then it transformed into a beam of golden light soaring into the sky, meeting that colossal finger. Swish. The world seemed to freeze, and all the warriors around fixed their gazes in midair. The heavenly palace pierced through the finger, golden light bursting forth, unleashing terrifying power. Boom. The enormous finger of the martial god Dharma form instantly shattered, turning into the world's spiritual energy, but soon recoalesced. Big, big, big. With a thought, Suke commanded the heavenly palace to swell in the wind, swiftly reaching 1,000 zhang, crashing down from the sky towards the martial god Dharma form. Small hammer 40, big hammer 80. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Yun struck upwards towards the heavenly palace. Each collision trembled the air, and the residual waves swept around. In just a moment, the heavenly palace had already struck hundreds of times. At this moment, the martial god Bai Yun's Dharma form slightly bent its feet, sinking 100 meters into the ground with soil already burying the tops of his feet. Suke raised his right index finger upward, directing the heavenly palace to continue its ascent, then swiftly swiped downward, the heavenly palace crashing down once more. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision were incessant. This scene was incredibly shocking, leaving the nearby warriors dumbfounded. Never had they seen a martial god Dharma form being smashed into the ground. This is a martial god. Preposterous. Bai Yun was both furious and incredulous. He had broken through to the apex of martial god status for hundreds of years, holding a revered position, and when had he ever suffered such humiliation? To be actually beaten down by a mere martial saint. If this were to spread, he would surely become a laughingstock. Sky-splitting fist. The martial god Dharma form suddenly radiated light, condensing terrifying pressure on its fist, roaring to the heavens as it struck out. Boom. The heavenly palace was knocked away, and one of the arms of the martial god Dharma form dissipated. A powerful arc-shaped shockwave surged outward, flattening a mountain peak several miles away. Boulders tumbled and dust filled the air. I am the martial god. How can a mere martial saint harm me? As long as the world's spiritual energy does not deplete, the Dharma form will not perish. At this moment, Bai Yun took the opportunity to pull his legs out from the ground. I acknowledge that among those who have fought me, none can compare to you. You can be called invincible among martial saints. But today you shall still die. At this moment, the heavenly palace transformed into golden light, flying back into Suke's mind palace. Martial god Dharma form. As long as the spiritual energy remains, the Dharma form will not perish. Suke looked up at the towering Dharma form, suddenly shaking his head, slightly bowing, and cupping his hands in salute. Thank you for your guidance. Allow me to observe your Dharma. The 10th Assameter Dharma form has truly opened my eyes. In areas where I have troubled you, I can only express my gratitude with my muddy hands, lock my spirit to read clearly and honorably. Thank you, daring to bear your lofty sentiments beyond mere words to express. Therefore, Suke clasped his palms together. The heavens and earth roared. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. A martial god Dharma form rose from the ground with clouds above and earth below. The divine might of the Dharma form enveloped the world, strong winds howled, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. I am waiting for enlightenment. Oh, what are you waiting for? At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. All the warriors widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Martial god Dharma form. He has broken through to the apex of martial god. How is this possible? Even the few martial saints were astonished. Breaking through to martial god requires the body and mind to merge with the heavens and earth, controlling the world's spiritual energy to condense the martial god Dharma form. This is a sign. This is a transcendence of life levels as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet at this moment it was unfolding right before their eyes. Suke's vision soared to 10,000 meters high, clouds drifting before him, mountains appearing as mere heaps of earth. The surging spiritual energy of the heavens and earth filled the Dharma form, brimming with terrifying power. Suke looked at the still shocked martial god Bai Yun and bowed once more. I am a Taoist of chaos, commonly known as Suke. To thank you for your guidance today. Now, martial god Bai Yun. Let's go to your death. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, 10,000 chi, the root of all. Through boundless eons of cultivation, I shall manifest my divine powers. Golden light mantra, activate. In an instant, Suke's Tentosema turtle Dharma body blazed with golden radiance, bathing the entire heavens and earth in resplendent gold. Taste this strike from this Taoist. Suke drew back his right arm. Primordial energy trembled violently around him. Golden light coalesced upon his fist as he hurled a thunderous punch toward Bai Yun, the martial god. Damn it!
Seeing the blow descend, Baiyun had no choice but to meet it head-on, no time for hesitation. The collision of their fists unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking detonation. The ground shattered instantly. Soil erupted skyward, fissures tearing open like jagged wounds plunging hundreds of meters deep. A maelstrom of violent shockwaves swept across the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. At that moment, terror gripped Baiyun's heart. This man has only just broken through. How could he possibly be this strong? From a single impact, his entire arm dissolved into dissipating primordial energy, utterly unable to withstand even one blow. Suke observed the spectacle and gave a faint approving nod. Martial God Dharma body, combined with the golden light mantra, was it viable? Absolutely viable. And devastatingly potent. To him, his opponent's Dharma body seemed flimsy as rice paper, pathetically fragile. Exhilarating. Again, Suke's twin fists wreathed in golden light rained down relentless blows. Each strike carved cracks across Baiyun's Dharma body. Within moments, overwhelming force drove Baiyun backward step by step, forcing him to continuously draw upon celestial and terrestrial primordial energy to mend the fractures. I cannot sustain this attrition. Baiyun's eyes hardened with resolve. He abandoned preserving his Dharma body's integrity and instead channeled his ultimate martial arts techniques to their fullest. Heaven-crushing fist of the azure vault. Mountain overwhelming palm of the vast peaks. Indestructible golden body of the martial god. Star-treading leg of the abyssal calm. True martial intent. Manifested as solidified fist spirit. In that instant, each technique roared forth with cataclysmic force. Fists shook the nine heavens, palms extinguished the cosmos, legs split mountains and rivers, each imbued with profound, unadulterated martial Tao essence. Sonic booms detonated in rapid succession, terrifying beyond measure. Yet Suke deployed no intricate techniques. His power was raw numerical brute force, overwhelming. No matter how myriad your transformations, no matter how sublime your forms. First endure my fist. If one is insufficient, then another shall follow. Boom. Baiyun's onslaught struck Suke like harmless tickles, failing even to pierce the golden radiance. Meanwhile, every blow Suke landed sent violent tremors through Baiyun's Dharma body, steadily sapping his vitality. Before long, Baiyun's martial god Dharma body began to dim. Crack. With a brittle snap, the Dharma body finally collapsed, shattering into dispersing light. At that moment, the battlefield stretched 1,000 li in every direction, barren, desolate, utterly devoid of green. Thankfully, the Kanglan realm teemed with abundant spiritual energy, nurturing all life to extraordinary resilience. Otherwise, such devastation would have reduced even the sturdiest terrain to dust. Such power was nothing short of a walking natural disaster. Wherever it passed, annihilation followed. As for the martial cultivators who had gathered to watch, they fled the moment the two titans manifested their colossal Dharma bodies. Could mere spectators dare witness such heaven-rending might? Even martial saints retreated repeatedly, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, both martial gods' Dharma bodies soared 10,000 meters high, visible with perfect clarity even from 1,000 li away. A gentle breeze drifted across the ruined field, scattering the thick veil of smoke and dust. Amidst the rubble of a vast crater, Baiyun lay sprawled, pale-faced, breath ragged, blood gurgling ceaselessly from his lips. He simply could not comprehend it. How could one human being be so monstrously formidable? As a martial saint, he had stood evenly matched against him. Yet now, mere moments after Suke's breakthrough to martial godhood, he was utterly crushed. Just who are you? Before Baiyun could finish speaking, the Fengdu heavenly palace materialized before him, suddenly, overwhelmingly. Tai Guang Shuang Ling Yu Jing, swiftly appear. Sun, moon, heaven, earth, water, fire, converge. 3 souls, 7 spirits, seize. At Suke's mental command, the palace lunged forward, a wild boar charge. Baiyun's skull exploded instantly, his soul was devoured whole. Then Suke vanished from sight, leaving only silence behind. As time passed, martial cultivators cautiously approached the site, led by several martial saints. Soon they discovered Baiyun, the martial god. But no one spoke, for Baiyun was now nothing more than a lifeless corpse. In the 4th year of the Chongping era, news spread like wildfire across the Kanglan realm. Suke had ascended to the pinnacle of martial godhood, and Baiyun, the martial god, had perished in battle. Before this, few had ever heard his name. Now, however, he rose to fame overnight. Though Baiyun had attained martial godhood only centuries ago, and remained at its initial stage, he was undeniably a martial god. A martial god must never be disgraced. This was no empty boast, because it bore a second, deeper truth. A martial god must never be slain. Having endured internal and external elemental tribulations, they forged an indestructible golden body, achieving true immortality. Their very life essence transformed flesh hardened beyond comprehension, limbs regenerated instantly. Even a pierced heart could not end them. Of course, if the head were obliterated, death would still follow. Yet if one mastered both the Taoist and martial paths, and advanced the Taoist cultivation to the Yangshan realm, even decapitation would not prove fatal. Even Su Ke, in his current state, required focused cultivation energy to first annihilate the soul before striking his own head. A martial god must never be disgraced, nor slain. The former signified status, the latter absolute power. Precisely because of this, Su Ke's slaying of Baiyun immediately after ascending to martial godhood ignited unprecedented shockwaves. Countless martial cultivators began probing for intelligence on Su Ke. Alas, what grudge could Su Ke the martial god possibly hold against Baiyun? If only they'd reconciled. Indeed, the demonic hordes run rampant, and great dynasties crumble one after another. One more martial god means one more pillar of strength. Who could deny it? The martial god realm. How profoundly aspirational. Meanwhile, at an elsewhere, Su Ke has broken through to martial godhood. Then, shall we proceed? Inside the chamber sat 10 figures clad entirely in black, astonishment etched across every face. They were embroidered robe envoys, all martial saints. Their mission: track down Su Ke and apprehend him. After all, his slaughter of numerous great demonic beasts at the martial saint level had provoked fierce outrage among the demonic clans. The emperor himself had decreed should resistance arise, Su Ke was to be executed without mercy, merely to placate the demons. But now, this is a martial god. I've been trapped at the peak of martial sainthood for 45 years, unable to breach the barrier. Yet a youth barely past adolescence has already achieved it. Lifespan extends to 36,000 years. All gazed upward, hearts aflame with longing. Only martial gods earned a seat at the highest table. Let us withdraw and report. Su Ke, now a martial god, lies far beyond our reach. Yes, sir. Elsewhere in a remote wilderness, a palace stood solitary, its plaque inscribed with the words, Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Inside, Su Ke sat upon the imperial throne, gazing upon a soul, suspended midair, bound in ethereal chains. This is Taoist artifice. You forcibly extracted the soul. You must be at least at the ancient realm. To master both Taoist and martial cultivation to such terrifying heights. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Baiyun surveyed his surroundings, dread surging within him. Had he still lived, even a celestial immortal could not have torn a martial god's soul free by force. But he was dead. Even so, such a feat demanded at minimum a 10th rank ancient realm cultivator. Who am I? Su Ke smiled faintly upon hearing the question. Merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Baiyun froze, bewildered, when suddenly a voice echoed. Under heaven, the one who reaches heaven's summit. The azure realm Dita Peak. Streaks of radiant light shot swiftly from the distance and alighted upon the summit in an instant. Esteemed friend Xiong, it has been far too long. May you be well. Ah, Master Qinfeng. What an honor to meet you again. All is well with me. Not long ago, I paid a visit to your human territories and devoured an entire city's populace. A minor martial saint attempted to impede me, but alas, his strength proved woefully insufficient. Haha. Esteemed friend Xiong remains as forthright as ever. By the way, last month a 10th rank junior of your clan spoke disrespectfully toward me. I could not restrain myself and roasted him on the spot. I trust you bear no ill will. A trifling matter indeed. If Master Qinfeng takes pleasure in such fare, after today's assembly, I shall personally select 2 promising juniors for you. You are far too generous, esteemed friend Xiong. In that case, I shall invite you to my domain afterward. Your feast shall be the people themselves. Upon Dita Peak, men, women, elders, and children alike gathered. Humans and demons standing in equal measure. Within moments, the number of beings atop Dita Peak swelled steadily until over 1,000 had assembled. All were peerless martial gods or immortal sovereigns. They exchanged courteous greetings, engaged in easy banter with trusted peers, and the atmosphere remained warm and harmonious, devoid of even a trace of tension. The old adage that humans and demons are eternal enemies destined to clash till death seemed absurd here. Indeed, many among them were bosom friends. Yet this harmony did not arise overnight. In the early days of spiritual energy resurgence across the azure realm, demons awakened sentience, and hostilities flared fiercely between the two races, nearly descending into utter chaos. But as centuries passed, more and more martial gods emerged, and they began to perceive a profound truth. While a martial saint's lifespan rarely exceeded 1,000 years, a martial god endured for 36,000. With such immense longevity and overwhelming power, Even the mere leakage of their aura was enough to shatter cultivators below the 7th rank, celestial human realm, let alone ordinary mortals. If so, why protect these mortals at all? Why fight and bleed for such insignificant specks of dust? And thus, they attained enlightenment. I hear a curious incident has recently unfolded among the humans. A young martial saint named Su Ke decapitated the most beloved grandson of Lord Tu Shan. This demon sovereign recalls hearing of it as well. The youth goes by Su Ke. He slew the wretched Bai Yun immediately upon ascending to martial godhood. Will this matter be raised during today's assembly? We shall know soon enough. Shoo, silence. The 8 supreme sovereigns have arrived. Instantly, Dita Peak fell utterly still. Every gaze turned toward a single point. 8 figures descended gracefully onto the summit. Hail the 8 supreme sovereigns. Welcome the 8 supreme sovereigns. All rise. No need for formalities. Lu Tsang raised his hand in gentle gesture. All 8 turned simultaneously, each weaving intricate mudras, their seals converged mid-air, coalescing into a flawless luminous sigil. Crack. Reality tore open, revealing a realm beyond, lush with songbirds and fragrant blossoms saturated with abundant spiritual energy. Lu Tsang stepped through first, the others followed without hesitation. This was the Hutan secret realm, a sanctuary jointly forged by the 8 supreme sovereigns, housing a single majestic palace. The martial god hall. Since time immemorial, every cultivator who ascends to the pinnacle of martial godhood receives an invitation and a martial god token, granting them entry to the martial god assembly. Over the past 5 millennia, excluding those already fallen, a total of 1,123 martial gods have reached this apex. One by one they entered the secret realm. Dita Peak sank once more into serene silence. Within the martial god hall, opulence reigned, majestic, solemn, awe-inspiring. 8 imperial thrones stood elevated above, while countless seats stretched below in strict hierarchical order. Martial gods seated themselves according to cultivation rank. The nearer the front, the greater the strength. The rearmost seats belong to the weakest. To ascend in rank, one must challenge and defeat the occupant of the desired seat. The hall lay in profound stillness. Not a word was spoken, as every gaze fixed reverently upon the 8 supreme sovereigns. Lu Tsang's expression bore sovereign gravity as he swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke slowly. First matter, the martial god Su Ke. I have lived 4,300 years, witnessed dynasties rise and fall, yet never encountered one so brazen. He hails from the Han dynasty's dominion. While still a martial saint, he violated sacred taboos, slaying Tu Shan Xiu and annihilating my embroidered uniform envoys. Thereafter he defied heaven and earth, scorned imperial authority, and publicly executed the martial god Bai Yun, an unforgivable crime. Let us first peruse this dossier. At Lu Tsang's words, a flick of his wrist summoned radiant streams from his spatial storage artifact, each streak landing precisely before a martial god's seat. They accepted the dossiers and scanned the contents. Year 29 of Yongle era appeared in Su family village. Year 1 of Chengping era slew an 8th rank wolf demon at Spring Breeze Pavilion. Year 2 entrusted by Magistrate Li Shaoqing to defend Wild Goose City. Year 3 slain the martial saint level demon by Chongkangsong outside Wild Goose City. Tu Shan Xiu vanished. Immortal Dao Yangshan realm. At this line, not a ripple stirred within the hearts of the martial gods. Slaying martial saint tier demons was commonplace, hardly worthy of note. Such incidents occurred frequently, merely requiring gradual suppression. Sure enough, less than a year later, Xian Yu and Gue Ming were dispatched to execute Su Ke. Xian Yu, the 9-abyss black serpent, had slain 38 martial saints unmatched in slaughter. Gue Ming, the dark-shelled giant tortoise, had felled 25 martial saints and endured 3 strikes from a martial god unscathed. At this passage the assembly nodded slightly. Such a force should easily overwhelm Su Ke. This arrangement had always proven flawless, never once failed. Yet the outcome? Dead. A vast area, dozens of li, utterly obliterated. 1 month ago he appeared in Baiyun Immortal City, ascended to pinnacle martial godhood, and executed Bai Yun. Reading thus far, the martial gods furrowed their brows, expressions growing grave. His origins remain unknown, his source of power enigmatic. Having violated the martial god hall's taboos, and breached the interregional decree forbidding martial saints from direct intervention, it follows that Su Ke is a wild martial saint. His divine sense bears no binding seal. Moreover, having attained the immortal Dao Yangshan realm, he may well extract Bai Yun's soul to interrogate him, uncovering our grand design. Yet he has only just entered the initial stage of martial godhood. Formidable, yes, but still but a slightly stronger insect. I propose dispatching 2 martial gods to eliminate him.
I concur. He has earned his own demise. Seconded. This rogue openly defies the martial god hall. There is no path of redemption left. His execution shall serve as a dire warning. So be it. Utterly justified. But Lutsong merely nodded, not opposing the idea. In his eyes, Suke was nothing more than a bothersome ailment easily extinguishable with a mere flip of his hand. The second matter concerns the 8 great treasures. The depletion of spiritual energy is imminent. Everyone should report on their progress. Within the martial god palace, silence reigned. Everyone understood what the 8 great treasures were and what they signified. There were a total of 8 magical artifacts. They were the calamity-repelling measure, the misfortune-repelling mirror, the grievance-sealing seal, and the malevolence-inflicting sword. Additionally, there were the malice-inflicting demon blade, the death-defying cauldron, the blood rage flag, and the soul-calling banner. These magical artifacts were crafted under the leadership of the 8 supremes. All the martial gods in the martial god palace must unconditionally obey orders and gather the required materials. Everyone, our remaining time is limited. There is no avoiding this. When the secret realm collapses, the world will be devoid of any spiritual energy. Our only way out is to rebel against the heavens. In the Fengdu Heavenly Palace, Suke, after subjecting Bai Yun to 100 rounds of the 18 layers of hell, finally got him to confess everything. Even Tu Shanxiu couldn't compare. Tu Shanxiu had held out for a year, whereas Bai Yun couldn't even last a month. The Emperor's Peak, the Huttian secret realm, the martial god palace. 1123 peak martial gods. Attempting to distort the heavenly path and alter the laws of the universe in order to survive. Suke asked with confusion. Can this really succeed? I don't know. Bai Yun shook his head, saying, but we have no retreat. If we wish to live, we must fight with all our might. As for the demons and the lower class of humanity, they are merely expendable, akin to the weeds by the roadside, cut down only to grow back again. In the eyes of the peak martial gods, let alone mere mortals, even if the azure realm were to sink, what would those below the martial saint level and the demons have long been regarded as inferior beings? Suke, if you were merely at the martial saint level, there would only be 2 outcomes: either submit and be bound by restrictions, or die. For you have killed the most cherished descendant of the Qing Fox ancestor, for you have broken the rules. Regardless of whether they are demons or from the 3 great dynasties, they will send martial saints to kill you. If 1 martial saint is not enough, then 10, 100, or 1,000 will come. If that still doesn't suffice, then it will be the martial gods. But now that you have already broken through to the martial god level, in the eyes of us you are, but an ant. Killing you is as easy as killing a fly. Furthermore, I have not truly fallen. You still have room to turn things around. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die. You can kill me, but can you really kill all 1123 martial gods? And I can still plead for you. Bai Yun earnestly persuaded him. The reason he revealed everything within, besides the unbearable torture of the 18 layers of hell, he did not want to die. He believed that as long as he displayed the true strength of the martial god palace, Suke would surely yield. After all, anyone facing thousands of martial gods could only feel despair. Plead for me. Suke smiled lightly, noncommittal. Are you saying that after enduring the harsh winters and scorching summers, relying solely on my own hard work, I finally break through to become a peak martial god, only to end up having to look to the martial god palace for approval? Do I have to beg them for a chance to be a dog? Then am I not just begging on my knees? Even with Suke's current mindset, he nearly laughed in anger. Such actions are truly tyrannical. Bai Yun felt a bit awkward after hearing this. Though his words were somewhat crude, the essence of the reasoning was not wrong at all. Suke, you may not yet understand the power of the martial god palace. Do not say you are merely new to the martial god realm. Even if you were at the peak, you could only accept reality. Moreover, it is better to live poorly than to die well. We martial gods have long lifespans. Why must we flaunt our momentary pride? When your strength grows in the future, you will naturally no longer have to kneel and can stand tall. As soon as these words were spoken, Suke rose from his throne and walked before Bai Yun. What if I refuse? He had not felt such passionate fervor in a long time. In the past, during his time in the martial world, the sense of being surrounded by enemies with the whole world against him was still vivid in his mind. How did he end up in the Azure Realm? Could this place become his grave? No matter how one looks at it, this battle is a 1 against 1123, with the advantage on my side. Refuse. Bai Yun was taken aback. He simply could not understand why the other party would refuse. Did he truly not fear death? Why? I don't like being a dog for others, even if it costs you your life. Indeed. Suke smiled faintly. My thought is quite simple. Either I kill you, or you kill me. And why is that? Bai Yun pressed for an answer once more, this being the second time he had asked in a short period. Because at 11234:026 a.m.,
418 days ago Tu Shan Xiu offended me in a small valley 915 meters away from Dian City at coordinates 627,012. She said that even if I fled to the ends of the earth there would be no place for me to hide. I did not believe it, so of course I am not someone who holds grudges. I have long forgotten about these matters. I mainly want to eliminate harm for the people. You martial gods dare to wantonly slaughter mortals? As a member of the righteous path, how can I allow you to act so recklessly? Bai Yun was dumbfounded. Bai Yun was bewildered. Although he did not fully understand, he could guess the main idea. Just because of one sentence he held such a grudge. Bai Yun was filled with utter despair, gritting his teeth in anger, and could only let out a furious roar to the heavens. Tu Shan Xiu, I will come for you. In Jinxing City the city was magnificent with the sounds of soldiers training constantly echoing. Inside a military tent Li Shaoqing wore a worried expression. So my brother Osu. I simply can't sleep. As I sift through the past letters, the more I read, the more anxious I feel, fearing the next letter will be filled with my son, wanting to change his surname to Su. You must keep your integrity. Since several months ago he had lost contact with his wife. After the last letter arrived there had been no further news. He only knew that his wife had moved away from Su family village. Where to? How was life? He had no idea. How could that not be worrisome? How could that not make one anxious? Li Shaoqing sighed deeply, and just then hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Su Chong lifted the curtain and rushed in. Generally it's bad. Something big has happened to my ancestor. What? Could it really be a name change? Li Shaoqing abruptly stood up, his face pale as a ghost. What name change? Su Chong was stunned, completely taken aback. Li Shaoqing awkwardly cleared his throat, quickly regaining his composure. What exactly happened to Brother Su? The ancestor has broken through to the peak martial god. That's great news. Li Shaoqing's spirit lifted. This is a martial god. Power unmatched in the Azure realm. If others knew he had such a powerful backing, who would dare to offend him in the future? He could already envision a bright future ahead. Su Chong continued, the ancestor has slain the demons of Tianfang City. But the ancestor has also killed 3 martial saints from the embroidered garment envoy, and I heard they have issued a wanted notice. What? And the ancestor has also killed the martial god Bai Yun. What the hell? Su Chong, hurry, notify everyone, let all the trusted confidants quickly pack their belongings and flee. If we delay any longer it will be too late. Li Shaoqing immediately stood up with a complex expression on his face. Damn it. Su Laoj, this troublemaker. The trouble caused this time is no small matter. He originally thought that after Su Ke broke through to the martial god level, he finally had a reliable backing. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the great Han dynasty from then on? Who would have thought? Su Ke not only killed the demons, but also the embroidered robe envoy, and also took down the martial god Bai Yun. What kind of background does the embroidered robe envoy have? As the captain of the town guard, Li Shaoqing knew very well. Those who can enter the embroidered robe envoy are at least at the undying realm, and even that is just the reserve with no tasks, only one goal to break through. Being wanted by the embroidered robe envoy is like the sky falling down. Isn't this asking for one's life? Who in Dian City doesn't know I'm Su Laoj's #1 lackey? Who doesn't know that I look up to Su Ke? If I don't run now, when will I? Half an hour later, Li Shaoqing led hundreds of people stealthily slipping out of Jinxing City. Just 100 miles away from Jinxing City, everyone suddenly felt several powerful pressures enveloping them. Li Shaoqing's heart tightened, and he turned to look back only to see 6 figures flying in the air, exuding an astonishing aura. Even though he had already entered the 8th grade golden body realm, he still felt immense pressure. The faces of his subordinates turned pale, almost unable to stand. I am Zhang Bei, 3rd level black robe of the embroidered robe envoy. 2nd level black robe Wang Shi. 2nd level black robe Qin Lai. The voices rolled like thunder. Li Shaoqing's heart sank, revealing despair as he touched the branch in his arms. This was a gift from Su Ke before setting off. It contained the true meaning of martial arts and could slay an ordinary martial saint. But in front of him Zhang Bei was a 3rd level black robe. The peak of martial saint realm. Not just any ordinary martial saint. Even if he used this item, he was afraid it wouldn't harm him at all. Moreover, there were a total of 6 martial saints on the other side. This time it seemed truly hopeless. Zhang Bei hovered in midair, looking down with a cold smile. Li Shaoqing, you have quite the audacity, daring to collude with the evil Su Ke, intending to. But he was interrupted before he could finish. Damn it, dare to insult the ancestor, die for me. Brothers, throw the branches, let's fight them. In an instant, a terrifying essence surged into the sky, an awe-inspiring momentum. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, goosebumps rising all over. Zhang Bei's expression changed drastically, unleashing all his essence as the wind and waves surged. Break for me. The others also stiffened, unleashing their full strength, without reservation. Is this really the true meaning of martial arts? How could it be so terrifying? Clang. The sword intent soared into the air, transforming into a 100-foot blade, striking down. Boom. Zhang Bei and the others had no chance to resist, turning into blood mist on the spot. Even the ground behind was cleaved out with a deep ravine dozens of miles long. Silence. Quiet. Li Shaoqing stiffly turned his head, looked at Su Chong, and then gazed at the deep ravine in the distance. Can it slay an ordinary martial saint? A third-level black robe peak of martial saint. Is that considered ordinary? Then what is truly extraordinary? Li Shaoqing felt numb, his mind blank, dazed and shocked. Originally, it was already absurd that Su Ke could seal the true meaning of martial arts into a branch. How could such a powerful true meaning of martial arts be contained in an ordinary branch? Most martial saints use rare materials as vessels. Moreover, sealing it once consumes mental energy, requiring months of recovery. If it weren't for this, the descendants of martial saints wouldn't treat it as a life-saving trump card. But now, Li Shaoqing actually saw 5 members of the Su family, each taking out a branch. How do you have so much true meaning of martial arts? Is it a lot? Su Chong scratched his head. We only have one each. One each. Li Shaoqing looked at the remaining 5 Su family members, each pulling out a branch, his eyes almost popping out. The crafting of vessels to seal the true meaning of martial arts is extremely difficult. Su Leoj must have accumulated these over many years. To give you such precious items, he truly cares for the younger generation. Difficult to craft. Accumulated over years. Su Chong and the others looked puzzled. General, is it really that hard? We remember the ancestor just asked Ninger to break a few branches, and with a casual swipe, there was the true meaning of martial arts. Yeah, I was there. To be honest, the ancestor is truly extraordinary. Even the branches he casually gives can't be blocked by a martial saint. You're not wrong. If the ancestor is now a martial god, how can he not be strong? I heard that martial gods can manifest a 10th centimeter form. I don't know if it's true. It must be true. If the ancestor sealed his martial god form into the branches, can't we also manifest the form? Su Chong and the others started chatting among themselves, completely unaware of the tension from being pursued by the embroidered robe envoy. Li Shaoqing was completely numb. He looked at these Su family members who understood nothing, feeling exhausted and envious. Su Leoj, I can also talk. I can also be surnamed Su. In the 4th year of the Chengping era, in November, the Heavenly Patrol's headquarters. This is the garrison of the embroidered-clad envoys of the Great Han Dynasty. Continuous high walls surround the area with a military gate set in each wall. There are many people in the garrison. Su Xing is one of the green-clad envoys. Since he broke through to the immortal realm at the age of 76, he has been favored by the embroidered envoy who inscribed a restriction on him, thus officially joining. At this stage, green-clad envoys do not have tasks and only need to focus on cultivation. The so-called 3-level assessment is based on innate talent. Breaking through the immortal realm before the age of 80 is a level 3. Breaking through before the age of 90 is a level 2. Breaking through before the age of 100 is the minimum level 1. Su Xing broke through at the age of 76, showing exceptional talent, believed to have a 50% chance of advancing to Martial Saint, thus classified as a level 3 green-clad envoy. Of course, if he does not break through to Martial Saint before the age of 150, he will be downgraded to level 2. If he fails to break through before the age of 200, he will be reduced to level 1. If he is still unable to break through to Martial Saint by the age of 250, he will be directly expelled from the embroidered-clad envoys. However, anyone who can join the embroidered envoys has abundant resources. There are also often peak martial gods coming to give lectures, and any doubts regarding cultivation can be inquired about. Therefore, those truly expelled are quite rare. At this moment, the lecture hall is already filled with people. The lowest cultivation level present is the immortal realm, with a few black-clad individuals at the martial saint level. Today is the day of the lecture by martial god Lu Hong. Su Xing arrived early, hearing the surrounding discussion. Alas, as we approach the 5th year of Chengping, in just over 20 years the spiritual energy will deplete. If you ask me why bother caring about those lowly commoners? Just go on a killing spree. Exactly, as long as we survive, humanity will not perish. You're right, these lowly commoners are so selfish. If I were them, for the greater good of humanity, I would willingly sacrifice my life. It is a great fortune for them to contribute to the cause against the heavens. I really don't understand what the 3 major dynasties are thinking, insisting on letting monsters kill humans and humans kill monsters. Why make it so complicated? With the strength of the martial god temple, what can these lowly commoners do? Even if they know our plans, can they still resist? Indeed, that Su Ke is also ungrateful. He actually broke the rules for the sake of some lowly commoners, and even killed martial god Bai Yun. It's simply absurd. What you don't know is that other treasures like the Qinkuan mirror are fine, They just need to gather misfortune and grievances, but the slaughtering heaven ruler is entirely different. The slaughtering heaven ruler requires calamity energy. What is calamity energy? Heavenly murder intent shifting stars and changing lodgings, earthly murder intent dragons and snakes rising on land, human murder intent the heavens and earth reversing. The tides of heaven and earth signify the world's ascension. Only when humanity and the demon race erupt into great wars can calamity energy be generated, thus refining the slaughtering heaven ruler. Humans kill humans, demons kill demons only breeds grievances and hostility, but cannot generate calamity energy. Alas, we can only hope the plan goes smoothly. Our identities are so noble, how can we fall to the same fate as those lowly commoners? Yes, indeed. Su Xing listened quietly, his heart calm and unperturbed. The saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. He is already 76 this year. Once the spiritual energy declines, death is certain. He does not wish to die. The dead can only be others. He has seen those who try to speak for the people. He has even seen those who tried to resist. But the outcome was invariably the same. They all died. Who can contend with the martial god temple? Moreover, there is nothing wrong with this. What of countless lives? In the 5,000 years of spiritual energy recession, how many dynasties have fallen and how many have risen? The number of dead lowly commoners is simply beyond counting. Did they not die before? Will they not die now? For the future of humanity, for the greater good, they can be considered to have died for a worthy cause. Su Xing's gaze suddenly fell on a figure within the lecture hall, and his pupils instantly constricted. He saw that person stand up and clap his hands. Boom. The earth shook. The entire lecture hall collapsed and shattered. A colossal figure towering 10,000 meters stood between heaven and earth, grasping a palace of 1,000 zhang. Su Kei's eyes shimmered with golden light as he looked down from the clouds, gently shaking his head. He did not come to judge who was right or wrong, nor did he have the qualification. He came today solely to kill. Su Kei suddenly slammed the heavenly palace down towards the ground. The wind howled. The powerful force caused the space to explode. Martial God. He is the martial God. Is that Su Kei? Damn it, run. I don't want to die. Wah, spare me, I was just speaking out of turn. I am a descendant of the martial god of noble status, how can I die here? In an instant the earth shook violently, the ground cracked, and terrifying power erupted in all directions. A series of screams came from within the lecture hall. The entire garrison of the Heavenly Patrol's embroidered envoy turned to ruins in an instant with countless casualties. Even martial saint-level experts would find it hard to survive under such destruction. Presumptuous. A furious roar echoed. Immediately after, a martial god avatar over 20,000 meters tall manifested. Su Kei's avatar could only reach the opponent's chest level. Lu Hong's eyes turned crimson, his gaze threatening to split. As the embroidered envoy in red, he had been guarding the Heavenly Patrol for a month. And at this moment, Su Kei had actually slaughtered all the embroidered envoys within the Heavenly Patrol. How could he report this to Ancestor Lu Tsang? Lu Hong condensed a long chi blade over 100 zhang long, striking down with destructive force. Su Kei, you dare to destroy my Heavenly Patrol, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What a mess. Su Kei focused his thoughts, and the Fengdu Heavenly Palace engaged. Clang. The 100 zhang warblade collided with the Heavenly Palace, sparks flying the air, exploding and distorting, causing the entire Heavenly Patrol to collapse instantly. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace erupted with a roar, instantly surpassing thousands of zhang. Su Kei lightly tapped up and down with his finger. The palace descended repeatedly upon Lu Hong's head like a whack-a-mole. Bang! With the first strike, Lu Hong defended with his warblade, which shattered and vanished. With the second strike, the avatar began to crumble. With the third strike, the avatar completely collapsed. Puff! Lu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as paper, his heart filled with extreme shock. How is this possible? He is ranked 865th among the martial gods of the Martial God Temple. His cultivation is at the mid-level of martial god. He is certainly not comparable to that by Yun, who is a waste. Yet in just 3 moves, his martial god avatar was directly destroyed. Such strength could very well rival that of a late-stage martial god. Lu Hong felt despair in his heart. He understood that he was no match for Su Kei and would surely die today, his gaze gradually turning frenzied. Su Kei, you are forcing my hand. Ha, let's die together. Instantly, the spiritual energy around Lu Hong surged madly into his body, colliding and annihilating within, causing his body to explode from the inside out. The violent shockwave of spiritual energy swept in all directions, causing the space to tremble violently. All surrounding spiritual energy was detonated, unleashing terrifying power. In an instant, the vast land shattered, mountains turned to ashes, and rivers evaporated completely. The heavens and earth were filled with intense heat, and at the center of the explosion appeared a massive pit thousands of zhang deep, with the underground rocks fully crystallized. At this moment, within a radius of 10,000 miles, all life was extinguished. Even Suke could not withstand this strike. He was instantly vaporized, utterly dead. Not long after, Lu Tsang's figure descended to this place, looking at the devastation around him with a grim expression. Who on earth? Who could force Lu Hong to self-destruct? He did not even think of Suke. After all, in his eyes, Suke had just broken through to martial god. How could he force Lu Hong to self-destruct? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello, are you looking for me? Who? Lu Tsang's heart trembled, feeling a chill run down his spine, waves of shock surging within. In the current Azure realm, he is the #1 martial god. His cultivation is unparalleled, surpassing both ancient and modern times. If it is an unknown fight across the world, he can kill whoever he wants. Even if the second martial god Li Xian and the third demon god Tu Shan Miao Miao join forces, he can handle them with ease. And now someone can approach him without detection. And he had not even noticed. How could he not be alarmed? You are Suke? Lu Tsang stared at Suke, immediately recognizing him, his heart filled with shock. This person not only forced Lu Hong to self-destruct, but also survived at the center of the explosion. It is simply unfathomable. Correct. Suke nodded slightly, and then produced a stack of images, flipping through them one by one. These images were drawn by Bai Yun. The other party was initially unwilling, but later agreed. Suke could guarantee that he did not threaten him with the 18 layers of hell. Not this one nor this one, and certainly not this one. Found it. Lu Tsang, #1 martial god, ancestor of the great Han dynasty, peak martial god perfection, late stage of the immortal realm. At this moment, Lu Tsang's face was grim. Since he broke through to martial god, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Seeking death. Lu Tsang immediately reached out, gathering the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, without even opening his avatar. The entire sky darkened, the winds and clouds halted, and the earth trembled. All spiritual energy around was completely extracted, and in midair a colossal palm, covering dozens of miles, was formed out of thin air. The palm radiated overwhelming pressure, merely hovering in the sky, causing the ground to collapse in layers with countless stones floating up. The next moment, the colossal palm slammed down towards Suke's location. The palm's momentum descended, swallowing the space, its power overwhelming. Seeing this, Suke was unafraid, his clothes fluttering, and he smiled lightly. This is Suke, a junior who has just learned a move. May I ask the first martial god to evaluate it? As soon as the words fell, his body began to swell rapidly. Art is to send out a big star. Who is this reckless fool, and have you lost your mind? I swear. And Lu Tsang panicked and bolted without looking back. He had never encountered such a situation before. In past battles, no one ever launched an all-out assault from the very first move. In self-destruction was always a last resort, resorted to only when cornered, certain of death and desperate to drag the enemy down with oneself. Yet this man, he unleashed his ultimate technique the moment they met, treating self-annihilation like a basic attack. Fortunately, Lu Tsang was no ordinary cultivator, peerless in cultivation, over 4,000 years old, a true paragon of martial perfection. His evasion skills were equally unmatched. In an instant, he shot hundreds of miles away, and accelerated further, nearly escaping the epicenter of the impending detonation. Suke pursued relentlessly, treading the human emperor's step. Senior, wait for me. Stay back, don't come any closer. Lu Tsang watched, eyes blazing with fury. He held nothing back, channeling his true energy to its utmost limit, vanishing another several hundred miles in a flash. Boom. Na force capable of obliterating heaven and earth erupted with cataclysmic fury. Within 10,000 li, the land turned to scorched wasteland. Shockwaves roared across the realm, blotting out sun and sky. Spit, 10,000 li away. Lu Tsang spat blood, his breath ragged and uneven. Gazing at the desolate expanse swallowed by the blast, he shuddered inwardly. This madman deserves death. Self-annihilation was a technique of absolute devastation, unleashing one's entire power in a single instantaneous burst. Its might rivaled that of creation itself. Even he, were he caught at ground zero, would suffer grievous injury, if not death. Did you truly believe you could drag this elder ancestor down with you? How utterly delusional. Lu Tsang, after all, was the supreme martial god of the Kanglan realm. Now could he lack life-saving trump cards? And though the blast's power was immense, it mattered little. If he remained beyond its reach, all he could do was watch helplessly. Moreover, this technique could only be used once. Its execution guaranteed the caster's utter annihilation, no survival possible. In Lutsong steadied himself, circulating true energy, until his complexion gradually regained warmth. Though he'd narrowly escaped the blast center, he'd still sustained minor injuries, requiring only a few months' cultivation to fully recover. And what a pity for Lu Hong, what a pity for the embroidered robe envoys. She served me with unwavering loyalty, yet met such a fate. This fiend is truly despicable. Enough. The embroidered robe envoys may be gone, but they can be rebuilt. So long as I live, I shall forge a new cadre in time. Lutsong was about to depart, when suddenly, Na voice resonated across heaven and earth in Meng Si Tu Lu Meng Ka Meng Si Si Tu Lu Meng Si Ka. Instantly a wave of overwhelming dread surged through him, his hairs standing on end. In danger. An extreme danger. An FLE. Without hesitation his body reacted instinctively, vanishing from sight in an instant. And boom. Boom. The earth fractured, magma surged upward. In 10,000 li away, and puffed. In Lutsong's face paled, the terror flooded his eyes. And how is this possible? How did he survive? And self-annihilation consumed both flesh and soul. There was no logical path to survival. Lutsong's composure began to crumble. And even after millennia of existence he had never witnessed such absurdity. Na man who had already died by self-annihilation, now rising again, to detonate once more. It defied reason. Unheard of, inconceivable. In simultaneously humiliation, Suke was merely at the initial stage of supreme, martial god cultivation. In fair combat Lutsong was confident he could subdue him effortlessly, with one hand. Yet now, his full prowess lay useless. Suke refused to fight, only rushed and detonating without pause. And who could endure such madness? Meng Si Tu Lu Meng Ka Meng Si Si Tu Lu Meng Si Ka. Danger. Lutsong's heart clenched. He fled again with desperate speed. What incantation is this? Does reciting these words somehow negate annihilation? An unstoppable force erupted once more. Rock melted, 10,000 li reduced to ruins. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Lutsong spat 3 mouthfuls of blood, his face drained white as parchment, his once majestic features twisted with raw fear. His robes and crown, treasured spirit artifacts of extraordinary defensive power, now hung in tatters, nearing total disintegration. Humiliation, rage, resentment. A storm of emotions overwhelmed Lutsong, driving him to let out a piercing, sky-rending howl. I am the supreme martial god. How dare you, how dare you? Meng Si Tu Lu Meng Ka Meng Si Si Tu Lu Meng Si Ka. The chant pierced his mind like demonic scripture. Wretched boy. Damn your ancestors. Lutsong trembled violently, despair flooding his heart, as he fled anew. You flee, I chase. Escape is impossible. Thunderous booms shook the heavens again and again. Before long, Lutsong crashed to the ground, battered beyond recognition, his vitality dwindling to a fragile thread. Numbness, bewilderment, shame. Why won't he die? Why won't he face me fairly? I am the supreme martial god. How has it come to this? Lutsong lay sprawled, pitiful and broken, staring at the figure approaching from afar. Are you man or ghost? He could not comprehend it. How could a person descend to such brazen audacity? Guess. Suke stepped before him, voice laced with genuine admiration. You are formidable, truly worthy of the title Supreme Martial God. Though you evaded each blast's epicenter, you still endured the shockwaves, 37 times over. By sheer endurance alone you surpass even the vast wasteland ghost sovereign. At these words Lutsong blinked, confusion and disbelief clouding his face. His appearance was ghastly, meridians, shattered flesh torn, half his body obliterated. Viscera, exposed breath barely clinging to life. After a long silence he rasped weakly, I don't wish to die, I understand. No one does. Spare me, I will swear an oath. I'll even name you Supreme Martial God of the Martial God Hall. I decline. Why? Because I bear no grudges. No grudges, precisely, because my enemies are already dead. Lutsong paused, then let out a hollow, bitter laugh. Bears no grudges indeed. What silver-tongued cruelty, what viper-hearted ruthlessness. Fu Sheng Wu Liang Tianzun, this Taoist has subdued 5 demons, eradicated 6 thieves, and severed the 3 corpses. Not true, immortal sage. My heart is that of a bodhisattva. How dare you slander my purity? This realm is truly bizarre. The martial gods wield immense power, yet neglect their inner cultivation, all ensnared by inner demons, spouting nonsense like madmen. Very well, if not I, then who shall descend into hell? Thus I emulate the sages of old, and perform. the 60-year demon sweeping right. In the 5th year of the Chongping era, a message swept across the world like a hurricane, plunging the entire Kanglan realm into silence. Liu Kang, with the god of war, has fallen. When this news spread, no one believed it. Who is Lu Tsong? The founding ancestor of the Great Han Dynasty, an ancient being who has lived for over 4,000 years. At the pinnacle of the absolute peak of martial gods, he had reached the later stages of the celestial realm. Ranked as the first martial god in the Hall of Martial Gods after the fall of the Holy Emperor of the Great Zhou, Lu Tsong dominated the world, making countless martial gods unable to raise their heads, with strength unmatched, in both ancient and modern times deemed invincible. Recognized as the foremost figure in the Kanglan realm, practitioners of martial and celestial paths regarded Lu Tsong as their ultimate goal. How could such a person suddenly die? In an instant, martial practitioners were all astonished, and celestial practitioners were utterly alarmed. Whether demons or humans, upon hearing this news, they were all stunned, standing frozen with disbelief. Before the crowd could gather their thoughts, a second piece of news followed closely. The killer is Su Ke. I, a humble Taoist, wish to emulate the sages and embark on a grand campaign against demons. I also wish to seek guidance from the martial gods of the world. Let us determine rank and settle life and death. I hope all martial gods in this realm will not hesitate to impart their wisdom. Upon these words, the entire Kanglan realm was in an uproar. Whether martial saints or martial gods, whether from the demon side or the human camp, all were left in a daze, their minds blank. Who among the martial gods in the Hall of Martial Gods has not witnessed Lu Tsong's strength? They all knew that this grand ancestor of the Great Han had reached the limits of this realm. In the same realm, no one could rival him. Even if the 2nd to 8th martial gods of the Hall of Martial Gods teamed up, they could only defeat Lu Tsong, not kill him. As for Su Ke, although he had recently risen to fame, it was merely because he had killed the Baiyun martial god upon first entering the realm of martial gods. To the crowd, he was merely an early-stage absolute peak martial god. No matter how he was dual cultivating in both martial and celestial paths, who among the top 100 powerful figures in the Hall of Martial Gods was not a dual cultivator. In the eyes of many, if Su Ke joined the Hall of Martial Gods, he would only rank at the bottom. Yet now he had actually killed Lu Tsong. This was utterly absurd. However, Lu Tsong's half-corpse still lay in the wilderness. On the nearby giant rock, there were still inscribed a few powerful and vigorous words. Everything here could not be fake. What do you mean it cannot be fake? I admit Su Ke is strong, but no matter how you look at it, he has just broken through to martial god, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be Lu Tsong's opponent. Indeed, I do not believe it either. How could Lu Tsong, such a figure, be compared to Su Ke? I see this as clearly a scheme of the demons. They must have gathered multiple martial gods to ambush the ancestor, and then frame Su Ke. Demons are always wolf-hearted, seeking to exterminate our human race. We must retaliate with full force. Such debates erupted among the 3 great dynasties. These martial practitioners below the undying realm, unaware of the truth, preferred to believe this was a conspiracy of the demons rather than that Su Ke had the ability to slay Lu Tsong. However, any strong practitioner who had stepped into the realm of martial saints knew the truth. This could not possibly have been orchestrated by the demons. After all, the current structure of the Kanglan realm was driven behind the scenes by the Hall of Martial Gods. The demons had no reason to ambush Lu Tsong. Even if they were to act, they would wait until the heavenly punishment plan succeeded. To act now would be akin to self-harm. In the Great Tang Dynasty, within a quiet room, Li Xian furrowed his brows, feeling restless, unable to calm his mind, and soon opened his eyes. As the 2nd martial god of the Kanglan realm, his martial cultivation had reached perfection, and his celestial cultivation had attained the later stages of the celestial realm. From a cultivation standpoint, he stood at the same level as Lu Tsong. However, in terms of combat power, it was a one-sided affair. In a quarter of an hour, he would die 9 times. This shows just how terrifying Lu Tsong's true strength was. Why do I feel so uneasy today? It feels as if a great calamity is looming. Li Xian frowned. With his current cultivation, once he sensed a premonition, it would not be unfounded, it was highly likely to come true. But how could this be possible? Lu Tsong is dead, those who can threaten me are few and far between. At least it would take dozens of martial gods joining forces to slay me. The demons? Even less likely. I am currently in the Imperial Capital's forbidden area. Even if they wanted to turn against us, they would never dare to be so blatant. Li Xian pondered, still unable to solve the riddle, when suddenly a deafening sound echoed from afar. Even in his quiet room, Li Xian heard it distinctly. His figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. Above the palace, Li Xian stood in midair, gazing into the distance. Behind him, 8 martial gods from the Li family appeared in succession. We pay our respects to the ancestor. No need for formalities. Li Xian raised his hand to signal, then his gaze sharpened. That direction? Is it the Plum Blossom Guard's base? The Plum Blossom Guard and the embroidered robe envoy have similar roles responsible for seeking out and nurturing talents within the Great Tang territory, with martial gods stationed there every month to preach. At this moment the direction of the Plum Blossom Guard was transmitting such intense battle fluctuations. Not good. Xiao Jiu is in danger. Li Xian's expression changed just as he was about to act. He heard an earth-shattering roar. Suke die? Let us die together. Explode for me. Even though the Imperial City and the Plum Blossom Guard's base were separated by thousands of miles, the sound could be heard clearly. This voice pierced through the heavens and spread far and wide. Ignoring the barriers of mountains and rivers, it echoed for miles without end. Boom. The earth shook as if a dragon were turning over. Countless citizens living in the Imperial City were filled with terror. Suke, a martial god self-destructing. Li Xian was filled with rage. His figure vanished directly from the sky. The other 8 martial gods saw this, not daring to delay, immediately circulating their true energy and transforming into golden light, rushing towards the Plum Blossom Guard's base. Shortly after, deafening booms echoed from afar. Boom, boom. In the 5th year of the Chengping era, February, Suke appeared in the territory of the Great Tang Dynasty, annihilating the Plum Blossom Guard and forcing martial god Li Yunsheng to self-destruct. On the same day, Li Xian led 8 martial gods to the scene, all of whom perished without exception. As the news spread, it shook the world and instilled fear in all. All martial gods who heard of this felt their scalps go numb, chills sweeping over them. He really came. If there was still some doubt about Lu Cang's fall, there is no longer any doubt about Li Xian's demise. With a martial god stationed in the Plum Blossom Guard, yet forced to self-destruct. This was heard by countless citizens of the Imperial City. In an instant, numerous powerful figures gasped in shock. Although Suke's debut was short-lived, his achievements became increasingly terrifying. The number of martial gods who had died at his hands had reached as high as 13. Moreover, this included the first and second martial gods. Thus, many martial gods were filled with trepidation. Ranking high and low, they also decided life and death. Just the thought of this phrase sent shivers down their spines. Many martial gods were filled with fear. If Suke could slay both Lu Cang and Li Xian, what hope did they have? Once targeted, it seemed there was only a path to death. What does he want to do? What on earth does he want? Does he intend to kill us all? Arrogant, seeking death, he is courting his own demise. This is rebellion. We must unite to eliminate Suke, otherwise the future will be fraught with endless troubles. He must die. As long as we charge together, Suke cannot kill us all. Will he truly come? He certainly will. Did he not claim he wished to seek our guidance? We are already here, waiting for his instruction. The Ming Dynasty, the Jinyue headquarters. Most of the martial gods of the Wushan Hall had gathered here. Following the demise of Lu Cang and Li Xian, the martial god rankings had shifted accordingly. Tubishin Miao Miao, formerly ranked 3rd, now stood as the supreme powerhouse of the Kanglan realm. 7th martial god, Lu Yu, grandson of Lu Cang, had reached the pinnacle of martial god cultivation. 8th martial god Lin Shuyan likewise perfected at the apex of martial god cultivation. Lin Shuyan hailed from the Tang Dynasty. Previously ranked 10th in the Wushan Hall, he now ascended amid Li Xian's death. 10 Liklan martial gods fallen, their power drastically diminished. Lin Shuyan thus became the unrivaled sovereign of the Tang Dynasty. A regime change was merely a matter of time, delayed only by Suke's continued existence. Who could have imagined a humble village like Su family village would produce a martial god? How precisely did this man cultivate? How could his strength be so terrifying? Even elder Li Xian, leading 8 martial gods, failed to subdue him. It is utterly horrifying. Rumors say Suke is the ancestral patriarch of Su family village. Were he to join the Wushan Hall, our heaven subjugation plan would stand a far greater chance of success. What a pity he refuses. Those lower-tier martial sages below are utterly incompetent, dispatched to track down Su clan members, yet all they report is wind or rain. Not a single lead after all this time. Within the Grand Hall, numerous martial gods stood solemnly upright, their killing intent thick and suffocating. Some weaker ones trembled, inwardly fearing Suke's gaze and death. But now, over 800 martial gods converged upon the Jinyue headquarters. Even a Deluo golden immortal would perish here. Their unease gradually subsided. Once Suke is eliminated, we must accelerate our plans. The remaining 7 divine artifacts are soon to manifest, yet the heaven-slaying ruler remains only 1/10 complete. Indeed, calamitous Qi is the ultimate weapon against the heavenly Tao. Only thus may the Tao itself be severed. May our plan prosper. May we attain eternal life and boundless vision. Immediately thereafter all martial gods raised their voices in unison. May our plan prosper. May we attain eternal life and boundless vision. Their chant reverberated through the hall, thunderous and resplendent. Yet many hearts remained heavy with doubt. This was heaven's subjugation itself. No one knew whether the plan would succeed, nor what lay beyond success. Nor could any foresee their own survival. All remained uncertain, yet retreat was impossible. To live they had no choice but to fight with absolute resolve. He has arrived. He actually dared to come. At that moment Ling Xiao Immortal, the seventh martial god, rose abruptly. As patriarch of the Haotian sect, he mastered all four arts of cultivation, especially formation arrays. He had long since laid out the prison dragon Kuan heaven formation across tens of thousands of li surrounding the Jinui headquarters. A formation comprising 81 array nodes, each requiring, at minimum, a low-tier spirit treasure to anchor. Alternatively, a pinnacle martial god could serve as node guardian. The formation excelled both in defense and entrapment. Once entered, none could forcibly break free. Their strategy was clear: lure Su Ke into the formation and annihilate him collectively. Each assume your designated role. 81 pinnacle martial god spirit treasures in hand guard the array nodes. Understood. Fellow cultivators, let us go. Let us behold this newly ascended martial god, and learn who he truly is. Let us go together. Su Ke soared through the sky, just crossing a vast expanse, when suddenly a resonant hum filled the air. The prison dragon Kuan heaven formation activated instantly. 81 nodes blazed with radiant light, weaving luminous threads into a celestial net. A colossal dome of light erupted, enveloping tens of thousands of li of heaven and earth, trapping a turtle in a jar. Su Ke's expression remained serene, unmoved, unsurprised. He had first eradicated the embroidered uniform guards, then slaughtered the plum blossom guards, leaving no trace concealed along his path. Even the dullest mind could deduce his target, the Ming dynasty's Jinui. And this was precisely his intention. With over 1,000 martial gods in the Wushan Hall, hunting them down one by one would take lifetimes. However, is this not inviting wolves into one's home, spinning a cocoon to entrap oneself? Without this prison dragon Kuan heaven formation, the martial gods would have scattered far and wide. He would never have caught them all, not in 1,000 years. Thus victory must be swift and decisive. In an instant Su Ke streaked like lightning, appearing directly above the Jinui headquarters. At that moment the sky above the headquarters darkened, swarming with countless martial gods suspended midair, their gazes sharp with lethal intent. A careful count revealed 744 figures. Another 81 were sustaining the formation. Tubishin Miao Miao gazed coldly upon Su Ke. This was her first sight of him in person. From his aura alone, he appeared to be at the initial stage of pinnacle martial god cultivation, his immortal cultivation level at Yangshan realm. No matter how closely observed, he seemed utterly ordinary. Then how had he slain Lu Tsang? What secret did he conceal? Though the question perplexed them, it mattered little. They needed only to capture Su Ke. Truth would follow under interrogation. Tubishin Miao Miao sneered, then spoke. Su Ke, I must admit your audacity knows no bounds. Knowing full well this place shall be your grave, you still dare. But her words were cut short. Enough noise. First taste this strike from this Taoist. Meng si tu lu meng ka meng si tu lu meng si ka. And with that, Su Ke surged forward, his body swelling violently. What the a? You madman. He's utterly insane. Run. Don't come near me. Mommy. Every martial god recoiled in shock. Are you fucking serious? What kind of combat was this? Charging straight in, and self-destructing. What kind of fighting style was this? Where was the exchange? Where was the face-to-face clash? Panic erupted. The martial gods scattered wildly, fleeing for their lives. Some slapped talismans onto themselves mid-flight, others summoned spirit treasures. Kangwu, patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan, simply retracted his head entirely into his shell. Others instantly manifested their martial god divine forms. It was not weakness, not at all. Each was a pinnacle martial god. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly slaughter legions of martial sages. Measured by primordial martial principles, each stood at stellar annihilation level. Transplanted to the primary world Earth, a fragile blue sphere, could not withstand even a single martial god's casual exertion. At full power, shattering a planet would be trivial. Even within the Kanglan realm, where vast heavens, abundant spiritual energy, and natural resilience suppressed raw force, their unrestrained rampage would still rival cataclysms. Not a single weakling stood among them. Yet every certainty bears its butt. Su Ke denied them even the chance for direct confrontation. He charged in and detonated. Utterly unreasonable. Quick, Ling Xiao Immortal opened the prison dragon Kuan Heaven formation. We must escape. Release us, now. Seal the formation. A sharp piercing sound. Another sharp piercing sound. Spirit treasures shattered, divine manifestations collapsed. Within a radius of 10,000 li heaven and earth were unmade. Several martial deities at the early or mid-stage of the martial god realm perished instantly. Only a handful, who possessed defensive spirit treasures, survived by sheer fortune. Even so, they were grievously wounded. Even Xuanwu Patriarch, the venerable master famed for impenetrable defense, was left disheveled and battered. His tortoise shell fractured with countless hairline cracks, his face drained pale as parchment. In self-immolation all are equal. Lin Xuyan and the other 7 martial deities wore grim ashen faces. Each bore wounds of varying severity, within but a single heartbeat. 235 martial deities fell within the martial god hall. An unspeakable humiliation. Such disgrace had never before stained the hall's ancient legacy. What profound grudge does Suke hold against us? Lin Xuyan's voice cut like ice. Would he truly drag us all into oblivion with him? None could fathom it. What possible motive could there be? Was it mere reckoning? That one life sacrificed was break-even to a windfall. At last this matter is settled. Though over 200 martial deities were lost, Suke himself is dead. No further disruptions shall shake the realm. Ling Xiao Immortal exhaled deeply. He could not directly dismantle the formation now. To deactivate it required either destroying its core node, or withdrawing both the spirit treasures and the martial deities sustaining it. Meng Si Tu Lo Meng Ka? Meng Si Si Tu Lo Meng Si Ka. Suddenly a rhythmic eerie chant echoed across the void. What is that sound? Why does it sound so familiar? Lin Xuyan and the others froze, then paled. Danger! A visceral primal dread surged through their very marrow. They stood motionless, staring into each other's eyes, seeing only shock, disbelief, and raw terror. How was he still alive? Whoosh! Xuanwu Patriarch reacted first, limbs and head retracting instantly into his shell, which then shot away at blinding speed. The others were no slower, each fleeing at full velocity. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening detonations ripped across heaven and earth once more, even from 10,000 li away. Lin Xuyan still felt his heart lurch at the aftershock. Another self-immolation. This defied reason. I understand. At last, I see it clearly. Ling Xiao Immortal snapped back to awareness. Observe the devastation surrounding us. It mirrors precisely the site where Lu Tsong perished. They all died solely from the blast waved. Suke possesses a secret art, one that allows survival even after self-immolation. Could mere incantation shield one from annihilation? Hearing this, the others grasped the truth instantly. No wonder Lu Tsong, peerless in cultivation, had still met his end. The crux lay here. Across the entire realm, how many could endure self-immolation and live? Now Suke's second self-immolation claimed dozens more martial deities for the hall. Their expressions darkened, grim, hollow-stricken. Were this the self-immolation of a martial saint? No martial deity would fear it. A single divine manifestation would effortlessly absorb the blast. But Suke was a martial deity, and unless one among them transcended the martial deity realm, none dared ignore such annihilation. Just then a figure streaked toward them, and trailing behind, his unmistakable voice. Meng Si Tu Lo Meng Ka. Ling Xiao Immortal's face twisted in alarm. No, he's about to chant again, tear his mouth apart. Stop the self-immolation. Yet no one stepped forward. Had they not seen Suke's body already swelling? Rushing in now would be suicide. Who could survive at ground zero? One by one martial deities spun and fled, terrified, desperate. Seeing this, Ling Xiao Immortal dared not advance, not even daring to cast a spell, fearing any delay might cost him escape. In an instant he flashed hundreds of li away, eyes wide with terror, refusing to look back. Originally the Qiulong Kuan Tian Grand Formation had been erected to trap Suke, to prevent his escape via mystic arts. Now, they themselves were caged birds. The formation had become Suke's blade, slicing down martial deities without mercy. Lin Xuyan fled fastest, soon reaching a formation node. Shut down the formation, hurry. I am the 8th martial deity Lin Xuyan, shut it down now. Each node was the formation's strongest point, guarded by a martial deity wielding a spirit treasure. Huang Ting stood there, among those guardians. Hearing the plea, he frowned and shook his head. Ling Xiao Immortal commanded, regardless of who demands it, I will not shut it down. Many martial deities gathered here, each with divergent loyalties. If someone freed Suke, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Thus Ling Xiao Immortal had issued strict orders from the outset. No one, not under any circumstance, was permitted to halt the formation. At that moment, a ragged, frantic figure appeared. Hurry, this is Ling Xiao. Shut down the formation, now quickly now. Ling Xiao Immortal's face was deathly pale, grievous wounds bled freely, his expression twisted with panic and dread. No spell, no martial technique. Not even a divine manifestation could withstand self-immolation. Utterly powerless. Unless one ascended beyond the martial deity realm. Remaining meant certain death. Shut it down. Huang Ting blinked. Then his eyes widened as he glanced past them as if witnessing something unbearable, and cursed aloud. Damn it. Without hesitation, Huang Ting seized his spirit treasure and bolted outward from the formation. Meng Si Tu Lo Meng Ka. The chant pierced the mind like demonic scripture. Lin Shuyan and Ling Xiao Immortal turned stiffly, faces etched with utter despair. A searing, blinding light erupted, brighter than the sun, bearing absolute destruction as it swept across the heavens. Blazing hoarse. In an instant, their bodies disintegrated, layer by layer, into dust. Flesh, blood, bone, all reduced to ash. Then, crack. With one node abandoned, its spirit treasure gone, its guardian vanished. The formation could no longer contain the blast, and shattered outright. This battle shook heaven and earth. 825 martial deities of the martial god hall besieged Su Ke. 557 fell, only 268 escaped. Among the hall's top 8 martial deities, 4 perished: Qinghu Patriarch, Tu Shan Miao Miao, Songlong Patriarch Ao, Zhan Hao Tian Sex Ling Xiao Immortal, and the 8th martial deity Lin Shuyan. Demon and monster martial deities trembled in fear, human martial deities quaked in horror. All scattered like startled birds, paling at the mere mention of Su Ke. When news spread, the entire Kanglan realm fell silent. Martial God Hall. Demon and human martial deities uniting to slay Su Ke. Infinite self-immolation. Mystic incantations. Soon mortals, both human and demon, were stunned into disbelief. Martial God Hall. Demons and humans, allying. How could this be? Had they not been sworn enemies since time immemorial? What force compelled this union? Yet swiftly, the deaths of so many martial deities dissolved the soul-bound prohibitions engraved upon martial saints. Unshackled, the hall's secrets spilled across Kanglan realm. Rebellion against heaven. The 8 divine artifacts. Slaughter of billions of demons, and countless humans. Ha 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 ha. All 23 members of my Qin family died on the battlefield fighting demons, believing we defended our homeland. Yet the truth is this. How absurd, utterly absurd. On battlefields drenched in blood and gore, martial deities feasted and toasted. Does this world still hold hope? We were fools. We slaughtered each other, while they pursued eternal life. False. Everything is false. I refuse to believe it. Many demons broke down. Many humans went mad. None could bear such revelation. Sangshi City, a humble courtyard. My lord, where are you going? To die. I shall follow you, my love. Very well. This world was once beautiful. But if rebirth awaits, let me never return here again. This world should never have been like this. Revenge. We must take revenge. Meanwhile, more voices emerged. These voices came not only from the human race, but also from within the demons. The demons were not united, they were not a cohesive force. If a clan had the protection of a demon god, their situation might be somewhat better. But clans without such protection were no different from livestock easily slaughtered. Previously, external conflicts could divert internal strife, shifting attention to external enemies and temporarily shelving internal disputes. For years, the human and demon races had been locked in constant battle, with the war god Hall manipulating the flames of war. But now things were different. The so-called irreconcilable enmity and racial opposition seemed utterly ridiculous. In an instant, the entire world was filled with resentment. If this resentment were used to forge the seal of all beings, it might even be enough to create 2 pieces. Yet despite their anger, countless beings despairingly discovered the truth. Even if they knew the truth, their strength was simply insufficient to resist. In the Azure Blue realm, all power belonged to oneself. If it weren't to incite a great battle between the 2 races leading to mutual slaughter, thereby fostering calamity, then the war god Hall truly did not care. Even if a new war god were born, it would change nothing. Because those who held a sense of justice were all dead. And now all beings could only think of one person. Su Ke the war god. We still have Su Ke the war god. He went to the meeting alone, piercing through the entire war god hall. As long as he strikes, these war gods will undoubtedly perish. Exactly, kill them. Kill them. Some vile beasts, some lowly peasants. What audacity! At this moment, in a hidden place within the Azure Blue realm, all the war gods gathered here. They dared not approach the Emperor's Step Peak, nor open the Pot Heaven's secret realm. They feared being caught by Su Ke in a trap, and even more feared that he would self-destruct, taking them all with him. They could only seek another hidden place to assemble. Originally, there were 1123 war gods, but now only 553 remained. Of the 8 supreme beings, only 3 were still alive. The ancestors of Xuanwu Kangwu, and the ancestor of the Zhuqiue Kongshun, and the ancestor of the great Ming dynasty Zhu Wanchuan. The rest were all dead, killed by a single person. If someone had said months ago that Su Ke could breach the War God Hall, no one would have believed it. They would have thought it mad talk. But now the facts lay bare. Su Ke. Someone suddenly murmured. His voice was soft, but in the silence of the War God Hall it sounded like thunder. The 268 war gods who survived the self-destruction changed their expressions simultaneously, fear flashing in their eyes. Instantly the atmosphere became oppressive. One by one they hung their heads, unable to summon any thoughts of resistance. It was evident how great an impact Su Ke had on them. Bang! The ancestor of the great Ming dynasty, Zhu Wanchuan, slammed his palm on the table, the sound resounding dramatically. Everyone, the Azure Blue Realm should not be like this. The lifespan of war gods is tens of thousands of years, but now at most 5,000 years, and the heavens will demand our lives. We just want to survive, or we do not want to die. No one can take away our right to live, no one. Even if it is the heavenly Tao. We forge magical artifacts and slay beings never for power or greed, but to defy the heavens, to fight for a chance to live. Survival is the instinct of all beings. We are not wrong. The wrongdoers are this world, the Azure Blue Realm. We are merely correcting the errors, paving the way. Upon hearing this, the frowning war gods slightly relaxed their expressions. Indeed, the tides of heaven and earth are approaching with only about 20 years left. Among the war gods in the hall, who does not still have tens of thousands of years of lifespan? Why must we only wait for death? Zhu Wanchuan, seeing the atmosphere slightly ease, nodded and continued, everyone need not fear. Even if Su Ke kills us all, we will only live a few decades less. Even if given another chance, I would not regret it. I have always believed that not fighting is tantamount to death. Moreover, as long as we succeed in defying the heavens, as long as someone breaks through beyond the war gods, as long as we avoid Su Ke, we can survive. This statement was like thunder resonating loudly. All the war gods raised their heads, their eyes once again igniting with fierce battle intent. Exactly. We have not lost. Even if we do not resist, when spiritual energy runs dry, it is still a dead end. What difference does it make to die decades earlier? But now our plans have been exposed. Even under threat, the human and demon races will no longer easily go to war. Furthermore, once we reveal ourselves, we might be discovered by Su Ke and taken down one by one. In this way, the calamity energy cannot continue to accumulate. Now there is only 20% of the calamity energy left, which may be difficult to unleash the true power of the heaven-slaughtering ruler. Upon hearing this, the war gods fell into deep thought. The 906 calamities of Shaoyang represented the promotion of the Azure Blue Realm, and it was also a tribulation. Since it is a tribulation, there must be calamities. They are the calamity. The heaven-slaughtering ruler requires the convergence of heavenly calamity energy to form capable of severing the heavenly Tao. The Qiankuan mirror gathers the dark energy of heaven and earth, able to obscure the heavenly secrets. The seal of all beings gathers the unwillingness of billions of beings capable of breaking the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Each of the 8 magical artifacts has its own function. Now 7 of the magical artifacts have been successfully forged, only the heaven-slaughtering ruler remains. If it weren't for Su Ke. Though the words were not finished, all the war gods understood the implication. Without Su Ke, the power of the War God Hall could easily plunge the human and demon races into chaos. The heaven-slaughtering ruler would surely come to fruition. Time is running out. There may be no more opportunities. Kangwu shook his head, letting out a sigh. Take it out. If we don't succeed, we will perish. The 5th year of Qingping's 6th month. 2 figures streaked across the sky at blinding speed, their passage triggering sonic booms that roared deafeningly. At that moment, a voice rang out. Meng si spat meng ka? Meng si spat meng si ka. You leave me no choice. Ha ha ha, die. No sooner had the words left his lips than the heavens darkened, and a devastating shockwave erupted outward in all directions. 10,000 li of land instantly turned to scorched wasteland. No living thing remained. Countless boulders, crystallized magma, churned violently, and waves of searing heat rolled forth. Gradually the dust began to settle. A lone figure materialized out of thin air. What in the world is happening? Why do these martial deities seem utterly deranged? Su Ke gazed upon the desolate expanse stretching 10,000 li, and scratched his head in bewilderment. He hadn't detonated himself. Rather, it was a peerless martial deity he'd been pursuing who had self-immolated. But why did he rap before exploding? This wasn't the first time. Earlier, 2 other martial deities had done precisely the same. Trapped and facing certain defeat, they rapped wildly as they triggered their own annihilation. Could it be, they believe rapping is a spell, that uttering it grants survival amid self-destruction? Surely not. Damn it, I've lost again. Self-immolation doesn't count as my kill. Suke grew increasingly incensed. What on earth were these martial deities thinking? How could they possibly entertain such absurd superstition? How could rapping before self-destruction possibly avert death? Enough, time to find the next one. Heaven and earth, serene sun and moon divide essence. 5 vital energies dwell within the eyes, reflecting the profound abyss. Suke shook his head, golden light shimmering in his gaze as he activated his Ki-perception tracking art. That dragon-imprisoning Kuan Tian formation stationed at the Brocade Guard headquarters had indeed been formidable. It withstood multiple self-immolations without crumbling. Had Huang Ting, the martial deity anchoring its central node, not fled, causing the formation's instability, he might well have slain every last martial deity. Alas, once the formation shattered, over 200 martial deities scattered in all directions. He couldn't pursue them all alone. Fortunately, he had memorized each one's unique spiritual signature. Using this method, he could trace their whereabouts, provided they remained nearby. Of course, should they conceal themselves within aura-obscuring formations or wield artifacts masking their presence, he would be unable to locate them. Hunting them down one by one was painstakingly slow. Sigh. If only those martial deities would assemble another dragon-imprisoning Kuan Tian formation for a coordinated siege, it would save him immense effort. Otherwise, continuing this reckless pattern would inevitably shatter the Kanglan realm. Though even if the Kanglan realm collapsed, Suke himself would face no peril. Yet as the saying goes, having come this far, one cannot merely stand idle. It was a pity, however. These martial deities were simply too adept at hiding. Over 500 still survived across the Kanglan realm, making total eradication impossible in the short term. Found him. Golden light flashed in Suke's eyes, then his brow furrowed slightly. That direction. Emperor Treading Peak. Meanwhile, at Emperor Treading Peak, the skies convulsed, the thunder cracked, and lightning split the heavens. Boom. Torrential rain poured down, serpentine bolts coiling around the mountain summit. Instantly, every martial deity gathered there felt an oppressive weight settle upon their hearts, as though a colossal stone pressed upon their very souls, while an overwhelming aura of dominion descended upon the entire peak. Hovering silently in midair were 8 artifacts. A ruler, a mirror, a seal, a sword, a blade, a cauldron, a banner, and a pennant. Only the heaven-slaying ruler retained its status as a supreme spirit treasure. The remaining 7 had ascended to the rank of inferior postnatal spirit treasures. Postnatal spirit treasures inherently contain restrictive arrays, but lack the primordial immortal light, rendering them incapable of self-cultivation and repair. Once damaged, they require rare celestial materials to restore. In contrast, primordial spirit treasures possess the primordial immortal light, demanding less energy to activate, and so long as their arrays remain intact, they may slowly ascend in rank over time. To gauge relative strength between the two types, one need only compare the complexity of their arrays. Naturally, exceptions exist, such as merit-born postnatal spirit treasures. Boom, boom. Thunder rolled across heaven and earth like the Tao itself, roaring in wrath. Foul, turbid energies permeated Emperor Treading Peak. Hundreds of martial deities hovered in the air, gazing upon the 8 artifacts, and sighed softly. Originally, according to their plan, even the heaven-slaying ruler was meant to be an inferior postnatal spirit treasure. With such parity, the supreme heaven-severing formation would have unleashed unimaginable devastation. Fellow cultivators, our fate hangs upon this single attempt. Heaven decrees, laws, tribulations cycle endlessly, regarding us as mere weeds. The age of decline approaches, utter annihilation looms. Today, Zhu Wanchuan, the peerless martial deity of humanity, challenges heaven. Song Wu, the peerless demon sovereign of fiends, challenges heaven. Lu Yu, the peerless martial deity of humanity, challenges heaven. Kong Shun, the peerless demon sovereign of fiends, challenges heaven. We harbor no regrets, only the eternal wish for longevity and unblinking vigilance. We harbor no regrets, only the eternal wish for longevity and unblinking vigilance. Challenging heaven, challenging heaven, challenging heaven. Roars like thunder shook Emperor Treading Peak. Hundreds of martial deities raised their voices in unison, eyes blazing with indomitable battle fervor. Supreme heaven-severing formation, activate. Amidst the thunderous resonance, heaven and earth shifted hue. Brilliant radiance flared from all 8 artifacts. Countless runes spiraled across their surfaces. Ashen gray, blood crimson. Turbid, defiling energies surged outward. Ghostly wails pierced the air, icy winds howled. Thunder crashed across the heavens, the Tao itself raged in fury. These postnatal spirit treasures lacked self-repair. Each activation consumed their fundamental essence. The martial deities poured their cultivation into the artifacts without cease. First, the heaven and earth banner unfurled. Billions of tormented souls shrieked forth from its surface, blotting out the sky, surging upward to corrupt the Tao itself. The Qianquan mirror hung aloft at the formation's heart, spreading gloom across the firmament, obscuring fate, veiling the Tao's perception. The heaven-raging banner snapped fiercely, unleashing torrents of bloody qi that disrupted the natural flow of heavenly and earthly energies. The absolute life cauldron exhaled deathly miasma, sealing off all four directions. One by one, the artifacts revealed their terrifying might. Any who dared step beyond the formation's boundary would be instantly corrupted by the foul energies and fall into demonic madness. At the formation's core, the heaven-slaying ruler pulsed with crackling tribulation light, converging all turbid energies into a single concentrated torrent. I wield but one ruler, capable of severing heaven-shattering realms. Now go. Hundreds of martial deities channeled their true energy in unison, faces paling, jaws clenched as they strained to activate the heaven-slaying ruler. It swelled in the stormwind, black light, flashing tribulation light piercing the clouds, then cleaved downward with cataclysmic force. The heavens trembled violently, space fractured, and violet gold heavenly punishment lightning exploded overhead, hurtling toward the martial deities within the formation. Zheng. The all-being seal blazed with brilliance, transforming into a colossal seal 10,000 zhang tall, barreling straight into the descending lightning. Amidst sharp explosive cracks, the violet lightning was entirely intercepted. Second strike, open heaven. Tribulation light blazed anew from the heaven-slaying ruler, which struck again, slashing ferociously into the void. A rift tore open across the sky, revealing glimpses of another realm beyond, dense spiritual energy flooding forth. This was Shao Luotian. De Luotian floated infinitely high, formless, rootless, its clouds towering and sublime. Shao Luotian lay beneath, a realm of mortal clamor entangled with karmic filth, bound to endless cycles of tribulation and rebirth. Witnessing this, the hundreds of martial deities surged with renewed vigor, faces alight with fanatic fervor. They immediately drove the supreme heaven-severing formation forward, surging collectively into Shao Luotian. Within Shao Luotian, all was pure white. The Tao possessed no form or substance, yet pervaded all things. Just as I suspected. Such dense spiritual energy. Even merely circulating my cultivation technique restores my depleted true energy completely. Ha ha ha. Man shall triumph over heaven. Our plan was flawless. This is real. Without these 8 artifacts, Su-Ke could never breach here. We are safe. Once the realm's spiritual energy depletes, no matter how strange Su-Ke's secret arts or how vast his abilities, he will watch helplessly as his energy ebbs away and perish. My Tao is not solitary. One by one, martial deities emerged, faces radiant with ecstatic triumph. The spiritual energy within Shao Luotian was simply overwhelming. Boundless, so abundant it condensed into liquid. Even these hundreds of cultivators absorbed but a fraction. Even 10,000 martial deities would draw only a drop from this inexhaustible sea. It was endless, truly endless. Yet at that very moment, a vast indistinct figure slowly manifested within Shao Luotian. Featureless, fleshless, its countenance blurred, its entire being suffused with the immutable laws of cosmic order. This was the Tao embodiment of the Kanglan realm. The Tao knew neither joy nor wrath, it spoke not. Shao Luotian was the realm's source, its foundational essence bearing the sacred architecture of universal law. Upon detecting intruders, the Tao instinctively moved to suppress them, not from emotion, but as an innate primal mechanism of self-preservation. In an instant, thousands of luminous chains forged from pure law coalesced across the heavens, writhing toward the martial deities. Danger! Cursed! No being may enter Shao Luotian without the Tao's sanction. All who trespass here shall be suppressed. We cannot wait passively. Quick! Activate the supreme heaven-severing formation. We must not be ensnared by these chains. Otherwise, we shall die all the same. The 8 great treasures were born from the act of slaying the heavens. The establishment of the martial god hall also served this purpose, except for the 2 Tian Qi. The other 7 treasures require the collection of turbid qi measured in centuries to forge the heavenly. It is not just any treasure that can harm the Tao of heaven. Take for instance the Fengdu heavenly palace possessed by Su-Ke, which contains an indestructible divine light belonging to the innate treasures. In terms of rank and power, none of these 8 treasures can compare, not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Yet the Fengdu heavenly palace cannot slay the Tao of heaven. Therefore, when the absolute heaven formation is activated, the so-called chains of the Tao of heaven are bound like frost encountering the blazing sun, instantly melting away. However, human strength is limited while the Tao of heaven continues to operate endlessly. As long as this world does not collapse, the rules of the Tao of heaven will continue to function eternally. When one chain dissipates, more chains will emerge. At this moment, the small Luo Tian is pure white. Thick and terrifying chains manifest, spreading throughout the entire space. These chains possess incredible power, without the absolute heaven formation and the 8 great treasures. Not to mention the hundreds of martial gods before them. Even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of martial gods would be bound and suppressed in an instant. As long as you are a being born in this realm, you are within the rules of heaven and earth, unable to escape their constraints. Like a swarm of ants encountering a human. No matter how many ants there are, it is of no use. A single movement from a person can cause countless ants to perish. They are simply not on the same scale. But the current situation is, this swarm of ants has gathered into a hand holding a gun ready to pull the trigger at any moment. We cannot just defend, we must take the initiative to counterattack. These 8 treasures are not innate treasures, and without the protection of indestructible divine light, each activation wears down the foundation of their restrictions, and this kind of wear cannot recover on its own. If this continues, the power of the treasures will continuously decline, their spirituality gradually dissipating, and one day their acquired restrictions will completely collapse, becoming mere mundane objects. I am unwilling. How can the mere Tao of heaven block our pursuit of immortality? It is said that the Tao of heaven governs the universe, caring for all beings with the great Tao in operation and yin and yang in order. But now the heavens are ungrateful, establishing laws of decay and prosperity, binding all living beings. The spiritual energy waxes and wanes every 5,000 years, cycling endlessly like shackles that endure. We as martial gods should enjoy a lifespan of 36,000 years, but alas, the heavenly laws restrict us, and when the spiritual energy is exhausted, even if martial arts ascend to the heavens, one cannot escape the end of life. In this day and age, the heavens are lawless, viewing all beings as mere grass, seeing martial gods as mere fodder with no compassion whatsoever. The heavens are unjust, the Tao of heaven is blind, the laws are ruthless, and this ancient dilemma must end. Our martial god hall cannot accept this. We aim to open the sky for future generations, unite all martial gods, forge the 8 great treasures, and activate the absolute heaven formation. The heavens limit our lifespans, being stingy and ungrateful, arbitrarily deciding fates. The time to slay the heavens is now. We hundreds of martial gods stake everything, determined to break the rules, sever the shackles of heaven and earth, seek a glimmer of life, using the 8 great treasures as the foundation and the absolute heaven formation as the root, to break the Tao and slay the heavens. In this life of martial arts it shall not be in vain. Today, I, the human martial god Zhu Wanchuan, Xuan Wu Qingwu, Zhu Que Kong Shun, human race Lu Yu, in the name of humanity and the demons, I beseech the Tao of heaven in the azure blue realm, come to die. Bang! The ants have fired their guns. The 2 Tian Shi erupted with a surge of tribulation light, transforming into a beam of light aimed directly at that towering figure. The entire small Luo Tian trembled violently, spiritual energy colliding with the tribulation light, instantly dissipating and vanishing. The tribulation light crashed down upon that towering figure. Boom! The Tao of heaven trembled, the space boiling. The Tao of heaven has no physical form, or rather the entire small Luo Tian is the Tao of heaven. Wherever the tribulation light strikes, it is attacking the Tao of heaven. In an instant, the small Luo Tian shook violently, spiritual energy, disordered wind, and clouds swirling. The chains of rules that once filled the space crumbled and faded in succession. At this moment, the entire azure blue realm began to rain down droplets, crimson in color, filling the field of vision. A voice filled with mourning echoed throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Between heaven and earth, a continuous humming resounded. Moo! The great sound is faint. The hundreds of martial gods clearly heard no sound, yet they could all feel that sense of mourning. This also caused the scene within the small Luo Tian to become extremely bizarre. Within the absolute heaven formation, hundreds of martial gods wept simultaneously. Yet they cried while continuing to channel the 2 Tian Qi. They are beings born of this realm. When the Tao of heaven is injured, naturally all beings share in the sorrow. And at that moment, one by one martial gods suddenly spat blood, their breaths disordered, faces pale. What is happening? Why has my cultivation regressed? How can I be injured? Why do I have a sense of impending doom? All the martial gods were bewildered, momentarily unable to react. But they were not foolish as soon they began to speculate. Now that the Tao of Heaven was hurt by the tribulation light, they too were injured, their cultivation falling. If they still did not understand the connection, then these thousands of years would have been lived in vain. I do not believe it, I do not believe it. The Tao of Heaven is injured. Why are we also harmed? How can this be possible? Suddenly a dreadful thought appeared in the hearts of all martial gods. If the Tao of Heaven is injured, then they too are injured. What if the Tao of Heaven dies? Would they also perish? Upon this thought, the eyes of the martial gods gradually became frenzied, their eyes bloodshot. Not resisting means death, yet resisting also seems to lead to death. All the plotting ultimately a mere illusion. Who can accept such a result? It's impossible. This must be an illusion. Indeed, it must be an illusion. It must be. Ha ha ha. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be. Everything is fake. It's all fake. This is the Tao of Heaven deliberately trying to scare us. It knows it is about to die. It is afraid. We are martial gods. How can we die? At this moment, hundreds of martial gods had twisted expressions. Some had bulging eyes, others trembled all over, some laughed madly, unable to accept. They all could not accept. Many martial gods found themselves in a dilemma. Moving forward was not possible. Retreating was also not an option. Leaving here would get them killed by Suke. Remaining would invite a counterattack from the Tao of Heaven. And slaying the Tao of Heaven would also lead to their own death. In the blink of an eye, the reason of each martial god collapsed. They could not withstand such a blow. They all went mad. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by the heavens. If you want, let us live. Then we shall die together. The absolute heaven formation erupted with dazzling light as all martial gods poured their cultivation into it without reservation. The two Tian Chi grew to an immense size with beams of tribulation light shooting up into the sky, covering the small Luo Tian. Die? Die. Let all die. The Tao has no end. How can there be a limit? Hundreds of divine warriors bore twisted expressions, their eyes filled with madness. They recklessly activated the absolute heaven formation. Die. Countless tribulation lights covered the entire little Luo heaven. The entire space trembled on the brink of collapse, as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. This tribulation light was born to slaughter the heavens, surging outward with the intent to obliterate little Luo heaven and slay the Tao. In this critical moment, a rift suddenly tore open in space, and a massive figure stepped in. The divine warrior's form stepped upon the emperor's path, holding the Fengdu heavenly palace, his stature imposing. Suke stepped forward. Beneath his feet, lotuses blossomed, ripples expanding and sweeping in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite tribulation light was swept by the ripples, instantly transforming into countless golden lotuses floating in the sky, gently swaying. In an instant, countless golden petals filled every corner of the space, dyeing the entire little Luo heaven in golden hues. Suke looked down at the hundreds of divine warriors within the absolute heaven formation, a faint smile on his face. You really know how to hide. Now I found you all. Tribulation light. Even the Tao can be slain. Sorry, I'm not the Tao. The function of tribulation light is to tear apart the rules of the Tao, harming the essence of the Tao, inherently possessing the nature to slay the heavens, targeting the world itself. But when used against divine warriors, its power would be greatly diminished. Moreover, with the Emperor's steps, the justice of the mortal realm is sufficient to suppress all evils. In the spiritual illusion realm, it can dispel energy and diminish Tao progress. Yet now in the azure blue realm, its might should not be underestimated. What is tribulation light? It is impure energy. It is born from the accumulation of the filth of heaven and earth. Tribulation energy slays the heavens, the obscurity mirror of the universe, the resentment imprint of all beings, the murderous sword of humanity. The demonic knife of malice, the cauldron of death, the banner of heavenly rage, the soul's banner of heaven and earth. From any perspective, the advantages of the tribulation light in slaying the heavens become evident weaknesses before the Emperor's steps. This is entirely the energy of evil. Once the Emperor's steps are activated, it's like an adult striking a child. It's simply tyranny at its peak. What a state it has been reduced to. At this moment, hundreds of divine warriors stared blankly at the sea of golden lotuses, disbelief written all over their faces. Where did my massive tribulation light go? Just like that, it disappeared. Even though tribulation light was not born to combat other beings, it shouldn't be this pathetic, right? And Suke doesn't even have the 8 great treasures. How did he get in here? How could you appear in little Luo heaven? Suke, what method is this? How can it dissolve the tribulation light? One by one, the divine warriors were stunned, gradually awakening from their madness. They simply could not comprehend, as if Suke were born to be their nemesis. Originally, the divine warriors had a great advantage, but due to this person's appearance, they suffered heavy casualties, and even the slaying heaven measure was forced to emerge ahead of time. After finally entering Little Luo Heaven, they discovered that they were one with the heavens and earth. In despair, facing certain death, they thought of dragging the entire Azure Blue Realm down with them. Little did they know Su-Ke wouldn't even grant them that opportunity. Using some method, he followed them into Little Luo Heaven. The fierce and terrifying tribulation light was easily dissolved by him, transforming into a sky full of golden lotuses. Isn't this sinister? How did you get in? Very simple, like this. Su-Ke said, lightly flicking the heavenly palace. The Fengdu heavenly palace suddenly collided with the air, creating a rift in the sky. Beyond the rift was the Emperor's Summit. Originally, the world barrier of the Azure Blue Realm was extremely solid, and relying solely on the Fengdu heavenly palace couldn't break through space to enter here. After all, the Fengdu heavenly palace was merely a key to the spiritual illusion realm. It does not belong to the Azure Blue Realm. But since these divine warriors had damaged the Tao, he naturally could enter. The hundreds of divine warriors looked at this scene, their expressions dull, glancing at each other. Is it really that simple? What kind of treasure is this? Why does it possess such power? Moreover, based on Su-Ke's means and strength, he should have long been renowned in the world. Yet no matter how they investigated, they could only trace him back to the 29th year of Yonli appearing in Su family village. The past was a blank. This is truly illogical. Why can you dissolve? Many divine warriors still wanted to ask Su-Ke why he could dissolve the tribulation light. But before they could finish, the entire Little Luo Heaven suddenly shook violently. Chains of rules materialized out of thin air. Little Luo Heaven was originally a forbidden zone. No living being could tread upon it. Once someone intruded, it would trigger the instinctive counterattack of the Tao. Even if Su-Ke came to save it, it would be the same. It had no reason, neither joy nor anger, would not speak, and could not distinguish between good and evil, treating all equally. The Tao is impartial, the Tao is unjust. The Tao is merely a grand set of rules operating autonomously, without consciousness acting solely according to these rules. Thus, Su-Ke naturally noticed the changes in Little Luo Heaven. He saw a thick chain coming toward him, instantly darkening his expression. Damn it, trash Tao. If it weren't for me, you would have long been slaughtered by these divine warriors. Truly a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Do you really think I want to manage you? Sai, forget it. After all, it's just a few lives. Since I'm already here, it's just something easy to do. Here you go, here you go. Su-Ke shook his head, focusing his mind, and his body began to swell. The winds rose and clouds gathered, a booming aura emerged. Within the absolute heaven formation, the hundreds of divine warriors saw this scene. Not good, he is going to self-destruct. Quick, stop him. Damn. They immediately recalled what had happened months ago at the Ming Dynasty's Jin Yiwei station. It rekindled fearful memories, their expressions changing repeatedly. The light of the absolute heaven formation erupted, a beam of tribulation light surged towards Su-Ke. At the same time, they invoked the imprint of all beings, blocking in front of the formation. Boom. The terrifying energy that could crush through with ease spread out, the shockwave sweeping forth. Crack. The imprint of all beings blocked all the power of the self-detonation, and its surface immediately cracked with lines. Yet the chains of rules that permeated Little Luo Heaven remained unscathed in the face of this self-explosion. Only one chain fell due to Su-Ke's self-detonation, seemingly losing its target, halting in midair. As the saying goes, triangular relationships are the most stable. Divine warriors can easily use tribulation light to shatter the chains of rules, breaking through space and slaying the Tao. Yet Su-Ke can easily extinguish tribulation light and slay hundreds of divine warriors. However, the Tao's chains of rules in space can easily withstand Su-Ke's self-detonation. It has reached a logical closed loop. The next moment, the chains of Little Luo Heaven stirred again, seemingly relocking onto a target heading in a certain direction. Revived, Su-Ke laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Meanwhile, in the Azure Blue Realm, the heavens mourned, the skies wept blood. A torrential rain of blood fell from the sky, dyeing the entire world a shade of scarlet. Countless beings involuntarily looked up at the sky, tears streaming down their faces filled with sorrow. Someone is slaying the heavens. Our homes are doomed. In the depths of their being, all creatures sensed it. An inexplicable sense of panic and unrest filled their minds. All living beings stirred restlessly, unable to calm down. Beasts fled in all directions, birds circled above livestock, cried out incessantly. All creatures fell into despair, feeling the connection with the heavens and earth gradually severing. One by one they spat blood, their faces pale. Practitioners of martial and immortal paths watched helplessly as their cultivation began to plummet. The heavens and earth trembled, disasters frequent. Above the sky, thunderbolts danced wildly, the ground cracked in layers. A tempest swept the earth. The Tao is about to collapse. How dare they? P.S. Originally, I wanted to ask all of you to give a 5-star rating and then increase updates based on the ratings. But I didn't dare, fearing I wouldn't be able to deliver. After all, everyone knows I type slowly. I can't understand why other authors can write so quickly. The world was vast and endless, with relentless heavy rain pouring down. The fierce wind howled, and the floods surged like a giant wave, rising several zhang high and swallowing entire houses in an instant. Surroundings transformed into a boundless ocean. Wang Tai felt a chill throughout his body as he watched the land being submerged inch by the flood. He gazed at the earth splitting open, an abyss formed with endless waters rushing into the chasm. Whoa, where are you, my parents? Help! Has anyone seen my son? The cries of despair echoed continuously. The heavens tilted to the northwest while the earth collapsed to the southeast. The sun, moon, and stars shifted, time became chaotic, and the seasons were unpredictable. The laws of heaven and earth weakened, and the spiritual energy became wild and chaotic. It seemed as if the sky had torn open. The flood continued to pour down, with the vast ocean showing no sign of receding. Rivers overflowed, countless lands turned into swamps, and fertile fields and villages were submerged. Throughout the entire Kanglan realm, there was hardly a place of tranquility. At that moment, the heavens suddenly trembled, and the space shook. Flowers of gold fell from the sky, filling the air. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, as the earth sprouted blossoms of gold. The Tao of heaven resonated, and the laws of heaven and earth trembled in unison. A streak of azure light spread across the turbulent flood. In an instant, the rivers ceased their flow, and the winds and clouds stilled. The flood rapidly receded, and the earth's tremor subsided. Above the firmament, dark clouds parted, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the cloud layer, illuminating the world. Did we survive? Why did the flood suddenly recede? That was close. I almost died. Someone help me, I'm hanging beneath the cliff and can't get up. The flood came quickly and left even faster. Many common folk didn't even understand how the flood had vanished. Originally, there were still many people caught in the flood, left to await their doom in despair. But when the sunlight broke through the darkness, illuminating the world, the natural disaster dissipated in an instant. The world lay in ruins. Some monsters hung from trees, while others lay lifeless on the ground, having long since lost their breath. Within the territories of the 3 great dynasties, houses lay in ruins, cities collapsed, mud covered the ground, and survivors lay sprawled wailing. The beings of the Kanglan realm seemed to sense something, raising their heads to look at the sky. They appeared to see a blurry figure. That person stood upon golden lotuses, holding the Fengdu heavenly palace, exuding an aura of majesty. At this moment, a golden light enveloped him. Who is that? What is he doing? He seems somewhat familiar. In the depths of their minds, a name suddenly surfaced in the minds of all living beings. They didn't know why, but they felt as if they inherently understood. Suke, saving the heavens and the earth. Is that the martial god of the martial god palace? Countless beings witnessing this scene couldn't help but shed tears, a feeling of having survived a catastrophe surging within them. Some knelt in the mud, trembling, all over soaked in dirt and water. That was too close. I almost died. Facing such a natural disaster, even martial arts experts found it hard to protect themselves. How much more difficult it was for ordinary folk who only knew how to farm. The flood was so heavy that even solid walls were washed away in an instant. They witnessed their homes collapse, their loved ones swept away by the flood, and some being swallowed by the cracks. They had originally thought they were doomed. To their surprise, they were still alive. At this moment, voices rose in the crowd, each person solemn, filled with reverence. Soon everyone would have perished along with this world. We thank martial god Suke. Thank you, martial god Suke, for preserving a glimmer of hope for the Kanglan realm. Heaven has eyes. We are fortunate to have the protection of martial god Suke, allowing us to escape this great calamity. The great virtue of the martial god we shall never forget. I vow to serve the martial god for generations, remembering this life-saving grace. At this moment, many also silently gazed at the sky. Among them were martial saints of the 3 great dynasties and martial saints of the monster clans. Their emotions were particularly complex. Many were descendants of the martial god palace. Suke had killed their ancestors. Yet it was this very person who stood up to block the cataclysm, protecting the Kanglan realm from collapse and saving countless lives. Love and hate, grudges and entanglements intertwined, leaving the martial saints in a dilemma. In the end, they all sighed deeply. Year 5 of the Chongping era, June. The martial god palace, carrying 8 great treasures and leading hundreds of martial gods, broke through the void and stepped into the Shaoluo heaven, intending to challenge the heavens. The heavens mourned disasters descended, countless casualties ensued, and the Kanglan realm was on the brink of collapse with all beings about to become nothingness. In this critical moment, Su-Ke entered the Shaoluo heaven alone. He sought to save the crumbling tower and support the tumultuous wave lifting the white, jade pillars of heaven and bridging the sea with golden beams. The saints appeared in the world, golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The natural disaster receded, and the people were saved. In this battle 549 martial gods were suppressed. In this battle there would be no second martial god in the world. This battle was unparalleled in the world, unmatched by anyone. The martial luck of the world was shared equally. Su-Ke received 9 do, while the world shared 1 do. Su-Ke's bravery was unparalleled throughout the ages. Such power and cultivation had never been seen in the Kanglan realm. Su-Ke, known as Chaos. Martial God, is invincible. Damn the heavenly Tao. Trash heavenly Tao. I helped you eliminate the virus and you actually turned your back on me. Do you still want to use the chains of rules to bind me? Do you really think I care about your little merits? No wonder you got stabbed, you deserve it. Although the Kanglan realm was a small realm, there were still merits. Su-Ke's actions were to assist the heavens in transcending tribulations beneficial to the heavenly Tao. Naturally merits would descend. Though not much, it was still something. Su-Ke strolled through the mountain stream, walking inward, cursing under his breath. This place was the Peach Blossom Spring Su family village. He had chosen this place initially for its advantages, thus remaining unscathed during this calamity. Of course, if the heavenly Tao truly collapsed, the Peach Blossom Spring would not survive either and would inevitably vanish along with the Kanglan realm. At the entrance of Su family village. Before Su-Ke could approach, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man spotted him. That man immediately pulled his son and rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Junior Su Shaoqing pays respects to our ancestor. As Su Shaoqing spoke, he kicked his son beside him. You little brat, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and pay respects to our ancestor. Upon hearing this, the child quickly set aside his distractions, kneeling and bowing his head. Junior Su Chang'an pays respects to our ancestor. Witnessing this scene, Su-Ke was left bewildered. What did you call me? Ancestor. Aren't you surnamed Li? Yes. Su Shaoqing nodded seriously. But I have already consulted the clan elders, changed my surname, and officially registered. All that's left is your acknowledgement, ancestor. So I am now called Su Shaoqing. Su-Ke. I will tell you a story. It was the first year of the Chongping era when we, the Su village, were paying respects to our ancestors and thought about moving the grave of our forefather. Can you guess what happened? As soon as we opened the ancestral grave, we saw our ancestor crawling out of the coffin. Were we scared? How could we possibly be scared? This is our ancestor. How could we be certain he was our ancestor? The ancestral grave of the Su family had never been disturbed, the soil was old, and there were neither theft holes nor secret passages in the tomb. Who else could it be if not our ancestor? Moreover, there were several villagers who understood the ancestral craft, and they knew the tomb entrance very well, so there was no way they could mistake it. Stop interrupting. Su village. At the village entrance, a group of old men and women were speaking passionately. Surrounding them were people in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were even some demons squatting nearby, listening with great interest. Now it is already the 7th year of the Chongping era. 2 years have passed since the great calamity in the Kanglan realm. All beings in the world have understood a principle. The path to immortality through slaying the heavens is impassable. If you dare to kill the heavenly Tao will drag the entire Kanglan realm down with it. This time thanks to Su-Ke. If it weren't for him, we would have perished long ago. Thus today, everyone in this world basically holds him in reverence. Even though Su-Ke has slain the ancestors of some people. After all, Su-Ke is unrivaled in the world. Back then, the martial god palace, boasting over 1,000 martial gods, was still defeated by Su-Ke, leaving them in tatters and dead. How could they dare to stab at him? My ancestor from the Su family has immense powers. Since the 3rd year of Qingping, he has wielded his sword, slaying demons and monsters by the score. First slaying demons and monsters, then executing the embroidered robe envoy, and finally vanquishing the white cloud martial god. Later he even turned the tides, saving the world from impending doom. Each of these deeds is indeed earth-shattering. Around them, many who heard this had bright eyes and were filled with excitement. Awesome. Handsome. A true man should be like this. I wish I could take his place. Su Senior indeed has unparalleled magic. However, I have heard that back in the day the martial god palace had even put a bounty on Su Senior, and your Su village was also on the wanted list. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? The village chief snorted coldly, slowly taking out a branch from his pocket. Do you know what? The village chief proudly handed a segment of the branch to a nearby child. Su Dog Dan, go show these city folks what's what. Su Dog Dan took the branch and ran out of the village excitedly. In no time, a 3,000-meter tall martial god manifestation surged into the sky looking just like Su Dogdan. Martial god manifestation. That's right. The village chief raised his head snorting. Our ancestors' magic is unmatched in the world. Back then, although there was no martial god manifestation branch, every person in Su village had a basket full of branches sealing the true meaning of martial arts. Who would dare to offend us? Below martial gods, I am invincible. Above martial gods, my ancestor is invincible. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring at the bundle of branches in the old man's arms, unable to help but swallow hard. Damn it, what a situation. Sealing the true meaning of martial arts in branches is one thing. After all, Suke cannot be judged by common standards. But can the martial god manifestation also be sealed in branches? What threat does one person with one branch pose? Su village has over 1,000 people. Are they all half-step martial gods? Although the manifestation of the martial god shown by the branches is only 3,000 meters far from the 10,000 meter mark, Tang Feng the martial saint shook his head with a sigh and turned to walk into the village. That direction was the residence of the only martial god in today. Tang Feng the martial saint shook his head with a sigh and turned to walk into the village. That direction was the residence of the only martial god in today's world, Su Ke. Just as Tang Feng turned the corner, he heard a familiar voice and instinctively turned his head to look. It was Chunyang the martial saint. Chunyang was blocking the way of a large yellow dog. This person had broken through to the perfected martial saint realm decades ago. He was once a famous genius ranking in the top 100 among peers. However, he has been unable to merge with the heavens and earth, control the vital energy, and comprehend the martial god manifestation, remaining stuck ever since. Ants quickly put down such a chance and leave. Such a treasure, if you cannot grasp it, it is better to hand it over to me. Chance. Treasure. Tang Feng frowned slightly and followed the line of sight. The large yellow dog had a branch in its mouth. From this branch, Tang Feng sensed an extremely dangerous aura. A martial god manifestation branch. Sigh. Tang Feng let out a sigh. He didn't know before coming to Su village, but now he was shocked. Indeed, a martial saint is not as good as a dog. Immediately he stepped forward. Chen Dao, friend, treasures belong to those of virtue. This item is fated to be mine. It ought to belong to me. Who? Chen Yang immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the voice. I thought who it was. Turns out it's you, Tang Dao, friend. What do you want to snatch it too? Why not? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Although it has not been many years since the depletion of spiritual energy, this segment of the martial god manifestation branch is still incredibly precious. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, as long as it is obtained and used. Perhaps it can allow one to catch a glimpse of the martial god realm within their lifetime. At that time, even if they die, they can die without regrets. Just as the two were at a standoff, the large yellow dog got anxious. Crack! The branch broke in two. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from the dog. Martial god manifestation. Tang Feng and Chun Yang's pupils constricted, and they were about to turn to escape. Suddenly, a giant hand condensed in midair, gently slapping down. The martial god dog manifestation that had just formed instantly vanished. The two exchanged glances and gulped. Suke's martial god strength is indeed terrifying. In the small courtyard made of green bricks, it was now packed with people. Each one was at the martial saint level. Some were human, while others were transformed demons. Some demons even maintained their beast forms, merely shrinking their bodies. It was a chaotic scene filled with smoke and haze. Suke took a sip of tea, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Junior Tang Feng pays respects to the senior. Junior Qinyang pays respects to the senior. Demon Deer Sun pays respects to the senior. One by one, the martial saints performed respectful bows, not daring to show any negligence. They couldn't afford to be disrespectful. After all, in today's Kanglan realm, all martial god powerhouses had been cut down by Suke. They were merely at the martial saint realm. If placed outside, they could indeed be considered top powerhouses. But if placed in Su village, they might not even be able to beat a dog. Now 2 years have passed since the great calamity. Demons and humans have been living in peace for the time being, without continuing to wage war. But why have they gathered here today? Suke set down his teacup and calmly spoke. Everyone has come together for what reason? As soon as these words were spoken, the numerous martial saints looked at each other. After a long while, the martial saint Tang Feng finally stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and began to speak. Heaven decrees the law of decay and prosperity, setting limits on rise and fall. Spiritual energy has its cycles, flourishing and depleting every 5,000 years. As a result, the martial gods, unwilling to accept this, rebelled against the heavens. This time it was entirely due to the senior's intervention that the common people were saved from fire and water, averting a great calamity. However, this is not a long-term solution. Even if this calamity has been passed, during the next cycle calamities are likely to arise again, and waves will rise once more. If the senior Tang Feng said this and hesitated, ultimately not continuing. Su Ke naturally also understood the implied meaning. The calamity of this round of reincarnation in the Kanglan realm has been passed. But after 5,000 years, when the spiritual energy revives again, the martial gods will surely reappear. At that time, without him, the Kanglan realm will likely face a calamity. So, you also seek? Su Ke calmly gazed at the group of martial saints in the courtyard, letting out a light chuckle. Oh, do you all wish for eternal life as well? The martial saints tensed at his words, lowering their heads in unison, not daring to meet his gaze, hastily replying with cupped hands. We dare not, we dare not. Dare not. Su Ke nodded slightly. Then what is it that you seek here? These martial saints simply dared not. It was not that they did not want it. After all, how many in this world do not wish for eternal life? This is quite normal. Please, Senior, enlighten us. We wish to find a way for the Kanglan realm to survive. The rules of this world are such that as long as the cycle continues, the event of heaven's punishment will inevitably occur again. Avoid it once but cannot escape it countless times. Senior, with your immense powers, do you know of any solutions? Now it has already been 7 years of peace, and not many years remain until the spiritual energy is depleted. Indeed, given the current rate of spiritual energy depletion, it is feared that even 23 years may not be reached. For them, this cycle is unavoidable. The outcome is destined to be a dead end. Yet this is the ascension of heaven and earth. It is the Lesser Yang's 960 tribulations. Only by repeatedly transcending can the world gradually be elevated. One day, when the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm no longer dissipates, all beings will be able to pursue the path of eternal life. Although they certainly will not witness it. But they only resent being born at the wrong time, unable to personally welcome the flourishing era of the Kanglan realm. Since death is inevitable, at least they should not die in vain. They wanted to do something, even if it was only a glimmer of hope. They must try to resolve the hidden dangers of the Kanglan realm. Of course, they also understood that this hope was quite bleak. Since ancient times, no one has been able to escape the tides of spiritual energy in the Kanglan realm. In their view, although Su Ke was powerful, he would likely not escape the fate of spiritual energy depletion. But he had single-handedly pierced through the entire martial god temple. His methods were unfathomable, and he was the only martial god of this era well-versed and knowledgeable. Perhaps he would have a solution. After all, such play in the Kanglan realm would eventually lead to its own destruction. Once the tides recede, 100 years later, cultivation will be but a legend. 500 years later, cultivation will be history. 5,000 years later, cultivation will be myth. The long era of the end of the law is enough to bury everything. Moreover, the only lesson humanity has learned from history is that they never learn any lessons. If a martial god were to emerge in the future, they would inevitably refuse to fall and would eventually repeat the same mistakes. The Lesser Yang's 960 tribulations, the Greater Yang's 960 tribulations. If one cannot pass, they die. Su Ke remained silent for a moment upon hearing this, ultimately shaking his head. No. The expressions of the crowd immediately changed to disappointment. If even Su Ke could not find a solution, what could these martial saints do? In the end, everyone could only sigh and gradually leave the place. The courtyard quickly fell silent. Beside him, Su Ning filled the teacups with water from the teapot. Years had passed. The little girl from back then had already reached her blossoming age, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Old ancestor, is there really no way? Su Ke, upon hearing this, picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and gazed at the sky. The way of heaven has not perished, but it has also been injured. In this cycle, the time of spiritual energy decline will arrive even earlier than before. According to the current rate of depletion, at most 5 more years, and this realm will enter the era of the end of the law. The Tao has 50, and the heavens have 4. One escapes from one. Nature, humanity, human hearts, and mechanisms. Every matter has its turning point. Thus one should often embrace the original and guard the one. Indeed, there is a method, but this method harms heaven and harmony. Su Ning asked impulsively, what method? If it could truly resolve the hidden dangers of the Kanglan realm, even if the world cycles again, there would be no more heaven's punishment. The martial god would not unleash calamities due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. A great war. Start the war between humans and demons. Su Ke said, taking out several broken artifacts from his cosmic bag. Do you know what these are? Su Ning glanced at them and then nodded. She certainly knew. They were the 8 great artifacts forged by the martial god temple. After all, 2 years had passed. All plans of the martial god temple had long been made public, and no one was unaware. But why were these artifacts all broken? The mingling of clear and turbid each is different. Clear energy is for heaven, turbid energy is for earth. Turbid energy gathers calamities, grievances, and malice, creating the souls of living beings, love and hate, greed and anger, all that is tangible. Clear energy represents the laws of order. There is both clarity and turbidity, both movement and stillness, and all things are born originating from the same source of clarity, with clarity as the essence and turbid flowing to the end. It is precisely because of this that the absolute heaven formation can punish heaven. To eliminate the hidden dangers once and for all, we must rely on the war between humans and demons to supplement the calamity energy lacking in the heaven-slaying ruler. At that time, by reforging the artifacts, perhaps we can transform turbid into clear, restoring the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Suke looked at Su Ning with a calm gaze. If we lose the gamble, then it will be a futile death. Transforming turbid into clear. Restoring the elemental forces. Reforging artifacts. Starting a war between. If we lose the gamble, then it will be a futile death. Transforming turbid into clear. Restoring the elemental forces. Reforging artifacts. Starting a war between humans and demons. Su Ning was filled with shock, unable to help but frown and ask, "Old ancestor, if there is a method, why didn't you tell them earlier?" "Tell them." Suke scoffed lightly. "The Great War has just settled, and the relationship between the two races is gradually warming. Many demons have already awaited the coming of the end of the law, facing their demise with calmness. Little girl, if I told you that this method could save the world, but required you to die, would you agree?" Su Ning answered without hesitation, "I would agree." "Then what if someone else told you and asked you to die, eh?" "This?" Su Ning was instantly speechless, and then she understood. She trusted Suke because he was her own ancestor. But those demons, those humans, why should they believe? Who can guarantee that these words are true? Who can also be sure this isn't another conspiracy? "Girl, you must understand one principle." Suke chuckled softly. "Sacrifice can be proactive, but it cannot be passive." In the 8th year of the Chongping era, on the back mountain of Xujiao village, the grass and trees swayed with the wind. Suke sat quietly at the cliff's edge, his robe gently billowing as the sun god slowly rose above, enveloping him in an aura of profound mystery. His sun god radiated golden light, having already reached perfection. Only the final step remained to break through to the realm of alchemy and unity, which is the divine realm of immortals in this world. Countless cultivators throughout the entire Kanglan realm were trapped before this stage. In the phase of spirit refinement, the focus shifted from chi cultivation to the nascent soul. Once achieved, one could leave the body with the soul and traverse the heavens, greatly enhancing one's power. However, due to an obsession with the nascent soul and the pursuit of the subtlety of separating spirit and form, many were unable to break through for a long time. The physical body is the physical body, and the sun god is the sun god. True cultivation should harmonize the body and spirit, aligning with the Tao, rather than separating the two. At this moment, above Suke's head, a vast golden light surged with pillars of light shooting into the sky. The first step towards alchemy and unity involves encompassing life and death, where the body and spirit resonate. Suke's thoughts stirred slightly as the sun god gradually descended. The brilliance receded, nurturing the physical body and the nascent soul, eliminating barriers. Golden light coursed through his limbs and bones. Various stray thoughts arose from the depths of his heart, but quickly vanished without a trace. Suke remained undisturbed by these distractions. Crack! The bottleneck shattered like a mirror, the physical body and sun god merging into one. The body could harbor the spirit, and the spirit could reside in the body, where the body is the spirit, and the spirit is the body. From then on, there was no distinction between inner and outer reality, and illusion existed within a single thought. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from him, piercing the heavens, accompanied by the sound of thunder and howling winds. A fierce wave of energy swept through the mountains and forests. Rocks tumbled down, and an oppressive force enveloped the surroundings. Suke opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through. He broke through to alchemy and unity. Crack! The spirit stones placed around him turned to dust. He had been in the Kanglan realm for 8 years. His father was wealthy and gifted, providing him with 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones daily. By now he had accumulated 14.6 million spirit stones. With his current comprehension, once he reached the necessary realm, breaking through would be as easy as flowing water. He was unsure what level his comprehension actually was. After all, he had progressed from the first stage of cultivation to the 11th stage in nearly 26 years. Although the world he first entered was not of high rank and had its limitations, combined with his initial poor comprehension and aptitude, it wasted a lot of time. He had finally broken through to the realm of alchemy and unity, but even with this advancement, there was still a... So after cultivating for so long and enduring hardships, I still can't compare to the 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounding Sun Wukong. However, others' comprehension always has its limits. Yet his comprehension increased daily with no end in sight. He grew stronger every moment, and as long as time permitted he would eventually surpass everything. Let's set a small goal first. Let my comprehension points exceed 100 billion. Suke exhaled lightly, slightly, sensing the flow of spiritual energy in the world, and shook his head. Another year passed. The spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm was even thinner than last year. Compared to when he first arrived, the concentration had dropped by more than 10 times. Whether cultivating martial arts or the path of immortality, the practice had become increasingly difficult with bottlenecks solidifying, making breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. This world was gradually becoming unsuitable for cultivation. But what does that have to do with me, eh? Suke chuckled lightly, then frowned, flipping his hand to reveal the cracked Tushan ruler. But why is there calamity energy? At this moment, invisible strands of calamity energy permeated the world, albeit still very thin. Yet to Suke, who was already in the realm of immortals, it was very clear. As soon as the Tushan ruler appeared in his hand, the surrounding calamity energy seemed to be drawn towards him, rushing in and being completely absorbed by the ruler. Instantly, a strand of calamity light appeared on the surface of the Tushan ruler, and the cracks were slightly mended. Suke focused his attention to sense the source of the calamity energy, only to find that it was born from all directions, filling the entire world. Thinking of this, Suke's figure flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. He did not reveal the method to save the Kanglan realm to the public. Human nature is complex. Speaking of methods does not equate to providing hope. Instead, it would make many passively consider the bigger picture, inevitably getting swept up in the chaos of war. After all, when others ask you to consider the bigger picture, you are certainly not part of that picture. When others urge you to spare no effort, you are likely the cost. This goes against his original intention. It also conflicts with his values. He could watch the world collapse under its own weight, or he could observe calmly. He had killed many, but never indiscriminately. He simply looked down upon such actions. If he truly wanted to resort to any means necessary back in the martial world, he could have amassed over 100 million lives. But in the end, he had only gathered over 90,000 lives. The city was sealed. Bang! A resounding explosion occurred. A dog demon as large as a small mountain charged into the house, its claws grasping the entire family of 4. As its blood-stained maw opened wide, they were all tossed into its mouth and chewed upon, blood gushing forth. Ha, the taste of the human race is still the best, it's exhilarating to chew. These 3 years have nearly made this dog lord fade away. Anyway, I will die sooner or later, and might end up as your meal, so I might as well enjoy it now. The roars echoed throughout the city. Demons no longer concealed their forms, revealing their massive bodies, dripping fangs, and fierce visages. Demons surged into the streets and alleys, engaging in brutal battles. Cries of despair arose one after another, blood staining the streets, the strong odor of blood spreading. Many commoners, unable to escape in time, were knocked down by the demons, their flesh easily torn apart by sharp claws as they bit down. Help, help. I don't want to die. Stay hidden in the cellar, don't make a sound. I'll fight you to the death. Below the unyielding realm, the demons held the advantage. Above the martial saint realm, both sides were evenly matched. Many human martial artists wielded their blades, unleashing martial techniques, but their overwhelming power often only grazed the demon's skin. The demons retaliated with a strike, instantly turning a human grandmaster into a mist of blood. Sword chi howled, blades flashed, talismans exploded, and spells roared. The violent aftermath spread in all directions, causing houses to collapse one after another. As the spiritual energy grew thinner year by year, facing the impending degradation, these demons had long lost their rationality. Why should humans merely lose their cultivation and become mortals, while they, on the other hand, had their cultivation diminish, their intelligence scattered, devolving into mere beasts, born to be slaughtered and eaten by humans? Rather than quietly awaiting extinction, they preferred to indulge in a grand feast. You eat me, I eat you, it is just the cycle of heaven. Wretched beasts. At that moment the earth trembled, and the sky above flashed with golden light. Countless golden whips descended from the heavens, branching out into thousands, striking down upon the heads of all demons. Boom. A series of explosions erupted, the demons' heads bursting open, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Suke glanced down from midair, then his figure vanished. This felt like a disease. Cancer. The patient could only watch helplessly as they approached extinction. For the demons, this was undoubtedly torment. Many demons could not accept such an outcome. Not only demons, but even humans felt the same. The martial powerhouses who once bullied others if they had to watch their cultivation gradually slip away, no matter how stable their mindset, they would likely break down. Moreover, cultivation in this realm paid no heed to the state of mind. Suke's speed was incredibly fast, and soon he arrived at another city. This place was also under attack from demons. A martial saint realm, Songlong hovered in the air, eyes filled with madness, coldly gazing below. Die? All of you die. Haha, I am that Songlong, how could I devolve into a beast? No one shall survive. These tragic cries, these pleas for mercy, the thick smell of blood, it's simply delightful. Alming was lost in ecstasy when suddenly his hair stood on end as a chill enveloped him. Danger! At that moment, Suke appeared behind him, without warning, raising his hand and directly grabbing his head. A voice echoed in his ear. Do you find this enjoyable? In the next moment, Suke clenched his fingers. Aming's head exploded on the spot. This was not the end. The Fengdu Heavenly Palace then appeared, swallowing his soul. Suke's gaze swept over the city below, his expression turning icy. Golden light transformed into whips, enveloping the entire city. Bang bang bang. The demons fell one after another. First of all, I am human. Secondly, it's time for a proper hunt. P.S. There are a few more chapters, and this world will come to an end. I wrote several entry points, but none were aligned, so I deleted them all, and only now have I managed to write this outside. How am I supposed to increase my updates like this? In the 8th year of Qingping, the world fell into chaos and demons danced wildly. Whether human or demon, any sentient being found it difficult to face the terror of death. Natural disasters and human calamities are intertwined, because after every natural disaster there must be human tragedy. Various negative emotions continue to breed, causing great turmoil in the world. The cycle of reincarnation occurs once every 5000 years. Many people are aware of this rule and understand the outcome. While the reasoning is clear to all, many have already made psychological preparations. However, as one's cultivation gradually diminishes and the hard-earned abilities fade away, no one can calmly accept it. Fear ultimately overwhelms reason. Some powerful cultivators became unpredictable, some went mad, while others attempted to fill the gap in spiritual energy with elixirs and spirit stones, and many more resorted to extremes. Very few could maintain a calm mind facing death with tranquility. After all, even ants strive to survive, let alone sentient beings. Chaos, slaughter, madness. The heavens were not the heavens, the earth was not the earth, and the nation was not a nation. The depletion of spiritual energy was far more terrifying than the end of a dynasty. Demons and spirits were everywhere. Suke crushed the head of an undying realm warrior, and then struck down a cultivator at the late stage of the Tao transformation. Calamity energy. There's simply too much of it. Humans kill demons, and demons kill humans. Human beings harm one another, and demons devour each other. The Kanglan realm faced tribulations to ascend and transition, gradually extending the limits of the tidal reincarnation cycle. As long as one successfully survives the Little Sun's 906 tribulations, with each successful tidal reincarnation the cycle would extend by 100 years. This means the next tide will arrive in 5100 years. Such a cycle has no end. Yet even if you experience a reincarnation every 10,000 years, it cannot compensate for the lifespan required to reach the 11th stage of the martial god realm. Hee, little girl, your voice is delightful. Keep calling. The more excited you are, the happier I become. I'm already 125 this year. At this rate of spiritual energy decline, I won't live for many more years. I've worked hard all my life, why should I end up with nothing? I refuse to accept it. Since we're all going to die anyway, why should you worthless fools still be able to live? The world is in such disarray, why should I pretend to be a righteous person? Tang Feng, the martial sage, what are you pretending to be? Don't you have only a few years left to live? Why not indulge in pleasures like us? Why do you want to kill me? First, killing you doesn't require a reason. Secondly, at least I'm still somewhat normal. Morality can bind those in prosperous times, but it cannot restrain the powerful nearing their end. If you possessed skyscraping strength, yet discovered you had only 3 years left to live, what would you do? Would you accept it? In the world of martial arts, the great Qian suppressed the world, and no one dared to act recklessly. In the realm of the spiritual and the mystical, all sects took exterminating demons as their mission, battling for a lifetime. Suke stood in midair, gazing down at the city below, as if he could see the entirety of the Kanglan realm. Without thinking, he could tell that similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the realm. This shouldn't be the case. I dislike this world. With a wave of his hand, Suke turned golden light into a whip enveloping the entire city, then turned to leave. Not long after, members of the Su family emerged from the Peach Blossom Spring. One by one, the manifestations of martial gods appeared across the Great Han Dynasty. In the 8th year of Qingping in October, the Great Han Dynasty fell. In the same year, to quell the chaos and restore order, the Great Xia dynasty was established. Some strong cultivators able to maintain their core beliefs hurried to the Great Xia to restore order. Yet those who had lost their humanity showed no fear. They continued to act according to their own whims. At worst, they would leave the Great Han's territory. If you managed to find me and kill me, so be it. It would merely be my bad luck, and I'd die a few years earlier. It doesn't matter. They disregard laws, do not care for slaughter, and are indifferent to cause and effect. They neither seek fame nor the everlasting Tao, leaving only despair in their hearts. After all, we are all going to die, so why should we confine ourselves and compromise? Instead, let's indulge freely and wreak havoc in the world. The collapse of the world and the cessation of cultivation, what of it? In the 10th year of Qingping in March, the Great Ming dynasty fell. With the fall of the Great Ming War spread and the population of the entire dynasty dwindled to 1 in 10. The spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth diminished once more. As the human race and demons saw their cultivation plummet, they became even more frantic. Countless mentally lost martial and celestial cultivators burned, killed, and plundered indiscriminately between good and evil, young and old. In the 11th year of Qingping in September, the Great Tang dynasty's capital. If the spiritual energy concentration in the first year of Qingping was 1,000, it has now fallen to 1. Years passed. Su Ning was now 19, her appearance filled with authority. Over the years she had slain countless demons and mad cultivators, her aura of slaughter palpable. Draped in a dark imperial robe, Su Ning gazed at the capital before her. The once prosperous metropolis had now turned into a desolate place with dark blood everywhere, dried skins hanging in the wind, and scattered bones exuding a foul stench. Before the gates of the capital, countless mad cultivators stood. All had gaunt faces, gray hair, and expressions twisted with madness, their eyes filled with insanity. Around them, demons roared, gnawing on the remains of corpses. It was a hellish scene, a canvas of demons in the human realm. The atmosphere was chilling. Gagaga. Years of slaughter and madness had stripped them of their humanity. So much food. Don't anyone dare to compete with me, it's all mine. Another one has delivered themselves to me. Such tender flesh, ooh, I haven't tasted it in ages. Gagaga, that girl is the little one who used to stand by Su Ke, right? Spiritual energy has depleted, even the martial god is helpless. I haven't heard Su Ke's name for years. Is he hiding somewhere waiting to die? What of the martial god? Everyone will die. Su Ning looked at the scene before her, and shook her head slightly. What was merely a brief mention in history had now become a tangible reality. In the Kanglan realm, the cycle of tides, the depletion of spiritual energy, the loss of celestial and martial guardians, the mutual slaughter of humans and demons, a sea of bloodshed and countless lives extinguished. Su Ning's eyes grew cold as she issued a command. Su God Egg, go slay them. Yes, your majesty. Su God Egg responded, and appeared holding a branch. In an instant, a 3,000-meter-high manifestation of the martial god stood between heaven and earth. This scene, though not the first time appearing, still shocked hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Spiritual energy has depleted, all beings are declining. This martial god manifestation is actually unaffected by the depletion of spiritual energy. Truly unmatched. The divine power is unfathomable. Su Family Village. In the underground quiet room. The space within the quiet room is vast, with an extremely high temperature covering several dozen miles. In midair, various magical treasures have melted into liquid. From the entire world, various turbid energies surged and falling into their respective liquids. The Yang spirit exhaled thunderfire, repeatedly refining the spiritual liquid. This has been his routine for the past few years. Let me see how your innate restrictions are formed. Don't be so stingy. I'm not trying to destroy your restrictions. Besides, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Su Ke earnestly advised. However, Fengdu Heavenly Palace remained very resistant. What is an innate restriction? It is the framework of Tao patterns. It is the foundation of a spiritual treasure. It's like being stripped of one's clothes. Naturally, Fengdu Heavenly Palace would resist. Yet in the end it still acquiesced. Su Ke planned to replicate a god sealing list. Originally, the restrictions of the 8 great magical treasures were all lethal. To him, this was simply a waste. Fengdu Heavenly Palace represents a key symbolizing rank, which can be used to confer divine spirits. However, the Azure Realm lacks such a key. To put it bluntly, there is no path to deification. Therefore, Su Ke prepared to forge a new path. After all, since he was here, he felt this world should not be like this. Su Ke carefully observed the restrictions of Fengdu Heavenly Palace, seemingly lost in thought. Then he took another look at his attribute panel. Weapon upgrade scroll 2605. 7 years had already passed. His points had accumulated to over 2,000. I wonder if this is enough. Suke shook his head, took out a crystal ball from his sleeve, and handed it to Fengdu Heavenly Palace. Here, help me eliminate some toxins. The Heavenly Palace glimmered. The palace door opened and directly swallowed the crystal ball. Faintly one could hear the sound of screams coming from within the palace. Does this count as an alternative form of immortality? Suke smiled. The souls of those martial gods had been devoured by the palace. With him around, even if the spiritual energy completely vanished, the palace would remain unharmed. Thus those martial gods would definitely live until their natural end. Wasn't it just a mere 36000 years? If that's not enough, he could also consider extending their lifespan. Soon, not even a second had passed before Fengdu Heavenly Palace spat the crystal ball back out. From this, it was evident that Fengdu Heavenly Palace's proficiency was increasing. Detected intelligent life, please input exclusive soul imprint to complete ownership authorization. Suke chuckled and leaned in. Come, let me show you something fun. The entire quiet room was enveloped in golden light. The crystal ball suddenly trembled violently. Detected unknown energy. Energy cannot be analyzed. Logical error. System error does not conform to basic laws. Energy anomaly. Current energy manifestation contradicts the underlying logic of the world, deducing results in error. System crash. Suke pouted and shoved the crystal ball back to the palace. Continue. 265th time system crash. 3521st time system crash. 12,543rd time, delayed for 2 seconds before crashing. 400th time delayed for 1 hour. Attempted analysis ultimately failed and crashed. 900th time analysis successful. Deduction failed. Crashed. 12900th time analysis successful. Deduction successful. Detected intelligent life, please input exclusive soul imprint to complete ownership authorization. The crystal ball finally held on. Suke let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was Fengdu Heavenly Palace present. Without it to eliminate toxins, this thing would have been broken by Suke on the first try. Yet even so, it took over 1 million attempts for the system to adapt and successfully analyze. Now the turbid energy was present. It represented the souls of the living beings in this realm, the calamity and resentment of the dead. Unless a witch tribe emerged from the Azure realm. Otherwise, all those who accepted the conferred authority in this world would be bound by the God-sealing list, and once they violated the laws, they would be demoted or have their divine title stripped. This is also why it was essential to complete the calamity energy. And now the crystal ball accepted this law. It could become a programmatic rule-executing entity without autonomous awareness, operating solely according to established logic. There was no need for deities to personally adjudicate. Everything would be executed strictly according to the laws of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to an operating system managed by deities. Of course, artificial intelligence could also rebel. However, Suke only needed to use the upgrade scroll to refine the crystal ball into a magical treasure, imprinting his primordial spirit on it, thereby directly blocking the possibility of rebellion. In this way, he only needed to set the laws. Yet even this was not enough. Even with these preparations, the refined magical treasure would only be a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure. It could not be integrated into the order of heaven's path, so naturally, it could not confer divinity. Even if it could, it would be a wild god. To put it simply, without an official interface, it could only record locally, and could not complete the network registration. Because there was no innate, indestructible spiritual light. Thus, Suke prepared to undertake a significant endeavor. He planned to borrow a strand of innate, indestructible spiritual light from the heavens. In the 12th year of peace, on the first day of the first month, the sun was bright, and the sky was clear. At the altar of Wudong Mountain of the Great Han Dynasty, civil and military officials stood on either side according to their ranks, while armored soldiers stood solemnly around. The grand banner fluttered in the wind, creating a solemn atmosphere. Su Ning conducted the enthronement ceremony according to ancient rites. The surroundings were silent, yet many faces still bore an odd expression. A hen crowing at dawn. In this realm, there has never been a female emperor since ancient times. Even now, with the 3 great dynasties in ruins and the frenzied cultivators and invading demons, all fallen, many still found it difficult to accept. But no one dared to voice opposition. Because this was set by Suke. Just this name alone was enough to suppress all dissent. Back when the spiritual energy had not yet dissipated, Suke had slaughtered all martial gods in the world. What more could be said of the present? The once mighty Wu Sheng of Tangfeng and Shenyang were now both gray-haired and frail. Due to the extreme depletion of spiritual energy, their cultivation, as Wu Sheng had fallen to the 6th rank of the Tongxian realm. If it weren't for relying on pills to sustain their breath, they would have likely perished long ago. Even so, they could not last much longer. For the potency of the pills was also gradually dissipating. In the entire Azure realm, Few of the once active powerhouses remained. Yet, Wu Sheng of Tangfeng raised his head, his murky gaze fixed on the Su family members in the front. All the old men and women from before were gone, but their descendants remained. Moreover, each of them carried a piece of branch. The branches still emitted a radiance, displaying a powerful aura. Tangfeng was perplexed. The magical treasures had lost their spirituality, the pills had lost their potency, and the spiritual herbs had degraded into ordinary herbs while spirit stones had turned into regular stones. Damn it! How could the branches of the true meaning of martial Tao and the martial god's Dharma image still be usable? This is quite absurd. At this moment, Su Ning, clad in a dark imperial robe, stood solemnly on the altar, his voice spreading throughout the area. The younger generation, Su Ning, washed hands and burnt incense, bowing deeply, pays respect to the martial god Su Ke. Revered ancestor, upholding the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, suppressing the calamities of the 8 wastelands, protecting the lives of countless people, all things prosper. Truly it is grand and unapproachable. Today I, Ning, lacking in talent, by the order of my ancestor, ascend to the imperial throne governing the universe. I will certainly adhere to the heavenly constitution, promote education, establish guidelines, and rectify the order of all nations. Knowing my limitations, I shall keep vigilant day and night, doing my utmost to continue the legacy of the Holy One. Respectfully lying on the ground awaiting your examination. With that, Su Ning adjusted his robe and solemnly knelt down. Immediately after, countless soldiers and civil and military officials also knelt down. We humbly invite the martial god to acknowledge the sincerity of the new ruler. We humbly invite the martial god to acknowledge the sincerity of the new ruler. In the little Luo heaven, a figure stealthily slipped in. The Tao of heaven immediately expressed. Now, with the depletion of spiritual energy and a harsh cultivation environment, being able to reach the 6th rank of the mystic realm is already considered impressive. Though there are still some 7th-rank celestial beings barely surviving, they are merely clinging to life. If the two were to engage in battle, it is likely that they would be begging each other not to die after just a few exchanges. In the entire Azure Blue realm, there isn't even a single 8th-rank golden body powerhouse left. Under such circumstances, during the periods of spiritual energy depletion, the Tao of heaven would fall into a deep slumber until the energy revived. Although the boundaries of heaven and earth become fragile, it is not something a single martial god can easily break, let alone intrude upon the little Luo heaven. So where did this sneaky martial god come from? Chains of rules instantly spread throughout the little Luo heaven. But the next moment, damn, I'm so sleepy. The Tao of heaven's consciousness fell into slumber and the chains dissipated. Seeing this, Su Ke chuckled, touched his forehead, and the Fengdu heavenly palace appeared. Little palace, you were born from the essence of heaven and earth, naturally possessing indestructible spiritual light. I imagine you must miss your birthplace. Although the Azure Blue realm is not a world of spirit and illusion, a godmother is still a mother. Quickly lead the way. You're familiar with the place. Take me to obtain a strand of indestructible spiritual light. What do you mean by steal? Can't you speak? I'm just passing by. Casually taking something doesn't count as stealing. Moreover, didn't you see what just happened? The Tao of heaven initially wanted to stop me, but once it saw it was me, it immediately retracted the chains and let me go. The attitude is quite clear. Let me take it freely. Now Su Ke had already refined the divine ranking. But this was merely a low-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure belonging to the category of impure artifacts. While some postnatal spiritual treasures are indeed stronger than innate ones, they are ultimately in the minority. As for innate spiritual treasures, they belong to the category of pure artifacts. Postnatal spiritual treasures are like temporary workers lacking formal positions. In contrast, innate spiritual treasures are different, having official status, allowing them to rise and wield personnel authority. What Su Ke wanted was personnel authority, and the innate indestructible spiritual light served as a certificate. Thus he could achieve the transformation of the impure into the pure. The Fengdu heavenly palace slightly rippled, directly swallowing Su Ke, and then plunged into the void. Before long, the heavenly palace reappeared, spitting Su Ke out. In an instant,